Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4986 to Chapter 5067. Through Han Yu's explanation, Lu Ming understood that the bloodline grades of the human clan had evolved over a long period of time. The weak were prey to the strong and the weak were eliminated. Powerful bloodlines would continue to develop, and in the end, one would naturally become a superior bloodline. On the other hand, those with inferior bloodlines would become inferior bloodlines, and could only become inferior. Even those with inferior bloodlines would find it difficult to survive. During the era of the primitive continent, although most of the human clan's bloodline grades were very high, there were still many with inferior bloodlines. At that time, they were called inferior bloodlines and had a very low status. That's why Lu Weiyang and the others were like this, Han Yu said. She explained in detail mainly because she wanted to say that it was only the last era and that things were different now. Then, Han Yu explained that when the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was sealed, the human clan that remained in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were all people with superior bloodlines. Therefore, even if they continued to reproduce, their descendants would also have superior bloodlines. There was no one with a bloodline like Lu Ming's in the Firmament Divine Realm today. Through the conversation with Han Yu, Lu Ming learned more about the last era. By the way, Miss Han Yu, do you know the Heavenly Human Clan? Lu Ming suddenly changed the topic and asked. He heard from the demons that the Heavenly Human Clan and the demons were slaves of the human clan in the last era. He wanted to know more. Heavenly Human Clan? I've never heard of it. What kind of clan is it? How dare they use Tian as their name? How dare they? Han Yu said. How dare they? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked curiously. I don't know the details. I only know that Tian was a taboo in the last era and no clan dared to use it. Otherwise, it would bring disaster. Han Yu said. Tian is a taboo? Lu Ming was even more curious and confused. The original name of the Heavenly Human Clan seems to be the Demi-Human Clan. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of the Demon Clan? They were all slaves of the human clan in the last era. Lu Ming said. He had heard the name of the Demi-Human Clan from Xianxia. Demi-Human Clan? Devil? I've never heard of it. As far as I know, the human clan enslaved countless races, including many races outside the void universe. I guess these two are just one of them. Han Yu said. Fine, it seemed like the human race of the last great era was truly incomparably powerful. Even races like the celestial race and fiend race were enslaved by them. However, even though they were so strong, they still ended up falling apart. What happened at the end of the previous epoch? Was it related to the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds? The destruction of the Purple Heaven Cave must have had something to do with the living beings in the Forbidden Land. It was the Juin tribe that had destroyed the Purple Heaven Cave. In the previous era, the Extremine tribe was a terrifying Forbidden Land. However, did the creatures of the Forbidden Lands really have the strength to destroy the primitive universe? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. Is it a powerful force outside the primitive universe? Since they already knew that there were other races outside the universe, it was completely normal for there to be other powerful and terrifying forces. I can't figure it out. Lu Ming shook his head slightly to get rid of his messy thoughts. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Han Yu thought that Lu Ming was troubled by the level of his bloodline. He said, actually, if Brother Lu wants to change his bloodline level, it's not impossible. Can I change my bloodline level? What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. He didn't really want to change his bloodline level. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his current bloodline. It still had endless potential. This was because he no longer had a pure human bloodline. He had a forbidden body. How powerful was the potential of a forbidden body? He didn't know. However, the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, was also a human. He also came from a small world. His bloodline level must be the same as his. However, how powerful was the sword ancestor now? Therefore, the potential of a forbidden body should not be inferior to a high-level human bloodline. However, Lu Ming was still very curious. That was why he asked. The Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll. Han Yu said with a look of reverence. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm has a scroll of the Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll. As long as one is under the Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll, one's bloodline can be purified, increase one's potential, and enhance one's talent. Even an inferior bloodline may be able to transform. The Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll? Lu Ming was curious and puzzled. It was another word that he had never heard of. The scroll left behind by the human monarch, the Sacred Luminance. Han Yu added. What? Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. The scroll left behind by the human monarch's name was Sacred Luminance. He had obtained the body of the human monarch before. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said impatiently. Brother Lu, please follow me. Han Yu led the way to the central area of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll was placed in an important position in the center of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. It was protected by layers of formations. These formations were mainly used to guard against outsiders. They were unguarded against humans in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Any human could come out at will and use the Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll to cultivate. The Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll was suspended in a huge lake. It was extremely huge, 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide. It was a scroll painting. The painting was of a middle-aged human man. He seemed to be standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. He looked elegant and there was a trace of compassion on his face. He did not have an aura that could dominate the world, nor did he have a soul-stirring aura. Instead, he exuded an aura that could enlighten all living beings. That's right. It was an aura that could enlighten all living beings. Lu Ming and Han Yu stood by the lake. Just by looking at it from afar, they felt a sense of admiration. The painting on the scroll is the human monarch Sacred Luminance himself. Han Yu explained. However, she did not notice that Lu Ming was stunned at this moment. He stared at the Sacred Luminance Holy Scroll in disbelief. This is the human monarch himself. What's going on? I saw the human monarch's appearance through the human monarch's body. It doesn't look like this. Lu Ming kept shouting in his heart. When he obtained the human monarch's arm in the stellar sky continent, the arm had once manifested the figure of the human monarch. It was completely different from the one in this painting, whether it was the appearance or the temperament. The figure manifested from the human monarch's body had an aura that could swallow the universe. It was completely different from the temperament of the human monarch that could enlighten all living beings in this painting. What was going on? Was there more than one human monarch? If he did not understand, he should ask. Lu Ming asked calmly, Miss Han Yu, is there more than one human monarch? Of course. Han Yu said, in the last era, there were a total of 3 human monarchs. Otherwise, the human race would not have been so powerful and suppressed the shaman and demon races. There were 3? Which 3? Lu Ming asked. They were the human monarch Sacred Luminance, the human monarch Xianxia, and the third was a woman known as the Queen of Eternity. Han Yu said. Human monarch Sacred Luminance, human monarch Xianxia, and the Queen of Eternity. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. His heart was in turmoil. There were 3 human kings in total, and one of them was a woman, the ancient queen. The identity of the sovereign personage's corporeal body was obvious. Human King Xianxia, obviously, the body was left behind by human King Xianxia. Human King Xianxia was the first human king of the human race. He was born in the era of the Great War between the shamans and the demons. Human King Xianxia rose against the heavens, and took advantage of the fact that the shamans and demons were greatly weakened to lead the human race to rise again, and became the 3rd strongest race after the shamans and demons. It was under the protection of human King Xianxia that the human clan could develop peacefully. Their overall strength continued to grow, and they laid a solid foundation for dominating the world. When the Great War of the Witch and Demon clan ended, the human clan had become a powerful force that was not weaker than the Witch and Demon clan. Later, human King Xianxia used his own essence and blood as the foundation to draw 9 Sacred Luminance Scrolls. The Sacred Luminance Scrolls contain the essence and will of human King Xianxia, which is very useful for the human clan. As long as the human clan is close to the Sacred Luminance Scrolls, they can use the essence and will of human King Xianxia to train their spirit and will. They can also refine their bloodline and improve their talent and potential. Legend has it that human King Xianxia and the ancient queen both cultivated under the Sacred Luminance Scrolls and obtained great benefits. They laid a solid foundation for their future path of invincibility. It can be said that the human clan was able to dominate the untainted land because of the sacred luminance scrolls. Han Yu explained in detail. They are really enlightening. They are the kings of the human clan. Lu Ming sighed. He was full of admiration. You're right. The three human kings have made unparalleled contributions to the human race. Without the three human kings, the human race wouldn't be prosperous. Unfortunately, after the war, the other sacred luminance scrolls disappeared. Fortunately, the Azure Divine Realm kept one. It is really a blessing in disguise. Han Yu said. Lu Ming did not ask any more questions. He just observed. The sacred luminance scroll floated above the center of the lake, scattering faint light. On the lake, there were many figures sitting cross-legged on the surface of the lake. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. The distance between these people and the sacred luminance holy scroll varied from one to the other. Some people were closer to the sacred luminance, while some were further away from it. The closer one is to the sacred luminance saint scroll, the greater the effect will be. However, the sacred luminance saint scroll is drawn with the blood essence of a human king. Not only does it contain the heavenly might of a human king, it also contains the spiritual suppression of a human king. Therefore, it's extremely difficult to get close to the sacred luminance saint scroll. Only those with a strong will and powerful bloodline can get close to the sacred luminance saint scroll. Fearing that Lu Ming might not understand, Han Yu explained. Lu Ming understood that the higher one's bloodline was, the more talented they were, the closer they would be to the sacred luminance holy scroll. Lu Ming found that there were only a few people who were closest to the sacred luminance. These people were all about 100 miles away from the sacred luminance. The others were even further away. However, these people were all covered in a layer of blood-red light. The blood-red light fluctuated and emitted a powerful aura. Every one of them had a very powerful human bloodline, which was far above Lu Ming's. Haha, Lu Ming, you also came to the sacred luminance saint scroll. Why? Do you want to use the sacred luminance saint scroll to improve your bloodline? At this moment, an unpleasant voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately knew that it was Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang came with a few other young people and stood not far away from Lu Ming. Everyone, this is Lu Ming. He's the one with the inferior bloodline that I mentioned. You haven't seen him before, right? It's a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. Lu Weiyang said to the other young people with a mocking look. Lu Ming frowned slightly. If he hadn't just arrived and if this wasn't the Azure Divine Realm, he would have suppressed Lu Weiyang with a slap. Lu Weiyang saw that Lu Ming didn't say anything and thought that Lu Ming was afraid. After all, this was the Firmament Divine Realm. Even a powerful dragon couldn't defeat a snake in its own territory. Thinking of this, Lu Weiyang became even more proud. Inferior bloodline should accept your fate. It's ridiculous that you want to improve your bloodline and change your fate with the sacred luminance saint scroll. Who do you think you are? Human King Xianyuan? Lu Weiyang mocked even more unscrupulously. Legend had it that human King Xianyuan originally had an inferior bloodline. Finally, under the sacred luminance saint scroll, he changed his fate and became invincible. However, over the years, how many people with inferior bloodline could achieve this? There were only a few people, and only one of them could achieve what human King Xianyuan did. Lu Weiyang, can you stop talking? Han Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted and continued, even if you can't achieve what human King Xianyuan did, you can still purify your bloodline and improve your talent. It's also very helpful for your future cultivation. Oh, then I'd like to see how far he can go. If he can walk 1,000 meters, Lu Weiyang sneered. You'll what? Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang with a faint smile. 10,000 meters. If you can walk 10,000 meters, I'll admit your identity as a human. Lu Weiyang said. Why do I need you to admit my identity? That's ridiculous. How about this, if I can walk 10,000 meters, you can swallow that pile of mud. Lu Ming pointed to a pile of mud by the lake. That pile of mud was the size of a water tank. Lu Weiyang's eyelids twitched. Thinking of Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But when he thought of Lu Ming's inferior bloodline, his courage was boosted. It was extremely difficult for an inferior bloodline to walk 1,000 meters, let alone 10,000 meters. Since the birth of the sacred luminance Saint Scroll, countless inferior bloodline people had tried to change their fate through the sacred luminance Saint Scroll. But there were very few who could walk 100 meters on their first try, let alone 10,000 meters. The number of inferior bloodline people who could walk 10,000 meters on their first try could be counted on one hand. Each of these people later became a top expert of the human race, and the strongest among them was human King Xianxia. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could compare with these people. What? You don't have the guts to bet? Then shut up when you see me in the future. Lu Ming snorted coldly. A murderous aura emanated from him. Lu Weiyang shuddered and shivered in fear. Lu Ming had experienced many storms and killed many strong enemies along the way. His murderous aura was astonishingly strong. How could Lu Weiyang compare to him? When Lu Weiyang came to his senses, he felt humiliated and immediately became furious. Okay, let's bet. If you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and become my slave from then on. It's a deal. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. On the side, Han Yu hurriedly persuaded Lu Ming. Her big eyes were full of worry. She also didn't think that Lu Ming could walk 10,000 meters on his first try. That was too difficult. After all, Lu Ming was Han Yu's savior. Han Yu was really worried about him. Once Lu Ming lost and became Lu Weiyang's servant, he would really be finished. He would be doomed eternally. Lu Weiyang, I want you to cancel this bet. Han Yu said to Lu Weiyang after speaking to Lu Ming. The bet has already been set. How can I cancel it so easily? No. Lu Weiyang refused directly. At this moment, he was ecstatic. How could he cancel it? Once Lu Ming lost, he would become his servant. Not only would he be able to vent his anger, but he would also be able to take the top-grade source-level divine medicine that Lu Ming obtained from Zhu Shi. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong. If he could become his servant, he would be able to let Lu Ming take the lead when he went out for adventures in the future. How cool would that be? In short, there were many benefits. How could he cancel it? Absolutely not. Lu Weiyang, don't go too far. If you don't cancel it, I will tell everyone what you did before and let everyone know. Han Yu said fiercely. Han Yu, Lu Weiyang's face darkened. He naturally knew what Han Yu was going to say. Of course, it was about how he gave the divine medicine to Zhu Shi and betrayed Han Yu and the others to save his life. Once this matter was exposed, Lu Weiyang's reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment. Han Yu, it's okay. Since he wants to gamble, let's gamble. Lu Ming said. But, Lu Ming, Han Yu was very worried. Han Yu, since Lu Ming wants to gamble, don't meddle in other people's business. Lu Weiyang hurriedly seized the opportunity. He was ecstatic. Lu Ming insisted on gambling. He was really reckless. An inferior bloodline was indeed inferior. He didn't know the mystery of the sacred luminance's holy scroll at all. He thought that he was invincible just because he had some strength. Was his confidence inflated? Today, he would let him know what a vicious beating was. Alright, it's settled then. Lu Ming waved his hand. Although Han Yu was anxious, she didn't say anything when she saw how determined Lu Ming was. Lu Ming had his reasons for being so confident. Although his human bloodline was indeed very low, and he wasn't sure how far he could go with just the power of his bloodline. His confidence came from the taboo power. He now knew that the taboo power was the power of the universe. What was the power of the universe? It was related to the entire universe and was the core power of the universe. No matter how strong the human bloodline was, it was still born from the universe. How could it compare to the power of the universe? He didn't believe that he couldn't even walk 10,000 meters with his taboo body. The people at the front were at least 1,000,000 meters away. Even if it was his first time walking less than 1,000,000 meters, he was still very confident that he could walk 10,000 meters. Then let's begin. Lu Weiyang said. He could not wait any longer. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stepped out and landed on the surface of the lake. The lakeside and the lake seemed to be two completely different worlds. When Lu Ming stepped on the lake, a powerful force pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the sacred luminance holy scroll in the middle of the lake also changed dramatically in Lu Ming's eyes. Originally, the sacred luminance holy scroll looked like a painting, but at this moment, the painting disappeared and was replaced by a figure. The figure of human King Xianxia. He saw human King Xianxia with his hands behind his back, standing in the void. His figure was majestic and indomitable, exuding a vast aura. That kind of aura was so vast that it made people have the urge to kneel down. In particular, there was a special force acting on his body, seeping into his body and making his blood boil. Is this the power of a human king? Maybe this power can really transform my bloodline? Lu Ming sensed carefully. However, he didn't plan to purify his bloodline for the time being. He would walk forward first. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming stepped on the surface of the lake and moved forward quickly. Very soon, he had walked 100 meters forward. As he moved forward, the power emitted by human King Xianxia became stronger and stronger. That kind of pressure was not only on the body, but also on the will. However, Lu Ming's willpower was so strong that this test was nothing to him. Seeing Lu Ming walk 100 meters, Lu Weiyang's expression didn't change. Because this was what he expected. With Lu Ming's strength, even if his bloodline level was low, his willpower wouldn't be weak. He would be surprised if he couldn't walk 100 meters. However, the difference between 100 meters and 10,000 meters was like heaven and earth. Later on, it wasn't just willpower that could be relied on. The power of the bloodline was crucial. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 600 meters, soon, Lu Ming walked 1,000 meters forward. Han Yu looked surprised, but Lu Weiyang's face darkened. Lu Ming could walk 1,000 meters, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. At first, he wanted to bet 1,000 meters with Lu Ming. Fortunately, it was changed to 10,000 meters later. However, he's almost at the end. Look at him, his body is already trembling and his blood is boiling. His bloodline has reached its limit and he can't hold on any longer. Lu Weiyang sneered. His heart, which had been in his throat, was now completely at ease. Han Yu's face turned even uglier. She had already begun to think about how to prevent Lu Ming from becoming Lu Weiyang's slave after he lost. Lu Ming saved her life and she had to repay him. She definitely couldn't let her savior become Lu Weiyang's slave. At this time, Lu Ming's body was indeed trembling. He was indeed reaching his limit. It wasn't that his willpower couldn't hold on, but his body, or to be precise, his bloodline. At this point, Lu Ming did not use any taboo power. He merely relied on his body to walk. He wanted to see how far he could go with the power of his human bloodline alone. Sure enough, he was far from being comparable to other humans. Hold on a little longer. Let's see how far I can go in the end. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to move forward, but his speed was getting slower and slower. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Lu Ming was about to reach his limit. Ha ha ha, it's not bad to get a slave. Lu Weiyang laughed, as if he was sure to win. Lu Weiyang, can you let Lu Ming go and not make him a slave? Han Yu gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Weiyang with a pleading look. Han Yu, are you begging me? Unfortunately, I won't agree. Lu Weiyang refused proudly. Lu Weiyang, don't go too far. If you go too far, I'll tell everyone what you did before. Han Yu said. Humph, Han Yu, you're threatening me with this matter again. But compared to Lu Ming becoming a slave, I'll still benefit even if you tell them. Before I made the bet with Lu Ming, I was already mentally prepared, Lu Weiyang said coldly. If Han Yu told everyone that he had handed over the divine herb and escaped alone, his reputation would be tarnished at most. But if he could get an expert like Lu Ming as a slave, he would still benefit. With Lu Ming as his servant, he could send Lu Ming to some dangerous places to obtain more resources for him and increase his combat strength. As long as his strength increased, it didn't matter if his reputation was tarnished. Who would dare to criticize him in front of his face? In this world, strength determined everything. As long as one had strength, there would naturally be people trying to curry favor with him. A little reputation was nothing. Therefore, even if Han Yu threatened him with his cowardice, Lu Weiyang would not back down. He was determined to get hold of Lu Ming. Han Yu's face darkened. She didn't expect Lu Weiyang to not care about his reputation. Apart from threatening Lu Weiyang with this matter, there was no other way to make Lu Weiyang change his mind. Han Yu, if you want me to change my mind, I can let Lu Ming go. But if you agree to marry me as my concubine, I will agree. All of a sudden, Lu Weiyang changed the topic of conversation. His fiery eyes were fixed on Han Yu, sizing him up. He had been coveting Han Yu for a long time. If he could use Lu Ming's matter to get Han Yu, it would be a good thing. You, don't even think about it, Han Yu glared at Lu Weiyang. She didn't expect Lu Weiyang to be so despicable as to take advantage of her misfortune. Lu Weiyang already had a wife. How could he want to marry her as his concubine? It was simply wishful thinking. She would never agree. If you don't agree, then forget it. Just watch Lu Ming become my servant. Lu Weiyang sneered. Han Yu bit her lips. She was full of worry, but there was nothing she could do. At this time, Lu Ming had moved a little further. He had already reached 1,500 meters. But after reaching this point, Lu Ming's body trembled even more violently. His body was constantly emitting red blood qi, which meant that he was about to reach his limit. Lu Ming, why are you so impulsive to bet with Lu Weiyang? I can't help you now, Han Yu sighed. She had tried her best, but there was nothing she could do. Congratulations, Brother Lu. You have gained a powerful servant, Brother Lu. Today is a joyous occasion. You must treat us. The several young men who came with Lu Weiyang had already congratulated him in advance. Ha, today at the Drunken Immortal Inn, it's my treat. We won't leave until we're drunk. Lu Weiyang laughed as if he had already won. Lu Weiyang wasn't the only one who thought that Lu Weiyang was going to win. Lu Ming had already reached his limit, but he had only walked 1,500 meters. The distance of 10,000 meters was just too far. Even if there was a miracle, it was impossible to reach 10,000 meters. Look, that Lu Ming has stopped. It looks like he's about to admit defeat. A young man pointed at Lu Ming and said. Lu Weiyang was even more pleased with himself. Han Yu sighed deeply. It seemed that there would be no miracles. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. This was because Lu Ming, who had been standing there motionlessly, suddenly moved and dashed forward. Yes, he was running, not walking slowly. He was even faster than before. Lu Ming stepped on the surface of the lake and moved forward rapidly like an arrow. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had already crossed thousands of meters. Moreover, he didn't have the slightest intention to stop, nor did he have the slightest intention to slow down. He was still moving forward rapidly. 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters, in the blink of an eye, he was already 10,000 meters away. Han Yu was stunned. Lu Weiyang was stunned. The other young men were also stunned, seeing that Lu Ming was about to cross 10,000 meters. Lu Weiyang suddenly screamed, "How is this possible? How is this possible? This is impossible." Just as he was screaming, Lu Ming successfully crossed the distance of 10,000 meters, but he didn't have the slightest intention to stop. He was still moving forward rapidly. Lu Weiyang's face was flushed. His mouth was open and his throat seemed to be stuck by a dead mouse. It was ugly and disgusting. Didn't Lu Ming stop? When he was about 1,500 meters away, Lu Ming had clearly reached his limit. They couldn't be wrong. At that time, Lu Ming had definitely reached his limit. But why did Lu Ming suddenly rush forward like a madman? What was going on? They couldn't figure it out. They were right. When he was 1,500 meters away, Lu Ming had indeed reached his limit with the help of the human race's bloodline power. But Lu Ming still had the forbidden power. As soon as Lu Ming ran the forbidden power, he suddenly found that the pressure of the sacred luminance scroll on his body disappeared. Without a trace. He didn't feel the slightest pressure. That was why his speed could soar and he rushed forward quickly. And this was because he suppressed his speed. Otherwise, he would be faster. The forbidden power is really mysterious. The sacred luminance scroll doesn't put pressure on my body and bloodline, but it still puts pressure on my willpower. Lu Ming's mind raced. The pressure of the sacred luminance scroll on his body was isolated by the forbidden power, but it didn't isolate his willpower. However, Lu Ming's willpower was so strong that at first, tens of thousands of meters or even hundreds of thousands of meters didn't affect him much. But in this way, the purification effect of the sacred luminance scroll on Lu Ming's bloodline also disappeared. His bloodline couldn't be purified. But it was Lu Ming's first time here. His current goal was to see how far he could go under the influence of the forbidden power and where his limit was. He would purify his bloodline later. After Lu Ming broke through 10,000 meters, he didn't slow down at all. He was still very fast. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters. After a while, Lu Ming walked a distance of 500,000 meters. The distance between him and the sacred luminance scroll was getting closer and closer. This speed alarmed some of the people who were cultivating nearby. Many people opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming, who was moving forward at high speed, in shock. There were many people in the Azure Divine Realm who could walk a distance of 500,000 meters. However, there were very few people who could maintain such a speed after 50 meters. At the lakeside, Han Yu, Lu Weiyang and the others were completely petrified. Especially Lu Weiyang, his face was very ugly. The suppression of willpower here is getting stronger and stronger. When he walked out 600,000 meters, Lu Ming's speed finally began to slow down. His body didn't feel any pressure, but the pressure on his willpower was getting stronger and stronger. How powerful was the sacred luminance human king? The sacred luminance scroll he created contained the will of the sacred luminance and his Tao. It was like a brilliant heavenly power, supreme and supreme. People couldn't help but want to kneel down and be convinced. They couldn't raise the slightest thought of resistance. Once that happened, it meant that he had reached his limit. However, although Lu Ming felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, it hadn't reached his limit yet. It just slowed down Lu Ming's speed a little. Lu Ming was still moving forward. 700,000 meters, 800,000 meters, 900,000 meters. In the end, under everyone's shocked eyes, he rushed over 1,000,000 meters. Lu Ming rushed over 1,000,000 meters. This was the limit, because this place was already very close to the sacred luminance holy scroll. Only a few people were able to reach this place. However, Lu Ming had not reached his limit yet. Lu Ming only needed to bear the mental pressure, which was incomparable to others. However, Lu Ming himself did not want to go forward. If he went forward, he would attract too much attention. In fact, he was already very eye-catching here, but at least there were others who came here. Lu Ming did not stop. He turned around and headed back. He walked back at a faster speed. Soon, he was back at the lakeside. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Weiyang finally came to his senses and wanted to find a chance to slip away. But how could Lu Ming let him go easily? Lu Ming took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Weiyang. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Lu Weiyang said in a flattering tone. What do I want to do? You know the answer. Lu Ming sneered and pointed to a pool of mud on the lakeside, saying, fulfill the bet and swallow that pool of mud. Lu Weiyang's face turned pale and he shouted, Lu Ming, don't push your luck. That bet was just a casual remark. It was just a casual remark. There are witnesses here. Miss Han Yu, don't you think so? Lu Ming looked at Han Yu and said. Lu Weiyang obviously wanted to go back on his word, but how could Lu Ming let Lu Weiyang go so easily? Well, you did have this bet, but... Han Yu stammered. Lu Ming could see that Han Yu seemed to be a little afraid of Lu Weiyang. So Lu Ming directly said, that's enough. Lu Weiyang, hurry up. As he spoke, Lu Ming's powerful aura pressed down on Lu Weiyang, making Lu Weiyang involuntarily take a few steps back. At this time, many human experts who were cultivating here gathered around curiously and looked at Lu Ming and Lu Weiyang as if they were watching a show. Lu Weiyang, since you've made the bet, then swallow it. That's right. A real man must admit defeat. Those who were watching the show started to make a fuss. Lu Weiyang's face became even uglier and almost twisted. He shouted, Lu Ming, do you really think you've won? You're cheating. Yes, you're cheating. You're just an inferior bloodline. How can you reach a distance of 1,000,000 meters? The more he said, the brighter Lu Weiyang's eyes became. The more he said, the more he felt that Lu Ming was cheating. You clearly reached your limit at 1,500 meters, but then you suddenly broke out. I don't believe that you're not cheating. So, I won this bet. Lu Ming, you're going to be my slave. Lu Weiyang continued to shout. Lu Ming was almost amused. Lu Weiyang was really despicable. He wanted to confuse right and wrong. Are you going to eat or not? If you don't, then I'll have to invite you to eat. Lu Ming sneered and then grabbed at Lu Weiyang. Lu Ming, how dare you, Lu Weiyang shouted hysterically. Of course, he would not surrender. He resisted with all his strength and frantically retreated. Stop. How dare you? The few young men who came with Lu Weiyang also shouted and helped Lu Weiyang. They attacked one after another, trying to stop Lu Ming. However, the combat strength of these people was far inferior to Lu Ming. Lu Weiyang himself was only a 9th-level divine master. The others were not even as strong as Lu Weiyang. How could they stop Lu Ming? Lu Ming's big hand pressed down and the attacks of these people collapsed. The next moment, Lu Ming grabbed Lu Weiyang with his big hand. Lu Ming roared and grabbed Lu Weiyang, only exposing Lu Weiyang's head. Then, he grabbed Lu Weiyang and pressed him into the pool of mud. Lu Ming, how dare you? Do you know who my grandfather is? Gulp. Gulp. Lu Weiyang shouted and wanted to use his grandfather to scare Lu Ming. Unfortunately, before he could finish, his head was pressed into the mud. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of mud. He did not know what the mud was made of. It was extremely smelly. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Lu Weiyang almost vomited. Lu Ming raised his hand and pulled Lu Weiyang's head out of the mud. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die. I want you to die. Lu Weiyang completely lost it and roared crazily. He was sure that the mud was no different from the mud in a cesspit. It was too smelly. He actually ate such a thing. He was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Oh my God, this is a great humiliation. But before he could finish, Lu Ming pressed his head into the mud again. Lu Weiyang's mouth was screaming. Soon, he opened it and poured a few mouthfuls of mud into his mouth. Lu Weiyang struggled madly as if he was having convulsions, his whole body twitching non-stop. But in the hands of Lu Ming, he was like an ant. His struggle was useless. Han Yu was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was quite easy to talk to, but she did not expect him to be so ruthless. For Lu Ming, this was even worse than killing Lu Weiyang. Not only her, the onlookers around were also a little stunned. Lu Ming, do you know who Lu Weiyang's grandfather is? His grandfather is a powerful origin. His grandfather will not let you go if you treat Lu Weiyang like this. A young man roared. A powerful origin? Well, let him wake up and deal with me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was the great tribulation of the origin. Lu Ming was very scared to threaten him with an origin. As for the great tribulation of the origin, there were still hundreds of years to go. Those few young men had nothing to say. Lu Ming was simply impervious to all of them. At this time, Lu Ming pulled Lu Weiyang out of the mud again. Lu Ming, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong, Lu Weiyang shouted. This time, he did not dare to be arrogant. Instead, he admitted his mistake. Since threats were useless, he would admit his mistake for the time being. He had to calm Lu Ming down first. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to him at all. He continued to press Lu Weiyang into the mud. Lu Weiyang's body continued to convulse. During this period, Lu Ming pushed the mud into Lu Weiyang's mouth with his forbidden power. All of it was swallowed by Lu Weiyang. After a while, the pile of mud was almost completely eaten by Lu Weiyang. Then, Lu Ming threw Lu Weiyang onto the lakeside. *blurg, Lu Weiyang lay there and vomited wildly. He was about to vomit bile. Lu Ming stood there and watched quietly. After vomiting for half an hour, Lu Weiyang finally stopped. His face was pale and his face was distorted beyond recognition. He glanced at Lu Ming with hatred, then turned around and left without looking back. The other young men hurriedly followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Weiyang is a narrow-minded person. He has suffered a great loss this time. I'm afraid he will not let it go. You have to be careful, Han Yu said worriedly. Lu Ming didn't care about Han Yu's reminder. So what if Lu Weiyang had a grudge against him? In this era where origin power didn't appear, he was almost invincible. He didn't fear anyone. Han Yu's worry was actually not wrong. Lu Weiyang's resentment towards Lu Ming was simply overwhelming. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn bastard, damn inferior bloodline. After flying far away, Lu Weiyang kept growling. His face was twisted with resentment and looked terrifying. Brother Lu, this Lu Ming is very strong. With our strength, I'm afraid we're no match for him. We need to kill him with a borrowed knife, a young man next to him reminded. Previously, when facing Lu Ming, they couldn't fight back at all. They knew very well that the gap between them and Lu Ming was huge. Of course I know this. But how can we kill him with a borrowed knife? Do you have any ideas? Lu Weiyang asked. Brother Lu, if you want to get someone else to do your dirty work, you have to figure out one thing first. Why is Lu Ming able to walk a distance of 1,000,000 meters under the Holy Luminance Scroll? Previously, he clearly reached his limit when he walked 1,500 meters. A young man next to him spoke. He looked very shrewd. You're right. Lu Ming only has an inferior bloodline. It's already rare for him to be able to walk 1,500 meters. How can he walk a distance of 1,000,000 meters? Could it be? At this point, Lu Weiyang's eyes flickered. He exchanged a look with the shrewd young man and the two of them said in unison, treasure. Yes, it's a treasure. Lu Weiyang said excitedly, this Lu Ming must have some kind of peerless treasure on him. It might even be related to a human king. He must have used that treasure to offset the pressure of the sacred luminance holy scroll. Yes, it must be so. The more he said, the more Lu Weiyang felt that this was the case. He guessed that Lu Ming hadn't used that treasure at the start, and had only used his bloodline power to resist. That was why he had reached his limit at 1,500 meters. Then he had activated that treasure, which had caused his speed to explosively increase. He had continued to advance for 1,000,000 meters. Lu Weiyang and the others were not fools. In fact, their guesses were not far from the truth. However, what Lu Ming used was not a treasure, but his own strength, a taboo strength. This was something they would never have guessed even if they were beaten to death. That's right, that's it. This kind of treasure is absolutely heaven-defying. If it falls into our hands, I'm afraid our bloodline will continue to transform, and our talent and potential will continue to increase. In the future, it will be easy for us to break through the extreme boundary. We might even be able to break through the extreme boundary twice or thrice. The eyes of Lu Weiyang and the others were also burning with greed. At this moment, they were certain that Lu Ming must have some kind of heaven-defying treasure on him, and they wanted to seize it for themselves. But how? With their strength, it was simply not enough. Thinking of this, it was like a basin of cold water poured on their hearts. Even if Lu Ming had a treasure, they couldn't get it. Brother Lu, we can only kill him with a borrowed knife. We can use other people's hands to deal with Lu Ming and seize his treasure. Perhaps, we can also benefit from that treasure and use it to cultivate. The shrewd young man said. That's the only way. Who should we use? Lu Weiyang whispered. Brother Lu, what do you think of Lu Ming's combat strength? Is he at the second extreme boundary? The shrewd young man asked. It shouldn't be the second extreme boundary. When he fought with Xianxia, he didn't kill him instantly. Instead, it took him several moves. If he is an expert at the second extreme boundary, I'm afraid he can kill Xianxia in one move. I guess Lu Ming's combat strength should be at the limit of the first extreme boundary. He should be at the top of the first extreme boundary. Lu Weiyang said. In that case, let's use Yancheng to deal with Lu Ming. Yancheng's combat strength is at the second extreme boundary. He has always wanted to break through to the third extreme boundary, but his talent and potential have reached the limit. If we let him know that there is such a treasure, he will definitely be tempted. The shrewd young man said. Then let's use Yancheng. We just need to leak this news to Yancheng. Lu Weiyang said and immediately went to Yancheng's residence. Lu Ming was still at the lakeside where the Holy Luminance Holy Scroll was. He didn't leave. He planned to use the Holy Luminance Holy Scroll to purify his bloodline. He didn't run the forbidden power. He just resisted it with his body. He walked more than 1,000 meters away and sat cross-legged on the lake. The powerful pressure of the Holy Luminance Holy Scroll was constantly exerting on him. He was covered by a layer of blood. He could feel that his human bloodline was slowly transforming. At some point, a young man appeared at the lakeside. His cold eyes fell on Lu Ming. This person was called Xianxia. However, there were too many people here. He couldn't do anything at all. He could only secretly observe from afar and look for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 10 days later, Lu Ming left the lake. "Brother Lu, why don't you continue to cultivate?" Han Yu asked curiously. "Cultivating for 10 days is slow. I'd better cultivate another day." Lu Ming smiled. Of course, this was just an excuse. In fact, his progress wasn't slow. In these 10 days, his human bloodline had indeed transformed and become purer. However, Lu Ming found that the improvement of his human bloodline didn't help improve his combat strength at all. His combat strength didn't improve at all. Lu Ming already knew that the purification of the human bloodline wouldn't improve their combat strength. It would improve their talent and potential. However, as a forbidden body, his talent and potential were so strong that he didn't need to purify his bloodline at all. He was confident that his talent and potential were definitely not worse than the top geniuses of the human race. Was there anyone in the Xianxia divine realm who had broken through 4 times? Therefore, instead of wasting time purifying his bloodline, it was better to spend more time comprehending Genesis techniques. Lu Ming and Han Yu returned to their residence together. Seeing that Lu Ming and Han Yu were walking together, Xianxia could only follow from afar. He didn't have a chance to attack. The current era was no longer the previous era where the human race ruled the world. The human race was now very few in number. They were facing pressure from the creatures of the 5 forbidden lands. Therefore, the human race had to be united. Although there was no prohibition against fighting among the human race, it was absolutely forbidden to kill and steal treasures among members of the same race. If such a thing was discovered, they would definitely be punished severely. Therefore, if they wanted to kill and steal treasures, they had to do it secretly. When Lu Ming returned to his residence, Xianxia also appeared not far away. He still didn't attack. Lu Ming wasn't the only one living nearby. Han Yu and a few others also lived nearby. If he attacked, others would definitely be alerted. He continued to stand guard outside and waited. He heard from Lu Weiyang that Lu Ming might have a treasure that could allow Lu Ming to walk 1,000,000 meters with the help of the sacred luminance scroll. He was very tempted. Once he obtained such a treasure, he would definitely be able to break through his limit and break through 3 times. Xianxia stood guard outside Lu Ming's residence, waiting for Lu Ming to leave so that he could find an opportunity to attack. This wait lasted for half a year. Lu Ming had not taken a single step out of his room during this half a year. He had been in secluded cultivation to comprehend Genesis techniques. While comprehending Genesis techniques, he also waited for news from Mulan's. Secluded cultivation for half a year was all too common, but waiting outside for half a year was not pleasant at all. Damn it, how long do I have to wait? If he goes into secluded cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even longer, do I have to wait here? Xianxia roared in his heart. It was all too common for divine masters to go into secluded cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. This was especially true for peak divine masters. It was normal for them to go into secluded cultivation for longer periods of time in order to attack the origin source. No, I can't just wait. I need to change my strategy. Xianxia muttered as his mind rapidly turned. After a while, his eyes brightened as he made a decision. He stepped forward and arrived outside Lu Ming's courtyard as his voice rang out, "I am Xianxia. I have come to pay my respects." In the courtyard, Lu Ming opened his eyes when he heard the voice. Xianxia? I've never heard of him. I don't think it's anything good for him to suddenly come looking for me. Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, he was bold and fearless as he loudly said, "Please come in." With a wave of his hand, the door to the courtyard swung open. Yanqing walked in and saw Lu Ming standing in the middle of the courtyard. "Brother Lu." Yanqing sized up Lu Ming for a moment before cupping his fists together. "Brother Yan, we have never met before. May I know why you've come looking for me?" Lu Ming asked. "I've heard that Brother Lu's battle power is extremely high, and I'm itching to spar with Brother Lu. I hope Brother Lu can give me some pointers." Yanqing cupped his fists together as he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. His battle intent was overwhelming, as if he had to fight no matter what. As expected, it's nothing good. Lu Ming thought to himself. Since Brother Yan is in the mood, let's have a spar. Lu Ming immediately agreed. He knew that Yanqing definitely had a motive for coming here. He would definitely not let the matter rest. Even if he refused, Yanqing would probably find another reason to attack. Thus, he might as well directly agree and suppress the other party. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Yanqing was overjoyed and said, "Brother Lu, a simple spar is too boring. How about we add some stakes?" Here it comes. Lu Ming knew that Yanqing was about to reveal his true purpose. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. In his opinion, the other party was here to give him something. "What prize?" Lu Ming asked cooperatively. "I heard that Brother Lu has a treasure that can help you walk 1,000,000 meters under the sacred luminance scroll. Let's use this treasure as the wager. If Brother Lu loses, you have to lend this treasure to me for 100 years. What do you think?" Yanqing said. He didn't say that if Lu Ming lost, the treasure would belong to him. Instead, he said that he would borrow it for 100 years. He was afraid that if he directly said that it belonged to him, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to take the gamble. When the treasure was in his hands, it would be up to him whether he would return it or not. "Treasure? So you think I can walk 1,000,000 meters under the sacred luminance scroll because of a treasure?" Lu Ming was a little amused. "Lu Weiyang, it seems that you want to kill me with a borrowed knife." Lu Ming immediately realized that this matter most likely had something to do with Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang thought that Lu Ming relied on some kind of treasure to walk 1,000,000 meters under the sacred luminance scroll. However, his own strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's, so he wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. He leaked the news to Yanqing and wanted to use Yanqing to deal with him. It made perfect sense. "Okay, I agree. But if you lose, what will you use as the wager?" Lu Ming said. "I will use this source-level magic weapon as the wager. If I lose, this source-level magic weapon will be yours." As he spoke, a battle sword appeared in Yanqing's hand. The battle sword was extremely sharp. It was indeed a source-level magic weapon. "Okay, it's a deal," Lu Ming said. Although this battle sword was not a top-level source-level magic weapon and was just an ordinary source-level magic weapon, an ordinary source-level magic weapon was still very precious. In Heaven Destroyer, more than half of the origin energy did not have a source-level magic weapon. The more source-level magic weapons, the better. Since the other party wanted to give him a source-level magic weapon, there was no reason to refuse. He agreed so readily? Seeing that Lu Ming agreed so readily, Yanqing felt a little uncertain in his heart. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely powerful, so he was so confident? It shouldn't be. I'm a 2-time source-breaking expert. In the universe, how many people can break through twice? He probably doesn't know my combat strength, so he's so confident. Yanqing's mind raced as he tried to persuade himself. "Brother Lu, please." Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Yanqing exuded a powerful aura. A vast aura was emitted from Yanqing's body. This aura made Lu Ming feel a little pressured. It did not come from the other party's combat strength, but from the other party's bloodline. Yanqing's human bloodline was extremely powerful and pure. It was like an ordinary divine dragon facing a 9-clawed dragon. Just the aura of the 9-clawed dragon alone was enough to make an ordinary divine dragon not dare to attack and bow down obediently. Yanqing knew that Lu Ming had an inferior bloodline, so when he attacked, he surged his blood essence and emitted a powerful aura. Under the aura of the bloodline, he could only use 60% of his strength. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming used a little taboo energy, and the aura disappeared without a trace. Then, Lu Ming directly attacked. With the taboo energy, he condensed a long spear and smashed it towards the other party. The spear light buzzed and carried a terrifying power. And the power was very condensed and did not dissipate. The terrifying power was completely concentrated in one place. Xianxia's face changed drastically. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, he could feel the terrifying power contained in the spear light. Without hesitation, he exploded with all his strength and used his strongest move to attack Lu Ming's spear light. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. There was no violent explosion, nor was there any wanton force. Because Lu Ming's spear light had instantly defeated Xianxia's attack, and the terrifying power fell on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body trembled violently, and he retreated a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. However, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I've lost, Xianxia's face was pale. He was defeated in just one move. He was defeated by Lu Ming as easily as breaking dead weeds and smashing rotten wood. Lu Ming's combat strength was clearly far above his. It was a complete suppression. Could it be that this person has the combat strength of a thrice extreme break? How can an inferior bloodline have such a strong combat strength? Xianxia was horrified. To be able to defeat him with such a crushing momentum without causing the slightest commotion, it was absolutely impossible for someone who had broken through the extreme break twice. Only a thrice extreme break could do it. In fact, he did not know that Lu Ming had not used his full strength at all and had shown mercy. If Lu Ming had used his full strength, Xianxia would not have just been injured. Instead, he would have likely been killed. Lu Ming had only used a portion of his strength, but it was already enough to make Xianxia so terrified. Do you still want to continue? Lu Ming did not continue as he icily asked. Lu Weiyang has misled me. Xianxia roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. In the end, he squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Brother Lu is truly a rare genius. Xianxia wholeheartedly accepts his defeat. What else could he do but admit defeat? After exchanging blows with Lu Ming earlier, he understood that the gap between him and Lu Ming was too great. If he continued, he would only be looking for a beating. How could he possibly dare to continue? Oh, if that's the case, then that source-grade weapon is mine. Lu Ming's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Xianxia, his powerful aura completely locking onto Xianxia. Xianxia really did not want to hand it over, but from Lu Ming's attitude, it would not be so easy for him to walk out of this courtyard if he did not hand it over. His expression grew increasingly ugly as he struggled in his heart. In the end, he decided to admit defeat and took out the source-level divine weapon and handed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, many thanks. Lu Ming grinned as he received it, but Xianxia's heart was dripping blood. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Goodbye. Xianxia cupped his fists together and quickly left. He hated Lu Weiyang to the bone. If not for Lu Weiyang, would he have lost an origin-grade weapon? After Xianxia left, Lu Ming continued his secluded cultivation to comprehend his genesis techniques. Lu Weiyang's residence. Xianxia has already entered Lu Ming's courtyard. Looks like there will be a result soon. Lu Weiyang was all smiles. He could already see Lu Ming being killed. Even if he was not killed, he would be beaten to a pulp. In the vicinity of Lu Ming's residence, he naturally sent people to secretly monitor it. Not long ago, they sent back news that Xianxia had entered Lu Ming's residence. He was now waiting for good news. As he spoke, he received a message from the voice transmission Jade Talisman. So fast? Lu Weiyang knew at a glance that it was sent by the people who were monitoring Lu Ming's residence. He was slightly surprised when he saw the content of the message. What did he say? The shrewd young man asked. According to the news, Xianxia has already left Lu Ming's residence and returned to his own residence. Lu Weiyang said. So fast? It seems that Lu Ming only has the power of a first-stage extreme breaker. He's not Xianxia's opponent at all, so he was suppressed so quickly. It seems Xianxia has already succeeded. The shrewd young man analyzed. Let's go. We'll look for Xianxia and find out more about the situation. If possible, we'll be able to get some benefits, Lu Weiyang said. If Xianxia really managed to get his hands on Lu Ming's treasure, they wanted it too. Perhaps they could borrow it from Xianxia for a period of time. Thinking of this, their hearts were burning with eagerness. They rushed to Yancheng's residence impatiently. When Yancheng returned to his residence, he swallowed a few divine pills, sat cross-legged, and healed his injuries. Not long after he healed, he heard a voice coming from outside. "Brother Yan, are you here? Lu Weiyang wants to see you." Yancheng abruptly opened his eyes, flames of fury burning within them. He hadn't gone to find trouble with Lu Weiyang yet, but Lu Weiyang came to find him. How dare he? If it weren't for Lu Weiyang's grandfather, he would have killed his way to Lu Weiyang's place. However, there were only a few hundred years before the Origin Tribulation. At that time, Lu Weiyang's grandfather would wake up. He knew very well that Lu Weiyang's grandfather was very powerful. Even in the Origin, he was considered a powerful expert. Yancheng didn't have any backing, so he didn't dare to offend Lu Weiyang too much. Taking a deep breath, Yancheng suppressed the anger in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the gate of the courtyard opened. He said coldly, "Come in." Lu Weiyang and the others strode in and saw Yancheng. "Congratulations, Brother Yan. Congratulations, Brother Yan. You've obtained a supreme treasure. There's hope for you to break through 3 times in the future." "I'm really envious." Lu Weiyang smiled and cupped his fists to congratulate him as soon as he arrived, but his voice became softer and softer as he spoke. Because he saw Yancheng's face getting uglier and uglier. At this moment, the anger in Yancheng's heart had completely exploded. He could no longer suppress it. "Lu Weiyang, are you here to laugh at me?" Yancheng said coldly. "Laugh at you? Brother Yan, why do you say that?" Lu Weiyang said. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. "Get lost." Yancheng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. With a roar, a violent aura rushed out, forcing Lu Weiyang and the others to stagger back. "Yancheng, what are you doing?" Lu Weiyang shouted. "Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll throw you out." Yancheng roared. If it weren't for his fear of Lu Weiyang's grandfather, Yancheng would have definitely attacked at this moment and stomped his foot on Lu Weiyang's face. The fact that he could resist the urge to attack was already very strong. Even so, Yancheng was already on the verge of going berserk. "Let's go." Seeing that Yancheng was about to go berserk, Lu Weiyang and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly left Yancheng's residence and ran far away as if they were fleeing. "What's wrong with Yancheng? Why did he suddenly go crazy?" A young man shouted in a bad mood. It seems that not only did Yancheng fail, but he also suffered a great loss in the hands of Lu Ming, the shrewd young man said. "That's right. Yancheng's aura is weak. He should be injured." Could it be that he was injured by Lu Ming? That Lu Ming actually has such combat strength? Lu Weiyang said in a low voice with an ugly expression. Lu Ming could actually injure Yancheng. How was this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming hid his strength when he was dealing with Zhu Shi? Otherwise, how could he explain Yancheng's angry appearance after being injured? Yancheng should have suffered a loss in the hands of Lu Ming. I wonder if that Lu Ming was injured? The shrewd young man said. Whether Lu Ming was injured or not made a big difference. If Lu Ming was also injured, it meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was about the same as Yancheng's. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't be much stronger. If Lu Ming wasn't injured, then Lu Ming's combat strength would be terrifying. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming at all times, Lu Weiyang shouted angrily. He was very unhappy. Whether Lu Ming was injured or not, at least it proved that Lu Ming had the combat strength of at least the second stage of breaking through. A mere inferior bloodline actually had such combat strength. He was mad with jealousy. Brother Lu, what should we do now? Are we just going to let it go? Another young man said. How can we just let it go? Lu Weiyang's eyes were extremely cold and full of killing intent. When he thought of the scene of swallowing mud, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. That was his nightmare. The anger in his heart and the killing intent in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He had to take revenge for this. Maybe we can start with Mulan's, the shrewd young man said. You're right. Lu Ming said that he is Mulan's junior brother, but I feel that their relationship is not that simple, Lu Weiyang said. The killing intent in Lu Weiyang's eyes slowly receded and was replaced by a sly light. I have a feeling that Lu Ming and Mulan are definitely not as simple as senior and junior siblings. If they are merely senior and junior siblings, why would Lu Ming disregard the danger and search for them from the Eastern universe? I think there's something going on between them. Lu Weiyang said. That's right. The other youths nodded. Hee, there are countless people pursuing Mulans in the Azure Divine Domain. If Lu Ming and Mulans are having an affair, we can still kill them with a borrowed knife. Killing intent surged in Lu Weiyang's eyes. Brother Lu, you're really smart. I can't wait. A young man flattered. Come, let's go to Mulans's residence. Lu Weiyang said. Time passed quickly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Lu Ming had been comprehending Genesis techniques. Of course, he would extract origin spirit medicinal liquid from top-tier source-grade divine herbs every month. He now had a total of 8 top-tier source-grade divine herbs. 5 of them came from the Eastern universe. Of the other 3, 1 came from Zhushur, and the other 2 came from the demon kraken of the extreme evil race. 8 stocks of top-notch source-level divine herbs meant that he could obtain 8 drops of source spirit medicinal liquid every month. This allowed Lu Ming to improve very quickly. Every month, his origin seed would grow bigger and his power of origin would become stronger. Brother Lu, are you there? Han Yu's voice came from outside. Could senior sister Mulans have come out of seclusion? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Han Yu had the contact of Mulans's maid. The maid had said that Mulans would send a message to Han Yu when she came out of seclusion, and Han Yu would inform Lu Ming. Han Yu hadn't come looking for Lu Ming in the past 3 years. Now that he suddenly came looking for him, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Mulans. Whoosh, in a flash, Lu Ming left the courtyard and appeared in front of Han Yu. Lu Ming, I just received news that your senior sister, Mulans, has come out of seclusion. Han Yu said. Lu Ming was delighted. Go. Lu Ming couldn't wait to go to Mulan's residence. Heavenly Orchid Court, a silhouette stood quietly in the middle of the courtyard. This woman was none other than Mulans. After not seeing her for a while, Mulans's temperament was even better than before. Her entire body was filled with temptation. A few maids stood at the side. Miss Mulans, have you successfully broken through? A maid asked curiously. Not bad, the breakthrough this time went very smoothly. Now, I should have the battle prowess of someone who has broken through twice. Mulans said with a smile on her face. A person who had broken through the pinnacle twice would be considered a top genius in the entire universe, let alone in the firmament divine realm. Even if the 5 forbidden lands were included, there wouldn't be too many. Lu Ming, I should be worthy of you now. Perhaps, I'm already above you. Mulan said in her heart. Perhaps, she should find a chance to return to the universe in the East. In the past, it was very difficult for her to pass through the void between the East and West universes before her cultivation reached the phenomenal level. Now, she had broken through the pinnacle twice and was invincible in the universe except for the invincible Divine Master. She was confident that she could pass through the void and return. She couldn't wait to return to Lu Ming's side. Now, she had enough confidence. Back then, she took the initiative to leave Lu Ming because she felt inferior and felt that the distance between her and Lu Ming was too far. Now, she had finally caught up. Congratulations, miss, for breaking through the pinnacle twice. The maids were also overjoyed and congratulated her one after another. Did anything happen during this time? Mulans asked. Nothing else. When you were in seclusion, there were people coming to you every day. One of the maids said. Mulan sighed. She didn't know how many times she had rejected those people, but they didn't give up and kept pestering her. It seemed that she had to return to the universe as soon as possible. Mulans, congratulations. At this moment, a voice was heard. In the distance, a young man stepped on the air. The young man's white clothes fluttered in the wind and he was extraordinarily handsome. Lu Feng. Mulans frowned slightly. Lu Feng was considered a top existence among all of Mulans's suitors. He was a peerless genius who had broken through the pinnacle twice. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. There were people coming from several directions. At least 7 or 8 figures flew over. They were all young elites. Mulans, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. Mulans, have you broken through the pinnacle twice? Congratulations, I'm so happy. These young men congratulated her one after another, and some directly flattered her. Did you send them the news? Mulans glanced at the maids. The maids blushed and were a little embarrassed. One of them said, Miss, they kept pestering us and many of them have extraordinary status. We didn't dare to offend them. Yes, miss, please forgive us. The other maids also said. Mulans sighed. She also knew the difficulties of the maids. These young elites were either very talented or had extraordinary status. They had powerful backers behind them. Mulans couldn't afford to offend them, let alone the maids. She also knew that she couldn't blame the maids. What are you doing here? Get lost. Lu Feng glanced at the other 7 or 8 young men and shouted coldly with a cold gaze. Haha, Lu Feng, if you can come, can't we? One of the purple-robed young men sneered and replied without fear of Lu Feng. As a person, you have to know your own limits. Now that Mulans has broken through the pinnacle twice, she is very talented and has a limitless future. You guys are not worthy of her. If you know what's good for you, you should leave. Lu Feng sneered. Lu Feng, you, the purple-robed young man's face turned ugly. However, Lu Feng had broken through the pinnacle twice, while he had only broken through the pinnacle once. He didn't know how to refute Lu Feng's words. Haha, well said. But in my opinion, Lu Feng, you don't have the right either. Get lost too. There was another loud laugh, and a burly figure stepped through the air. Xianxia. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed and showed a hint of fear. The burly young man was called Xianxia, and he was also a pinnacle prodigy who had broken through the pinnacle twice. Most importantly, because they were both Mulan's pursuers, Lu Feng had fought with Xianxia before. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows, and Lu Feng was defeated in the end. Xianxia's combat power was above Lu Feng's even though they were both at the pinnacle twice. Humph, Xianxia, it's been 1,000 years. I might not lose to you now. Lu Feng snorted coldly. It wasn't that he hadn't improved over the years. Is that so? Then let's fight again. Xianxia's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. It was very domineering. At this moment, there were more than 100 people around Sky Orchid Garden. Of course, not all of them were Mulan's pursuers. There were also some who were here to watch the show. There were also some women who were Mulan's good friends. Mulan's identity was very special. She was the savior of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. If it weren't for her, the Ashen Azure Divine Realm would probably still be sealed. Mulan's was not only the great benefactor of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, but she was also the disciple of a top expert in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Most importantly, Mulan's talent was also peerless. Although she had broken through the limit twice, her potential had not been fully developed. A big shot in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm once judged that Mulan's had the potential to break through the limit 3 times. Breaking through the limit 3 times was so rare that there were not many in the entire universe. More importantly, there was a prefix at least in front of it, which was even rarer. Therefore, even if they were not pursuing Mulan's, they would still befriend Mulan's, regardless of whether they were men or women. Therefore, as soon as Mulan's broke through, a large number of people came to congratulate her. Among them were Lu Weiyang and a few of his bad friends. The main purpose of Lu Weiyang's visit was not to congratulate Mulan's. He knew that since Mulan's had broken through, Lu Ming would definitely come. If Mulan's and Lu Ming were extraordinary, they might be able to provoke a dispute between Lu Ming and those suitors. Lu Ming is so slow. If he doesn't come soon, these people will fight among themselves. Lu Weiyang muttered, secretly hoping that Lu Ming would come soon. In the Heavenly Orchid Court, Mulan's looked at the increasing number of people around her and felt more and more helpless. She really hated this kind of situation. By the way, miss, when you were in seclusion, your junior brother came to see you. At this time, a servant girl said. My junior brother? My master only has me as his disciple. Where did my junior brother come from? Mulan's was a little surprised. Before the Great Tribulation of Origin, she had been accepted as a disciple by a big shot in the firmament divine realm. This big shot had not accepted any other disciples before taking her in as his disciple. Not long after that, the Great Tribulation of Origin arrived. That big shot then sealed himself and went into a deep sleep. How could there be a junior brother? Could it be? Suddenly, Mullins' eyes lit up and emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, her breathing became a little rapid. But immediately, she felt a little uneasy. Was it really possible? She naturally thought of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always called her senior sister. But how could Lu Ming come here? The Western universe and the Eastern universe were separated by a vast and boundless void zone. It was extremely difficult to cross the border. Besides, wasn't Lu Ming in the starry sky of the universe? It was even further away from the Western universe. Without the cultivation of a peak almighty, it was impossible to cross such a long distance. How many years had it been? Lu Ming had reached the peak of the Almighty Master realm. The reason why she was able to achieve so much was that she had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity on the ancient path of stars. She had obtained a heaven-defying fortune, and her body had undergone a complete transformation. Later, she had entered the firmament divine realm and obtained a large amount of resources to support her. Lu Ming's talent was high, but it was limited to a corner of the universe. Compared to the vast universe, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands, and the human race's top talents in the firmament divine realm, he was too far away. She was not looking down on Lu Ming. She was very confident in Lu Ming. But when she left, Lu Ming was still developing in a corner of the universe. Compared to the vast universe, a corner of the universe was too far away. Even if she trusted Lu Ming, she was not sure that Lu Ming could reach peak almighty in a little more than 10,000 years. But deep in her heart, she was very hopeful. In the universe, other than Lu Ming, who else would call himself her junior brother? What's his name? Mullins looked at the servant girl nervously and expectantly. Her voice was trembling, and she completely ignored the people around her. The servant girls were very surprised. They had rarely seen Mullins so agitated. Miss, that person called himself Lu Ming. He came from the Eastern universe, a servant girl said. It's really him. It's really him. Mullins's heart was beating wildly. Her face was flushed with excitement. She kept muttering to herself, unable to control herself. At this moment, there were at least 100 people around. They were stunned when they saw Mullins's expression. Why was Mullins so agitated? In the crowd, Lu Weiyang was also a little surprised. But his eyes kept looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He's here, Lu Ming is here. In the distant void, Lu Ming and Han Yu stepped on the void. They were extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw Mullins at first glance. Senior sister, Lu Ming couldn't help but call out. He didn't hide it at all. His voice traveled far and reached Mullins's ears. Mullins's delicate body trembled. She was all too familiar with this voice. The voice that she had been thinking about day and night couldn't be wrong. It was Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Mullins raised her head in surprise and saw Lu Ming standing in the void, looking at her without blinking. At this moment, Mullins's heart completely melted. She stepped on the void and rushed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, she only had one thought. She wanted to jump into Lu Ming's arms. However, when she arrived in front of Lu Ming, she couldn't help but stop. She thought of the past. She thought of Lu Ming's attitude towards her back then. She thought of Xianxia. She thought of the autumn moon. When she thought of this, she hesitated and stared blankly at Lu Ming. After a while, she called out, "Junior brother." After calling him junior brother, she felt as if something was stuck in her throat. She couldn't say anything else. However, in the next moment, she felt a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist. A strong force surged, and Mullins couldn't help but lean into Lu Ming's arms. She didn't resist. Instinctively, she didn't want to resist. Just like that, she threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. She was deeply embraced by Lu Ming. "Senior sister, I've finally found you. From now on, I'll never let you leave me again." Lu Ming's voice rang in Mullins's ears. "Yes." Mullins replied. At this moment, something seemed to have exploded in her heart. All the resentment, blame, and helplessness in the past were completely forgotten. All that was left was happiness. She only hoped that this moment could last until the end of time. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Many people's mouths were wide open. They were all stunned. What's going on? Even Lu Weiyang, who had been mentally prepared, was a little stunned at this moment. Those who were pursuing Mulan were in an uproar. Let go, you little bastard. Let go. Take your dirty hands away. You're dead. I'm going to cripple your hands. Where did this inferior bloodline come from? How dare you molest Miss Mullins? You're courting death. Many people roared and their eyes widened. What did Lu Ming do? He actually dared to hold their goddess in his arms in front of us. How dare he? He's courting death. In an instant, at least dozens of people rushed towards Lu Ming. Dozens of murderous auras locked onto Lu Ming. In the crowd, Lu Weiyang was ecstatic. Lu Weiyang was truly ecstatic, his heart bursting with joy. His original goal had been to find an opportunity to provoke a conflict between Lu Ming and those suitors of Mulan's so that he could use them to deal with Lu Ming. He had not expected that before he could even act, Lu Ming would seek his own death. Yes, in his view, Lu Ming was seeking his own death. Lu Ming had dared to embrace Mulan's in front of everyone. How many faces had he slapped and hearts had he hurt? There were definitely countless people who wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. At this moment, it was too late for Lu Ming to kneel and admit his mistake. Lu Ming was dead for sure. There was no need for him to do anything. However, Lu Ming turned a blind eye to the situation around him. He continued, "Senior sister, it's been more than 10,000 years since we last met. Junior brother really misses you. Junior brother Lu Ming, senior sister misses you too." Mulan softly said. Her heart was so sweet that it seemed like it would melt away. 10,000 years of waiting had not been in vain. However, the surrounding people were about to explode from anger. Not only did Lu Ming not let go of Mulan's, he even spoke such intimate words to Mulan's, completely ignoring them. Courting death, swoosh swoosh, finally, two people could not help but strike. Two extremely sharp sword gleams pierced toward Lu Ming's heart from the back. The power was very shocking. Peak God Lord, Lu Ming did not need to look to know that these two attacks had the power of a Peak God Lord. However, they only had the power of an ordinary Peak God Lord. Lu Ming did not even turn his head. He flicked two fingers behind him, and two spear lights shot out and collided with the two sword lights. Buzz! Buzz! The two swords violently vibrated, and then the two figures retreated, each vomiting blood. At this moment, Lu Ming released Mulan's and glanced behind him. It was two youths who had attacked Lu Ming. The two youths' cultivation was at the 9th level of the God Lord realm, but their fighting strength was at the peak of the God Lord realm. Lu Ming could not help but sigh. The human clan of the Firmament Divine Realm was indeed astonishingly talented. The human clan of the universe could not compare to them. This had something to do with their bloodline. If Lu Ming did not have a forbidden body, his talent would definitely be far from these people's. It was no wonder that some people in the Azure Divine Realm looked down on those with inferior bloodlines. It was not without reason. There were definitely not many people like them in Heaven Destroyer. Except a few people like Lu and a few people. Apart from a few people like Lu Ming and Xianxia. And a few people like them. There were many such people in the Azure Divine Realm. You want to sneak attack me with just the two of you? You overestimate yourselves. Lu Ming said coldly. What big words. I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. A cold voice sounded. A purple-robed youth appeared in front of Lu Ming. This youth was extremely strong. He had the fighting strength of a first breakthrough. Guji, what do you want? This has nothing to do with you. Back off. Mulan shouted. Mulan's, this is between us men. You don't have to care. Are you going to protect him forever? The purple-robed young man, Guji, continued to look at Lu Ming. Lad, I want to challenge you now. If you're a man, fight me. Guji's eyes flashed fiercely. He was about to explode from anger. Lu Ming dared to touch Mulan's. He had to break Lu Ming's claws. Gu Ji, if you want to touch junior brother Lu Ming, you'll have to get through me first. Mulan's roared, her powerful energy erupting and locking onto Gu Ji. Lu Ming had just injured two 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies with one move. His fighting strength exceeded Mulan's expectations and gave her a pleasant surprise. But Gu Ji was a first breakthrough expert. His fighting strength was far from what those two youths could compare to. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. There was another person in the crowd who was also moving, Lu Weiyang. Go and invite Peng Xiao. Tell him that Mulan's was hugged by a man. Peng Xiao will definitely go crazy. Lu Weiyang secretly ordered a youth. Others didn't know Lu Ming's fighting strength, but Lu Weiyang knew a little. Even Yanqing had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming definitely had the fighting strength of a second breakthrough expert. Gu Ji definitely wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Not to mention Gu Ji, even the other prodigies who had a second breakthrough might not be able to take down Lu Ming. So, he had to prepare for both sides. Peng Xiao was also a peerless prodigy of the Azure Divine Realm and had the fighting strength of a second breakthrough expert. However, Peng Xiao's second stage extreme break was different from other second stage extreme break cultivators. Peng Xiao's fighting strength was at the top even among second breakthrough experts. It was said that he had once exchanged more than 10 moves with a third breakthrough expert and escaped unscathed. With such combat strength, he was just a step away from breaking through the limit 3 times. More importantly, Peng Xiao was also a loyal admirer of Mulan's. If he knew that Lu Ming dared to hug Mulan's in public, he would definitely go crazy. For some reason, Peng Xiao didn't come today, so Lu Weiyang sent someone to inform him. Anyway, Lu Ming would be miserable today. Seeing Mulan's standing in front of him, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart, knowing that Mulan's was protecting him. But did he need protection? Senior sister, I can deal with such a guy. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and took Mulan's hand and pulled Mulan's behind him. Around them, many people stared at Lu Ming's hand holding Mulan's hand and their eyes were about to spit fire. They wanted to replace him. Gu Ji's eyes were full of murderous intent. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been riddled with holes. Mulan's, Lu Ming has accepted my challenge. Are you still going to stop him? Gu Ji said. Junior brother, Mulan's looked at Lu Ming and saw the confidence in Lu Ming's eyes. It was the same confidence as before. Mulan's heart calmed down. She knew that Lu Ming must be confident. Junior brother, be careful, Mulan said with concern and then slowly stepped back. The others were envious. How good would it be if Mulan's was so concerned about them? Make your move. I'll give you 3 moves. Gu Ji said coldly. He was very confident. How strong could an inferior bloodline be? He was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. The combat strength of the human race was often linked to their bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the higher the bloodline grade, and the higher the talent potential, the stronger the combat strength. That was because some of the high-level cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the human race were related to the bloodline grade. The higher the bloodline grade, the higher the level of those cultivation techniques and secret techniques. That was why the human race cared so much about bloodline. On the other hand, Lu Ming only had an inferior bloodline. How powerful would he be? Those ancient cultivation techniques and secret techniques of the human race couldn't be cultivated to a high level by an inferior bloodline. Gu Ji is really an idiot. Lu Weiyang cursed in his mind. However, he didn't say anything. He wasn't familiar with Gu Ji. Why should he remind him? It would be better if he didn't. If he didn't, Gu Ji would definitely be defeated by Lu Ming. In that case, Lu Ming would definitely offend Gu Ji. Wouldn't it be better to have one more enemy for Lu Ming? Not only Gu Ji, but Lu Weiyang would also not warn the others. These people had suffered greatly because of Lu Ming, so they would definitely hold a grudge against Lu Ming. After Lu Ming offended these people, Peng Xiao would come and beat Lu Ming half to death. Wouldn't that be perfect? You'll let me have 3 moves? Sure. Lu Ming had a strange expression on his face. This Gu Ji was really confident. However, he wouldn't go easy on him. Swoosh, Lu Ming attacked directly. His body was like a flash of lightning as he charged towards Guji. At the same time, the divine battle spear appeared and rapidly enlarged before slamming down on Guji. Initially, the ancient extreme did not intend to retaliate. Instead, he planned to take on Lu Ming's attack with ease and elegance. He wanted to show off in front of Mulan and leave a good impression on her. However, his expression changed as soon as Lu Ming attacked. The power of the battle god spear was simply too terrifying. It was so terrifying that his hair stood on end. Terrifying, powerful, unbearable. Ah, how can he be so powerful? How is this possible? Guji roared in his heart. He could no longer remain calm. What did he mean by relaxed and elegant? The only thing on his mind now was to block Lu Ming's attack. Third form of King Path Sword, Crimson World. Guji roared. His blood boiled as he raised his combat strength to the maximum and slashed out. A sword radiance shot up into the sky and clashed with the divine battle spear. Boom, the two attacks collided. Guji's sword glow shuddered violently, which lasted for around 3 breaths before it collapsed. The divine battle spear did not stop there, as it continued to attack. Guji's face turned pale. At this critical moment, he could only raise his battle sword to block the attack. Clang, the divine battle spear clashed with Guji's battle sword. Guji's face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a cannonball as he slammed into the ground. The ground of the firmament divine realm was extremely hard, but Guji still created a large hole in the ground. What? Everyone around him was stunned. Guji, who had broken through once, was actually defeated by Lu Ming in one move. How could Lu Ming, who had an inferior bloodline, be so powerful? Even Mulan's was surprised. Ah! Lu Ming, you're despicable. You actually sneak attacked me. At this time, Guji roared, his anger soaring to the sky. Of course, this was an act. He had fought Lu Ming for real just now, so he knew how powerful Lu Ming was. The power surging from the war god spear was too strong. Even if he was fully prepared, it was impossible for him to block it. The outcome would be the same. Then why did he accuse Lu Ming of launching a sneak attack? Of course, it was to save face. Just now, he was so confident that he would let Lu Ming have 3 moves first. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. This was really too shameful. Especially in front of Mulan's, in front of his competitors. Of course, he would say that Lu Ming launched a sneak attack. This would not be a problem of his battle strength, but Lu Ming's despicability. As for whether others would be defeated by Lu Ming because they looked down on Lu Ming, he was too lazy to care. He couldn't wait. Most of the youths around were Mulan's pursuers and his competitors. He couldn't wait for others to be defeated by Lu Ming. That way, everyone would be humiliated, and his embarrassment wouldn't be so obvious. Sure enough, when Guji said this, the others also reacted. Just now, it was indeed Lu Ming who suddenly attacked. It was indeed a sneak attack. Despicable, he actually launched a sneak attack. How despicable. That's right, he only knows how to launch sneak attacks. How can such a despicable person be qualified to pursue Mulan's? Lu Ming, come out and die. Many people shouted, and some stepped out, their powerful auras filling the air. Those who stepped out were all experts. They were all existences who had broken through in one go. There were a total of 4 of them. These people weren't stupid. Even if Lu Ming had launched a sneak attack, he could defeat Guji in one move. His battle strength was definitely not weak. Ordinary Almighty wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. Therefore, those who didn't have breaking through combat strength could only curse, but they didn't dare to make a move. Those who dared to force Lu Ming were all existences who had breaking through. However, several of the strongest prodigies, such as Lu Feng and Yuan Jia, didn't force Lu Ming. They were proud of their status and still wanted to save face. They didn't want to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. The battle god spear suddenly pierced out. 4 spear lights burst out, piercing toward the 4 existences who had broken through in one go. He actually attacked 4 geniuses who had broken through the first time at the same time. The 4 of them were furious. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, raising their combat strength to the maximum and attacking with their strongest attacks. However, the result was already decided. Even if the four of them joined forces, it wouldn't be enough. When the spear lights collided with the attacks of the four prodigies, the attacks of the four prodigies were directly defeated. The spear lights didn't stop and continued to thrust forward. Oh no, the four prodigies' faces changed drastically. At this moment, they were filled with regret. After fighting with Lu Ming, they finally realized how terrifying Lu Ming was. He was too powerful. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he didn't need to launch a sneak attack to deal with Gu Ji. He could crush Gu Ji in a head-on fight. They had been tricked by Gu Ji. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Although they tried their best to resist, they still coughed up blood and were forced to retreat. They were seriously injured. The crowd suddenly quieted down. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. They weren't fools or blind. How could they not understand that Lu Ming's combat strength was really powerful? This time, Lu Ming didn't launch a sneak attack. Instead, he attacked the four prodigies head-on. He fought against four of them alone and injured them with one move. With such combat strength, why would he need to launch a sneak attack to deal with Gu Ji? Could it be that Lu Ming had the combat strength of a second-time extreme break? If he hadn't broken through the second time, how could he have injured four heavenly legends who had broken through the first time in one move? Junior brother, Mullins looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. She didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so powerful. Could it be that Lu Ming also had a great opportunity over the years? Lu Feng and Yuan Jie's faces also became solemn. Before, they didn't take Lu Ming seriously. But now, they already regarded Lu Ming as their opponent. Lu Ming's performance made him qualified to be their opponent. Of course, he was just qualified. They could also injure four first-time extreme break prodigies with one move. Moreover, the four first-time extreme break prodigies only suffered some minor injuries. Lu Ming's combat strength wasn't too strong. They were confident that they could deal with him. Lu Ming, you're quite strong. Why? Don't you exchange a few moves with me? A voice sounded. Lu Feng stepped out. Lu Feng was going to attack. Many people were shocked. Although there were more than 100 people gathered around, Lu Feng and Yuan Jie were undoubtedly the two strongest. Leave it to me. Yuan Jie also stepped out. Yuan Jie also stepped forward. His powerful aura spread out and locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at Yuan Jie unhappily. Yuan Jie, you want to compete with me again? Lu Feng, I'm afraid you're not Lu Ming's match. It's safer for me to fight him. Yuan Jie smiled. Lu Feng was furious. How much stronger do you think you are than me? You're just a little bit stronger than me. If I'm not Lu Ming's match, do you think you can? However, he did lose to Yuan Jie once. He couldn't refute Yuan Jie's words. You don't have to fight. Both of you can fight me together. It'll be troublesome if I fight you one by one. Lu Ming said casually as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, it shocked everyone present. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Yuan Jie and Lu Feng at the same time. Was he crazy or overconfident? Could it be that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength just now? Was he hiding his strength? He doesn't look like a fool. He should know how powerful a second-time extreme break is. However, he still wants to challenge Yuan Jie and Lu Feng. If he's not crazy, he must have something to rely on. But he only has an inferior bloodline. How can he be so powerful? There was a lot of discussion at the scene. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lu Ming. How could they underestimate someone who could injure four first-time extreme break cultivators in one move? However, they still couldn't believe that an inferior bloodline could be so powerful. Junior brother, Mullins wanted to say something, but when she saw Lu Ming's spirited and confident eyes, she stopped. She knew Lu Ming too well. Perhaps Lu Ming really had the confidence to deal with Yuan Jie and Lu Feng at the same time. The bystanders were confused, puzzled, and surprised, but Yuan Jie and Lu Feng were furious. Lu Ming wanted them to fight him together. How much did he look down on them? If Lu Ming was a peerless genius with an extremely high bloodline level, then it would make sense. However, Lu Ming only had an inferior bloodline. A person with an inferior bloodline didn't take them seriously at all and challenged them at the same time. If news of this spread, they would lose a lot of face. Good, very good. Lu Feng, why don't we join hands this time? Xianxia was so angry that he laughed and looked at Lu Feng. Alright, I was thinking the same thing. Lu Feng also said coldly. They had grudges against each other, so it was impossible for them to work together. However, for the sake of their own reputation, they decided to work together. Just this once, both of them muttered in their hearts. Make your move. Lu Ming tilted his long spear downwards as he looked at the two of them. His expression was casual and relaxed. This made Xianxia and Lu Feng even more displeased. Kill! Xianxia shouted. He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. Then, he slashed his halberd at Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Feng also made his move. His body was like a gust of wind, shockingly fast. In a flash, he appeared on Lu Ming's right side. Several streaks of sword light pierced towards Lu Ming and the others like lightning. Although the two of them were angry, they didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. They attacked with all their might and used their killing moves. The two of them worked together. One of them was powerful and heavy, while the other was as fast as lightning. Their coordination was flawless. If other experts who had broken through the second level were to face this attack, they would probably be injured. The onlookers couldn't help but feel nervous. Their eyes widened as they stared at the battlefield unblinkingly, afraid that they would miss something. Lu Ming was so confident. Would he be able to block this move? Buzz, the war god spear vibrated, stirring up the void. Several streaks of spear light shot out, piercing towards Xianxia and Lu Feng. After a few consecutive explosions, a myriad of forces were stirred up. The surrounding people couldn't help but step back, afraid that they would be swept in by the powerful forces. Mulan's was the only one who was covered in a layer of light. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She blocked all the forces and stood motionless in the void. Then, the two figures retreated. These two figures were Xianxia and Lu Feng. Lu Ming didn't move at all. What? The onlookers were shocked. Not only did Lu Ming block the joint attack of Xianxia and Lu Feng, but he also forced the two of them to retreat. This was unbelievable. Terrifying, too terrifying. This was Lu Ming's combat strength. Could it be that Lu Ming could really defeat Xianxia and Lu Feng? Was this still an inferior bloodline? How could an inferior bloodline have such powerful combat strength? Is this the power of the Emperor level shocking the world? It's really powerful. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack. It was just a test. He already knew that most humans cultivated the monarch level world shocking record. This was a supreme technique created by human King Xianxia. This technique was highly compatible with the human bloodline. After successfully cultivating it, one would be able to cultivate a powerful force called the world-shaking force. The Emperor level shocking the world was divided into 9 levels. The higher one cultivated it, the more powerful the shocking the world would be. Of course, the higher one cultivated it, the more closely related to one's bloodline. Only those with higher cultivation, purer bloodline, and greater talent would be able to cultivate to a higher level. It was said that once one cultivated the Emperor level shocking the world to the 7th level, with some powerful secret techniques, one could break through 3 levels and become an invincible almighty. As for the 8th level, very few people in history had succeeded. The 9th level was almost a legend. Looking at the history of the human race, very few people had succeeded. It was said that both human King Xianyuan and the Eternal Queen had cultivated the Emperor level shocking the world to the 9th level when they were almighty. This technique played a crucial role in the rapid rise of the human race in the Eldritch continent in the last era. This was the most important cultivation technique for humans below the origin realm. Hanyu had told him this when he cultivated under the sacred luminance's holy scroll. Lu Ming speculated that Xianxia and Lu Feng should have cultivated to the 6th level of world-shocking records of the Emperor level. The power that they had condensed was already very terrifying. However, it was still far from Lu Ming's forbidden power. Xianxia and Lu Feng were shocked and furious after being repelled by Lu Ming with one move. Kill. Fight. The two of them shouted again and pushed their battle strength to the limit. They activated their halberd and longsword and continued to attack Lu Ming. The halberd and longsword in their hands were undoubtedly source-grade magic weapons. The firmament divine realm was much wealthier than the heaven destroyer, the demons, or the heavenly human race. They did not lack source-grade magic weapons. Some of the top geniuses almost all had a source-grade magic weapon. "It's time to end this," Lu Ming whispered. He had already tested the two of them. The shocking the world was still too weak. There was no point in continuing to test them. Moreover, just now, Lu Ming had already sensed that more powerful people had arrived secretly. That person was obviously secretly observing them. Then he would release more power and lure that stronger expert to attack. This time, he might as well reveal more of his strength and establish his prestige in one fell swoop, saving himself from future troubles. Therefore, when Lu Ming made his next move, he used a stronger force. Two huge spear lights pierced toward Xianxia and Lu Feng respectively. The terrifying power instantly shattered their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, Xianxia and Lu Feng retreated like lightning. They retreated 100 miles before regaining their balance. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Shocking, truly shocking. Even a blind person could see that Lu Ming had completely crushed Xianxia and Lu Feng. What kind of combat power was this to defeat Xianxia and Lu Feng so easily? Was this the limit of the second break? This kind of combat power was close to the third break. In the crowd, Lu Weiyang's face turned pale. Damn it, why is Lu Ming so strong? Is Pang Xiao a match for him? Lu Weiyang roared in his heart. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of unease. He wasn't sure if Pang Xiao was Lu Ming's match. Pang Xiao's combat power was undoubtedly strong. He was at the limit of the second break and was close to the third break. He had once fought with a third break and retreated unscathed after more than 10 moves. With Pang Xiao's combat power, he could easily defeat Xianxia and Lu Feng when they joined forces. However, he wasn't sure if Lu Ming had used his full strength just now. He never thought that Lu Ming, who had an inferior bloodline, would be so strong. As far as they knew, inferior bloodlines couldn't be this strong. Because of their inferior bloodline, it was very difficult to cultivate the emperor-level shocking record to a high level. It was almost impossible. Bloodlines and the emperor-level shocking record complemented each other. Back then, Shanyuan Renwang also had an inferior bloodline. However, through continuous transformations and refinements, his bloodline became stronger and stronger. In the end, he was able to cultivate the emperor-level shocking record to the peak. Lu Ming, on the other hand, clearly had an inferior bloodline, so it was impossible for him to cultivate the record of shocking the world to a high level. Then, how could he have such strong combat strength? Although in the history of the Eldritch continent, there was no lack of people who did not have a high bloodline but had mastered other powerful forces. However, those were too few and could be counted on one hand. Could it be that Lu Ming was like this? At this moment, Xianxia and Lu Feng's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with disappointment. They knew very well that they were no match for Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, the result would not change. Still want to fight? Lu Ming asked faintly. I admit defeat. In the end, Xianxia lowered his head. He was still arrogant and principled. Since he had lost, he would admit defeat. Lu Feng didn't want to admit defeat, but when he saw Xianxia admit defeat, he clenched his teeth and surrendered. He couldn't lose his composure in front of Mullins and his competitors. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a bearded man. The person who had arrived had a bearded face, but he was not old. He was a young man. Lu Ming was not surprised. Previously, he had sensed that someone had arrived in the dark. It was this person. However, the rest of the people were shocked. Fu Yuan, it's Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan is here. He doesn't seem to be related to Mullins. Could he have heard the news and rushed over? Or did he just pass by? Many people exclaimed. Fu Yuan is here too. Mullins's face turned pale, and she looked worried. Fu Yuan's combat power was too strong. He was an invincible divine master who had broken through the pinnacle 3 times. He was currently the most powerful person in the Xianxia divine realm. In the entire Xianxia divine realm, there were only a handful of people who could be on par with Fu Yuan. Rumor had it that Fu Yuan was a descendant of human King Xianxia. He had the bloodline of human King Xianxia and was extremely talented. Moreover, he loved to fight. He had defeated all the top elites in the Xianxia divine realm. As long as he saw an expert, he could not help but want to fight. Now that he had seen Lu Ming's combat power, how could he hold himself back? This was the reason why Mullins was worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he be compared to Fu Yuan? Lu Weiyang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Finally, someone was going to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Lu Ming is a descendant of human King Xianxia. He has the bloodline of a human king and has broken through the pinnacle 3 times. If you can avoid a fight, don't fight with him. Mullins quickly sent a message to Lu Ming. However, she regretted it the moment she said it. She knew Lu Ming well. If she said that, it might arouse Lu Ming's fighting spirit. Descendant of a human king, as expected, there was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very interested. Lu Ming was sizing up Fu Yuan, and Fu Yuan was sizing up Lu Ming. The interest and fighting spirit in his eyes were obviously stronger. He had fought with the elites of the Xianxia divine realm and the elites of the Forbidden Lands, but he had never fought with a human with an inferior bloodline. He had watched Lu Ming's fight with Yuan Jia and Lu Feng in the dark. It was unbelievable that a human with an inferior bloodline could have such strong combat power. Moreover, with his keen intuition, he felt that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. This made him even more interested. All the cells in his body were excited, and he could not wait to fight with Lu Ming. Make your move. Fight with me. Fu Yuan could not help but say. Are you also a suitor of Mullins? Lu Ming asked curiously. A suitor of Mullins? Fu Yuan was slightly stunned, then he laughed. Ha ha ha, my interests are not that vulgar. I pursue the ultimate combat power and become an unparalleled combat immortal. Your interests are vulgar, many people thought. Lu Ming was one of them. Come on, cut the crap. I know you didn't use your full strength just now. Come on, I hope you can make me happy, Fu Yuan said impatiently. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength just now. Many people found it hard to believe, but since Fu Yuan said so, could it be true? Since you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Lu Ming swung his war god spear and showed his strong combat power. A top elite of the human race. Lu Ming also wanted to know what methods Fu Yuan had. He had fought with the beings of the Forbidden Lands and the ancestral patriarch of the heavenly human race, but he had never fought with the top elite of the human race. Very good, ha ha ha. Fu Yuan laughed and a battle axe appeared in his hand. The battle axe was pitch black and incomparably huge, like a door plank. I want to split open the sky. Fu Yuan hollered. His body and axe became one as he slashed toward Lu Ming. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, and a black light slashed towards Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. The power of this attack alone was much stronger than the combined attack of Yuan Jia and Lu Feng. However, Lu Ming did not care too much. He knew that although Fu Yuan's attack seemed powerful, he did not use his full strength. He did not know Lu Ming's true combat power, so this attack was obviously a test. Buzz, Lu Ming swung his war god spear and swept it out. Lu Ming swept out his spear, and an arc of spear light collided with Fu Yuan's battle axe. Clang, the war god spear collided with the battle axe, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. This time even Mulan didn't dare to stand still. She quickly retreated to avoid the energy that swept towards her. As for the others, they retreated even further. At the point of collision, divine light shone brightly. The two figures separated as soon as they collided and retreated a few thousand meters. He blocked it, many people widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming had actually blocked Fu Yuan's attack. At least from the previous move, the two of them were evenly matched. Could Lu Ming really have the combat strength of someone who had broken through the 3rd time? Mulins's beautiful eyes were also full of splendor. To be honest, although she knew Lu Ming very well and was very confident in Lu Ming's combat strength had completely exceeded her expectations. Lu Ming actually had such an achievement in the starry sky of the universe where the desolation she had dried up. It seemed that the starry sky of the universe had also undergone changes in the past few years. Lu Ming must have experienced a lot and obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have such an achievement in the starry sky of the universe? Mulan's mind raced, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. Lu Weiyang, on the other hand, was horrified. Lu Ming has an inferior bloodline. How can he have such combat strength? No, this is impossible, Lu Weiyang roared in his heart. He wished that this was a dream. Unfortunately, he clearly knew that this was real and not a dream. No, Fu Yuan has not used his full strength. He has not used his true trump card yet. The battle axe is just a trick he uses to confuse the enemy. Thinking of this, Lu Weiyang's eyes lit up with hope again. Good, interesting. Again. After Fu Yuan retreated, his battle intent became stronger. He shouted and continued to brandish his battle axe toward Lu Ming. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and even his battle axe was shrouded in golden light. He launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his spear to block the attacks. Clang, 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 the two of them were astonishingly fast. In a breath's time, they had exchanged dozens of blows. It was still a stalemate. A human who has broken through the desolation stage 3 times only has such combat strength? Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He was a little disappointed. Of course, he had not used his full strength. He had been testing Fu Yuan's strength all this while. Fu Yuan's power was very strong, especially the golden power that shocked the world. It should have reached the 7th level of the Emperor level shocking world record. Its power was very shocking. Although his power was astonishing, his attack power's attacks power. Overall, he was not as strong as the invincible divine masters of the Yi Immortal, or the invincible divine masters from the Yi Immortal. Could it be that the human race was inferior to the creatures in the Forbidden Lands? Lu Ming felt that it was impossible. If that was the case, how could the human race dominate the Eldritch continent? Are you still hiding your strength? Let me force you a little more. Lu Ming smiled secretly and suddenly increased his strength by a fraction. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and a terrifying power burst out. The moment it collided with the battle axe, the terrifying power passed through the battle axe and rushed toward Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan's expression changed. The golden light on his body trembled, and his body involuntarily retreated. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed slightly. This scene shocked the surrounding onlookers. Lu Ming could actually force Fu Yuan to retreat, terrifying, too terrifying. Fu Yuan's face also turned solemn. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes was even stronger than before. Good, very good. Lu Ming, you did not disappoint me. You have indeed broken through the extreme limit 3 times. You are qualified to see my strongest killing move. Fu Yuan laughed loudly. Then, the battle axe in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a guqin. It was a guqin. It seemed to be filled with the traces of time, but a terrifying aura emanated from it. A top-notch source-level weapon. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was a top-notch source-level weapon. Fu Yuan's killing move was actually the guqin. Could it be that he was going to play the guqin? It was just that his image was too inappropriate, wasn't it? One could imagine a burly man with a full beard playing the guqin. It was too out of place. However, it was obvious that Fu Yuan's killing move was this guqin. The guqin glowed and floated in front of Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan's expression was solemn as he pressed his hands on the guqin. Clang, clang, the sound of the guqin rang out. It was like the clashing of gold and iron, or the sound of a powerful army. When the guqin rang out, dazzling rays of light burst out from the guqin. Then, these rays of light turned into extremely sharp blades that rushed toward Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, it was as if hundreds and thousands of sharp blades were rushing toward Lu Ming. This was only the attack on the surface. There was also an unintentional ripple that rushed toward Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming's soul. There were 2 attacks. One attacked the soul, and the other attacked the body. The power instantly surpassed Fu Yuan's battle axe. It's coming, it's coming. Fu Yuan's killing move is coming. Legend has it that human king Xianxia used a Guqin to dominate the world and suppress forbidden lands. He was invincible. Fu Yuan is indeed a descendant of the human king. His killing move is also based on the Guqin. Many people exclaimed. Lu Weiyang's eyes lit up. He was full of anticipation. Fu Yuan's killing move had appeared. He was looking forward to seeing Fu Yuan suppress Lu Ming. Swoosh, 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 Lu Ming shook his battle god spear and stabbed out hundreds and thousands of spear lights. Hundreds and thousands of spear lights burst out and blocked all the sharp blades. As for the soul attack, it was ineffective against him. His soul was scattered among the 60 trillion cells in his body. Unless one attacked all 60 trillion cells at the same time, it would have a significant impact on his soul. Fu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The golden light on his body shone even brighter and surged toward the Guqin. The sound of the Guqin rang out again. This time, amidst the colorful light, thousands of soldiers and horses rushed toward Lu Ming. These thousands of soldiers and horses were all covered in heavy armor. They were like soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles. They were like the armies of the human race during the prehistoric era. They were invincible. Interesting. This is the true combat power of someone who has broken through 3 times. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. At this moment, the strength that Fu Yuan displayed was much stronger than before. This was the demeanor of an invincible divine master. He was even slightly stronger than some of the weaker invincible divine masters from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. However, this kind of combat power was no pressure to the current Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even activate the battle character manual. Sky-breaking move. Lu Ming used the sky-breaking move. Spear lights burst out and swept across the world. The thousands of soldiers and horses were constantly defeated by the spear lights. The thousands of soldiers and horses couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Fu Yuan's expression became more and more serious. His hands moved faster and faster as his attacks became more and more violent. However, all the attacks were blocked by Lu Ming. Prehistoric era. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. Lu Ming discovered that Fu Yuan had almost reached his limit. His combat strength and the golden light all over his body had a trace of blood-red luster. This meant that Fu Yuan had reached his limit. Then, this battle should end. Lu Ming executed the primeval desolation style, a huge piece of land formed above Fu Yuan's head and pressed down on him. The continent was not big, but it was very solid and terrifying. This is the primeval desolation continent? I once saw an ancient map of the primeval desolation continent. Why does his move look so similar to the primeval desolation continent? Even the aura is very similar. What move is this? The surrounding people were in an uproar. They had never heard of someone who could condense the primeval desolation continent to attack the enemy. Fu Yuan's expression was also unprecedentedly solemn. He shouted loudly and poured all the power in his body into the Guqin. In the end, the Guqin filled the sky with multicolored light and turned into 2 sword lights. One attacked Lu Ming, and the other attacked the primeval desolation continent. Boom! Boom! The sword light that attacked Lu Ming was blocked by Lu Ming. The sword light that attacked the primeval desolation continent collided fiercely with it and eventually collapsed. The primeval desolation continent also exploded. However, the powerful force formed by the explosion of the primeval desolation continent still rushed towards Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan's body shook violently, and he retreated with the Guqin. He retreated 100 miles before he could stabilize himself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The scene fell into a dead silence. It took a long time for someone to react. The scene was in an uproar. Fu Yuan vomited blood. This meant that Fu Yuan was defeated. Fu Yuan was actually defeated. He was defeated by an inferior bloodline. This was really unbelievable. Fu Yuan's combat strength was almost invincible in the Azure Divine Realm. There were only a few people who could match him. Such a person was actually defeated by an inferior bloodline. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. An inferior bloodline was actually so strong. Obviously, Lu Ming had also broken through 3 times. An inferior bloodline was actually able to break through 3 times. This was unprecedented. that's right. Everyone thought that Lu Ming's battle prowess was at the third stage of breaking through the pinnacle. This was because Lu Ming had controlled his battle prowess very well, and the battle prowess he displayed appeared to be only slightly stronger than Fu Yuan's. Lu Ming still had the intention of hiding his strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to reveal all his cards. If the crowd were to know Lu Ming's true strength, what kind of expression would they have? But even so, everyone's expressions were already very interesting. Mulan's beautiful eyes were full of extraordinary splendor. Needless to say, Lu Weiyang's face was already deathly pale without a trace of blood. His mouth was wide open as if something was stuck in his throat. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. At that moment, Fu Yuan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Lu Ming. Not only did the fighting spirit in his eyes not fade, but it became even more intense. Lu Ming, I've decided that you will be my lifelong rival. In this life, my goal is to defeat you. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Fu Yuan said loudly. Lu Ming was speechless. Big brother, you don't have to be so serious. However, he could see that Fu Yuan did not have any enmity towards him. It was as if Fu Yuan purely treated him as an opponent. Or rather, Fu Yuan treated him as an opponent who would help him improve, not an enemy. Alright, I'll wait for the day you defeat me. Lu Ming smiled. Although he said that, he did not take it to heart. He did not think that Fu Yuan would be able to defeat him in the future, even if Fu Yuan had the human monarch bloodline. This was his belief that he was invincible. You're very confident. I like it. Haha, I suffered a small injury today. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Fu Yuan laughed and waved his hand to put away the guqin. He turned around and left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He came suddenly and left without hesitation. Oh no, Peng Xiao. Seeing Fu Yuan leave, Lu Weiyang's expression changed drastically as he thought of Peng Xiao. Previously, he had asked someone to invite Peng Xiao. He had originally planned to use Peng Xiao to suppress Lu Ming. However, even Fu Yuan was no match for Lu Ming. If Peng Xiao came, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Moreover, he was the one who asked someone to invite him. This meant that he was asking Peng Xiao to be beaten up. What would Peng Xiao do to him then? At the thought of this, Lu Weiyang's face turned pale. Send a voice transmission. Yes, 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 quickly send a voice transmission. Lu Weiyang hurriedly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to his companion. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Weiyang roared in his heart as he prayed silently. Who else wants to challenge me? Come at me together. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings as his voice spread across the entire place. You're Lu Ming? You're very arrogant. I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Weiyang's expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao has arrived so quickly. Whoosh, a figure appeared in the void. It was a young man in a black robe. He had a hooked nose and a cold gaze that was as sharp as a goshawk's. His gaze fell directly on Lu Ming. It's Peng Xiao. The surrounding people also recognized Peng Xiao and had strange looks on their faces. What is Peng Xiao doing here? Could it be that he wants to fight Lu Ming? But even Fu Yuan was defeated. Isn't Peng Xiao asking for a beating? It was obvious that Peng Xiao did not know that Lu Ming had just fought with Fu Yuan. Lu Ming looked at Peng Xiao and said calmly, that's right. I'm Lu Ming. Very good, very good. Today, I'm going to break your claws, Peng Xiao said coldly. His eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent. He had heard the news that Lu Ming had dared to hug Mulan's in public. This had infuriated him. He had been in seclusion and had immediately ended his seclusion and rushed over. Is that so? I hope you have the ability. Lu Ming said indifferently. Such an attitude infuriated Peng Xiao even more. You hope I have the ability? Haha, you're very confident. Peng Xiao sneered. He glanced at Lu Feng and Yuan Jia and said mockingly, looks like you've lost? Haha, you're really useless. You can't even deal with an inferior bloodline. Is that so? Then I hope you can avenge us. Lu Feng sneered in response. Xianxia was too lazy to answer. They did not remind Peng Xiao that Lu Ming had just defeated Fu Yuan. Peng Xiao's character was not good. He was usually arrogant and overbearing. He had offended many people, and many people wanted him to be beaten. Just you wait. Peng Xiao replied. His disdain grew. He stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. He was still very confident. So what if Lu Feng and Xianxia had lost? He could easily defeat Lu Feng and Xianxia. He was someone who could fight against someone who had broken through 3 levels and come out unscathed. Only one person was the most nervous, and that was Lu Weiyang. He knew very well that Peng Xiao was definitely not Lu Ming's match. The gap between them was huge. Peng Xiao's strongest battle record was being able to retreat unscathed after exchanging more than 10 blows with an invincible Divine Lord. That invincible Divine Lord had not pursued him because he had other matters to attend to. If the battle had continued, Peng Xiao would have lost without a doubt, and he would have lost miserably. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had defeated a powerful invincible Divine Lord head-on. The two of them were on completely different levels. Thus, when he saw that Peng Xiao was about to attack, Lu Weiyang hurriedly rushed forward and stopped Peng Xiao. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Peng Xiao, in my opinion, let's just forget about it. A person like you doesn't need to lower yourself to the level of someone with an inferior bloodline. Peng Xiao's sharp eyes stared at Lu Weiyang and said, if it were any other matter, I wouldn't have bothered to pursue a mere inferior bloodline. However, he committed a grave mistake. He actually dared to lay his hands on Mulan's. This is courting death. This matter cannot be forgiven. Lu Weiyang, step aside. Peng Xiao, forget it. Just forget it. Lu Weiyang continued to persuade him. Lu Weiyang, what's wrong with you? You sent someone to call me here, and now you're stopping me. What? Are you afraid that I'm not Lu Ming's match? Peng Xiao's face turned completely cold. It was obvious that he was extremely unhappy. No, I didn't mean that, Lu Weiyang said. He was truly a little afraid of Peng Xiao. Although he had a backer, Peng Xiao's backer was even stronger than his. Peng Xiao was not afraid of him at all. You watch for me. Within 10 moves, I will definitely cripple Lu Ming's claws. Peng Xiao coldly said. A powerful aura radiated from him, forcing Lu Weiyang to retreat. As for Peng Xiao, he continued to walk towards Lu Ming. Seeing that he could not stop Peng Xiao, Lu Weiyang gritted his teeth and shouted, Brother Peng, before you came, Lu Ming and Fu Yuan had already exchanged blows? Peng Xiao, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. His body stiffened for a moment before he slowly turned around and stared at Lu Weiyang. Who did you say? Fu Yuan? Lu and Fu Yuan exchanged blows? Yes. Yes, Lu Weiyang could only nod his head. Impossible. Peng Xiao subconsciously felt that it was impossible. However, Lu Weiyang would definitely not lie to him about such things. After asking around, he would know the truth. He then continued to ask, how many moves did they exchange? He had clearly observed Lu Ming just now. Lu Ming was unscathed and had a strong aura. How could he be unscathed after exchanging blows with Fu Yuan? He felt that Lu Ming might have only exchanged 1 or 2 moves with Fu Yuan to test his strength. Unfortunately, Lu Weiyang's answer made his jaw drop. More than 100 moves. Lu Weiyang said. Impossible. Lu Weiyang, you dare to lie to me? Peng Xiao finally could not help but roar. Even he could not remain unscathed after exchanging more than 100 moves with Fu Yuan. How could Lu Ming, who had an inferior bloodline, do it? His first reaction was to think that Lu Weiyang was lying to him. Lu Weiyang was shocked and quickly explained, no, I didn't lie to you. Everyone here saw it. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. Peng Xiao's gaze swept across the others and found that they were looking at him as if they were watching a good show. He knew that Lu Weiyang was telling the truth. Lu Ming could actually exchange blows with Fu Yuan and remain unscathed. Such battle prowess was definitely above his. Damn it. Damn it. Peng Xiao kept roaring in his heart. If Lu Ming had such battle prowess, how could he make a move? If he did not dare to make a move, then wouldn't he become a joke when he came aggressively and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves? Shameful. It was too shameful. He was unable to restrain his anger and stood there in a daze. His eyes kept changing and his face kept twisting. Conflicted. Brother Pang, in the battle between Lu Ming and Fu Yuan, not only was he unscathed, he even defeated Fu Yuan. Lu Weiyang reminded him in a soft voice. He saw that Pang Xiao was conflicted and was afraid that Pang Xiao would find Lu Ming to fight. If that happened, he would definitely be defeated by Lu Ming. Rather than being humiliated then, he might as well remind him now. What? Pang Xiao looked at Lu Weiyang in shock and then looked at Lu Ming, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Previously, he thought that it was already incredible that Lu Ming could exchange blows with Fu Yuan and remain unscathed. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually defeat Fu Yuan. He really thought that he was dreaming. However, he knew that all this was very likely to be real. It was impossible for Lu Weiyang to lie in public. No wonder he did not see Fu Yuan. It was most likely that Fu Yuan had been defeated and left. How could an inferior bloodline be so strong? Why, he could not figure it out. What should he do now? Should he retreat? However, he had come aggressively and confidently. If he ran away before he even made a move, he was destined to become a joke. Lu Feng, Yuan Jia, and the others would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. They would definitely publicize his embarrassing performance. In the future, he would not be able to continue pursuing Mulan's. It would be good enough if he could even raise his head in the Azure Divine Realm. No, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Not only did he have to prove himself in front of Mulan's, but he also had to make a name for himself and let everyone know how powerful he was. His mind raced and he quickly came up with an idea. Pang Xiao, right? Why are you still standing there? Didn't you say that you would defeat me in 10 moves? Why aren't you attacking? At that moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone looked at Pang Xiao as if they were watching a good show. They wanted to see how he would respond. If he accepted the challenge, he was destined to be defeated by Lu Ming. If he retreated without a fight, it would be a joke. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being too confident and speaking too confidently before. Now he was in a dilemma. Lu Ming, right? Do you know the strength of the Pang family in the Azure Divine Realm? We have at least 5 Origin Realm cultivators and a top elite above the Origin Realm. In a few hundred years, they will all awaken. You should know the consequences of offending me. No, you dared to hug Mulan's. You've already offended me. Now, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Pretend to fight with me and lose after 100 moves. Then, I'll let bygones be bygones. At that moment, Pang Xiao's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Pang Xiao was sending him a message. He wanted him to pretend to lose to Pang Xiao. Was this guy an idiot? Lu Ming looked at Pang Xiao as if he was looking at an idiot. Lu Ming, you'd better think it through. You should know the consequences of offending me. After the Origin Realm tribulation is over, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Pang Xiao continued to threaten him via telepathy. This was the most perfect method he could think of in a hurry. Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan. If he could defeat Lu Ming, what would that mean? It would mean that his combat strength had surpassed Fu Yuan's. He could take the opportunity to become famous. Not only would he perform well in front of Mulan's, but he would also be known as an invincible expert. It could be said that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Pang Xiao also knew that this method was actually very low level. It was actually just a trick, a threat, if it was against other Firmament Divine Realm geniuses, especially those who could defeat Fu Yuan. It was impossible for him to use this trick because it would definitely be useless. However, it was not necessarily the case for Lu Ming. Before he came, he had already learned from Lu Weiyang's friends that Lu Ming came from the Eastern Universe. In the Western Universe, Lu Ming could be said to be alone. He had no relatives and no backing. Without any backing, Lu Ming had to lie down no matter how strong he was. A powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its old haunts. His Pang family was extremely powerful and had many experts. Although they had sealed themselves during the Origin Tribulation, the Origin Tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. At that time, those Origin Realm experts would awaken. What would Lu Ming be then? He would still be a pushover. Therefore, he threatened Lu Ming. However, how could he know that Lu Ming would not be threatened? Lu Ming hated it the most in his life when others threatened him. Ha ha ha, Peng Xiao, you actually threatened me and asked me to pretend to lose to you. Ridiculous. You are a genius who has broken through twice. How could you say such a ridiculous joke? Lu Ming laughed loudly and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Rumble, Peng Xiao felt his head explode, as if there was a sudden clap of thunder, almost causing him to faint. His face suddenly turned red. Lu Ming, you deserve to die, Peng Xiao roared in exasperation. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually say out his threat. He originally thought that there was at least a 50% chance that Lu Ming would be afraid of his threat and agree to his request. Even if he did not agree to his request, he would never say out his threat directly because that would offend him. It would be a situation where he would fight to the death. But now, not only did he lose face in front of Mullins, he also lost face in front of his competitors. Soon, this matter would spread throughout the entire Azure Divine Realm. He, Peng Xiao, would become a true joke. This was even more laughable than him being defeated by Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Peng Xiao with disdain. Peng Xiao wished he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Damn it, it's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all because of that damned bastard. Peng Xiao roared madly in his heart, and his face twisted into a ferocious expression. At this moment, his hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. But did Lu Ming care? If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them either. However, Peng Xiao had offered himself up to be slapped. How could he refuse? As for the expert behind Peng Xiao, that would be hundreds of years later. Hundreds of years later, he would take Mullins back to the Heaven Destroyer base. At that time, Fei Huang would wake up and there would be the experts of the Heaven Destroyer. Why would he be afraid of the expert behind Peng Xiao? He wasn't even afraid of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. He had only offended Peng Xiao's faction, not the entire human race in the Azure Divine Realm. Moreover, Mullins's master was a top figure in the Azure Divine Realm. When the time came, would Mullins help him? Lu Ming, just you wait. Peng Xiao left a harsh sentence and turned to leave. Before leaving, he glanced coldly at Lu Weiyang. This time, the reason why he was so embarrassed was entirely because of Lu Weiyang. Otherwise, why would he come here to embarrass himself when he was cultivating in seclusion? Lu Weiyang shuddered when Peng Xiao glanced at him coldly. His face suddenly turned pale and he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu Ming didn't stop Peng Xiao from leaving. There was no need to stop him. What he said just now was more effective than torturing Peng Xiao. After Peng Xiao left, Lu Weiyang also left. Goodbye. Goodbye, then, the others also left. Why would they continue to stay? To embarrass themselves, even a fool could see that the relationship between Lu Ming and Mullins was unusual. Lu Ming hugged Mullins before, but Mullins didn't seem angry at all. What if they tried? It was good enough that they didn't break their limbs. Would they continue to stay and be the third wheel? In the blink of an eye, no one was left. Only Lu Ming, Han Yu, and Mullins's maids were left. Brother Lu, I'll also take my leave. Han Yu cupped her fists and stuttered. She was mainly too surprised. She was surprised by the relationship between Lu Ming and Mullins, and even more shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's combat strength was completely beyond her expectations. What did she just see? Lu Ming actually defeated Fu Yuan. Oh my god, she couldn't stay calm at all. After Han Yu left, the maids also found excuses to leave. They weren't stupid. They knew that the relationship between Lu Ming and Mullins was unusual, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't stay and get in the way. Soon, only Lu Ming and Mullins were left in the vicinity of Sky Orchid Garden. Lu Ming walked over and grabbed Mullins's hand. Mullins's body trembled slightly and she let Lu Ming grab her hand. Senior sister Mullins, long time no see. Senior sister has become more and more beautiful. Lu Ming looked into Mullins's eyes affectionately and said. Junior brother, you're still so glib. Have you deceived many girls over the years? Mullins said. Although she said that, her heart was as sweet as honey. Lu Ming's attitude towards her was completely different from before. It was said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. It seemed to be true. Of course not. All these years, junior brother has been thinking about senior sister. Lu Ming said affectionately. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, so what followed was naturally tender and sweet words. After a long time, by the way, senior sister, Huang Ling left with senior sister. Where is she now? Is she also in the Azure Divine Realm? Seeing that it was about time, Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. The reason why he didn't ask Huang Ling at the beginning was, of course, because he was afraid that Mulans would be jealous. Huang Ling, sigh. Hearing Lu Ming mention Huang Ling, Mulan sighed. Lu Ming's heart tightened, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. Could it be that Huang Ling had met with misfortune? Lu Ming didn't dare to think further and hurriedly asked, Senior Sister Mulans, could it be that Huang Ling has already? His voice was filled with worry. Junior brother, don't think too much. Huang Ling might not have met with misfortune. She has fallen into some ancient ruins. Mulans said. Fallen into some ancient ruins? Senior Sister Mulans, what's going on? What happened to you back then? Lu Ming continued to ask. Junior brother, don't be anxious. I'll tell you slowly. Back then, Huang Ling and I went on an adventure together and accidentally entered an ancient teleportation platform. We didn't expect the teleportation platform to be activated by accident. Huang Ling and I were teleported away by the teleportation platform to an uninhabited continent. We also found that we couldn't be teleported back. We waited on that continent fragment for decades. Seeing that no one came, we could only continue forward. Immediately, Mulans briefly recounted her experiences over the years. Mulans and Huang Ling had taken the same path as Lu Ming. Mulans and Huang Ling had been teleported to the first continent fragment. They had wanted to take the teleportation array back, but unfortunately, the other end of the teleportation array had exploded. They could not return, so they had waited on the continent fragment. They had wanted to wait for Lu Ming on the other end to discover that they were missing, repair the teleportation array, and bring them back. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and Lu Ming's acquaintances had not been able to repair the teleportation array at that time. They had waited for decades without seeing Lu Ming, so they could only continue to move forward through the teleportation array. Halfway through, they had come to a stone house and obtained a heaven-defying opportunity there. Not only had they obtained several treasures, but they had also absorbed the creation jade liquid and the creation jade pool. Their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only had their cultivation improved greatly, but their talent and potential had also undergone earth-shattering changes. They had stayed in the stone house for a few years before continuing on their journey to the Western universe. At that time, the universe ruins had not yet recovered, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had not yet appeared. The entire Western universe was dead silent. They had carefully wandered in the Western universe, trying to find a way back. In the end, they had mistakenly entered an ancient ruin. They had stayed in that ruin for many years. In the end, Huang Ling had been trapped in that ruin, and Mulans had luckily escaped. When Mulans had left the ruin, she had discovered that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had already appeared in the universe. Although there were few of them, they were very powerful. Mulans had not dared to meet these creatures of the Forbidden Lands. She had carefully wandered the universe. Later, she had accidentally opened the seal of the Xianxia Divine Realm. After that, Mulans had naturally stayed in the Xianxia Divine Realm and had been accepted as a disciple by an important figure. Through Mulans's narration, Lu Ming had a timeline in his heart that had become clearer and clearer. In the beginning, Mulans and Huang Ling had entered the ancient teleportation path and obtained the heaven-defying opportunity on the ancient teleportation path. Then, they had come to the Western universe. At that time, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands of the Western universe had yet to awaken, the universe had yet to recover, and the great calamity of the origins had yet to descend. Then, the two girls accidentally entered an ancient ruin and stayed there for many years. During this time, Huang Ling was trapped and Mulans managed to escape. When Mulans escaped, the creatures of the Forbidden Area had already begun to appear, but their numbers were still very small. Because at this time, the universe began to recover, and the cultivation conditions became better. Then, Mulans unintentionally opened the seal of the Xianxia Divine Realm, and the humans of the Xianxia Divine Realm were born. After many years, the expert of the 9 demonic spider clan broke into the ancient teleportation path. Then, Dandan repaired the teleportation array and the 9 demonic spider appeared in the universe. From the looks of it, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands in the Western universe woke up earlier than the ones in the Eastern universe. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he asked, "Senior sister, where is the ancient ruin that Huang Ling is trapped in? Is it dangerous?" Lu Ming was really worried. According to Mulan's, Huang Ling had been trapped in that place for tens of thousands of years. Lu Ming could not help but be worried. It's hard to say whether it's dangerous or not. Over the years, I've read a lot of information and finally found out the origin of that ruin. That ruin should be a sacred place of the demon race of the primordial world of the last era. Huang Ling has the Phoenix bloodline. The Phoenix is one of the strongest races of the demon race of the primordial world. I believe Huang Ling should be fine. Mulan's explained. The sacred place of the primordial world demon race. Lu Ming was shocked. The primordial world demon race was one of the 3 strongest races of the primordial world. Lu Ming could not help but worry. Although Huang Ling had the Phoenix bloodline, he knew very well that it was only the Phoenix bloodline of the minor Kiliacosm. The demon race of the universe and the minor Kiliacosm had impure bloodlines. It was very likely that they evolved from the flesh and blood of the primordial world demon race after they died in battle. There was a huge difference between them and the real primordial world demon race. Even if it was the Phoenix bloodline, it was a mixed blood Phoenix bloodline. It was worlds apart from the Phoenix of the primordial world. Could this be Huang Ling's protective amulet? Everything was hard to say. Lu Ming could not wait to rush over and rescue Huang Ling. Where is the sacred place of the primordial world demon race? How long will it take to set off from here? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He did not plan to let Mulan's go with him. He planned to go alone to deal with Huang Ling. However, how could Mulan's not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Junior brother Lu Ming, you want to go alone to deal with Huang Ling, right? I know you're eager to save her, and so am I. However, if we go there now, we won't be able to enter the sacred place of the demon race. Mulan said. Won't be able to enter? Senior sister, what's going on? Over the years, through all kinds of information and personal investigations, I discovered that the sacred place of the primordial world demon race is shrouded in layers of restrictions. The restrictions will only weaken at specific times. That is the time to enter. The last time Huang Ling and I entered, it happened to be when the restrictions were at their weakest. The next time the restrictions weaken, it will be a year later. This time, I broke through to the second extreme break this time, and I also plan to enter the sacred place of the demon race a year later to deal with Huang Ling. Mulan's explained. A year later, Lu Ming muttered, feeling a little helpless. It seemed like he could only wait a year later. More than 10,000 years had passed. If Huang Ling was still alive, he believed that 1 year would not make a difference. Junior brother Lu Ming, how did you get here? Your battle prowess has actually broken through the boundary 3 times. You really surprised your senior sister. You must have experienced a lot over the years. Mulan's changed the topic and looked at Lu Ming confidently. After more than 10,000 years, Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming, but his temperament had changed a lot. She wanted to imprint Lu Ming's appearance deeply in her heart. Ever since you left, Lu Ming also briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Although Lu Ming had already briefly recounted it, Mulan was still shaken to the core when she listened to him. After that, Lu Ming did not return to his residence. Instead, he stayed in Sky Orchid Garden. When the news spread, the hearts of many geniuses in the Tsongqing divine realm were broken. Lu Ming was staying in Sky Orchid Garden and had an unusual relationship with Mulan's. What would happen between the two of them? The thought of what might happen between the two of them made the young geniuses go crazy with jealousy. They wished that they could replace Lu Ming. Among them, the one who was the most upset was Lu Weiyang. After Lu Weiyang returned, he could not sit still and could not eat or sleep. This time, Pang Xiao had suffered a great humiliation because of him. Would he bear a grudge against him? Would he seek revenge? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Lu Ming, it's all because of Lu Ming. Why is this bastard with an inferior bloodline so strong? Damn it, Lu Weiyang roared in his heart and cursed Lu Ming fiercely. Then, he thought of a way to prevent Peng Xiao from taking revenge. Young Master Lu, what should we do now? I'm afraid that Peng Xiao will hold a grudge against us. A young man next to Lu Weiyang said worriedly. Of course, we'll take the initiative to find Peng Xiao and apologize to him. Lu Weiyang said. This time, Peng Xiao suffered a great humiliation. He might not accept our apology easily. The young man was still worried. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, if I have a way to let him take revenge on Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming, then Peng Xiao won't blame us. Lu Weiyang said, his eyes flashing with a hint of conspiracy. Young Master Lu, do you have a plan? The young man's eyes lit up. That's right. Let's go find Peng Xiao. Lu Weiyang said. However, when Lu Weiyang and the others saw Peng Xiao's eyes were extremely cold and he almost attacked them. However, when Lu Weiyang said that he had a way to deal with Lu Ming, Peng Xiao's attitude improved a lot. You said that you have a way to deal with Lu Ming? What is it? Tell me. If you dare lie to me, haha, even that grandfather of yours won't be able to protect you. Peng Xiao's voice was cold. Brother Peng, don't worry. According to my plan, Lu Ming will most likely die. Even if he has the battle strength of an invincible divine lord, can he deal with multiple invincible divine lords at the same time? Lu Weiyang sneered. Hurry up and tell me. What's the plan? Peng Xiao urged anxiously. Brother Peng, you should know about Zhu Tian, right? Lu Weiyang said. Nonsense. Who doesn't know the top expert of the Ninein demonic spider race, Zhu Tian? Why? Did Lu Ming offend Zhu Tian? Peng Xiao said. Zhu Tian's younger brother, Zhu Shi, died at the hands of Lu Ming. Moreover, one of Zhu Shi's top source-level divine herbs was also snatched away by Lu Ming, Lu Weiyang sneered. Peng Xiao's eyes lit up. He understood what Lu Weiyang meant. If he revealed this information to Zhu Tian would never let Lu Ming go. He would probably come straight to Xianxia Immortal Realm. However, although Zhu Tian is strong, I'm afraid he can't do anything to Lu Ming by himself. Peng Xiao said. Zhu Tian's strength was absolutely astonishing. There was no doubt about this, because Zhu Tian had defeated other invincible god lords more than once. It could be said that as an invincible god lord who had broken through 3 levels, Zhu Tian's combat strength was also top-notch. However, one must not forget that Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan not long ago. Zhu Tian might not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Brother Peng, you don't have to worry. Zhu Tian isn't the only invincible god lord in the Ninein demonic spider race. Zhu Tian has a good relationship with many invincible god lords, so Zhu Tian might not be the only one coming. Even if it's only Zhu Tian, it's fine. I think that Moken of the extreme evil race also died at the hands of Lu Ming. The 2 source-level divine herbs that Moken had also fallen into the hands of Lu Ming. The extreme evil race won't let this matter go. Lu Weiyang said, looking like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Moken also died at the hands of Lu Ming? Are you sure about this? Peng Xiao was a little suspicious. Most likely. There's absolutely no mistake. Lu Weiyang immediately told him about how Lu Ming had met Moken and the others along the way, and how Lu Ming had found an excuse to leave for a while. At first, I didn't suspect Lu Ming too much because Moken was in existence who had broken through 2 levels and there were other experts present. I didn't think that Lu Ming could deal with Moken and the others, but it's different now. Lu Ming actually defeated Fu Yuan. With such combat strength, he could easily kill Moken and the others. I'm sure that Lu Ming left at that time to kill Moken and the others and take the 2 source-level divine herbs. Lu Weiyang said firmly. He was 100% sure that it was Lu Ming. If it were him, with the strength of an invincible divine master, he would definitely not let Moken and the others go. Those were 2 source-level divine herbs. How precious were source-level divine herbs? Even Origin Realm experts would be tempted, especially for peak divine masters. They could greatly increase the speed and probability of breaking through to the Origin Realm. Which peak divine master wouldn't be tempted after knowing this? In that case, Moken must have died at the hands of Lu Ming. Very good. Lu Weiyang, if you can use the Ninein demonic spider and the extreme evil race to kill Lu Ming this time, the grudge between us will be written off," Peng Xiao said. After saying that, a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. This killing intent was naturally targeted at Lu Ming. "Brother Peng, do you have a way to send the news to the Zhu Tian and the extreme evil race?" Lu Weiyang asked joyfully. "Don't worry. It won't be long before the Nining demonic spider and the extreme evil race arrive," Peng Xiao said coldly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in Heavenly Orchid Garden for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, Lu Ming discovered how extraordinary Mulan's was. Mulan's bloodline was very similar to that of the people in the Azure Divine Realm. It was very pure and high level. It constantly emitted a strong pressure to people with inferior bloodlines like Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming could ignore this pressure if he used a little forbidden power. The reason why Mulan had such a powerful and pure bloodline was because she had absorbed the Fortune Jade Nectar on the ancient teleportation path and evolved. According to Mulan's, the Phoenix spirit had also undergone a transformation. Her human and Phoenix bloodlines were greatly improved at the same time. In addition, Lu Ming was shocked by the few treasures of Mulan. Their levels were definitely very high, especially one of the gemstones. Lu Ming couldn't see how powerful it was. He only felt that it was unfathomable. Lu Ming heard from Han Yu that Mulan's had once used this gem to open the seal of the Azure Divine Realm. One day, Han Yu suddenly looked for Lu Ming and informed him of a piece of news. Outside the Xianxia Divine Realm, there was a powerhouse who challenged Lu Ming by name. "Challenging me? Who is it?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It's the Nining demonic spider and the extreme evil race," Han Yu said worriedly. "The Nining demonic spider and the extreme evil race?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. He thought of Zhushir and Moken. Did something happen? "The leader of the Nining demonic spider is Zhu Tian. The leader of the extreme evil race is Mo Sha. They want you to get out and die. Brother Lu, you must be careful," Han Yu reminded him. "Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, why are they challenging you, junior brother?" Mulan's expression also changed. These two people were both invincible divine masters. Especially Zhu Tian. He had defeated other invincible divine masters more than once. In the Azure Divine Realm, there were invincible divine masters who had been defeated by Zhu Tian. Mo Sha of the extreme evil race was also a terrifying person. His methods were extremely cruel and unpredictable. He was very difficult to deal with. When did Lu Ming offend these two experts? Even though Lu Ming had the combat power to defeat Fu Yuan, Mulan's couldn't help but worry. It seems that something has happened. How did they know? Oh right, Lu Weiyang. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming immediately thought of Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang had seen him kill Zhushir with his own eyes. There was also Moken. Since he knew that Lu Ming had the power of an invincible divine master, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Lu Ming had left halfway to kill Moken. Not only Lu Weiyang, Han Yu also thought of it. But Han Yu and the others had no reason to betray Lu Ming, so only Lu Weiyang was left. "Are there many people from the two races?" Lu Ming asked. "There are at least dozens of people from the two races and they are all experts. I guess that besides Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, there might be other experts who have broken through the third level." "Lu Ming, don't be rash," Han Yu said. Han Yu said. She wanted to remind Lu Ming not to accept the challenge. "Junior brother, I think there is no need to accept the challenge. Anyway, the Xianxia Divine Realm is protected by a powerful array. They can't come in. Let them guard outside." Mulan's words were more direct. "Don't worry. I won't accept the challenge." Lu Ming smiled. He was already past the age of being impulsive. He wouldn't fight to the death just because someone cursed him. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, why would he fight if he didn't have to? Wouldn't it be better to let the other party curse him outside? After that, Lu Ming continued to live in Heavenly Orchid Garden and ignored the outside world. But as time passed, the news had spread throughout the Xianxia Divine Realm. Outside the Xianxia Divine Realm, dozens of experts from the Nining demonic spider and the extreme evil race gathered and cursed Lu Ming every day. It's been a few days. Lu Ming still hasn't accepted the challenge? I heard that Lu Ming's power is amazing. He defeated Fu Yuan. why would he be afraid of him? Many people were talking about it. During this time, Lu Ming, Lu Feng, Yuan Jia, and the others fought over Mulan's, and Lu Ming defeated Fu Yuan. The news had already spread. Lu Ming's name shook the entire Azure Divine Realm. An inferior bloodline had actually defeated Fu Yuan, who possessed the bloodline of the Holy Luminance. This was truly unbelievable. Therefore, when the elites of the Nine Demon Spider and the extreme evil race came to challenge Lu Ming, it shocked the entire Chongqing godly realm. In my opinion, Lu Ming is just afraid and doesn't dare to accept the challenge. That's right. Although he defeated Fu Yuan, I'm guessing that it was mostly due to luck. Either that, or he has some kind of explosive secret technique. After using it once, the after effects are huge, or he can only last for a short time. It's normal that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. He's too cowardly. He's an expert who's broken through 3 times, yet he doesn't dare to accept the challenge when someone is right at his doorstep. He's been insulted every day and doesn't dare to accept the challenge. What a shame. Such words were secretly spread throughout the Chongqing godly realm. Of course, these words were secretly spread by people sent by Peng Xiao and Lu Weiyang. They wanted to provoke Lu Ming into making a move. If Lu Ming didn't make a move, they would also be very anxious. Such words also reached Lu Ming's ears through Mulan's servant girls. However, Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't seem to care. He immediately knew that these words were spread by people with ulterior motives to provoke him into making a move. He wouldn't let these people have their way. Wasn't it better to stay in Heavenly Orchid Garden and cultivate? Every month, he would receive 8 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid and spend the rest of his time comprehending Genesis techniques. His progress was extremely fast. Through this period of comprehension, his understanding of Genesis techniques had deepened, and his understanding was much clearer than before. He firmly believed that if he continued to improve like this, he might be able to comprehend Genesis techniques before breaking through to the Origin realm. There were very few people who could comprehend Genesis techniques before breaking through to the Origin realm. For the time being, apart from Bone Demon, Xianxia, Gu Chongfeng, Yi Immortal and a few others, he hadn't seen anyone else who could comprehend Genesis techniques at the Almighty stage. Even the peerless geniuses in the Forbidden Zones hadn't seen them before. Gu Chongfeng, Bone Demon, Xianxia and the others still relied on the 4 statues in Purple Heaven Utopia. Lu Ming's heart ached when he thought of the 4 statues. At this moment, he knew that the 4 statues were most definitely top-notch treasures. They were extremely rare. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the universe who could comprehend Genesis techniques at the Almighty stage. Unfortunately, the 4 statues couldn't be taken away at that time. Later, when Purple Heaven Utopia collapsed, the 4 statues drifted into the depths of space and no one knew where they ended up. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed in Heavenly Orchid Garden to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming cultivated quietly, while Lu Weiyang and Peng Xiao were furious. Trash. Lu Ming is trash. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. What a piece of trash. Peng Xiao cursed angrily. Inferior bloodline is inferior bloodline. He's as timid as a mouse. I really overestimated him before. Lu Weiyang also cursed angrily. If Lu Ming didn't go out, wouldn't their plan to get someone else to do the dirty work for them be impossible? They were so angry that they couldn't wait to drag Lu Ming out and throw him in front of Zhu Tian and the others. Lu Weiyang, do you have any ideas to force Lu Ming to go out? Peng Xiao looked at Lu Weiyang. Force Lu Ming to go out? Lu Weiyang pondered for a while. After a while, Lu Weiyang's eyes lit up. I have an idea. It's not impossible to force Lu Ming to go out. Lu Weiyang said. What is it? Tell me quickly. Peng Xiao hurriedly urged. Mulan's. Lu Weiyang's eyes flashed with viciousness. The relationship between Lu Ming and Mulan's is obviously unusual. If Mulan's is caught by Zhu Tian and the others, do you think Lu Ming can sit still? I'm afraid he will take the initiative to kill Zhu Tian and the others. But Brother Peng, you are deeply in love with Mulan's. I'm afraid you won't be willing to do that. Love my ass. That sword man actually likes an inferior bloodline. Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price. Okay, let's do it. But how can we make Mullins fall into the hands of Zhu Tian and the others? Mullins has been living in the Heavenly Orchid Garden with Lu Ming. How can we make them separate? Peng Xiao said. Mullins and Du Ling are very close, aren't they? They are as close as sisters. As long as we take Du Ling and force her to send a message to Mullins and let her leave the Azure Divine Realm alone, we can ask Zhu Tian and the others to take Mullins and force Lu Ming to take action. The difficulty is how to communicate with Zhu Tian and the others and let them cooperate. Lu Weiyang said. Leave it to me. Peng Xiao said. Lu Weiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that Peng Xiao had a good relationship with the creatures in the Forbidden Lands. There's one more thing that is very important. After this is done, we can't let Du Ling live, lest she leaves behind any evidence. Lu Weiyang said, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. Do I need you to tell me that? Let's start. Peng Xiao sneered. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mullins received a message from Du Ling. The message said that Mullins was to go to a certain place alone. If she went with another person, Du Ling would be in great danger. Something happened to Du Ling. Mullins's face darkened. Du Ling was very close to her. When she first arrived in the Azure Divine Realm, she was unfamiliar with the place and the first person she met was Du Ling. She couldn't ignore Du Ling's accident. Mullins didn't expect that all of this was a plot against Lu Ming. She simply thought that something had happened to Du Ling. Therefore, Mullins didn't tell Lu Ming this news. She quietly left Sky Orchid Garden and headed out of Tsongqing Godly Realm. Mullins purposely avoided Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. However, not long after she left Tsongqing Godly Realm, she was surrounded. Those who surrounded her were Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. I've been tricked. As soon as she saw Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others, Mullins knew that she had been tricked. These people wanted to take her down and force Lu Ming to come out and fight. Mullins certainly wouldn't give up. She tried her best to break out of the encirclement. However, although she had the combat strength of a second-time GG breaker, there was a huge difference between a third-time GG breaker and a second-time GG breaker. Moreover, there was more than one third-time GG breaker. Mullins couldn't break out of the encirclement. She didn't even have time to transmit her voice before she was captured by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Lu Ming, bad news. On this day, Han Yu rushed into Sky Orchid Garden with a pale face. Lu Ming's heart sank. Han Yu, what happened? Senior sister Mullins has been captured by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Han Yu hurriedly said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly spread out his spiritual awareness and covered Mullins' room. As expected, he found that Mullins' room was empty. Lan Xiang, what's going on? When did your miss leave? Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of Mullins' maids. Lu Ming and Mullins were cultivating in different rooms. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't know when Mullins left. I don't know. I don't know when Miss Mullins left either. Lan Xiang shook her head repeatedly. Something must have happened. Otherwise, senior sister Mullins would have informed me when she left. Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, what should we do? Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others said that they want you to go out and suffer. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to Mullins. Han Yu said. Since they want to die, let's grant them their wish. Let's go. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He had not seen Mullins for many years, and he was filled with guilt towards her. Now, these people were actually using Mullins to threaten him. He was completely enraged. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to these people, but now, he wanted to kill them. Immediately, Han Yu led the way and rushed toward the exit with Lu Ming. Outside one of the exits of the Azure Divine Realm, there were two groups of people facing each other in the void. One of them was the Nining Demon Spider and the extreme evil race led by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The other group was the human experts of the Firmament Divine Realm. Many people in the Firmament Divine Realm knew that Mullins had fallen into the hands of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. They were furious and rushed over. However, the human experts did not attack, mainly because they were afraid of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Although they had the advantage in numbers, no one was a match for Zhu Tian and Emo Sha. The main reason was that there were no experts who had broken through 3 times. Zhu Tian, Emo Sha, you are despicable. How dare you use a woman to threaten Lu Ming? Hand over Mulan's. Suddenly, a young man from the human clan rushed out with large strides. It's Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji is here. The human experts were overjoyed. The human clan finally had an invincible divine master who had broken through 3 times. Ridiculous. That Lu Ming killed and stole the treasure. He is the despicable one. Now, he is a coward hiding in the firmament divine realm. Hand over Lu Ming and we will release Mulan's. Emo Sha sneered. Bull*****. I will kill you now. Zhao Wuji shouted coldly. He did not stop and attacked Emo Sha. Emo Sha was not afraid and attacked back. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. This was not the first time the two of them had fought. Their strength was evenly matched, and it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Emo Sha, do you want me to help you? Zhu Tian chuckled at the side. Zhu Tian, your opponent is me. Another figure stepped out from the human clan. It was a young man with a big beard. Fu Yuan. Zhu Tian frowned and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Zhu Tian, you dare to capture our people near the Azure Divine Realm? How dare you? I think you're courting death. Fu Yuan shouted. That's right. Hand her over. Otherwise, all of you will stay here. The others shouted as well. Mulan's was a great benefactor of the Firmament Divine Realm. She was the disciple of an important figure in the Firmament Divine Realm. Zhu Tian and the others had captured Mulan's in the Firmament Divine Realm. Most of them were furious and wanted to kill Zhu Tian and the others. With Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji backing them up, they were not afraid. There were many human clan experts and there were hundreds of them. They outnumbered the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil clan. If something happened, they might be able to take down the other party. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil clan members' faces changed. They retreated and gathered together to prepare for a big battle. Mulan's has been sent away by us. If you dare to act rashly and something happens to us, Mulan's will be buried with us. Zhu Tian's cold voice rang out. The experts of the human race were shocked. They couldn't help but stop. They were afraid of taking action. Mulan's was in their hands and they had to be careful. Even Zhao Wuji, who was fighting with Emo Sha, stopped. You are despicable. Many people shouted. Hand over Lu Ming. After we kill Lu Ming and avenge my brother Zhu Shi, we will naturally hand over Mulan's. Zhu Tian said coldly. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have what it takes. A cold voice rang out. A figure flashed in the air and a young figure appeared. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming is finally here. Haha, that's great. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were among the crowd. They would not miss such a lively scene. When they saw Lu Ming, they were overjoyed. Zhu Tian, Emo Sha, and the others' gazes were as sharp as swords as they stared at Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming. Zhu Tian's gaze was extremely cold. He did not hide his cold killing intent. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied coldly. Very well, I'll take your head. Zhu Tian closed in on Lu Ming. His terrifying cold aura locked onto Lu Ming. Zhu Tian, leave Lu Ming to me. On the other side, Emo Sha also closed in on Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming was a fish on the chopping block in their eyes. Apart from Zhu Tian and Emo Sha, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race, that's right, they did not know that Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan. Pang Xiao did not tell them. Pang Xiao did not tell them about Lu Ming's combat strength because he was helping Lu Ming. He had his own plans. Pang Xiao felt that Zhu Tian and the others might not be able to kill Lu Ming near the Songqing Divine Realm. Even if a few more experts came, it would still be difficult. The main reason was that there were many human experts near the Songqing Divine Realm. Those human experts might not just stand by and watch Lu Ming get killed. Even if Lu Ming had an inferior bloodline, many people would still help him. There were too many people in the Tsongqing divine realm who had fallen. Yes, Peng Xiao felt that those who didn't think inferior bloodlines were inferior had all fallen. He felt that they had to maintain their noble status in front of inferior bloodlines. Therefore, he didn't tell Zhu Tian and the others about Lu Ming's true battle strength and achievements. He wanted the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race to look down on Lu Ming. If that happened, the two races would definitely suffer a great loss. Perhaps more 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race would die at Lu Ming's hands. It would be best if a few powerful prodigies died. Then, Lu Ming and the two races would really fight to the death. More experts would come to kill Lu Ming. In that case, no matter how powerful Lu Ming's combat ability was, he would only die. Therefore, the two races didn't know about Lu Ming's true battle strength. Of course, they didn't underestimate Lu Ming too much. This was because Moken might very well have died at Lu Ming's hands. If he could kill Moken, it meant that Lu Ming himself had the battle strength of at least the second break of the extreme evil realm. He might even be the limit of the second break of the extreme evil realm. However, with two invincible divine masters, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, working together, Lu Ming would die no matter how strong he was. You want to bully me with numbers? Let me play with you. Fu Yuan shouted coldly. His Guqin appeared, and his aura rushed toward Zhu Tian. On the other side, Zhao Wuji also exuded a powerful aura. He faced Mo Sha and was ready to attack at any moment. It seems that you don't want Mulan's life. Other than Lu Ming, if anyone else dares to make a move, do you believe that I will immediately spread the news and have my people cut off Mulan's head? Mo Sha was filled with evil people, which made Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji hesitate to act rashly. Speak, where is senior sister Mulan's? Lu Ming asked, barely suppressing the anger in his heart. People who are about to die don't need to know so much. Zhu Tian sneered. Seeing that Fu Yuan did not dare to make a move, Zhu Tian once again charged towards Lu Ming. Zhu Tian, leave this Lu Ming to me. I want to avenge Moken. Mo Sha called out. He killed my little brother. I must cut off his head with my own hands. No one can compete with me. Zhu Tian's eyes were filled with madness. The madness in his eyes sent a chill down Mo Sha's spine. She could not help but stop in her tracks. Alright, I'll let you have Lu Ming. However, the 2 stalks of top-notch source-level divine medicine in the demonic Kuan's hands are with him. After killing him, I'll take these 2 stalks of top-notch source-level divine medicine. Mo Sha said. Alright. Zhu Tian said. You guys talk too much. Since you won't hand over senior sister Mulan's, I'll capture all of you and exchange you for senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming said coldly. The battle god spear appeared in his hand. A powerful aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. His attitude caused Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others to be stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to challenge all of them. Arrogant, ignorant, these 2 words flashed through the minds of the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. Even the experts of the human race were taken aback. They knew that Lu Ming was very strong and had defeated Fu Yuan before. However, that was only after exchanging many blows. In a real battle to the death, he might not be able to defeat Fu Yuan. Zhu Tian's combat strength was not any weaker than Fu Yuan's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger than Fu Yuan. There was also Mo Sha. They were all invincible divine masters. Even if their combat strength differed, the difference was not too great. For example, Zhu Tian was one of the top invincible divine masters. He had defeated several invincible divine masters before. However, he had defeated them one-on-one. If he faced 2 invincible divine masters at the same time, he definitely would not be their match. Even if he pulled out 2 of the invincible divine masters he had defeated to join forces, Zhu Tian would still be defeated. Not many invincible divine masters could face 2 invincible divine masters at the same time. Therefore, although Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan, he was definitely not a match for Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. This Lu Ming is so arrogant. He won't die here today, right? Haha, that would be too easy for him. Lu Weiyang and Peng Xiao were overjoyed. They had originally thought that Lu Ming might not die today. However, now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to seek death, things were no longer so certain. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Moken. I'll kill you. An expert of the extreme evil race shouted as he took the lead and charged toward Lu Ming. This person held a strange weapon. This weapon looked like a saber, but it was not a saber. It looked like a sword, but it was not a sword. It was completely black and emitted an evil aura. This weapon was unique to the extreme evil race. It was called the Extreme Evil Blade. When activated by the extreme evil race's unique power and secret technique, its power was shocking. Whoosh, the extreme evil blade went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. This was an expert who had broken through to the second stage of the extreme break, and not just any ordinary second stage extreme break. Among those who had broken through to the second stage of the extreme break, he was considered a top expert. He was not weaker than Peng Xiao and was much stronger than Mo Kuan. Therefore, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha did not stop him. It was a good opportunity to test Lu Ming's strength. At this moment, Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely strong. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he swept his battle god spear out. Boom, the battle god spear rapidly expanded and struck the opponent's extreme evil blade. There was a loud explosion, followed by a scream. The expert of the extreme evil race was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Furthermore, one of that man's arms had exploded, and the edge of utmost evil flew out of his hand. He was severely injured in one move. What? Many people could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Among them, Peng Xiao was the one who was the most shocked. He knew the expert of the extreme evil race. They had fought before. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them could defeat the other. However, this expert, who was not weaker than him, was so weak in front of Lu Ming. He had been severely injured in one move. Didn't that mean that when he faced Lu Ming, he would also be severely injured in one move? This combat power, Fu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His battle prowess was even stronger than when he had fought against him back then. Could it be that Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he fought with him? Fu Yuan felt like he had suffered a huge blow. The humans were already aware of Lu Ming's combat ability. Even they were shocked. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe were equally shocked. Even Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, the two invincible divine lords, could not help but widen their eyes. Before they could recover, Lu Ming's attack had already begun. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and struck with his palm, using the primeval style. A piece of land formed above Zhu Tian and the rest, suppressing them. In an instant, dozens of experts from the two races were enveloped. Set up the array and block it. Zhu Tian shouted. His body flickered as he set up several combined attack arrays. The people that Zhu Tian and Mo Sha had brought with them weren't useless. They were all very strong. Apart from the first break and second break experts, there were also 2 combined attack arrays of 21 people. The 2 combined attack arrays and the other experts attacked the ancient desolate continent together. Zhu Tian and Mo Sha also attacked. However, their attacks weren't aimed at the ancient desolate continent but at Lu Ming. Zhu Tian had 8 spider legs on his back. His entire body was covered in armor. Even his spider legs were covered in armor. The 8 spider legs were like 8 long spears that stabbed at Lu Ming. Mo Sha held the extreme evil blade and slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was much stronger than that of the extreme evil race expert. Facing the joint attack of the 2 experts, Lu Ming's killing intent became even colder. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated. 2 spear lights shot out and stabbed at Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The 3 invincible divine lords retreated too quickly. As soon as the 3 of them attacked, their attacks collided. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 2 figures retreated. It was Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Hiss! Hiss, hiss! The experts of the human race all gasped. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down. Lu Ming had actually defeated 2 invincible divine lords in a head-on clash. What kind of terrifying power was this? At the same time, they were certain that Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength when he fought with Fu Yuan. Boom! At this moment, the ancient desolate continent finally collided with the experts of the 2 races. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the two combined attack arrays of 21 people. The two 21 people combined attack formations were pushed back violently. Then, they trembled continuously and collapsed. The people who had set up the arrays spat out blood, their faces pale. The others who hadn't set up the combined attack arrays also coughed up blood. They were seriously injured. However, no one had died in the battle. The main reason was that Lu Ming had deliberately controlled his strength. Because now was not the time to kill these people. After all, Mullins had fallen into the enemy's hands. If he killed these people, Lu Ming was afraid that Mullins would be harmed. First, severely injuring these people and holding them hostage would make the other party wary. This was the best plan. Among them, Zhu Tian and Emo Sha were the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too shocking. It was somewhat hard for them to imagine. Kill! Lu Ming roared and became one with his spear, turning into several terrifying spear lights that shot towards Zhu Tian and Emo Sha. The terrifying spear light was incomparably huge. It swept across the void, stirring up the vast void. The scene was too shocking. Spider will rend! Zhu Tian roared. Its whole body spun quickly, using its 8 spider legs as blades. In the high-speed rotation, it turned into an extremely sharp gear, cutting towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Emo Sha also went all out. He used his ultimate move to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attacks exerted immense pressure on them, forcing them to go all out and activate their combat abilities to the maximum. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, Zhu Tian and Emo Sha's figures retreated again. Their faces were pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Of course, Lu Ming still did not use his full strength. It was better not to expose all his strength if he could. After all, Mullins had not been rescued yet. He did not want to expose too much of his strength and make the Nine demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe feel too much pressure. If they were prepared in advance, it would be even more difficult to rescue Mullins. It was enough to take down Zhu Tian and Emo Sha. After injuring Zhu Tian and Emo Sha with one move, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He continued to attack. Zhu Tian and Emo Sha resisted with all their strength. As for the other 2 tribes, they could not help as they were already heavily injured. However, even if Zhu Tian and Emo Sha resisted with all their strength, they could not hold on for long. After more than 10 moves. Bang! Lu Ming's spear swept across Zhu Tian's chest. His body flew out like a rubber ball. Even with the top-grade source-grade armor, he could not withstand it. At least a dozen bones in his body were broken. He coughed out blood and was severely injured. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a flash of lightning. He followed closely behind Zhu Tian, and the battle god spear struck down again. Zhu Tian could not dodge at all and was hit by the battle god spear once again. Crack, sizzle, the battle god spear struck the top-grade source-grade armor, producing an ear-piercing sound. 2 of Zhu Tian's spider legs were broken. If it were not for the protection of the top-grade source-grade armor, they would have exploded. Let's go! On the other side, Emo Sha was really scared out of her wits. She did not dare to stay any longer. With a loud roar, she flew into the distance, trying to escape. It was rare to see an invincible divine master run away after being beaten. Seeing Emo Sha escape, Zhu Tian was enraged. He shouted, Mullins was taken away by the extreme evil race. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped on Zhu Tian's face and used the force of this step to chase after Emo Sha like a flash of lightning. Emo Sha had already been injured in the previous fight, and her speed had been greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming's speed was at its peak. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly caught up with Emo Sha. With a palm strike, a continent appeared above Emo Sha's head and pressed down on her. Damn it! Emo Sha roared. Although she tried her best to resist, the result was already decided. As the continent pressed down, Emo Sha screamed. The terrifying power passed through the top-grade source-grade armor and hit Emo Sha's body. Cracking sounds came from Emo Sha's body. Who knew how many of her bones were broken? In the next instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of Emo Sha like lightning. His fingers were like hooks, grabbing Emo Sha's neck. Ah! Emo Sha roared and struggled madly. Unfortunately, it was useless. Her body was already heavily injured. How could she break free? None of you can leave. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He brought Imo Sha along and his figure flashed. He dashed toward the other people from the two tribes and continuously dealt heavy blows. After a while, the 9 demonic spider and dozens of experts from the extreme evil race, including Zhu Tian, were all suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a rope-like treasure and tied the dozens of experts tightly into a string. Zhu Tian and Imo Sha were among them. Ah! Lu Ming, I won't let you live under the same sky as me. Kill me if you want. Otherwise, one day, I'll take revenge 10 times over. Zhu Tian and Imo Sha yelled. They wanted to slap Chen Fan to death. How embarrassing, an invincible divine master who had broken through 3 times, a top expert in the universe, was tied up like a chicken on a string. It was too embarrassing. This was a great humiliation that they would never be able to wash away in their lifetime. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't moved. The human experts around were also dumbfounded. At this moment, there were more than 300 human experts gathered around. These 300 humans were all dumbfounded, including experts like Zhao Wuji and Fu Yuan. Then, many people became excited. Too domineering, as a human, this was how it should be. Thinking back to the primitive continent in the previous era, the human race had dominated the world. How grand was that? The human race at that time was just as domineering. Among them, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao had the most complicated feelings. Firstly, Lu Ming's combat power was too shocking. It was beyond their imagination and made them afraid. Secondly, they were a little excited. Lu Ming had treated Zhu Tian, Imo Sha, and the others like that. The experts of the two races would definitely not let this matter rest. Later on, there would be more powerful people coming to deal with Lu Ming. There were at least a dozen invincible divine lords from the two races. Lu Ming could deal with 2, but could he deal with 3, 4, or even a dozen invincible divine lords? Not to mention, the two races had a large number of joint attacks. Lu Ming was dead meat. Tell me, where did you take senior sister Mulan's? Lu Ming glanced coldly at Imo Sha, Zhu Tian, and the others. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Mulan's was taken away by the extreme evil race. They probably took her to the extreme evil land. A 9 demonic spider expert shouted. That's right, it has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Another 9 demonic spider youth shouted. It was embarrassing to be tied up like this. They all wanted to get away as soon as possible. Shut up, you spiders can't be trusted. You're as timid as mice. Don't try to push all the blame to us. You spiders were the most active when we tried to take down Mulan's. The people of the extreme evil race were unhappy and started cursing. The relationship between the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race was not good. They were competitors, and there were many fights between them. Previously, they had joined forces to force Lu Ming out. Now, they were quarreling. Shut up! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the two clans immediately shut their mouths. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a young man from the extreme evil race. Where is the land of extreme evil? Lead the way. Lu Ming said coldly. What? The young man from the extreme evil race and the others were shocked. What was Lu Ming trying to do? You want to kill your way to the land of extreme evil? The land of extreme evil was the headquarters of the extreme evil race. It was a terrifying forbidden area during the prehistoric continent. Now, dozens of members of the nefarious tribe had awakened. It could be said that there were many experts among them. If Lu Ming took the initiative to kill his way into the land of extreme evil, he would be courting death. The extreme evil tribe had a total of 7 invincible divine masters. Aside from Imo Sha, there were 6 more. In addition, there were even more powerful joint attack formations. Lu Ming would be courting death if he went there. Lu Ming, you can't. There are still 6 invincible divine masters in the land of extreme evil, Han Yu hurriedly said, trying to calm Lu Ming down. Now that Zhu Tian, Imo Sha, and the others were in Lu Ming's hands, Lu Ming could let 1 or 2 members of the extreme evil race go back to report. He could use Mo Sha and the others to exchange for Mulan's. That was the best plan. However, Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He didn't plan to do that. He had always felt guilty toward Mulan's. Other than Autumn Moon, Mulan's was the first woman he had known. When he was still weak, Mulan's had helped him enter the Mystic Essence Sword sect to cultivate. Later, Mulan's had used her own happiness to help Lu Ming become a Detian Divine Guard. Mulan's had helped him a lot. Without Mulan's, Lu Ming wouldn't be where he was today. But later, Lu Ming had known Xianxia. Because he didn't want to hurt Xianxia's feelings, Lu Ming had reluctantly distanced himself from Mulan's. He had been young back then. Now that he had experienced more things, both Xianxia and himself had slowly let go. However, Lu Ming still felt guilty toward Mulan's. Now that he had finally found Mulan's, the nine demonic spider and the extreme evil race had kidnapped Mulan's to deal with him. This had touched his bottom line. He wouldn't let this go so easily. He wanted the two races to pay the price. At the same time, he wanted to use this battle to make a name for himself and intimidate the rascals so that there wouldn't be endless trouble in the future. He had to go to the land of extreme evil. Lead the way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the young man from the extreme evil race to tremble. Bring him there. Mo Sha shouted. Since Lu Ming wanted to go to the land of extreme evil, why not bring him there? There were many experts in the land of extreme evil. When Lu Ming went there, he could do whatever he wanted. Okay, I'll lead the way. The young man from the extreme evil race said. Lu Ming let go of his hand and the young man from the extreme evil race flew into the distance. Lu Ming followed behind him with a group of people. Let's go and take a look. We have to go. If the extreme evil race dares to bully us, we'll attack. After all, Lu Ming is a member of the human race. We can't let him suffer. I'll send a message immediately and call a few experts to help. Many people in the Azure Divine Realm shouted. Some people took out their voice transmission jade talismans and called their friends to go to the land of extreme evil. Even Zhao Wuji, Fu Yuan, and the others took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent messages. Not long after, a large number of experts from the human race headed to the land of extreme evil. The Azure Divine Realm was quite far from the land of extreme evil. With Lu Ming's speed, it would take at least half a month to reach the land of extreme evil. Along the way, they met many people from other forbidden lands. What's going on? When these people saw that Lu Ming had brought a group of people with him, they were all dumbfounded. It's like this, among the human race, someone who was talkative immediately told them what had happened. I can't believe such a thing happened. Let's go and take a look. Then, these people followed behind Lu Ming and headed toward the land of extreme evil. Moreover, these people spread the news to their friends and family. This news spread like a hurricane to the 6 superpowers in the Western universe. I say. Can you put us away or cover us with something? A young man from the 9 demonic spider shouted. Yeah, cover us. The others shouted as well. It was too embarrassing to be tied up like this and swaggered through the streets. They wished they could find a dog hole to hide in. That would be better than this. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He continued to pull these people toward the land of extreme evil. The experts of the extreme evil tribe in the land of extreme evil also received the news quickly. They were all furious. How dare you tie up the people of the extreme evil tribe? You're courting death. Who is that Lu Ming? He's too daring. How dare he come to our land of extreme evil? Men, gather the experts. When this person comes, we must tear him into pieces. The people of the extreme evil tribe shouted angrily. The experts of the 9 demonic spider were also furious. After the experts of the 9 demonic spider heard the news, they sent out their experts to the land of extreme evil. The Western universe was in turmoil. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the others finally arrived at the abominable land. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, a large number of figures rushed out of the abominable land. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all elites of the abominable tribe. The 9 demonic spiders are also here. Very good. Lu Ming looked to the other side and saw a large number of 9 demonic spiders. The Nineteen demonic ruins where the 19 demonic spiders lived was closer to the abominable land than the abominable land was to the abominable land. Therefore, the 19 demonic spiders arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the others. Other than the 19 demonic spiders, there was a group of creatures that Lu Ming was unfamiliar with. There were about a few hundred of them. They were tall and burly, and they were covered in black armor. Each of them carried a black sword on their back. At first glance, they looked like a group of warriors. Creatures of the Forbidden Lands, Dark Heaven warriors. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a total of 6 forces in the Western universe. Other than the humans in the Abominable Land, the other 5 forces were all creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The Dark Heaven warriors were one of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. It was said that there were fewer of them than the other Forbidden Lands, but their combat strength was terrifying and their vitality was shocking. Their average strength was ranked first among the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Obviously, the Dark Heaven warriors were closer to the Abominable tribe and had arrived earlier than them. As for the other 2 Forbidden Lands, there were only a few of them, and they were obviously further away. You humans are so bold to treat our people like this. Do you want to start a full-scale war? An elite of the Abominable tribe roared as he looked at the human elites behind him with an evil and cold gaze. That's right. You're provoking both of our races at the same time. Do you still think that you humans are the same as the humans of the Eldritch continent? An elite of the 19 demonic spiders shouted. Let's start a war then. We're not afraid of you. The experts of the human race were also enraged. They all retorted. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the human race. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. He found that while there were some humans in the Azure Divine Realm like Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao who were of inferior character and showed off their superiority in front of those with inferior bloodlines, most of the humans were good. They didn't look down on him because of his inferior bloodline. Moreover, they were very united with each other. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people following Lu Ming to the land of extreme evil. Their purpose was to cheer for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to implicate the human race because of his personal affairs. With the strength of the human race, they were no match for the 19 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe. Once the battle started, the Tsongqing Divine Realm would be at a great disadvantage. Brat, you want to shoulder the responsibility alone? You may not be able to do it alone. The 19 demonic spider shouted coldly. Brat, quickly release my clansman. Shouted a member of the extreme evil race. Release my senior sister first, then I will naturally release her. Lu Ming said. Haha, you want to negotiate with us in the land of extreme evil? I'm afraid you don't have the right, a youth from the extreme evil race sneered and kept pressing towards Lu Ming. A terrifying and evil aura filled the air. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying expert who had broken through 3 times. Besides this person, there were other experts from the extreme evil race who were also pressing forward. They were all invincible almighty, although they were arrogant, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, Zhu Tian and Emo Sha were tied together. Humph, if you don't hand them over, I'll beat you until you do. Lu Ming snorted and waved his hand. He activated the Chaos Ring and put Zhu Tian, Emo Sha, and the others into it. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming had put away Emo Sha and the rest, the members of the extreme evil tribe instantly exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the extreme evil blade was unsheathed. In an instant, 5 terrifying attacks flew towards Lu Ming. The 5 invincible almighty from the extreme evil race attacked at the same time. Despicable. You want to bully him with your numbers? 5 against 1. What kind of supreme talent are you? Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others shouted. Divine light shone from their bodies as they wanted to help Lu Ming. This time, the human race had sent 3 invincible almighty. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had seen them before. They were Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and Yan Wudao. It's not your business. It's better if you don't interfere. A cold voice rang out. Several figures rushed towards Fu Yuan and the other evil people. They were the experts from the 9 demonic spider race. They blocked Fu Yuan and the others so that they couldn't help Lu Ming. With this delay, the attacks of the 5 experts from the extreme evil race were already close to Lu Ming. It looked like Lu Ming was about to be cut into pieces by these 5 attacks. At this moment, some people's hearts were in their mouths, while others were overjoyed. The overjoyed people were naturally Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. They had also followed along. Their main purpose was to see Lu Ming being killed by the experts from the extreme evil race with their own eyes. Now, their wish was about to come true. Who in the world could defeat the 5 invincible almighty from the extreme evil race when they joined forces, unless it was an expert who had broken through 4 times? However, in the entire Western universe, among the 6 major forces, there were only 2 people who had broken through 4 times. These 2 people represented the absolute pinnacle of the almighty realm. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still a far cry from those 2. At this moment, Lu Ming attacked. Everyone felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from Lu Ming's body. This aura was extremely powerful and shocking. It was like the energy produced by tens of thousands of stars exploding at the same time. Then, this energy turned into 5 spear lights that pierced toward the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. Each spear light collided with a blade of extreme evil. Boom, 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 there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the light was extremely dazzling. Then, the crowd saw 5 figures retreating rapidly. What? At this moment, everyone ignored the bright light and widened their eyes in shock. This was because the 5 people who had retreated were the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. The 5 experts from the extreme evil race had been forced to retreat. The 5 of them had joined forces to attack Lu Ming, but they had been forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming stood in the void and did not take a single step back. How was this possible? Many people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were hallucinating. Even Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, Yan Wudao, and the invincible almighty from the 9 demonic spider narrowed their eyes in disbelief. This, Lu Weiyang and Pang Zhao's mouths were wide open, and they could not say a word. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and his aura soared to the Milky Way. He held the spear with one hand, and the forbidden power kept pouring into the War God spear. The War God spear kept growing bigger and bigger, and finally, it smashed toward the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. Yes, there were no extra tricks. It was simply smashing down. It was overbearing. The huge War God spear carried an extremely violent aura, and it enveloped the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe widened their eyes and felt a chill in their hearts. Annihilation, heavenly spirit. 1,000 years evil kill. The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe roared. They pushed their combat strength to the maximum and used their strongest attack, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. 5 killer moves rushed toward the War God spear and collided with the War God spear. Kaboom! Heaven and earth trembled violently, and the void was torn apart by the terrifying force, creating a series of hideous cracks. The 2 sides attacked each other for a breath. But after a breath, the killer moves of the 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe trembled violently and collapsed. The War God spear did not stop. It continued to press down. Bang! Bang! The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe retreated. They coughed up blood and their faces were pale. Break the sky! Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He used the break the sky form. It turned into a sharp spear light and pierced toward one of the extreme evil tribe members. The extreme evil tribe member was already injured. There was no way he could dodge Lu Ming's attack. With a puff, the spear light pierced through the extreme evil tribe member's body. It almost pierced through his body. The spear light sent him flying tens of thousands of miles away. If it were not for the fact that this person had a top-notch source-grade armor, he would have been killed. Then, Lu Ming changed the direction of his spear. He swept out and hit one of the extreme evil tribe members. The extreme evil tribe member's body flew out like a meteorite. He flew back into the land of extreme evil and crashed into a mountain. The mountain almost shattered. The remaining 3 masters were shocked. They could not help but retreat. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He slapped out and used the primitive desolation form. A continent appeared and pressed down on one of the invincible masters of the extreme evil tribe. The invincible master roared and tried his best to resist. but when he touched the continent, his body trembled violently and he coughed up blood. Then, Lu Ming grabbed with his big hand and a huge palm condensed. It grabbed at the person and caught him in his hand. The remaining 2 invincible masters of the extreme evil tribe finally took the opportunity to retreat tens of thousands of miles away. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. The extreme evil race's 5 invincible god masters faced off against Lu Ming. Surprisingly, they were defeated by Lu Ming. 2 of them were seriously injured, 1 was captured by Lu Ming, and the other 2 retreated in panic. These were 5 invincible divine masters. What was an invincible divine master? It meant that they were invincible in the divine master realm. Any one of them would be invincible. They could even surpass realms and fight source powers. 5 of them had joined forces, yet they had been defeated so easily. 4 times of break G, a phrase flashed through everyone's mind. That's right. Only someone who had broken through 4 stages of extreme break would have such combat prowess. However, how difficult and rare was it to break through 4 times, even in the great desolate continent of the previous epic, there were very few of them. In the current era, there were only 2 of the 6 great factions. And these 2 were creatures of the Forbidden Lands. However, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands weren't from this era at all. They had sealed themselves in an unknown era and had only awakened in this era. And Lu Ming was a human. Obviously, he was from this era. How could someone break through 4 stages of extreme break in this era? The hearts of the people at the scene were in a perilous state. Even the 9 demonic spiders elites, Fu Yuan, and the others couldn't remain calm. The 9 demonic spiders elites couldn't help but retreat and distance themselves from Lu Ming. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and Yan Wudao looked at each other with complicated expressions. Especially Fu Yuan, who smiled bitterly. It turned out that Lu Ming hadn't treated him as a real opponent and hadn't used much strength at all. If Lu Ming had used all his combat prowess, he might not have been able to block even 1 attack. How did Lu Ming cultivate? How could he be so strong? His bloodline wasn't of a high level. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm couldn't figure it out. Among them, Lu Weiyang and Pang Zhao's faces were pale. Lu Ming's combat prowess had completely exceeded their expectations. With such combat prowess, in this era where origins didn't appear, it was impossible to kill him as long as he didn't fall into an origin grade array. They were too naive to think that they could kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the same time, they were a little worried that Lu Ming would take revenge. No, the origin tribulation will be over in a few hundred years. If he dares to touch me, my grandfather will definitely not let him go. Lu Weiyang comforted himself. If Lu Weiyang thought so, Pang Xiao was even less worried. His background was much stronger than Lu Weiyang's. Hand over Senior Mullins, or I'll kill this person. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the area. He formed a giant hand with his forbidden power and grabbed the extreme evil race elite. When he exerted force, the extreme evil race elite spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Damn it! The extreme evil race elite glared angrily at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. However, none of the tens of thousands of extreme evil race elites dared to step forward and attack Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had really broken through 4 times, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Ming, no matter how many of them there were. A 21-man combined attack array wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lu Ming, no matter how many of them there were. Unless Lu Ming was trapped in an origin grade array formation. However, Lu Ming wouldn't be so stupid as to enter an origin grade array formation obediently. Or perhaps they could deploy a 36-man combined attack array formation. However, the extreme evil race didn't have such a combined attack array formation. Like the primordial light race, it wasn't worth it to refine a 36-man combined attack array formation. Furthermore, if the origin grade elite hadn't sealed himself in a deep sleep, such a combined attack array formation wouldn't have been of much use. However, a dignified forbidden area had been invaded and their invincible divine master had been captured and threatened. This was a great humiliation. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming at all. Senior brother Evil Cicada is here. It's young Master Evil Cicada. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the extreme evil race. Many people looked behind them. 2 figures appeared behind them, stepping through the air. One of the two youths was bald. He wore a black robe and exuded an extremely evil aura from head to toe. Evil cicada. When Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others saw this bald youth, their pupils constricted, and they were filled with fear. Evil cicada was known as the top divine master of the extreme evil race. He had broken through 3 times and was even stronger than Zhu Tian of the Nine demonic spider race. It was said that evil cicada wanted to break through 4 times. The extreme evil race had a total of 7 invincible divine masters who had broken through 3 times. Aside from Mo Sha, there were also the 5 who had joined forces to attack Lu Ming. The last one was evil cicada. It was said that this person was extremely evil and his methods were extremely vicious. Anyone who offended him would end up in a miserable state. However, when everyone's gaze turned to the youth beside evil cicada, their eyes widened. She Tianting. It's She Tianting. Why is she Tianting of the dark skyvine race here? Many people exclaimed. Oh no. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, Han Yu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the young man immediately. Lu Ming's sharp spirit sense told him that this person was very dangerous. As for evil cicada, he ignored him. He didn't care about a person who had broken through 3 levels. The young man also looked at Lu Ming. Their gazes clashed in the void like sharp swords. Interesting. Shi Tianting smiled faintly. He looked at Lu Ming with great interest. Soon, evil cicada and Shi Tianting came to a place not far from Lu Ming. Brother Shi, I'll have to trouble you this time. Evil cicada cupped his fists at Shi Tianting. Don't worry. Since I've read your evil sword steel and promised to do something for you, I'll definitely help you this time. But after this, we'll be even, Shi Tianting said. His voice was very gentle, as if he was never in a hurry to do anything. Okay, it's a deal. Evil cicada nodded and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, right? If you want to save people, you can fight with Brother Shi. If you win, you can take them away. What, Shi Tianting wants to fight with Lu Ming? Many people were excited. The current 6 forces of the universe had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. The 6 forces combined had dozens of invincible divine masters. But there were only 2 people who were undefeated. 2 peerless geniuses who had broken through 4 levels. Shi Tianting was one of them. Shi Tianting was too strong. Invincible divine masters couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Usually, he rarely fought. It was said that the 2 of them who had broken through 4 levels would often spar in private, but others couldn't see it at all. It was said that Shi Tianting's heart was higher than the sky. He wanted to change his fate and break through to the origin under the Great Tribulation of the origin. According to the ancient legends, anyone who broke through to the origin under the Great Tribulation of the origin would undergo a transformation and obtain a heaven-defying fortune. They would go further in the future. There was another saying that if one could break through the origin tribulation during the origin tribulation, their chances of becoming an immortal would greatly increase. As long as they did not die along the way, they were almost certain to become an immortal. However, if one wanted to break through to the origin realm under the origin tribulation, the difficulty was so great that it made one despair. Moreover, it was extremely, extremely dangerous. If one moved, one's body and Tao would vanish, and one's soul would scatter. Throughout history, there had been countless talented geniuses with lofty ambitions. They wanted to break through under the great tribulation of the source and obtain a path to the great Tao of the heavens, but in the end, they all died. Fu Yuan, Shi Tianting is a 4-time extreme break. You have to think twice. Han Yu couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Han Yu. Then, he glanced at evil cicada and fixed his eyes on Shi Tianting. Okay, let's fight. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. It was only 2 words, but it was sonorous and powerful, pressing forward courageously. He had no reason to refuse this battle. Needless to say, this battle was related to Mulan's. Even if Mulan's wasn't involved, he wouldn't refuse. A 4-time extreme break, there was actually a 4-time extreme break in the Western universe. This was beyond his expectations. The three forbidden lands in the Eastern Universe didn't have a 4-time extreme break in the Eastern Universe. He had always wanted to know if his combat strength was at the 4-time extreme break. No one had been able to verify it before, but now that there was an opponent to verify it, how could he refuse? Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted between Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. The shocking aura collided in the air, creating an extremely terrifying energy. The energy swept out like a gust of wind. Retreat! The others around them frantically retreated, not daring to stay nearby. Even the invincible divine lords didn't dare to get too close for fear of being sucked in. When a 4-time extreme break attacked with all his strength, even the invincible divine lords might be injured if they got too close. Everyone retreated far away, leaving a large space between Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. I hope Shi Tianting can kill Lu Ming. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao prayed in their hearts. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong, so strong that it made their hearts tremble. Although they had backers behind them, these backers were now in a deep sleep. If Lu Ming went crazy, it would be better to be killed. Lu Ming moved his mind and the invincible divine lord of the extreme evil race was put into the ancient desolation ring. The divine battle spear shook slightly and a forbidden energy appeared on its surface. Shi Tianting grabbed the air with his right hand and a black sword appeared in his hand. This sword had a strange shape. It was thin and long. It was only a finger wide, but it was 3 meters long. Buzz! Shi Tianting raised his right hand slightly and a terrifying energy surged into the black sword. The sword let out a terrifying sound. The energy of the two became stronger and stronger and kept clashing in the air. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time and rushed towards each other like 2 rays of light. The spear aura and the sword aura surged at the same time and clashed in the air. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing was heard continuously. The two of them were so fast that they had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. Every time they clashed, there would be a small burst of sword chi and spear aura that swept in all directions. With the two of them as the center, the surrounding space was completely messed up. They're so powerful. Is this the combat strength of a 4-time extreme break? I'm afraid that's the power of their origin. It's terrifying. Many people were discussing. The combat strength of a 4-time extreme break? You're thinking too much. This is just a test. I'm sure that they haven't used their full strength yet. An invincible divine lord sneered. What? They're already so powerful, but they haven't used their full strength. Many people were shocked. But they didn't doubt it. Ordinary people naturally couldn't compare with invincible divine lords. Even those with a weak cultivation level could not see the figures of Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. They could only see the rays of light moving in the void, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and sometimes down, constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blows had been exchanged. Suddenly, the 2 rays of light retreated at the same time, revealing the 2 figures. Shi Tianting, there's no need to hold back. Use your full strength, or else you won't be a match for me. Lu Ming said. That's what I wanted to tell you. Fight with your full strength. Shi Tianting's voice was sonorous, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. One could see that his eyes were changing. One of his eyes was as black as an abyss, while the other was as red as a sea of blood. At the same time, his left hand grabbed at the air, and another long sword appeared. The shape of this long sword was almost the same as the previous one, thin and long. However, the color of this sword was different from the previous one. The color of this sword was crimson, and it was a dazzling crimson. Kill! Shi Tianting suddenly roared, and the 2 long swords slashed at Lu Ming from 2 different directions. As they slashed, the 2 long swords underwent a huge change. The 2 long swords actually split. 1 split, 2 splits. When they neared Lu Ming, there were at least dozens of forks on the 2 long swords. The 2 long swords looked like 2 rattan vines. The 2 swords seemed to have transformed into 2 rattan vines, one pitch black and the other blood red. The rattan vines were like tentacles that grabbed at the void. With a sudden fling, the void actually moved. The void seemed to have turned into a material object that was grabbed by the rattan vines and smashed towards Lu Ming. The void around Lu Ming completely collapsed, forming a destructive force that bombarded Lu Ming. A Genesis technique. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't a simple space attack, but a Genesis technique. Grabbing the void was just a manifestation of this technique. Lu Ming was certain that there was no mistake. This was definitely an origin technique. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered a Forbidden Land creature that could use a Genesis technique at the Divine Master stage. No wonder Xianxia could break through 4 times of the Extreme Breaker stage. His combat strength was already very strong, and with his Genesis technique, his combat strength far surpassed other invincible Divine Masters. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He directly activated the battle art to increase his combat strength by 9 times, raising his combat strength to the peak. Swish, Lu Ming swept the God of Combat spear out in a sweeping manner. An arc of spear light swept out in all directions. Rumble, the War God spear and Xianxia's attacks collided repeatedly. In the end, Xianxia's attacks were blocked. However, Xianxia's attacks were like a storm. After one move was blocked, the 2 Rattan swords' attacks changed again and continued to extend. Not only could they grab the void in all directions, but they could also grab any energy to attack Lu Ming. Xianxia stood in the distance, but his storm-like attacks completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming constantly brandished the War God spear to block the storm-like attacks. Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. Xianxia is really strong. As expected of one of the 2 invincible experts. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's still a little weaker. Many people were discussing. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao revealed looks of joy. They were looking forward to Lu Ming being unable to resist and being killed by Xianxia. Even if Lu Ming hadn't been killed by Xianxia, he would have been severely injured. If Lu Ming was seriously injured, the 9 demonic spider and the elites of the extreme evil race would not let him go. Once Lu Ming was seriously injured, there was no need for Xianxia to kill him. Lu Ming would also die. What do you know? Xianxia seems to have the upper hand, but he may not necessarily win, said an invincible Divine Master coldly. What? We might not win? Many people were puzzled. Didn't Xianxia have the complete upper hand? Xianxia's attacks are violent, and he seems to have the upper hand. However, Lu Ming doesn't show any signs of defeat. He is resisting and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That's right. Although Xianxia's attacks are violent, they also consume a lot of energy. As time goes on, he will definitely run out of energy. On the other hand, Lu Ming might seem to be at a disadvantage, but he won't consume as much energy to block the attacks. As long as Xianxia's attacks slow down, Lu Ming will launch a fierce counterattack. Let's see if Xianxia can completely defeat Lu Ming before he runs out of energy. Several invincible Divine Masters commented one after another. So that's how it is, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao began to worry again. In fact, these invincible Divine Masters were not wrong. The only thing that wasn't right was that Lu Ming wasn't completely powerless to fight back. If Lu Ming attacked with all his strength, he could still fight back against Xianxia. But there was no need. To be honest, Xianxia's attacks were indeed very powerful and weren't any weaker than Lu Ming's. There was no need to fight back against Xianxia. Firstly, Lu Ming wanted to observe his opponent's Genesis arts. Secondly, it would be easier for him to counterattack when his opponent's attacks slowed down. More than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's attacks lasted for more than 10 minutes. Even Lu Ming could not help but exclaim in amazement. The living beings of the Forbidden Grounds were truly gifted and blessed by nature. Xianxia's true form was the Tianyin vine, a kind of plant life. In terms of divine power or origin power, plant life was at the top. However, no matter how powerful it would be exhausted eventually. After more than 10 minutes of continuous attacks, Xianxia's attacks finally slowed down. Skybreaking form. Lu Ming finally seized a gap in his opponent's attacks and performed the skybreaking form. He became one with the spear and stabbed out. With a bang, Lu Ming broke through Xianxia's attack and the peerlessly sharp spear aura went straight for Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's expression changed. He waved his right hand and the pitch-black vine sword, which was thousands of miles away, suddenly shrank back. Yes, it was so fast that even Lu Ming was surprised. It was much faster than Lu Ming's attack speed. In an instant, it shrank back in front of Xianxia. Xianxia flicked his wrist and the vine sword continued to spin, forming layers of sword shadows that blocked in front of him like a shield. Lu Ming's peerless spear aura stabbed on the sword shield. With a boom, Lu Ming's attack was blocked. However, Xianxia was not in a good condition either. He hastily set up a defense and could not completely block Lu Ming's attack. The pitch-black vine sword vibrated continuously and his body was also violently shaken as he retreated rapidly. However, in the process of retreating, Xianxia waved left and right and the blood-red vine sword swept towards Lu Ming. The vine sword split open and extended dozens of vines. Each vine was like a peerlessly sharp divine sword that slashed towards Lu Ming. Primeval desolation form, Lu Ming struck out with his left palm and a piece of land was formed. It rushed vertically towards the blood-red vine sword and blocked it. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to rush towards Xianxia. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the long spear vibrated and streaks of terrifying spear aura covered Xianxia. Xianxia continued to retreat. As he retreated, he waved his black vine sword to block. His two long swords, one red and one black, one attacking and one defending, actually cooperated seamlessly. It was not easy for Lu Ming to take down his opponent in a short period of time. The two quickly exchanged blows and unleashed their full combat strength. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The two had already exchanged more than 100 blows since the beginning. Gradually, Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. The desolate form and the sky-breaking form were executed consecutively. Xianxia could only retreat and block at the same time. Finally, under Lu Ming's ferocious attacks, the celestial vine revealed a flaw. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and executed the sky-breaking form with all his might. It turned into a peerless spear aura and attacked this flaw. Although Xianxia tried his best to block it, he could not completely block it. With a puff, a figure retreated rapidly. It was Xianxia. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and blood was flowing out of it. The two of them did not use their top source-grade battle armor in the battle just now. This was the tacit understanding between top experts. It was not a life-and-death battle. What was the point of using a top source-grade battle armor? It would not be much of a tempering for oneself either. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Xianxia calmly. "I've lost." Xianxia let out a long sigh with a complicated expression. Whoosh, the scene was in an uproar. This scene was too unexpected. Xianxia, who was known to be undefeated in the Divine Master realm, was actually defeated. Before this, no one would have thought that Xianxia would be defeated in a battle between Divine Masters. Xianxia was known to be invincible, and it wasn't just for show. He had never been defeated in a battle of the same level. Among the 6 major forces in the Western universe, he only had one opponent, but it was a draw at most. He had never been defeated. To think that he would have lost today. To think that he would lose in the hands of a human, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. The experts of the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe were pale. After the shock, the experts of the human race became excited. Their human race finally had an invincible expert. In the era of origin, with such an expert in charge, they really had nothing to fear. Of course, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao didn't think so. At this moment, they were roaring in their hearts, and their faces were extremely ugly. "Let's go, let's leave first," Pang Xiao whispered, and then slowly retreated with Lu Weiyang and left quietly. Lu Ming had defeated Xianxia, and he instinctively felt that something bad was going to happen. "I was lucky." Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and said. He was telling the truth. Xianxia's combat strength was really very strong. If it was a life-and-death battle, Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could kill Xianxia. This battle made Lu Ming understand once again that there was always someone better than him. Originally, after he had achieved great success in his cultivation, especially when he forced the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands to not dare to fight, especially when he fought against the Origin without being at a disadvantage. This made his confidence soar. He once thought that he should be invincible in the Divine Master realm. At this moment, he realized that the world was too big, and there were too many geniuses. He had a fortuitous encounter, and so would others. He was talented, but others were more talented. It was too difficult to be invincible forever. You won by luck. If we weren't in the void universe, you might not have been able to defeat me. Xianxia said, his eyes still bright. Lu Ming was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. Almost all the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were not creatures of the void universe. They came from outside the universe. In the untainted void universe, they would be suppressed, especially those above the origin level. For example, the celestial race. Under the origin, their talents were extremely high and their battle prowess was strong. They were stronger than the other races in the universe. However, after reaching the origin, they would be suppressed and their battle prowess would be weaker than the other races in the universe. The essence of the Heaven Destroyer and the essence of the heavenly human tribe had clashed many times, and the essence of the Heaven Destroyer always had the upper hand. Xianxia was the same, although he was not an origin master, he was already at the peak of the Divine Master realm. Cultivating an origin seed would also cause him to be greatly suppressed. Another reason was that Xianxia might not have been born in the primitive universe. Those born in this world would be less suppressed. For example, most of the descendants of the heavenly human clan were born in the primitive universe. They already had the mark of the primitive universe on their bodies, so they would be less suppressed. If Xianxia had not been suppressed, Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat him. However, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss. Everything else is just a reason. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, no matter what the situation is, I won't be defeated. Today, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Evil Cicada and continued, Evil Cicada, I've already agreed to your conditions. I've done my best and I have a clear conscience. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. Goodbye. After that, Xianxia cupped his fists, turned around, and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Evil Cicada's face was a little ugly. He did not expect that even with Xianxia's help, he still could not defeat Lu Ming. He even wasted one of Xianxia's conditions. What a loss. Now that Xianxia was gone, what else could he do? Evil Cicada, you must accept your loss. Hand her over. Lu Ming looked at Evil Cicada and said. Well, since I've lost, I will fulfill my promise. Men, bring Lu Ming's senior sister out. Evil Cicada shouted. However, no one responded. What's going on? Evil Cicada frowned and glanced at the other experts of the extreme evil tribe. Evil Cicada, I don't know where Lu Ming's senior sister is. Yeah, I didn't see his senior sister at all. I've been guarding the entrance, and I didn't see anyone bring his senior sister Mulans back to the extreme evil land. Many experts of the extreme evil tribe spoke one after another. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. In his opinion, the extreme evil tribe was just quibbling and did not want to hand her over. Don't play tricks with me. Mo Sha and the others are in my hands. If anything happens to my senior sister, they will all die. Lu Ming said, his voice extremely cold. Who the hell sent his senior sister back? Get out here. Evil Cicada roared. However, no one from the extreme evil tribe responded. Evil Cicada's face turned ugly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, if he did not hand her over, others would think that he was playing tricks and was a sore loser. Then, he would lose a lot of face. Lu Ming, why don't you let Mo Sha out and ask him? He definitely knows who sent your senior sister back to the extreme evil land. I can guarantee you that I'm not playing any tricks, Evil Cicada said. He was just short of swearing. I hope you're not playing any tricks. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he grabbed the air and Mo Sha appeared in his hand. Mo Sha looked around in confusion. When he saw that he was in the extreme evil land and saw Evil Cicada and the others, he immediately shouted, Evil Cicada, hurry up. Join hands and kill this brat. Mo Sha had been locked in the ancient desolation ring and his cultivation had been sealed. He did not know what had happened outside. Mo Sha, shut up, Evil Cicada shouted. Then, Mo Sha was stunned. He was not stupid. When he saw Evil Cicada's attitude and Lu Ming's unscathed appearance, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that evil cicada and the others could not do anything to Lu Ming? Lu Ming's strength was actually so strong, or was it because he was worried about their safety and did not dare to attack Lu Ming? Either way, it was not friendly to him. He immediately chose to shut up. Mo Sha, who did you send to escort Lu Ming's senior sister, Mulan's, back to the extreme evil land? Evil cicada asked. Lu Sha and the others. Why? Are they not here? Mo Sha asked. Did any of you see Lu Sha and the others return? Evil cicada asked the others of the extreme evil tribe, but everyone shook their heads. They did not see Lu Sha and the others return. Send a message to Lu Sha and the others immediately. Evil cicada shouted. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was very ugly. He observed carefully and found that evil cicada and the others did not seem to be playing tricks. They did not seem to be acting. If it was true, then the people who escorted Mulan's did not return to the extreme evil land at all. Then, where did they go? Could it be that something happened along the way? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just now, someone had sent him a message through a voice transmission jade talisman. Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman without batting an eyelid. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and was immediately overjoyed. It was Mulan's who had sent him a message. Mulan sent a message to Lu Ming. Mulan anxiously told Lu Ming that she was fine and that she had escaped. She also told Lu Ming not to be tricked by Mo Sha and the others. She also told Lu Ming not to be threatened by Mo Sha and the others. Senior sister actually managed to escape. Lu Ming didn't show it on his face, but he was overjoyed on the inside. Moreover, since Mulan's could send a message to him, it meant that Mulan shouldn't be too far away. If she was too far away, the message wouldn't reach him. Senior sister, I'm fine. Where are you now? Lu Ming secretly replied. I'm a little injured, but it's not a big problem. You don't have to worry. I'm rushing to the Azure Divine Realm. Junior brother, where are you? I was just trying to send a message, but I didn't expect you to receive it. Aren't you in the Azure Divine Realm? Mulan's replied. Mulan's also knew that if Lu Ming could receive her message, he definitely wasn't in the Azure Divine Realm. He must be close to her. I'm in the land of extreme evil. Lu Ming replied. The land of extreme evil? Junior brother, why did you go to the land of extreme evil? Did the extreme evil race find you? You can't stay there for long. Hurry up and leave. Mulan transmitted her voice. She seemed very anxious. Senior sister, don't worry. I'm fine. Senior sister, how did you escape? Mo Sha sealed my cultivation and had several experts of the extreme evil race escort me to the land of extreme evil. However, when I was close to the land of extreme evil, I broke through the seal and recovered my cultivation. Then, I killed my way out. Mulan's replied simply. Lu Ming knew that although Mulan's explanation was simple, it must have been shocking. It wasn't that simple. Mo Sha had sealed Mulan's cultivation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break it. Even an invincible divine master would find it difficult to break it. With his strength sealed, he couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. How was he supposed to break the seal? For Mulan's to be able to remove it, she must have suffered a lot or paid a heavy price. Senior sister, Lu Ming doesn't need to return to the Tsangqing Divine Realm for the time being. Find a secluded place to recuperate and wait for me to find you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice. Mulan's had escaped, so her injuries were probably not light. She had to quickly find a place to treat her injuries so that there would not be any future troubles. Previously, she had probably rushed to the Azure Divine Realm because she was worried about Lu Ming. Junior brother, you have to be careful. I'll look for a place to treat my injuries. I'll give you the detailed address when I find it. Mulan's replied. After that, Lu Ming calmly put away the voice transmission jade talisman. Although Mulan's managed to escape, she couldn't just let it go. Lu Sha, it's Lu Sha and the others. Suddenly, someone from the extreme evil tribe shouted. Lu Ming looked toward the void in the distance and saw a few figures flying over at high speed. There were a total of 3 people and their auras were a little weak. They were obviously injured. Wasn't Lu Sha the person who escorted Mulan's? What a coincidence that he was back now. Lu Sha, come over here. Evil Cicada shouted. Lu Sha and the other two quickly flew towards Evil Cicada. Evil Cicada, what's going on? Lu Sha looked around and saw so many people gathered here. He was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. They glanced at Lu Ming, but they didn't know Lu Ming and didn't know that Lu Ming was the person they were looking for. He's Lu Ming. Evil Cicada pointed at Lu Ming. What? Lu Sha was a little confused. Why would Lu Ming come to the extreme evil tribe? Then, Lu Sha shouted, Evil Cicada, it's Lu Ming. He killed Moken. Wait, Lu Sha, who was shouting, suddenly saw Mo Sha in Lu Ming's hand and was stunned again. What's going on? Why was Mo Sha in Lu Ming's hand like a dead dog? What happened while they were escorting Mulan to the hospital? They had originally escorted Mulan back to the land of extreme evil in advance, but they were delayed halfway because of something. What exactly happened after such a delay? How did Mo Sha end up in Lu Ming's hand? Lu Sha, it's like this. Nearby, a young man from the extreme evil tribe who was on good terms with Lu Sha hurriedly transmitted a message to Lu Sha and briefly explained the situation. Then, Lu Sha was stunned for the third time. Lu Ming defeated Mo Sha, Zhu Tian, and the others. He even suppressed Mo Sha and Zhu Tian and killed his way to the extreme evil tribe. No one in the extreme evil tribe was a match for Lu Ming, and Lu Ming even defeated Shi Tianting. Was he dreaming? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Lu Sha, Evil Cicada shouted, waking Lu Sha up. Let me ask you, where's Lu Ming's senior sister, Mulan's? Evil Cicada asked. Mulan's? She escaped. Lu Sha answered instinctively. She escaped? Around them, the humans, the 9 demonic spiders, the extreme evil tribe, and the dark heaven warriors all looked at each other. Mulan's escaped? Impossible, Mulan's cultivation was sealed by me, how could she escape? Mo Sha roared, finding it hard to believe. Mulan's cultivation was sealed by him, so she didn't have much combat power left. Moreover, Lu Sha himself was an expert who had broken through twice. How could Mulan's escape? Indeed, she managed to escape. Right when we were about to reach the abominable land, that Mulan actually managed to break through the seal on her own and recover her cultivation. Then, she attacked me. In my haste, I was injured by her, and she managed to escape. Lu Sha said. How is it possible? How could she break through my seal? Lu Sha, don't talk nonsense. Mo Sha roared. He found it hard to believe that Mulan's could break through the seal that he had personally set. Didn't that mean that he was trash? He couldn't accept it. This is absolutely true, Lu Sha almost swore on the spot. Lu Ming knew that what Evil Cicada said was true, because it matched what Mulan said. Okay, I understand. Evil Cicada waved his hand and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, your senior sister has escaped and is probably rushing back to Chongqing Divine Realm. Since your senior sister is fine, let's forget about this matter. You should also release Mo Sha and the others. Lu Ming smiled. As he smiled, his eyes became colder and colder. Forget about it? You guys used despicable means to detain my senior sister, wanting to use her to threaten me. Now that my senior sister has escaped with her own abilities, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're telling me to just let this matter go? Lu Ming sneered. In the beginning, they used despicable means to capture Mulan's to threaten him. If Lu Ming's strength was lower, he would have died in the hands of the other party. Mulan's escaped with her own ability, but the other party wanted to forget about it and let Lu Ming release Mo Sha and the others. How could that be possible? Then what do you want? Evil Cicada asked. Originally, Mo Sha and the others were used to exchange for my senior sister. Now that she escaped with her own ability, you have to use other bargaining chips to exchange for them. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, don't go too far. Offending the extreme evil tribe won't do you any good. Mo Sha roared. Bam. Ah. Lu Ming tightened his grip, and Mo Sha screamed as a few more bones in his body were broken. Speak. What do you want? Evil Cicada asked. I don't want much. 2 top-tier soul-grade divine herbs and 20 ordinary ones. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? You're asking for too much. 2 top-tier soul-grade divine herbs? Don't even think about it. Many experts of the extreme evil race shouted. Top-tier soul-grade divine herbs were treasures that even Origin Realm experts would be jealous of. Lu Ming wanted 2 of them. 2 invincible divine lords, 5 or 6 first break and second break experts, and more than 20 other experts. For 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs and 20 ordinary source-grade divine herbs, it's not excessive at all. If you don't want to trade, then you can only collect their corpses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. How dare you? Someone from the extreme evil race shouted. They didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill 2 invincible divine lords of the extreme evil race. That would completely offend the extreme evil race, and they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. The origin tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. When that time came, all the experts of the extreme evil race would come out. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would still die. A 4-time break might be invincible under the origin tribulation. However, once the origin tribulation was over, he would be nothing. They didn't want to hand it over. What could Lu Ming do? Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Emo Sha's hand and exerted force. Bam, the lower half of Emo Sha's body exploded. Emo Sha's cultivation had been sealed by Lu Ming. Without cultivation, he naturally couldn't control the top-tier soul-grade armor. Therefore, Emo Sha was defenseless. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Ah! Emo Sha let out a shrill cry. The people of the extreme evil race didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold. The killing intent emitted by Lu Ming was too dense. It didn't seem to be an act. They had a feeling that Lu Ming really dared to kill Emo Sha. Lu Ming indeed dared to kill. He had nothing to be afraid of. The creatures from the 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern universe, as well as the heavenly human tribe, would fight to the death with him. None of these factions were weak. Once the origin tribulation was over, the experts of the 3 tribes of the forbidden area would not let him go easily. So, one more member of the extreme evil race didn't matter. Lu Ming didn't care. If you don't, they'll die. Lu Ming said coldly. Alright, let's change. The evil cicada gritted its teeth. 2 invincible divine masters and 5 or 6 experts who had broken through the first or second stage of the extreme breakthrough were worth far too much. It was nothing now, but their potential was limitless. In time, they would become top powerhouses. For someone who had broken through once or twice, reaching the peak of reciprocity was no problem at all. In fact, he was very confident that he would be able to break through the immortal tribulation transcendence realm. As for the invincible divine masters who had broken through the 3rd stage of the extreme breakthrough, even if they became deities, they still had a slight chance. In the future, they would become the backbone of the extreme evil race. It would be a pity if they died now. Although top source-level divine medicines were precious, they were foreign objects after all. They could be found again if they lost them. However, top elites weren't that easy to nurture. In the end, the people of the extreme evil race took out 2 top source-level divine medicines and 20 ordinary ones and gave them to Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming let Emo Sha and the others go. Zhu Tian, do you want them? Then, Lu Ming looked at the people of the 9-yin demonic spider. Of course. Name a price. An invincible divine master of the 9-yin demonic spider said. Although he knew that he would lose a lot of money, he had to save Zhu Tian and the others. Easy. 2 top source-level divine medicines for Zhu Tian and the others. I'll pack them up and return them to you. Lu Ming said. What? 2 top source-level divine medicines? We only have 1 invincible divine master in your hands. Why do you want 2 top source-level divine medicines? The invincible divine master of the 9-yin demonic spider roared. Just now, 2 invincible divine masters of the extreme evil race had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. 2 invincible divine masters in exchange for 2 top source-level divine medicines. They had originally thought that 1 top source-level divine medicine would be enough to exchange for Zhu Tian and the others. They hadn't expected Lu Ming to ask for 2. I heard that Zhu Tian has defeated other invincible divine masters many times. How can an ordinary invincible divine master compare to someone like him? Naturally, the price will be higher. In addition to the 9 demonic spider, 2 top source-level divine medicines isn't too much. I don't want ordinary source-level divine medicines. The extreme evil race added 20 ordinary source-level divine medicines just now. Lu Ming said lightly. At that moment, Zhu Tian was already in Lu Ming's hands. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. What was this? Had he really become a commodity? Moreover, he had defeated other invincible divine masters in the past and had become a bargaining chip for Lu Ming to increase the price. Was it wrong for him to be strong? Was it wrong for him to defeat other invincible divine masters? Why did he have to do this to him? At that moment, Zhu Tian wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. How humiliating. Are you going to exchange or not? If not, I'll kill them on the spot. Lu Ming's voice was filled with murderous intent. Yes, we'll exchange. An invincible divine master of the 9 demonic spider roared. They could see that Lu Ming was a madman who feared nothing. Threats were useless against Lu Ming. He would really kill Zhu Tian and the others. 2 top source-level divine medicines. So be it. 2 top source-level divine medicines. We don't have any top source-level divine medicines on us. You'll have to wait for us for a while. An expert of the 9 demonic spider said. Sure. Lu Ming said. Most people wouldn't carry top source-level divine medicines on them, unless they were like Lu Ming, who had a treasure like the Chaos Ring. Top source-level divine medicines wouldn't lose their efficacy if they were stored in the Chaos Ring. Instead, they could be cultivated to increase their efficacy. However, treasures like the Chaos Ring were extremely rare. This was the Chaos Universe, not a minor kiliocosm. Such treasures were extremely rare. As Lu Ming's knowledge increased over the years, Lu Ming understood how precious the Chaos Ring was. Back then, Life Spirit, the owner of the Heavenly Court, had left the Chaos Ring to him. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more confused he became. The top source-level divine medicines of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were all kept in the Forbidden Lands. The people of the Extreme Evil tribe had also captured 2 top source-level divine medicines from the Extreme Evil land. The people of the 9 demonic spider also wanted to return to the 9 demonic ruins to capture the top source-level divine medicines. Lu Ming waited quietly. During this time, he sent a message to Mullins, asking her to wait for him for a while. The 9 demonic ruins wasn't too far from the Extreme Evil land. It wouldn't take too long to travel through the wormhole. About 10 days later, the people of the 9 demonic spider returned with 2 top source-level divine medicines. Lu Ming checked and was very satisfied. He put the 2 stalks of top-notch source-level divine herbs into the ancient desolation ring and then released Zhu Tian and the rest. After Zhu Tian regained his freedom, he looked at Lu Ming with resentment. However, Lu Ming didn't care. Lu Ming didn't care about Zhu Tian's attitude towards him. He wasn't afraid of Zhu Tian's revenge. In fact, he wanted Zhu Tian to take revenge on him so that he could exchange him for a few top-tier source-level divine herbs. Senior Sister Mullins is fine. I obtained 4 top-tier source-level divine herbs and 20 ordinary ones, Lu Ming pondered. In this way, Lu Ming had 12 top-tier source-level divine herbs. He had 12 days and a month to refine the source spirit medicinal liquid. His cultivation speed would definitely increase by a lot. Lu Ming, Emo Sha suddenly called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Emo Sha. This guy had just regained his freedom. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming, do you want to know how we caught your senior sister Mullins? Emo Sha asked. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just stared at Emo Sha. He knew that since Emo Sha had said so, he would definitely say it. Of course it was someone from the human race who secretly informed us. They used a trick to kidnap a good friend of your senior sister Mullins called Du Ling. They forced Du Ling to send a message to Mullins and ask her to come out. Then, we waited outside and captured Mullins. Emo Sha sneered. What? Who is it? How despicable. Damn it. The human experts of the Tsongqing divine realm were all enraged. This was equivalent to betraying their own race and the human race. They deserved to be killed. Who is it? Lu Ming asked coldly. His voice was very cold. In fact, he had already guessed who it was. However, it was best for Emo Sha to say it. Peng Xiao. Mo Sha sneered. The reason he said it wasn't to help Lu Ming find the culprit, but to sow discord. If he said it, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't let it go. He would definitely cause trouble for Peng Xiao. This would further intensify their hatred. Why not let the human race have internal strife? As for betraying Peng Xiao, sorry, but was he close to Peng Xiao? Peng Xiao, it's actually Peng Xiao. Back then, he lost face in front of Lu Ming. It must have been for revenge. I didn't expect Peng Xiao to be so narrow-minded. Many humans were very unhappy and looked down on Peng Xiao. If this person could betray Lu Ming today, he might betray them in the future. Many people secretly decided to keep a distance from Peng Xiao in the future. Sure enough, it's Peng Xiao. I guess Lu Weiyang also contributed a lot. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. How could he not know Mo Sha's motive? But he didn't care. He wouldn't let Mo Sha and Lu Weiyang off. I wonder how senior sister Mulan's injuries are. Then, Lu Ming was worried about Mulan's injuries, so he bid farewell to Fu Yuan and the others and left. After Lu Ming left, Fu Yuan and the others also left. Then, the 9 demonic spider, the Dark Heavens warriors, and the others also left. And Lu Ming's name spread to the 6 major forces of the Western universe at an astonishing speed. Not long after, Lu Ming found Mulan's in a relatively hidden fragment of the continent. Mulan's face was still a little pale. But her aura was stable, and she was fine. But Lu Ming knew that when Mulan's escaped, her injuries must have been very serious. Because more than 10 days had passed since then. After more than 10 days of treatment, Mulan's injuries were still not healed. Obviously, her injuries were not light. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became even colder. Senior sister, let's go. Let's return to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm first. You can heal yourself, Lu Ming said. There were some places in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm that were suitable for healing and would be helpful to Mulan's. Junior brother, you went to the Abominable Land? You fought with Zhu Tian and Mo Sha? Mulan's asked with concern. Although Lu Ming was standing in front of her, she couldn't help but worry. Yes, I did. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened. Senior sister, what's wrong? When Lu Ming finished speaking, he found that Mulan's mouth was slightly open, and she was looking at him with a shocked expression. Junior brother? You really defeated Shi Tianting? Mulan's asked softly. Yes, I won by luck. If it was a life and death battle, I might not be able to kill him. After all, he isn't a creature of the chaotic universe and is suppressed by the chaotic universe. If we weren't in the chaotic universe, I might not be able to defeat him, Lu Ming said. However, the shock in Mulan's eyes didn't fade away. Instead, it became more and more intense, and finally turned into deep admiration. True enough, no matter where junior brother Lu Ming goes, you are the most outstanding. Initially, I thought that I had a fortuitous encounter and had already surpassed you. It seems that I was too naive. The gap between you and me has widened again. Mulan said. Senior sister, don't think too much. No matter what your cultivation base is, I won't let you leave. I will always protect you. Lu Ming held Mulan's hand and said. Mulan's face was slightly red, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She snorted softly. Senior sister, enter my chaotic ring. I will bring you back to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Lu Ming said. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. After returning to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Mulan's went to a special place to recuperate. Although more than 10 days had passed and Mulan's injuries had healed, he still couldn't be careless. Lu Weiyang, Peng Xiao, Lu Ming's eyes burst out with shocking killing intent. His figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming's first target was Lu Weiyang. However, when he arrived at Lu Weiyang's residence, he found that Lu Weiyang wasn't there. Did he hide? Then let's go to Peng Xiao's residence. Unless you hide and never return to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Peng Xiao was very famous in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. His residence was easily found out by asking around. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at Peng Xiao's residence, outside a very large palace. The Xianxia divine realm was vast and sparsely populated. Peng Zhao's palace was very luxurious. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out and immediately shrouded the palace. He immediately sensed that there were many people inside. Among them, the auras of Lu Weiyang and Peng Xiao were inside. Boom, Lu Ming's aura erupted. Cold killing intent surged into the palace like a tide. The people in the palace suddenly felt a strong pressure, as if dozens of stars were pressing down on them. Peng Xiao, Lu Weiyang, get out here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His voice was very loud as he dashed into the hall. Within the palace, Lu Weiyang and Peng Xiao were rather pale. This Lu Ming really did come. Lu Weiyang was rather panicked. The thought of Lu Ming's strength made him shiver. Let's go and meet him. I don't believe that he really dares to attack us. Brother Feng, we'll have to rely on Brother Feng. Peng Xiao clasped his fist to a youth next to him. This youth was called Zhao Feng. He was also a supreme genius and another invincible god lord of the Xianxia divine realm. Zhao Feng was a helper that Peng Xiao had invited. I'll do my best, but Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting, so he might not give me face. Zhao Feng bitterly smiled. If it were anyone else, he would have stepped in and helped Peng Xiao block the attack. But Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting. There was no doubt that he had broken through 4 times, so he could only do his best. If it were an Origin Realm expert of Peng Zhao's faction who had once shown great kindness to Zhao Feng would not want to get involved in this mess. Besides Zhao Feng, there were also a few other experts that Peng Xiao had invited. Brother Feng is too modest. With so many of you here, that Lu Ming won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he'll offend all of us, and he'll find it very difficult to move around the Azure God realm in the future. Peng Xiao said. Peng Xiao was very confident in this point. After so many years of development, the Azure God realm had naturally developed into factions of various sizes. Almost half of the factions in the Azure God realm were involved in these invitations, so they were extremely powerful. Swish! Swish, swish! Peng Xiao and the others took to the air and flew out of the hall. Before he could leave the hall, he saw Lu Ming standing in the air outside the hall. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Weiyang and Peng Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. They couldn't help but feel nervous in front of Lu Ming. He doesn't dare to touch me. He doesn't dare to touch me. Peng Xiao inwardly encouraged himself, and then he stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've come to my residence in such an aggressive manner. That doesn't seem to be against the rules, does it? Against the rules? Lu Ming gave a sinister smile and said, what rules do I need to follow to kill someone? Lu Ming's eyes brimming with killing intent made Peng Xiao and Lu Weiyang shiver and involuntarily take a few steps back. Lu Ming, what's the meaning of this? Who do you want to kill? Peng Xiao shouted. Peng Xiao, are you asking the obvious? You colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to secretly capture Zhu Tian and deceived my senior sister Mulans, letting her fall into the hands of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Lu Ming said coldly. Slander. Mo Sha is slandering. He's trying to drive a wedge between us and cause internal strife. Lu Ming, you're a peerless genius. Can't you understand this? Peng Xiao shouted. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. He pushed all the blame onto Mo Sha and said that Mo Sha was slandering him, trying to sow discord. Even if someone suspected that he did it, he could not admit it. If he admitted it, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he could forget about staying in the Azure Divine Realm in the future. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit it, who could say that he did it? Can you provide evidence? Anyway, Du Ling had already been killed by them. Peng Xiao sneered in his heart. Lu Ming sneered as well. He already knew that Peng Xiao wouldn't admit it, but so what? He was here to kill today, not to listen to Peng Xiao's explanation. You don't have to deny it. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. I'm here to kill you. Also, Lu Weiyang is involved now. I'll send you to hell today. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. The cold killing intent made the temperature of the scene drop sharply. Peng Xiao and Lu Weiyang's faces turned pale. They kept retreating with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming was here to kill them. Lu Ming was really here to kill them. Why was he so bold? There were still a few hundred years before the source tribulation was over. Wasn't he afraid of death? However, Lu Ming's murderous intent was unmistakable. It was too cold. Did Lu Ming really want to kill them? Lu Ming, you're trying to frame me. I didn't do anything to your senior sister. By killing the innocent, you're making an enemy of the entire human race in the Azure Divine Realm. Pang Xiao bellowed. He wanted to use his momentum to suppress him. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to move forward step by step. He was firm and powerful. His murderous intent was like a tide. Instead of weakening, it was getting stronger. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang kept retreating, their faces even paler. Brother Feng, help me out. Finally, Pang Xiao looked at Zhao Feng's group. Brother Lu, this one is called Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stepped forward and stood between Lu Ming and Pang Xiao, clasping his fists. You want to interfere? Lu Ming coldly said. He had naturally heard of Zhao Feng's name. The number of invincible god lords in the Azure Divine Realm could be counted on one hand. How could he not know? He hadn't been in the Azure Divine Realm for long, but he had already heard of Zhao Feng's name. But so what? It was just an invincible god lord. Why would he care? Brother Lu, this might not have been Pang Xiao's doing. Why don't you give me some face and just let it go? Zhao Feng said. That's right, Brother Lu. How about we just let this matter go? Killing Pang Xiao won't do you any good, Brother Lu. The other young men also stepped forward and said. Scram. If you don't scram, you'll die with Pang Xiao. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With a cold bellow, the war god spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming, you. Zhao Feng and the others were enraged. They had never imagined that Lu Ming would not give them any face. Yes, Lu Ming was strong. He had broken through 4 times, and no one in the Azure Divine Realm could compare to him. But no matter how strong he was still a god lord. Once the origin tribulation was over, what would a god lord be? They all had powerful experts standing behind them. Lu Ming was not giving them any face at all. He was telling them to scram, and if they didn't scram, he would kill them as well. How arrogant, boom, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words, so he simply swung the war god spear. The war god spear rapidly expanded until it was the size of a mountain range as it hurtled toward Zhao Feng's group. Oh no! Block it! Zhao Feng and the others grimaced. They hadn't expected for Lu Ming to be so arrogant as to attack without giving them any leeway. They could only do their utmost to block. There was a boom, and the experts led by Zhao Feng were blasted back, all of them vomiting blood, their faces pale. Even Zhao Feng, who had broken through 3 times, vomited blood. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. Was this the power of someone who had broken through 4 times? Only by personally fighting with him could they truly understand how terrifying Lu Ming was. An invincible god lord who had broken through 3 times was far too weak. I said, if you don't scram, we'll kill you all. Lu Ming coldly barked. Zhao Feng and the others all paled. They sensed that Lu Ming really would do as he said. If they continued to interfere, Lu Ming really would kill them. Pang Xiao, I've done my best. You're on your own now. Zhao Feng suddenly clasped his fist and then vanished into the distance in a streak of light. Zhao Feng. Pang Xiao roared, despair in his eyes. Farewell. The others also clasped their fists and left. No, no. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang were truly panicking. When they saw Lu Ming's chilling gaze, their bodies went cold. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. You have unparalleled talent and broken through 4 times. You have a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. You have a great future, but if you kill me, my grandfather, my father, and the others won't let you go. There's no need for you to take me down with you. It's not worth it. Pang Xiao roared. Pang Xiao roared, threatening and begging for mercy. He was already a little submissive. He had to calm Lu Ming down first. He had already decided in his heart that as long as he could calm Lu Ming down this time, he would find a hidden place to stay for a few hundred years and wait for the origin tribulation to pass. As long as the origin tribulation was over, he would tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't worry, when the origin tribulation is over, those people behind you will be obedient. If you want to court death, I will send them to accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly and then stabbed out with his spear. Swoosh, the sharp spear light went straight for Peng Zhao's glabella. No, no. Ah, Peng Zhao roared crazily and then tried his best to resist. A suit of armor appeared on his body, enveloping his entire body within. At the same time, he used all his strength to launch a killing move. There was no doubt that the divine weapon and armor Peng Zhao used were all top-notch. With his background and backing, it was not difficult for him to get a set of top-notch divine weapon and armor. However, his attack was completely vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the war god's spear, his attack directly collapsed. With a ding, the war god's spear accurately pierced Peng Zhao's glabella, but it was blocked by the top-notch divine armor. However, there was still a terrifying force that passed through the armor and bombarded Peng Zhao's head. Peng Zhao screamed, feeling that his head was about to explode. His head was completely deformed. Even with the top-notch divine armor, he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. With one move, Peng Zhao was seriously injured. Go, go. At this moment, Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death and frantically fled into the distance. While Lu Ming was dealing with Peng Zhao, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already locked onto him. With a palm strike, a continent appeared above Lu Weiyang's head and pressed down. Bang! Lu Weiyang was directly blasted down and smashed into the ground. Even with the protection of the battle armor, his body was shattered like a pile of mud. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging on by a thread. Help, help! Lu Ming is crazy. He slaughtered his own kind. That's a capital offense. Someone save me. Lu Weiyang and Peng Zhao let out miserable shrieks and cries for help. In the distance, there were still people watching. Unfortunately, no one dared to save Lu Weiyang and Peng Zhao. One reason was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. No one in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was a match for Lu Ming. Even if all the invincible divine masters in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Lu Ming. The second reason was that Peng Zhao and Lu Weiyang had most likely betrayed Mulan's. Although Peng Zhao tried to deny it, they weren't fools. It was such a simple matter that they could figure it out with a little deduction. Also, someone had specifically looked for Du Ling, but Du Ling seemed to have disappeared from the world. Everyone knew that Du Ling had most likely been killed. Since Peng Zhao had done such a thing, no one would bother to save him. Therefore, they pretended not to hear. Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming charged at Peng Zhao again. Ah, Lu Ming, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. You will also die. Peng Zhao let out a shrill cry. Bang! Lu Ming directly lashed out with his spear and hit Peng Zhao's body. Peng Zhao's body crackled as his bones shattered. His body flew out horizontally. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Peng Zhao. He swept out with his spear again. In this way, several consecutive attacks were launched. The terrifying power penetrated the battle armor and directly blasted Peng Zhao into pieces. Peng Zhao's body and soul were destroyed. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Peng Zhao's battle armor and divine weapon with one hand. Of course, he also grabbed Peng Zhao's storage bag. Then, Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death. His guts were all broken. Lu Ming, spare my life. I beg you to spare me. I'll do anything for you in the future. I'll be your slave. I beg you to spare me, Lu Weiyang began to beg miserably. In the distance, some people despised Lu Weiyang. He was too spineless. In order to survive, his bones were soft. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Why didn't you think about this when you dealt with me time and time again? Did you think that you could kill me before? Lu Ming sneered. He didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Weiyang's begging and directly attacked. Lu Weiyang's combat strength was even worse. His defense was worse than Peng Zhao's. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At this point, Lu Weiyang and Peng Zhao were both killed. Lu Ming put away Lu Weiyang and Peng Zhao's storage pouches and came to Tianlan Court, waiting for Mulan's to come out of seclusion. The news that Lu Ming killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao quickly spread throughout the Xianxia divine realm, causing a great uproar. Some people thought that Lu Ming shouldn't have killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. It was forbidden to kill people of the same race in the Xianxia divine realm. It was a serious crime. They said that Lu Ming was too arrogant because of his strength and should be severely punished. Of course, these people only dared to whisper behind his back. They didn't dare to stand out and shout. There were also people who thought that Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao should be killed. They actually colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to frame Mulans. They wanted to use Mulans to force Lu Ming. This kind of behavior was despicable and deserved to die. The Xianxia divine realm was noisy for a while before it calmed down. In the end, no one stood up for Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The origin source tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. At that time, Lu Weiyang's grandfather and the person behind Pang Xiao would awaken. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Ming go. At that time, there would probably be another storm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month, Mulans finally came out of seclusion. Her injuries had healed and there were no hidden injuries left. After Mulans came out of seclusion, the two immediately set off and left the Xianxia divine realm. That's right, they were going to the demon race's sacred ground. In less than a year, the restrictions of the demon race's sacred ground would weaken. Lu Ming wanted to enter the demon race's sacred ground to save Huang Ling. The demon race's sacred ground was called the Thousand Demon Mountain. According to the information that Mulans had found, in the primeval continent of the last era, the primeval demon race had several sacred grounds. The most important sacred ground of the demon race was the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. However, there was no trace of the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace in the current ruins of the universe. Some people speculated that the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace had been destroyed in a shocking battle at the end of the primeval age, or that the demon race's unparalleled experts had taken the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace out of the primeval age. Although the Thousand Demon Mountain wasn't the most important sacred ground of the demon race, it could be ranked in the top 5. After a while, Lu Ming and the others came to a place not far from the Thousand Demon Mountain. They sat cross-legged in the void and waited quietly. The Thousand Demon Mountain didn't look big. It was suspended in the void and looked like 100,000 feet tall mountain. It was surrounded by layers of restrictions. However, Mulan said that there was another world in the Thousand Demon Mountain. From the outside, the Wanyao Mountain didn't seem to be big, but once one entered, they would discover that the Wanyao Mountain was incomparably huge. During the prehistoric era, the Wanyao Mountain was the paradise of the demon race. Countless demons lived inside, and it was like a kingdom of demons. It would be about 9 months before the restrictions of the Wanyao Mountain weakened. They cultivated while waiting. Time passed very quickly, and 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. One could clearly see that the restrictions around the Wanyao Mountain were rapidly weakening. "Senior sister, according to our agreement, wait for me outside." Lu Ming stood up and prepared to enter the Wanyao Mountain. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Lu Ming would enter the Wanyao Mountain alone. Originally, Mulan also insisted on entering the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming disagreed. His reason was that if the two of them entered the Wanyao Mountain together, if an accident happened and both of them were trapped, it would be troublesome. No one would be able to find help for them. Lu Ming entered alone while Mulan waited outside. Once Lu Ming was trapped, Mulan could still find help. At the very least, he could wait for the great calamity of origin to pass and go to the Heaven Destroyer to find Fei Huang and the others to save him. This was a foolproof plan. In the end, Mulan couldn't dissuade Lu Ming and agreed. However, she was still worried when things came to this. "Junior brother," Mulan wanted to say that she would enter the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but she was stopped by Lu Ming. "Senior sister, I'll leave my safety in your hands. Once I'm trapped, I hope you can call for reinforcements for junior brother." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, "Junior brother, be careful," Mulan said worriedly. "Senior sister, I'll see you later." Lu Ming smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the Wanyao Mountain. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the left side of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Before this, Mulan had already told Lu Ming about the situation of the Wanyao Mountain in detail, including the information that Mullins had found after checking the ancient books. She had explained everything clearly. The left side was where Mullins and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered the Wanyao mountain. It should be a place where the restriction was particularly weak. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Mullins and Huang Ling to enter with their cultivation. After arriving at the address, Lu Ming rushed in. Although the restriction had weakened, it was still there. Lu Ming suddenly felt a wave of pressure, but for Lu Ming, it was nothing. Back then, even Mullins and Huang Ling could enter, so how could it be difficult for Lu Ming? After breaking through layers upon layers of restrictions, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. What entered his eyes was an endless stretch of mountains, vast plains, and tall, lofty, and strangely shaped buildings. There was indeed another universe within the Thousand Monster Mountain. Only by entering it would one know how vast and boundless it was. However, it was dead silent inside. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. Even the desolate qi was extremely thin. Although there were dense plants growing, there were no divine medicines. Although the desolate qi here could grow plants, it could not nurture divine medicines. The Thousand Monster Mountain looked too desolate. Now that the universe has recovered, why is the Thousand Monster Mountain still so dead silent? Could it be because of that layer of restriction? Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he decided on a direction and flew forward. Mullins told him that they had an accident in a huge palace. Moreover, there were demon spirits in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The so-called demon spirits were actually formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. They did not have intelligence and would chase after living creatures when they saw them. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling had fled to that palace because they were chased by the demon spirits. In that huge palace, they had mistakenly entered an illusion array and the two of them were completely separated. Mullins had been trapped in that palace for many years. After going through a lot of hardships, she finally walked out of the illusion array, but there was no trace of Huang Ling. She guessed that Huang Ling should still be in that illusion array. Fortunately, that illusion array was not dangerous. It only made people fall into layers of illusions, and it even made people feel like they had fallen into reincarnation and experienced different lives. She guessed that Huang Ling had fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate herself, which was why she had not escaped for a long time. Lu Ming only needed to enter the illusion array and bring Huang Ling out. Mullins had already told Lu Ming the route they had taken back then in detail. After Lu Ming entered the Thousand Monster Mountain, he went straight to the huge palace. As for the other surrounding buildings, Lu Ming did not check because Mullins and the others had already checked and found nothing. Even if there was something, Lu Ming was not in the mood to check. He had to find that palace as soon as possible and find Huang Ling. Roar. 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 Suddenly, roars sounded from the surrounding mountains and rivers. Then, a few black figures appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Lu Ming. Demon spirits. These demon spirits looked like a few fierce tigers, but their hair was longer and their teeth were longer, like sharp swords. However, their bodies were not corporeal, but illusory, like souls. These were all formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in battle. Demon spirits, demon souls, indestructible fighting spirit. In many ancient battlefields, when many experts had died in battle, similar strange things would be formed. Therefore, any ancient battlefields where many experts had died in battle would be very dangerous. Lu Ming had experienced such a place more than once. Forbidden power circulated, condensing into a long spear and sweeping out. Bam! 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 Several demon spirits directly exploded and completely dissipated. The demon spirits here were not very powerful. At least, compared to Lu Ming, they were not very powerful. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling could withstand it. For the current Lu Ming, it was really nothing. Lu Ming did not reduce his speed and rushed forward quickly without any fear. Not to mention whether there were demon spirits with combat strength above the origin in the Thousand Monster Mountain, even if there were, they would not appear under the origin tribulation. Therefore, Lu Ming did not have any scruples at all and charged forward. He turned into a spear light and flew through the air. Wherever he passed, the demon spirits in front of him all exploded. 2 hours later, Lu Ming saw a huge palace. It was the peak where Huang Ling was trapped. Back then, Mulan's and Huangling took half a month to escape here. Lu Ming only took 2 hours. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness completely enveloped the palace. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the illusory formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming dashed into the hall. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the hall and arrived at the back of the hall in no time. Lu Ming looked at the bamboo forest behind him and pondered. This bamboo forest was an illusory formation. Once one entered the bamboo forest, they would fall into the illusory formation. Xiao, once I fall into the illusory formation, you have to remind me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiao. Xiao had always been wearing Lu Ming's wrist in the form of a bracelet. Xiao was heartless. Ordinary illusory formations did not have much effect on him. Xiao was more simple-minded. To put it bluntly, it was heartless. The illusory realm did not have much effect on it. Lu Ming himself was not confident that he could withstand the illusory realm's attack. If he couldn't, Xiao could remind him or even attack him to get him out of the illusory realm. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but miss Dandan. If Dandan was here, he wouldn't have to worry about this illusory realm. Sure enough, Dandan was reliable sometimes. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, Lu Ming no longer hesitated and stepped into the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed drastically. Lu Ming found himself on a mountain peak. In the distance, the sun was setting in the west, dyeing the sky red. Brother Ming, come, Yao salutes you. Suddenly, a clear voice came from beside him. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. There were ripples in his heart. He was very familiar with this voice. Even if countless years had passed, he might not forget it. Lu Yao, this was actually Lu Yao's voice. This is Emerald Cloud Peak outside Firestorm City. Lu Ming whispered with a complicated expression. Back then, it was here that Lu Yao began to fall out with him and dug out his bloodline. It was also from this day onwards that his fate had completely changed. The illusory realm had actually pulled him here. Illusory realms were usually based on the hidden things in the depths of the person's heart. Could it be that he still hadn't completely let go of that matter and Lu Yao? No, I've let go. Lu Yao has completely become the past. After so many years, Lu Yao should have died of old age and turned into bones, Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Then, he turned his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face. If it wasn't Lu Yao, who else could it be? Lu Yao held a wine glass, her big eyes blinking. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at Lu Ming. There must be poison in the wine. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Yao's hand froze in midair. Her beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment as she stared at Lu Ming. Brother Ming, what did you say? Are you joking with Yao? Joking? The reason you treat me to a cup of blood snake orchid wine every day is nothing more than to nourish your bloodline. Your goal is to seize my bloodline. As long as I drink this cup of wine, I will be at your mercy, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Brother Ming, Lu Yao's body began to tremble. Her large eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Her eyes were filled with doubt, disappointment, pain, and disbelief. Brother Ming, Yao has always been true to you. Yao really didn't expect Brother Ming to treat Yao like this. What did Yao do wrong? Why is Yao so unbearable in Brother Ming's heart? Lu Yao finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But Lu Ming was unmoved. He sneered and said, still acting at this time? Alright, since Brother Ming doesn't believe me, then I'll drink this cup of wine to prove my innocence. Lu Yao wiped her tears, picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yao to drink this cup of wine by herself. Then, he carefully observed Lu Yao and realized that she was completely fine. She didn't seem to be poisoned. What's going on? Lu Ming grabbed the wine cup, dipped his hand into the remaining wine, and put it into his mouth to taste. It was indeed blood snake orchid wine, but it wasn't poisonous. How can this be? Why isn't it poisonous? Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Ming, are you hiding something from Yao? Have you been bewitched by someone else? The person who bewitched you is really hateful. Lu Yao gritted her teeth with a hateful expression. There was no sign of her acting at all. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to Lu Yao. His brows were tightly knitted. What's going on? It doesn't match what happened back then. Did the illusory array deliberately change it? But illusory arrays are usually reflected in the depths of the person's heart. It's a weakness that they don't want to face. Most living beings had a weak side in the depths of their hearts. It was just that most of the time, it was deliberately hidden. And illusory arrays magnified this weakness to break the defense of the person's heart and make them fall deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Why would the first illusion he saw after entering the illusory array be Emerald Cloud Peak and Lu Yao? Moreover, Lu Yao didn't poison him. Could it be that Lu Ming still missed the past deep in his heart? He missed the relationship between him and Lu Yao when he was young. He even missed Lu Yao and hoped that Lu Yao didn't want to harm him back then and didn't want to seize his bloodline? No, I've already let go of the past. It must be the doing of the illusory array. Lu Ming kept telling himself. Brother Ming. Brother Ming, Lu Yao kept calling out to him. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. To be honest, this illusory array was very powerful. Everything didn't look like an illusion. It was completely real. Lu Yao's small hand grabbed his palm. It was warm, soft and real. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of trance, as if he had really returned to his youth. The scenes of the years he spent with Lu Yao also appeared in front of his eyes. I thought I had completely forgotten, but I didn't expect that I still remember it so clearly. Did I really not let it go? No, it's just a kind of nostalgia. Lu Yao has already turned into a skeleton, right? Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Back then, when the primordial realm of the heaven realm was facing a great calamity, he had transferred most of the living beings in the minor kiliacosm to the primitive universe. However, Lu Yao was not among them. Needless to say, with Lu Yao's cultivation base, she wouldn't have been able to live for so long. Everything is illusory. Dissipate. Lu Ming suddenly yelled. His voice was like thunder in spring, causing heaven and earth to rumble and tremble. Then, cracks appeared on the ground and the void, constantly collapsing. Lu Yao's figure also kept becoming illusory. Brother Ming, what's going on? What's wrong with Yao? Brother Ming, I'm scared. Save Yao. Lu Yao looked at her body that was constantly fading and panicked. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with fear. She reached out to grab Lu Ming, but her body was illusory. She grabbed nothing and passed through Lu Ming's palm. Brother Ming, Yao is scared. Don't you want Yao anymore? Are you going to abandon Yao again? Lu Yao's hands kept grabbing Lu Ming. Her eyes were full of fear and longing, hoping that Lu Ming would save her. What's going on? Lu Ming found it difficult to calm down, and waves rose in his heart. This isn't right. This illusion had clearly been broken by Lu Ming. According to common sense, Lu Yao wouldn't do anything and would only dissipate with the illusion. But now, something was wrong. Everything was too real. Lu Yao seemed to be a real existence. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Ming didn't know that the pool of blood on the yellow mud road was constantly shining. Brother Ming, Lu Ming, I hate you. In the end, Lu Yao let out a cry and her body completely dissipated. Before she dissipated, Lu Ming clearly saw that Lu Yao's eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed to be resentful that Lu Ming didn't save her. What's going on? What's going on? Is it because I still can't let go of Lu Yao in the depths of my heart, or is it because of this illusory formation? Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the previous scene had already disappeared and changed into another one. This scene was naturally reflected in Lu Ming's heart and also attacked Lu Ming's weakness. Originally, with Lu Ming's tenacious mind, he could completely guard against it and not fall into the illusory formation. However, the resentful gaze of Lu Yao when she was about to disappear would appear in his mind from time to time. That gaze was too real, therefore, a flaw appeared in Lu Ming's mental defense line. After the flaw appeared in his mental defense line, he unknowingly fell into the illusory formation. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from Lu Ming's wrist. The bones in his wrist were about to break. The surrounding illusory formation collapsed all of a sudden and Lu Ming broke free from the illusory formation. It was Qiuqiu who saved me. That was close. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he brought Xianxia with him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I can't be careless from now on. Lu Ming shook his head and shook off the image of Lu Yao in his mind. His mind became clear again. Soon, Lu Ming fell into a new illusory formation. However, this time, Lu Ming was prepared and didn't fall into the illusory formation. Soon, he broke free from the illusory formation. Just like that, Lu Ming experienced 9 layers of illusory formations. When the 9th layer of illusory formation disappeared, the bamboo forest in front of Lu Ming reappeared. He passed. Lu Ming understood that he had passed through the illusory formation. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted. Up ahead, Lu Ming saw a pitch-black vortex. Teleportation portal. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a portal. Could it be that Huang Ling has already passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. However, he wasn't sure. What if Huang Ling was still in the illusory array? What if she was still in the bamboo forest? Previously, he had been trapped in an illusion and did not have the chance to find the phoenix spirit. Lu Ming, do you want to enter this bamboo forest to search? I shouldn't have fallen into an illusion, Xianxia said to Lu Ming. Alright, then be careful. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way. What if Huang Ling was still in the bamboo forest? Xianxia didn't say anything else and flew straight into the bamboo forest. Lu Ming did not have to wait too long. Half a day later, Xianxia returned. Lu Ming was relieved. It was good that Xianxia was fine. Then, he looked at Xianxia expectantly. Lu Ming, I've already looked around and didn't find any trace of Huang Ling. In fact, there's no living creature in this bamboo forest. Xianxia said. No, could it be that Huang Ling really passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. Since she wasn't in the bamboo forest and didn't leave, she could only enter this portal. However, where did this portal lead to? Could it be that there were still secrets in Wanyao Mountain? Lu Ming finally decided to enter the portal. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason to retreat. If he retreated now, wouldn't he be abandoning Huang Ling? Impossible. With a thought, the top source-grade armor appeared and covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming also grabbed the battle god spear in his hand. He circulated his forbidden power and prepared to deal with the danger. Then, he took a step forward and entered the portal. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Lu Ming found that he was standing on a mountain peak. The mountain peak was extremely high. Looking into the distance, he could see very far. What entered his eyes were all lush mountain peaks. The plants were lush and full of vitality. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the desolate qi was extremely rich. It was even richer than the current desolate universe. At the same time, Lu Ming found that there was a rock in the sky. Yes, the sky here was not the sky, but a solid rock. On the rock, there were special stones inlaid, emitting a bright light, like small suns. Is this place inside the Wanyao Mountain? Is the interior of the Wanyao Mountain a world of its own? Lu Ming made such a guess. Because from the rocks in the sky, this place was very similar to the interior of the Wanyao Mountain. Or, the structure of the Wanyao Mountain was special and could absorb the desolate qi outside the Wanyao Mountain and store it inside the Wanyao Mountain. This could explain why the surface of the Wanyao Mountain was still dead silent even though the universe had recovered. Roar! Suddenly, a few loud roars interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. In the forest, a few giant beasts rushed to the sky and rushed towards Lu Ming. Monsters! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a total of 3 giant beasts. 2 were like giant wolves and 1 was like a gorilla. The 2 giant wolves were 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. As for the gorilla, it was over 20 meters tall. The 3 giant beasts were extremely fast and their auras were shocking, causing a gust of wind. Swish! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed. A huge palm was formed and grabbed at the 3 behemoths, shrouding them within. Boom! The palm collided with the 3 giant beasts. Lu Ming felt his palm shake slightly. What a strong power! This is definitely the monsters of the desolate universe, much stronger than the monsters of the small thousand worlds. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. These giant beasts were all first-level divine masters, but their strength was shocking and their blood was boiling. Moreover, they could launch terrifying attacks, which should be demonic arts. The desolate universe monsters were born with all kinds of powerful demonic arts that were passed down from generation to generation. The monsters of the small thousand worlds couldn't compare to them and were much stronger than the major races in the universe. Lu Ming was even more certain that this was the interior of the Wanyao mountain. There were still desolate universe monsters inside the Wanyao mountain. Lu Ming used a little force and pressed the 3 desolate universe monsters to the ground. Then, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. At the same time, he spread out his spirit consciousness and began to search for the phoenix spirit. Roar! Roar! Roars were heard along the way. They were all desolate universe monsters with different cultivation levels. The weak ones were below the immortal state level and the strong ones were divine masters. However, these monsters couldn't stop Lu Ming. None of them could keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time with these monsters. He flew while looking for the phoenix spirit. There were many divine herbs in this land, so Lu Ming didn't want to bother with them. Now, Lu Ming wasn't interested in anything that wasn't source-level divine herbs. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had flown a long distance. Unfortunately, he didn't find any trace of Lu Ming. The interior of the Wanyao mountain is huge. Searching like this is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why don't I let these monsters help me find, Lu Ming thought. The demons inside the Wanyao mountain were natives here. If they helped to find Huang Ling, the efficiency would definitely be higher than Lu Ming's alone. Of course, how could these demons help, so Lu Ming could only take action. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out and pressed a green eagle to the ground. Human, how did you break in? The green eagle roared, its voice full of confusion. You don't have to know how I got in. Now, I want you to help me find someone. Lu Ming said. You want me, a noble demon, to help you, a lowly human? No way. The large green condor shouted loudly. It raised its large head and was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming curled his lips. Indeed, it was said that during the primeval continent, the demons of the primeval continent looked down on the human race. Even though the human race later dominated the primeval continent and was stronger than the demons, many demons still looked down on the human race and thought that they were the noblest. They thought that the human race only developed by taking advantage of the war between the demons and the Wu people. The green eagle in front of him was obviously like that. Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. He stepped on the head of the green eagle and waved his hand. A forbidden force flew into the green eagle's forehead. Despicable human, what did you do to me? The green eagle roared. I placed a strand of power in your sea of wisdom. With just a thought, I can sever your soul. You'd better behave yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The green eagle's eyes changed, but it lowered its arrogant head in the end. It had no choice. Its life was more important. If you want me to find someone, you should at least give me a portrait. The green eagle said. Have you seen this woman before? Lu Ming waved his hand and Huang Ling's portrait appeared. No, but I can help you find her. The green eagle said. If you had news earlier, I would have helped you extract that power earlier. If it was delayed too long, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to control that power. Lu Ming said meaningfully. The cyan eagle's face turned ugly. It wished it could beat up Lu Ming. But in the end, it succumbed to Lu Ming's power. It obediently lowered its head, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Then, Lu Ming did the same and controlled the other primordial world demons to help him find the phoenix spirit. In 3 days, at least a few hundred primordial desolatian demons were controlled by Lu Ming to spread out and help him search for the phoenix spirit. Which human brat dares to control my Yao clansman? He's courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distant sky. It was like thunder, causing the sky to explode. Several berserk auras swept over. 5 or 6 demons flew towards Lu Ming. Of the 2 demons flying at the front, one was a flying snake with a pair of wings. It was extremely huge. The other demon looked like a fierce tiger, but its body was snow white like a white tiger. Perhaps it had the bloodline of the white tiger. The white tiger was also a powerful race among the primordial world demons. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These two monsters were both at the peak of the Divine Master realm. As for the four demons at the back, Lu Ming actually knew them. That was because these four demons were controlled by Lu Ming to search for the phoenix spirit. It seemed that these four demons were unwilling to be controlled and had found helpers. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming was not angry. Instead, he was happy. Controlling the stronger demons was more effective than controlling the weaker ones. The powerful demons could command the other demons. Wouldn't it be faster to search for the phoenix spirit? Lu Ming wanted to find powerful demons, but he didn't find any. Now, the other party had come to him. The flying snake and white tiger demons were extremely fast. In an instant, they were not far away from Lu Ming. Their berserk auras rushed towards Lu Ming like raging waves. However, to Lu Ming, it was like a gentle breeze. It didn't affect him at all. Human, how did you get in? The white tiger stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. Help me find the person I'm looking for first, and I'll tell you. Lu Ming said. You don't have the right to negotiate with us. Boy, tell us obediently and extract the power in their sea of consciousness. Then, we can let you go. The flying snake shouted coldly. Its voice was sharp and piercing. Let me go? Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Lu Ming sneered. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just take him down and he'll obediently submit. That white tiger snorted coldly and pounced forward. Its huge body was like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lu Ming. Its huge sharp claws scratched toward Lu Ming, bringing about a violent force. First break. As soon as the white tiger attacked, Lu Ming could sense that its combat strength was at the first break, which was equivalent to the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Of course, this was just a preliminary judgment. If the other party was still holding back, it would be difficult to judge. Combat strength could only be judged when it was completely displayed. On the surface, Lu Ming was no different from an ordinary peak divine master. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the white tiger's claws. Boom, crack, after a violent explosion, there was the sound of bones breaking. One of the white tiger's claws was deformed and twisted. Its huge body was pushed back. The white tiger looked at Lu Ming in shock. It had used almost 80% of its strength in that attack. Lu Ming was also a peak divine master, so it didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. But it didn't expect that he would be injured as soon as they exchanged blows. However, its claws wriggled quickly and were covered by a layer of white light, quickly recovering. What a strong recovery ability. The primordial chaos demon race's bloodline talent isn't just for show. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Among the three strongest races of the primordial chaos, the demon race and the Wu people were much stronger than the human race. The demon race had a bloodline inheritance. When a demon was born, their blood would inherit all kinds of techniques from their ancestors. When they grew up, they could almost learn them without a teacher. The Wu people were born with strong bodies and could destroy the world. The human race's innate talent was much weaker than the demon race and the Wu people. However, the human race could cultivate and improve their talent and potential, especially after the Holy Ground sacred scroll appeared. This person is very strong. Let's work together to deal with him. That flying snake snorted coldly. It flapped its wings and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the white tiger roared and dashed toward Lu Ming, unleashing all of its combat power. The two demons worked together and used their killing moves. Their coordination was flawless. Looks like they've used all their strength. It's still the extreme break. Lu Ming thought. Then, he grabbed at the air and formed a long spear with his forbidden power. He swung it twice. The two spear auras pressed down on the two demons. Boom, boom. The spear auras shattered the attacks and hit the two demons. The two demons were hit by the spear radiance and smashed to the ground. Many of their bones were broken and they were severely injured. Of course, Lu Ming showed mercy and did not kill them because there was no need to. Firstly, the primordial demons were also living beings of the primordial universe. They came from the same origin as him and had no enmity with him. Why should he bear a grudge? Secondly, if he kept them alive, they could help him find Huang Ling. It was the best of both worlds. How could this be? The other 4 demon race beings could only watch with their jaws agape. To think that the 2 strong helpers that they had brought along would be defeated just like that. Effortlessly. This was a complete one-sided slaughter. Then, their bodies turned cold. It's over. It's over. We're dead meat. Lu Ming would not let them go. They froze on the spot, not daring to escape or speak. Lu Ming landed beside the white tiger and the flying snake and sent 2 streams of forbidden power into their spiritual consciousness. The white tiger and the flying snake were dejected. They understood that their life and death were already in Lu Ming's hands. Then, Lu Ming showed the white tiger and the flying snake the portrait of Huang Ling. Have you seen her before? Isn't this Huang Ling? The white tiger exclaimed in surprise. You've seen her before? Lu Ming was shocked and could not help but blurt out. He did not mention the name Huang Ling at all, nor did he mention the demons that were controlled by him previously. However, the white tiger said Huang Ling's name immediately. There was only one explanation. The white tiger had seen Huang Ling before and even knew her. Of course I've seen her before, but it was a long time ago, probably 10,000 years ago. The white tiger said. You saw Huang Ling 10,000 years ago. How is she now? Where is she? Lu Ming asked a few questions. I already said that I saw her 10,000 years ago. How would I know how she is now? However, I know where she is. The white tiger said. Where is she? On the myriad demon path. The white tiger said. Myriad demon path? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The myriad demon road is a forbidden area of the myriad demon mountain. There are all kinds of legends about it. According to the legends, there are heaven-defying fortunes inside. According to the legends, one can leave the myriad demon mountain after passing through the myriad demon road. Opening the passage between the myriad demon mountain and the universe, the white tiger explained. Leave the thousand monster mountain? Could it be that you can't leave the Wanya mountain? Lu Ming was greatly surprised. Of course not. Otherwise, why would I ask you where you came from? White tiger said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was indeed the case. Not only had the white tiger asked this question, the other monster races had also asked the same question. Why? Lu Ming continued to ask. He had no choice but to ask. This was a matter of great importance. If the Yao clan and the others couldn't leave, didn't that mean he couldn't leave as well? In the last era, a shocking war broke out in the primeval continent. The primeval continent was destroyed. At the last moment, the experts of the Myriad Demon Mountain sealed the Myriad Demon Mountain with supreme immortal force and powerful treasures. The interior of the Myriad Demon Mountain was completely isolated from the outside world. The passage was closed and we monsters couldn't go out. Until more than 10,000 years ago, Huang Ling suddenly appeared. She came from the outside, which gave us hope. We thought we could go out through the passage she came in, but unfortunately, the white tiger explained and sighed in the end. Can you tell me how you came in? The flying snake asked with a hopeful look in its eyes. Lu Ming immediately told him about the passageway that he had entered. I didn't expect you and Huang Ling to come in through the same passage. We've already checked it and it's useless. You can only go in, but not out. The white tiger sighed and its face was full of disappointment. Lu Ming's face also turned a little pale. Can't go out, do I have to stay here for the rest of my life? This was unacceptable to Lu Ming. Let's take it one step at a time. At least I know about Huang Ling, Lu Ming comforted himself. Where is the myriad demon path? Take me there. Lu Ming said. Okay, we'll take you there, but you can't go out of the myriad demon path. If you want to go in, be prepared to be trapped there forever. The white tiger reminded. It's okay, hurry up and heal your injuries. I'll wait for you. Lu Ming said. The other 4 monsters heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lu Ming didn't plan to deal with them. The talent of the monster race was indeed powerful. In less than an hour, the white tiger and the flying snake's injuries were mostly healed. Come with us. the white tiger said, and flew into the sky with the flying snake. Lu Ming followed closely behind. With the white tiger and the flying snake leading the way, naturally, no demon stopped Lu Ming. His journey was smooth and unhindered. Half a day later, Lu Ming saw two mountain peaks. These two mountains were so majestic that they were like two sharp swords inserted into the ground. The two mountains were very close to each other, forming a canyon. At this moment, a cry came from one of the mountains. Following that, a fiery red figure flew rapidly towards them from the mountain. A phoenix. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This red light was clearly a fiery red phoenix that was shrouded in crimson flames. It was a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Ming and stopped not far away. Big sister. Greetings, big sister. The flying snake and the white tiger hurriedly flew over and bowed to the fire phoenix. Big sister? Lu Ming was a little speechless. It seems that this fire phoenix is female. Lu Ming looked at the fire phoenix carefully. To be honest, this fire phoenix looked very similar to the phoenixes in the small chiliocosm. However, its temperament was a little different. This fire phoenix gave off a powerful pressure. Its body was like a furnace that contained a terrifying aura. The bloodline level was completely different. This was the true primordial demon race. The demon races in the small chiliocosm or the universe were all evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon race experts who died in battle in the previous era. They only had the appearance, but they were mixed blood. Their appearance was similar, but their essence was completely different. They were not of the same level. The fire phoenix did not look at the white tiger and the flying snake. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. How did a human get in? The fire phoenix spoke. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. In fact, Lu Ming could see through the life origin aura that this fire phoenix was not old. It was considered very young among the demon race. Big sister, we asked. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling, the white tiger said. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling? The fire phoenix looked disappointed, but she quickly recovered and said, why did you bring him here? Big sister, he came to find Huang Ling. He said that he also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path. The white tiger replied. He also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path? The fire phoenix suddenly raised her voice and continued to look at Lu Ming. Boy, you want to enter the 10,000 demons path? That's right. Please make an exception. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The fire phoenix pondered and said, Kid, do you know the specific situation of the 1,000 demons path? I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Okay, then I'll tell you. The 1,000 demons path is the sacred path of the 1,000 demons mountain. There are many checkpoints inside, and each checkpoint has a unique skill of the demons. If you can comprehend it, it will be a great opportunity. However, if you can't comprehend it, you will be trapped in the 1,000 demons path forever. The fire phoenix explained. You mean to say that you can either comprehend the entire 1,000 demons path, or you will be trapped inside forever if you can't even retreat? Lu Ming asked. No, that's why the phoenix spirit has been in there for 10,000 years without any movement. According to the ancient records, there was once a talented person who entered and never came out until he died of old age. However, there is another legend. According to legend, if a creature can comprehend the 1,000 demons path, the seal of the 1,000 demons mountain will be opened, and the inside of the 1,000 demons mountain will be connected to the outside world. Therefore, if you want to enter the 1,000 demons mountain, I won't stop you, but I want to test you first. The fire phoenix said. Test me? How? Lu Ming asked. Of course, to test your strength and see if you are qualified to enter the 1,000 demons path. If you are not strong enough, entering the 1,000 demons path will only be courting death. The fire phoenix said. As her voice fell, the fire phoenix's aura skyrocketed. Flames soared into the sky and covered half of the void. The temperature between heaven and earth also rose sharply. The white tiger and flying snake quickly retreated and stayed far away. Come on. Lu Ming grabbed the air and the battle god spear appeared in his hand. His eyes were bright and his battle intent was strong. He also wanted to know the strength of the primordial phoenix. There were thousands of races in the primordial demon race, but there were only two strongest races, the dragon race and the phoenix race. The strongest sacred ground of the demon race was called the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. The dragon race and the Phoenix Immortal Palace ruled over thousands of demons. The Phoenix's talent and battle strength must be extremely shocking. Firmament had once told Lu Ming that most of the mystical dragon clan in the universe were of mixed blood. Only the nine-clawed dragon bloodline was closest to the primordial dragon clan. In fact, the nine-clawed dragon was only an ordinary dragon in the previous era. At that time, Lu Ming was very shocked. One had to know that the nine-clawed dragon was the highest level of the dragon race. Their talents were extremely strong, and among the 10,000 races in the universe, they would be considered top-notch talents. Of course, an ordinary nine-clawed dragon, after cultivating to the peak of the Divine Lord level, would at most have the strength of a top-tier Lord of Heaven. It would be far from the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In other words, it would only be able to break through once. But it was still shocking enough. This was because during the Desolate Continent era, they were only equivalent to ordinary dragons. One could imagine that during the Desolate Continent era, there must have been dragons with even greater talent. How bad could a phoenix that was as famous as the dragon race be? Lu Ming also wanted to know how strong the peak races of the Great Desolate Fiend race were. Be careful, the fire phoenix warned. It flapped its wings and turned into a ray of red light, shooting towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heatwave came and the air started to crack. Then, the fire phoenix opened its mouth and a fire pillar shot towards Lu Ming. The temperature was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming felt a burning sensation on his skin. Buzz, Lu Ming held the divine battle spear and slashed it down like an axe. A huge spear aura pressed forward. Rumble, the heat wave was broken and collided with the fire pillar shot out by the fire phoenix. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Then, the fire pillar exploded. Not bad. Come again. The fire phoenix shouted and flapped its wings. 7 feathers flew out from its body. The 7 feathers contained a terrifying energy like 7 divine swords. Swish. Swish, the 7 feathers shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and blocked all the 7 feathers. Is that all you've got? The primordial phoenix clan is just SOSO. Lu Ming chuckled. His tone was full of contempt. Lu Ming wanted to provoke the other party to use its full strength. He knew that the fire phoenix had not used its full strength yet. Sure enough, the proud fire phoenix was enraged and roared, "How dare you look down on me? I will burn you to ashes." The color of the flames on the fire phoenix's body started to change. It turned from red to purple. With a long cry, the purple flames surged and formed a new phoenix. This phoenix was completely formed by flames. However, it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was real. Flapping its wings, the phoenix condensed from purple flames pounced on Lu Ming. The fire phoenix's body also pounced towards Lu Ming. The two phoenixes formed a pincer attack. A joint attack technique. Before the other party's attack arrived, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying power of the fire phoenix's attack. A fire phoenix was actually able to perform a joint attack. It was truly miraculous. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming focused on dealing with it. His spear light flashed and fought with the fire phoenix. In an instant, the two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. There was no doubt that the combat strength of this fire phoenix was astonishingly strong. It was definitely at the 3rd level of extreme break. Moreover, after performing such a joint attack, its combat strength was definitely at the top of the 3rd level of extreme break. Lu Ming judged that it should be stronger than Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spider clan. Lu Ming had never fought with the evil cicada of the extreme evil clan. However, according to the legends, the evil cicada's combat strength was above Zhu Tian's. It was one of the few people who was closest to the 4th level of extreme break. Lu Ming estimated that this fire phoenix was probably not weaker than the evil cicada. Of course, without the 4th level of extreme break, it was not Lu Ming's opponent. Lu Ming was as still as a mountain. He kept waving his war god spear and sent the fire phoenix flying. The two phoenixes, one real and one illusory, constantly surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him together. The two were originally one, so the joint attack was naturally flawless. There was no flaw, and it could exert its power to the extreme. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. After dozens of continuous attacks, the two phoenixes suddenly retreated. The phoenix condensed from purple flames rushed back to its body and disappeared. No more fighting, no more fighting, the fire phoenix screamed and began to restrain its aura. Done trying? Am I qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path? Lu Ming said. You're a freak. The fire phoenix said. Lu Ming, you are indeed qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path, but don't be too proud. You should have broken through the 4th level of extreme break. Being able to break through the 4th level of extreme break proves your talent. However, even if you have broken through the 4th level of extreme break, you may not be able to cross the 10,000 demons path. The fire phoenix warned seriously. Whether it's possible or not, I have to go. I have no choice. Lu Ming smiled with a calm expression. The fire phoenix's gaze rotated as if she was pondering something. A long while later, a resolute look appeared in her eyes as if she had decided on something. All right, but I want to enter the 1,000 demon path with you. The fire phoenix said. The white tiger and flying snake were alarmed by these words. Big sister, you can't do that. If you don't leave the 1,000 demon path, you will be trapped there for the rest of your life. Yes, big sister, it's too dangerous. You have to think carefully. The white tiger and flying snake hurriedly tried to persuade her. You don't need to persuade me. What's the difference between staying in the 1,000 demon mountain and being trapped in the 1,000 demon path? Moreover, my cultivation has already reached its limit and I still can't comprehend a Genesis technique. Perhaps entering the 1,000 demon mountain will help me comprehend a Genesis technique and reach the 4th Genesis breaker stage. The fire phoenix was full of ambition. However, the white tiger and flying snake were still worried. Don't worry, this guy is more talented than me. He may be able to pass through the 1,000 demon path. If that happens, the 1,000 demon mountain will be connected to the outside world and I will naturally be able to regain my freedom. This is a good opportunity. The fire phoenix said. According to her speculation, if Lu Ming really did pass through the 1,000 demon path, the opportunities within would likely disappear and she would no longer have the chance to enter the 1,000 demon path in the future. The white tiger and flying snake no longer tried to persuade the fire phoenix when they saw that she had made up her mind. Kid, I'm called Zhao Qing. What's your name? The fire phoenix looked towards Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming, let's go. The entrance to the 1,000 demon path is between the two mountains. The fire phoenix took the lead and flew towards the two mountains. Between the two mountains was a huge valley. At the end of the valley was an ancient stone door. The fire phoenix told him that passing through the stone door would lead to the 1,000 demon path. Once inside, one could only advance and not retreat. Let's go. Lu Ming's eyes were resolute as he stepped forward towards the stone door. The fire phoenix hurriedly followed, entering the stone door with Lu Ming one after the other. Once inside, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a small plaza. He was the only one in the square. Zhao Qing was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming was not surprised. On the way, Zhao Qing had told him that even if the two of them entered at the same time, they would be separated after entering the 10,000 demons path. Both of them had to break through by themselves and explore the myriad demon path by themselves. It was impossible for them to have a chance to discuss things with each other. To walk out of the myriad demons path, one had to rely on true ability. A stone tablet. Lu Ming discovered that there was a stone tablet erected in the middle of the square. On the stone tablet, there was a carving of a black wolf. The black wolf looked like it was about to pounce, its eyes fierce. Suddenly, the stone steel shone, and the black wolf on the stone steel rushed out. Roar! The black wolf in the stone tablet roared, and its body leaped through the air, splitting into 5 black wolves and pouncing towards Lu Ming from 5 different directions. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air. His taboo energy condensed into a long spear and swept it out. The spear light swept out in all directions, and the 5 black wolves were all defeated. But after the black wolves were defeated, they immediately condensed again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming, completely unharmed. Zhao Qing is right. The demon race that appeared on the myriad demon path is not a real life, but a manifestation of the demon race's demonic arts. It is impossible to defeat them. If you want to break through, you have to find the weakness of this demonic art. But to find the weakness of this demonic art, you have to be very familiar with this demonic art, Lu Ming muttered. In other words, you have to comprehend this demonic art. It was easier said than done to comprehend a demonic art and find its weakness. Moreover, this was only the first stage. The myriad demon path had 81 stages, and each stage was harder than the last. To pass all of them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But no matter how difficult it was, you have to pass. Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he stared at the 5 black wolves. Swoosh swoosh. The 5 black wolves pounced continuously. Every pounce was actually a variation of the demonic art. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the black wolves. As he dodged, he observed. Even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts. But no matter how many variations there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming had mastered 3,000 ancient secret arts, and the greater half of them had been comprehended by himself. He had even created 2 secret arts that belonged to him. Lu Ming's knowledge of all kinds of arts was rare since ancient times. So even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts, his comprehension speed was astounding. In just a few days, Lu Ming had some ideas. 10 days later, Lu Ming had completely comprehended this secret art, and found its weakness. Lu Ming stabbed out 5 times, hitting the bodies of the 5 black wolves. With a poof, the 5 black wolves turned into a puff of black smoke and returned to the stone steel. In the next moment, a formation pattern appeared under Lu Ming's feet. At the center of the formation pattern was a pitch-black whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong gravitational force that sucked Lu Ming in. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a new plaza. This plaza looked similar to the previous one, but Lu Ming knew that he had arrived at the second stage. Because in the center of the plaza, there were 2 stone steels standing. One of the stone steels had a fierce tiger carved on it, the other stone steels had a green snake carved on it. The stone steels glowed, and the fierce tiger and green snake flew out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, they were formed by demonic arts. Lu Ming was the same as before, dodging and comprehending at the same time. The 2 types of demonic arts were naturally more difficult to comprehend. This time, Lu Ming used more than 20 days to successfully comprehend and find the weakness. He passed this stage and entered the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was still a plaza, but in the plaza, there were 3 stone steels. A ferocious pig was carved on one of the stone steels, a lizard was carved on one of the stone steels, and an octopus was carved on one of the stone steels. The 3 types of demonic arts attacked together. Just like this, Lu Ming calmly comprehended the demonic arts, and 10 years quickly passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming passed 19 stages and entered the 20th stage. At the 20th stage, 20 types of demonic arts appeared. On the 10,000 demon path, the further one walked, the more demonic arts there would be, and the more mysterious they would be. The demonic arts that appeared would also be stronger and more difficult to comprehend. When 20 types of demonic arts attacked together, it would be dazzling, and one would be completely clueless. It would be even harder to comprehend. At this place, Lu Ming finally encountered a difficulty. He could not completely dodge and was attacked by the demonic arts. Instantly, several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and waves of stabbing pain came. It's poisonous. Lu Ming discovered that the energy of the other party's attack on his body actually contained a highly toxic poison. This poison was extremely potent. Even Lu Ming felt dizzy. On the 10,000 demon path, divine weapons and battle armors could not be used. Therefore, one could not rely on battle armors to block the attacks of these demonic arts. One could only rely on one's own strength to resist. Therefore, the 10,000 demon path was very dangerous. If one was not careful, not to mention passing through the 10,000 demon path, even one's life could be lost. Of course, the 10,000 demon path also left a way out. the myriad demon path also left a way out for every challenger. At the back of the square, there was a stone platform. If the challenger felt that he could not hold on any longer and retreated to the stone platform in time, the demons would not continue to attack. This gave the challenger a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, if the challenger could not hold on and could not retreat, wouldn't he be dead? With a way out, as long as he felt that he could not hold on and retreated in time, there would be no danger to his life. Of course, if someone could not hold on and did not retreat, they would be courting death. However, Lu Ming could still hold on for now. Although he felt a little dizzy, he immediately felt better after circulating his forbidden power. He continued to fight with the 20 demons and continued to comprehend these demonic arts. After enduring for a while, when Lu Ming felt that he was about to reach his limit, he quickly retreated. The 20 demons chased after him, but they were still a step too late. Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform outside the square. When Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform, the 20 demons immediately stopped and turned into rays of light, entering the stone tablet and disappearing. It's really difficult to comprehend 20 types of secret arts amidst the chaotic attacks, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming already had a way to deal with it. That was to focus on one demonic art and ignore the other demons. When he completely comprehended this demonic art, he would find its weakness and destroy this demonic art. In this way, there would only be 19 types of demonic arts left, which would be easier to deal with. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his forbidden power. His injuries quickly recovered. Lu Ming's recovery speed was astonishing. Even if he was poisoned, it was the same. Before long, Lu Ming was fully recovered and returned to his peak. It's time to refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming pondered. Then, with a thought, he entered the ancient desolation ring and began to refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid. Refining the origin spirit medicinal liquid was a big deal because he could refine 1 drop every month. However, if he missed it, for example, if he did it after a year, he would not be able to refine 12 drops at once. He could only refine 1 drop. Even after 100 years, you can only refine 1 drop. Therefore, every month, as long as Lu Ming had nothing to do, he would refine origin spirit medicinal elixir. In the 10 years since he had entered the 10,000 demon path, Lu Ming would find a chance to retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza every month. He would wait until he finished refining the original divine medicinal liquid before he continued to comprehend Yao arts. Sometimes, he would even finish absorbing the origin spirit medicinal liquid and comprehend Yao arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to get here. After refining the original god elixir, Lu Ming left the stone platform and entered the square. As soon as Lu Ming entered the plaza, the stone steel glowed. 20 Yao materialized with Yao arts charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept his eyes on one of the demons while he tried his best to avoid the other demons. After a period of time, Lu Ming was once again injured. He retreated to the stone platform to recover, but his gains were great. His understanding of that demonic art had deepened greatly. As he comprehended more and more demonic arts, the speed at which he comprehended them also became faster and faster. If Lu Ming needed 10 days to comprehend the same demonic art at the start, he now needed 6 or 7 days to comprehend it. At the same time, he discovered that demonic arts and ancient secret arts were different methods of achieving the same result. There were similarities between the two. This allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his own Genesis arts while comprehending the demonic arts. That's right, comprehending the demonic arts here could help him comprehend his own Genesis arts. By comparing the demonic arts and ancient secret arts, his understanding of Genesis arts grew deeper and deeper in his mind. After recovering, Lu Ming continued to comprehend. After a few days, Lu Ming finally succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and found its weakness. Swish, his spear thrust out like a dragon, piercing the demonic art's weakness and destroying it. As a result, only 19 of the 20 demonic arts were left. Lu Ming followed the same pattern and continued to study one of the demonic arts. A few days later, Lu Ming also succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and defeated the demonic art's manifestation. As the number of demonic arts decreased, Lu Ming's comprehension speed also increased. In this way, after several months, Lu Ming passed this stage and entered the 21st stage. It had to be said that Lu Ming's talent in comprehending various arts was too great. His speed was too fast, his experience was too rich, and he also had the primordial divine stone in his knowledge. When he was comprehending demonic arts, various runes would appear on the primordial divine stone to help him comprehend demonic arts and greatly increase his comprehension speed. If it was anyone else, their speed would be 100 times slower than Lu Ming's. Even if they were monstrous geniuses, they would be far inferior to Lu Ming. It was very likely that they would be stuck in this stage for the rest of their lives. In the 21st stage, there were 21 kinds of demonic arts that manifested as demonic beasts that attacked together. Also, the demonic arts here were even more profound, more powerful, and more difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and continued to study one kind of demonic art. When he could not withstand it, he would retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza to rest. When a month was up, he would start to refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid or absorb and refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming's attitude was very steady. He was not arrogant or impatient. He would just treat this as a seclusion. In any case, he had great gains every time he comprehended a demonic art. Just like this, Lu Ming comprehended demonic arts as he refined the origin spirit medicinal liquid. In a blink, another 6 years passed. It had been 16 years since Lu Ming entered the 10,000 demon path. Bam, Lu Ming brandished his spear and defeated a demon that used demonic techniques. Past the 27th stage. Lu Ming exhaled deeply. In 16 years, he had passed the 27th stage. This speed was very fast. If Zhaoqing knew of this, his jaw would probably drop. But Lu Ming knew that the later stages would not be easy to pass. Even though as time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of demonic arts became faster and faster, but the later stages of the demonic arts were even harder to comprehend. It was very difficult to increase his speed. It might even take a longer time. Whoosh, a whirlpool appeared below the plaza and sucked Lu Ming in. Then, Lu Ming appeared in a stone room. Yes, he did not appear in the plaza, but in a stone room. Lu Ming himself stilled slightly. This situation was not right. Why did he appear in a stone room? A row of characters suddenly appeared on the wall of the stone room. After Lu Ming read, he had a joyful expression. It said that he would be given a reward. There were 3 kinds of rewards. He could only choose one. Suddenly, the wall lit up. A miniature little dragon appeared in the air. I am here to give you a reward. The miniature little dragon said. With a glance, Lu Ming knew that the miniature little dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy like a kind of formation spirit. What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the myriad demon's path. After going through 27 stages, the reward shouldn't be too shabby, right? There are 3 rewards for you to choose from, but you can only choose one of them. The mini dragon said. What are the 3? Tell me. Lu Ming asked. The first is a divine weapon. The mini dragon waved its hand, and divine weapons floated in the air. One of them was a fiery red spear. The other item was a fiery red armor. The aura emitted by both of them was particularly shocking. Top-grade divine weapons, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were top-grade divine weapons. Both of them were top-grade divine weapons. As expected of the primordial desolate realms demon race, they had 2 top-grade soul-grade divine weapons in one go. Furthermore, they were a complete set. Lu Ming liked it at first sight. What about the other 2 rewards? Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the greed in his heart, and asked. Let's look at the other 2 rewards first. The second reward is 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The mini dragon waved its hand, and another jade bottle appeared. 999 drops of original spirit elixir. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart was burning. To be honest, he also coveted 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The third reward is 1,000 immortal crystals. The mini dragon took out a small box and said, Here are the 3 rewards. Which one do you want to choose? Lu Ming began to think. To be honest, he wanted all 3 rewards. But it was obviously impossible. The mini dragon said that he could only choose one. As for snatching it, that was even more out of the question. The myriad demon's path was obviously set up by the demon race. If there were such good spears, they would have been used up by the demon race for generations. If he really tried to snatch it, he would probably be courting death. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "I choose 999 drops of original spirit elixir." Lu Ming chose the original spirit elixir after careful consideration. Although a full set of top-notch source-grade divine weapons was precious and tempting to Lu Ming did not lack them. The War God Spear was a top-tier source-grade divine weapon, and he also had a top-tier source-grade battle armor. One more set would not increase his strength at all. As for the 1,000 immortal crystals, they were also very valuable. Immortal crystals contained origin imprints. Reciprocity cultivators could directly absorb the origin imprints and increase their cultivation. However, Lu Ming was only at the Divine Master realm. He couldn't absorb the origin mark inside the immortal crystal. No matter how he thought about it, the original God elixir was still the best choice. Once he absorbed and refined the original God elixir, he would be able to convert it into strength and increase his cultivation base, allowing him to approach the origin sooner. Now that he had 12 stalks of top-grade source-grade divine herbs, he could refine 12 drops of source God elixir every month. That would be 144 drops in a year. 999 drops of origin God elixir was equivalent to 7 years of Lu Ming's production. To be honest, of the 3 rewards, 999 drops of origin spirit elixir was probably the least valuable. However, it was currently the most useful to Lu Ming. "Alright, here you go." With a wave of the mini-dragon's hand, the other 2 rewards disappeared. The jade bottle containing the original God elixir flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it. Sure enough, he saw a bottle full of original God elixir. This kind of jade bottle didn't look big from the outside, but it was actually quite spacious inside. The pearl-like drops of original God elixir shone dazzlingly. At this time, the surrounding environment began to change. Lu Ming disappeared from the stone room and appeared in a square. There were 28 types of demonic arts on the stone stele. The 28th trial. This trial had 28 types of demonic arts. It was much more difficult and mysterious. The 28 types of demonic arts manifested into demonic beasts that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming began his great undertaking of comprehending demonic arts again. Just like that, time passed year after year. Lu Ming also passed through one trial after another. From the 28th trial to the 54th trial, Lu Ming used a total of 34 years to pass these 27 trials. It was twice as long as the previous 27 trials. From this, one could see how difficult the 27 trials were. Of course, Lu Ming's harvest was also very big. As he comprehended different types of demonic arts, Lu Ming's understanding of the origin spirit also became clearer and clearer. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of Genesis techniques had reached a limit. It was as if he could immediately comprehend his own Genesis technique as long as he poked through this layer of paper. Soon, I should be able to comprehend my own Genesis technique very soon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. His heart was filled with anticipation. He currently had the battle strength of a 4-time Genesis breaker. Then, when he comprehended his own Genesis technique, how strong would his battle strength be? 5 times Genesis breaker. A 4-time Genesis breaker was already a peerless genius. In the entire universe, besides Lu Ming, there were only 2 people who had achieved this. A 4-time Genesis breaker was said to have the potential to become an immortal. Then what about 5 times Genesis breaker? When he broke through the limits 5 times, everyone in the universe would be shocked. Swish, at this moment, Lu Ming appeared in another stone chamber. Another mini-dragon appeared. There was another reward. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that every 27 trials would give him a reward. 27 trials, 54 trials. There were a total of 81 trials, and there were still 27 trials left. It seemed that after passing all 81 trials, he would receive another reward. This time, how many rewards would he be able to choose from? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Congratulations on passing the 54th trial, this is your reward. After speaking, the mini-dragon waved its hand, and a jade bottle appeared and flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming subconsciously caught it in his hand, and then he was a little dumbfounded. Weren't there several rewards for him to choose from? Why was there only one? Lu Ming directly asked this question. You have already chosen the type before. After you made your first choice, the following rewards will be given to you according to your previous choices. You chose the original spirit medicinal liquid before, so this time, I will give you all the original spirit medicinal liquid. Of course, there will be a lot more, 5,000 drops. The mini dragon said. You can do that? Lu Ming was speechless. However, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid was still very tempting to Lu Ming. According to his own production, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid would take about 35 years. In this way, he could directly save 35 years of time. Well, I want to ask, if I choose a top source level divine weapon as the reward for the first trial, how many divine weapons will I get this time? 5 sets of top source level divine weapons. The mini dragon said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 5 sets, that means 5 divine weapons and 5 armors. Lu Ming was tempted. Then, what about immortal crystals? Lu Ming asked again. 5,000 immortal crystals. The mini dragon answered. Did I choose the wrong one? Lu Ming asked himself. They were all 5 times stronger than before. Originally, the value of 999 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid was on the low side compared to 1,000 immortal crystals and a set of top-grade divine weapons. The greater the quantity, the greater the disparity in value. Now, the difference between 5,000 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid and 5,000 immortal crystals and 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons was even greater. If there was a choice, Lu Ming might choose the 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons. A set of top-grade divine weapons had both offense and defense. If given to an Origin Realm expert, that Origin Realm expert's battle strength would soar. An Origin Realm expert would spare no expense to obtain a set of top-grade divine weapons. A top-grade offensive divine weapon could increase an Origin Realm expert's offensive power. Especially a top-grade battle armor, it could save one's life at a critical moment. It could increase an Origin Realm expert's survivability by a large margin. With an increase in survivability, there would naturally be more opportunities to obtain other treasures, such as Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, Immortal Crystals, and even top-grade divine herbs. Strength and survivability were the foundation. However, Lu Ming had no other choice. He had chosen the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, but it was too late to regret it now. Fortunately, the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid is what I need right now. It can quickly raise my cultivation base, or else I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lu Ming comforted himself as he carefully put away the 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. If he relied on 12 top-grade divine herbs to refine 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, it would take several decades. This way, he could at least save several decades of time. After putting away the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, the mini dragon disappeared and Lu Ming reappeared on a square. On the 55th checkpoint, 55 kinds of demonic arts materialized powerful demonic beasts that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to comprehend demonic arts and perfect his Genesis techniques. Time passed quickly, and 1 year after another passed. Soon, it had been 120 years since Lu Ming entered the myriad demon's path. Lu Ming had already reached the 80th checkpoint. This was the penultimate checkpoint. As long as he passed the 80th and 81st checkpoints, Lu Ming would be considered to have passed the myriad demon's path. Puff! The spear gleam surged and another demon with demonic skills was defeated by Lu Ming. On the field, only the Yao with 9 Yao arts were left. Out of the 80 types, Lu Ming had broken through only 9 types. Soon. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He had a feeling that his Genesis technique was about to take shape and be fully comprehended. There was only a little left and he was just 1 step away. Lu Ming felt that he could completely comprehend it at any time. Perhaps all he needed was a hint of inspiration. Perhaps I won't even need to pass the 81st stage, and will be able to perfect my Genesis technique in the 80th stage. Lu Ming revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the demon who had conjured the demonic art and started to study it. Several days later. Bang, this kind of Yao art was defeated by Lu Ming. No, he still couldn't comprehend it. He was still a bit off. Continue, bang, it was yet another failure. Soon, at the 80th level, there were only 3 Yao arts left. Yes, it's like this, it's like this. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes were like 2 big suns, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He let out an excited roar. Then, tens of thousands of cells in his body emitted a dazzling brilliance like tens of thousands of stars. But the tens of thousands of stars disappeared as soon as they appeared. Forbidden power was frantically rapidly circulating through the 60 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled. In the end, Lu Ming's body grew to a height of 3 feet, nearly 10 meters, like a giant. Swish, the war god spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out, and a divine dragon flew out with a roar. Then, the spear's momentum changed, and a phoenix flew out. His figure flashed, disappearing from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared on the side of the square. It was as if he had teleported, or the aurora art of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to attack, and not a single move was the same. There were thousands of variations, and it was infinitely mysterious. These moves had the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and also the shadow of Yao arts. They were not restricted to one style, but their power was extremely astonishing. They were much stronger than Lu Ming's primordial desolation style and heaven splitter style. Genesis technique, this is my Genesis technique. My Genesis technique is different from the rest. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared on the stone stage outside the square. His eyes were bright and filled with excitement. He had finally created his own Genesis technique. However, his Genesis technique was completely different from the others. For example, Yi Immortal, Gu Changfeng, Xianxia, and the others were different. The others' Genesis techniques were similar to special moves that fused with one's own origin power. His Genesis technique also fused with one's own origin power, but there was no special move. If there was a special move, it would be that one's body would grow when using it. This was because the direction he took in comprehending Genesis techniques was based on his own body. The body was the foundation, and the body and the physical body were the foundation. Once used, the forbidden power would circulate in his body at a special frequency, causing his body to swell. This swelling of his body was the embodiment of the Genesis technique. In this state, his body was the Genesis technique. He had already turned into a Genesis technique, and every move he made would be able to erupt with terrifying power. Moreover, his moves were ever-changing, and he could use any move he wanted. A single thought from him would be a killing move that contained the mysterious power of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques and Yao arts. As expected, after comprehending the Genesis technique, I seem to have forgotten the ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He had discovered that he had fallen into a strange state. He clearly knew that he had comprehended 3,000 ancient secret techniques, but when he tried to think carefully, he could not recall any of them. He had forgotten. Fei Huang had once said that he would forget the secret techniques he had comprehended in the later stages of his cultivation. It seemed that it was true. However, although he had forgotten the ancient secret techniques, they were deeply imprinted in his soul. Once he used a Genesis technique, every move he made would contain the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and its power would be even stronger. This trip was not in vain. It was a blessing in disguise, Lu Ming pondered. He was in a good mood. His only regret was that he had not yet rescued Huang Ling. But there was no hurry. As long as Huang Ling was still on the 1,000-demon path, he would naturally be able to rescue her after he passed the 81st stage. What should I call my Genesis technique? Lu Ming pondered. Everyone would give their Genesis technique a name. His Genesis technique was different from the others. What should it be called? After pondering for a good while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't think of a satisfactory name, but he would slowly think of one in the future. In any case, there was no hurry to name it. I can clearly feel that once I use a Genesis technique, my battle strength will soar. I wonder if I have reached the legendary 5 times of breaking the boundary. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He wanted to find an expert to have a big fight with so that he could verify his combat ability. Lu Ming desperately wanted to find an expert to battle and verify his strength. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that if he were to fight Shi Tianting, he would be able to easily defeat Xianxia after using his Genesis techniques. He knew that Lu Ming was invincible in the Divine Master stage. Only the Origin Realm was his opponent. My battle strength has almost reached a point where it can't be improved any further in the Divine Master stage. If I want to greatly increase my strength, I can only break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming pondered. He wasn't exaggerating. It was the truth. His taboo force had reached a higher level, and his strength had almost reached the peak. He had also comprehended his Genesis techniques. Of course, it wasn't that his Genesis techniques couldn't be improved, but it was too difficult to make a breakthrough in the Divine Master stage. It was many times more difficult than comprehending Genesis techniques in the Divine Master stage. Only after breaking through to the Origin Realm could he continue to make breakthroughs in his Genesis techniques. Therefore, apart from making a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming really couldn't think of any other way to increase his battle strength. If Lu Ming really reached the 5th extreme break, it would be normal. Even in the primeval continent, there weren't many people who could reach the 5th extreme break. Those who broke the 4th extreme break were said to have hope of becoming an immortal. As for those who broke the 5th extreme break, as long as there were no accidents, they would definitely become an immortal. Let's break through the 1,000 demon path in one go. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew his Genesis technique. His body quickly shrank and returned to normal. At the same time, Lu Ming found that half of the taboo force in his body had been consumed. The consumption of taboo force when using Genesis techniques was so astonishing. With his cultivation, he couldn't last long using Genesis techniques. I can only slowly perfect them after I break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After all, he had just comprehended his Genesis techniques and was definitely not perfect in all aspects. As he slowly perfected them in the future, the consumption of taboo force would definitely slowly decrease. Swish, Lu Ming left the stone platform and rushed into the square to continue comprehending his demonic arts. The last few types of Yao arts were quickly defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming successfully passed the 80th level, and then entered the 81st level. The difficulty level of the 81st level had indeed increased tremendously. Even Lu Ming felt immense pressure. It was much more difficult than the 80th level. It was extremely difficult for Lu Ming to break through this hurdle. It took him 10 years to successfully break through this hurdle. In this way, Lu Ming used a total of 130 years to pass through the myriad demons path. When Lu Ming passed the 81st level, he appeared in a stone room. Another reward, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already tasted the sweetness of the previous 2 rewards. The nearly 6,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid that Lu Ming had obtained earlier had all been refined by Lu Ming during the past few years. Lu Ming's cultivation had also grown extremely rapidly approaching the Origin Realm. He was another step closer to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The Origin Source seed in his body had become even more plump, and the taboo origin power contained within it had become even denser. If the reward this time is 5 times the previous ones, I will really be able to reach my limit. Lu Ming revealed an expectant look. The previous rewards were 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. If it was 5 times the previous rewards, it would be 25,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. It would be enough for Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the limits of the Origin Realm. When Lu Ming appeared in the stone room, 2 runes suddenly appeared in the void. The 2 runes rapidly charged toward Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could react, they had already charged into Lu Ming's eyes. 2 tiny runes had appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's eyes. If someone else stood in front of Lu Ming and stared into his eyes, they would be able to clearly see them. However, the 2 runes quickly disappeared. What is this? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Was this also a reward? No way, the reward I wanted was Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. 25,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid, don't tell me you're screwing me over just like that? This is your reward. A voice rang out, and the miniature dragon reappeared. This is my reward? Then what about my Origin Spirit medicinal liquid? Lu Ming asked. Why are you in such a hurry? This is your extra reward for passing through the myriad demons path. This is the Demon King Emperor rune, which can see through most of the world's runes and formations. The miniature dragon said. The Demon King Emperor rune can see through most of the world's runes and formations? Lu Ming suddenly became excited, and his voice suddenly rose several octaves. He was so excited. Yes, although it's impossible to see through all of them, you can still see through most of them. As for the formations below the immortal level, as long as there is a weakness, you can almost come and go freely, unless there is no weakness. Of course, there are very few formations in the world that have no weakness, the miniature dragon said. Lu Ming was very satisfied. According to the miniature dragon, although it couldn't see through immortal level formations, it was related to immortal level formations. But an immortal level array was most likely related to immortals. It was normal for one to not be able to see through it after stepping into the immortal domain. It would be abnormal if one could see through it. With this Demon King Emperor rune, his life-saving ability would definitely skyrocket. In this aspect, he was even more awesome than Dandan. Of course, just seeing through it and not understanding those runes and formations would definitely not be able to use it. If Dandan knew about it, he would probably be so envious that his eyes would turn purple. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this extra reward. Then, the miniature dragon took out a jade bottle and flew to Lu Ming. There are 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid in here. It's your reward for passing the 81st stage. The miniature dragon said. It's really 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming was extremely excited, his eyes burning with passion. 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid, which saved him more than 170 years of time. Lu Ming carefully put it into the ancient desolation ring. Also, take this array plate with you and give it to the experts of the monster clan. With this array plate, they can freely enter and exit the Road of Thousand Monsters. They can even freely enter and exit the barriers outside the Thousand Monsters Mountain. The miniature dragon said. I see. Lu Ming understood. This was a treasure for the demon race. He had heard from Zhao Qing that as long as someone passed through the Myriad Demons path, the inside of the Myriad Demons Mountain would be connected to the outside. It seemed that the Myriad Demons path would not disappear. Zhao Qing and the others had most likely misunderstood. The Myriad Demons path was still there, but the people of the demon race could use this array plate to enter and exit the Myriad Demons path at will. Alright, the reward has been given. Let's go. The miniature dragon said. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the stone chamber and appeared on a mountain peak. This is the surface of the Myriad Demons Mountain? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This place was lacking in desolation chi. It was indeed the surface of the Myriad Demons Mountain. He had indeed left the interior of the Myriad Demons Mountain. Behind him, the void was constantly twisting like water ripples. This was the entrance to the Myriad Demons path. Go back. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the void that was constantly twisting. Huang Ling had not been rescued yet, so he naturally could not leave. As soon as his body got close to the distorted void, his body disappeared from the void. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another void. Standing in this void, a magnificent scene appeared in front of Lu Ming. Dense and endless runes filled the entire void, covering a large area. He did not know how many runes there were. Anyway, they were densely packed like the sand of the Ganges River. Countless runes intertwined together to form a huge formation. This huge formation was ever-changing and incomparably mysterious. The 10,000 Demon Path, that's right, the formation formed by the endless runes was the 10,000 Demon Path. On Lu Ming's eyes, 2 runes flickered with a strange luster. The entire 10,000 Demon Path appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. There were no secrets. Lu Ming immediately saw a figure fighting with some demons in a certain place in the 10,000 Demon Path. Who else could it be but Huang Ling, the 54th level? Lu Ming discovered that Huang Ling had actually reached the 54th level. Lu Ming was a little surprised. One had to know that even in the history of the demon race, there were definitely not many who could reach the 54th level. From this, it could be seen how talented Huang Ling was and how high her comprehension ability was. Huang Ling and Mulans entered the creation jade pool and underwent earth-shaking transformations. There are only more than 10 types of demonic arts left. Huang Ling should be able to pass the 54th level. Lu Ming pondered. Therefore, he did not immediately appear to see Huang Ling. There would be a reward for passing the 54th level. If he went to see Huang Ling now and took Huang Ling away, there would be no reward. Although he did not know what reward Huang Ling had chosen, no matter what reward it was, the value was shockingly high. After looking for a while, Lu Ming's gaze turned to other directions of the 10,000 demon path. He also saw other figures in different directions. There were a total of 7 people. 6 of the demon race prodigies should have entered the myriad demon path in the past. According to Zhao Qing, the Yao clan had not entered the myriad demons path for many years. It was hard to remember exactly how long it had been, but it was definitely a long time ago. Over the years, more than 6 geniuses from the demon race had entered the 10,000 demon path. Some of them had either died or self-destructed because too much time had passed. Of the remaining 6, the strongest one had also reached the 54th stage. However, this person was far weaker than Huang Ling. At the 54th stage, he did not even use a single demonic art to defeat her. He was completely trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. The other prodigies of the monster race were in a similar situation. They were completely trapped in a difficult situation, unable to advance or retreat. Even if these people died of old age, it was impossible for them to pass through the myriad demons path. Huang Ling still had some hope. However, it would take a very long time to pass the 10,000 demons path. Huang Ling might have spent 10,000 years to pass the 54th stage, but she had already passed the 54th stage. If he wanted to pass the remaining 27 stages, he would need at least 100,000 years or even longer. The other person was naturally Zhao Qing. However, she had only reached the 18th level. To be able to reach the 18th level in 130 years was already extremely talented. Once Huang Ling passes the 54th stage and obtains the reward, I'll go out and see her. After some thought, Lu Ming sat down on the spot. He took out the origin spirit elixir and began to refine it. Lu Ming refined droplet after droplet of origin spirit elixir. They were converted into origin energy and gathered in the origin seed. Lu Ming's origin seed was constantly filling up. The origin energy was constantly condensing. When he truly reached the limit, all the forbidden energy in Lu Ming's body would be converted into forbidden origin energy. Right now, the forbidden energy and forbidden origin energy coexisted in Lu Ming's body. Only when Lu Ming's body was completely filled with forbidden origin energy would it mean that Lu Ming could prepare to break through to reciprocity. This cultivation lasted for more than 60 years. It had been almost 200 years since Lu Ming had entered the myriad demon path. Lu Ming had already refined all 25,000 droplets of origin spirit elixir. Lu Ming's cultivation had finally reached the limits of peak Godmaster. All the forbidden energy in his body had been converted into forbidden origin energy. As long as he settled down for a while longer, he could break through to reciprocity. However, he was currently in the origin tribulation, so he was unable to break through to reciprocity. However, there were only around 300 years left before the tribulation ended. 300 years passed very quickly. Lu Ming planned on using these 300 years to raise his condition to the limit. That way, he would be able to break through to reciprocity as soon as the tribulation ended. Lu Ming still did not know that there were monstrous geniuses who could break through to reciprocity under the origin tribulation. No one had told him this. At this moment, Huang Ling was finally about to pass through the 54th stage. There was only one last demonic art left, and it seemed like Huang Ling had basically comprehended it. Another half a day later, Huang Ling unleashed a killer move that attacked the weakness of the Yao that had materialized from the Yao art and defeated this Yao. Afterward, Huang Ling disappeared from the 54th stage and entered a stone room. Of course, this stone room was also a part of the formation. It was composed of a large number of runes. Lu Ming could see it very clearly. Huang Ling chose a weapon, a light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He saw Mini Dragon hand over 5 sets of peak source grade weapons to Huang Ling. This included 5 peak source grade armors and 5 peak source grade swords. To be honest, this reward was the most valuable out of the 3. Reciprocity experts would fight over it. Huang Ling received the reward and entered the 55th stage. After entering the 55th stage, Huang Ling began to comprehend the demonic arts here. She could not be trapped in the myriad demon mountain. She wanted to leave. She wanted to see Lu Ming again. Back then, she accidentally entered the myriad demon mountain, but it was impossible to leave. She wasn't willing to be trapped here for the rest of her life. When she found out that as long as she could make it through the myriad demon path, she would be able to leave, so she entered without any hesitation. Even if she knew it was very difficult, she wanted to leave no matter how long it would take. If 10,000 years were not enough, then 100,000 years. If 100,000 years were not enough, then 1,000,000 years or even a stellar year. She wanted to leave even if she reached the end of her life. Fortunately, her talent was strong enough. She passed the 54th stage in just 10,000 years. This was all thanks to the Fortune Jade Pool. The Fortune Jade Pool allowed her to obtain heaven-defying fortune and undergo an extreme transformation. The phoenix bloodline in her body became extremely shocking and pure. Once she used it, it was like a primordial phoenix had reappeared. Phoenixes were the kings of primordial demons. They had a unique advantage in comprehending demonic arts, which was why she could be so fast. Moreover, the process of comprehending demonic arts was also a kind of learning for her. It allowed her battle prowess and cultivation to become stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above the 55th stage. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Huang Ling was immediately stunned when she saw this figure. At the 55th checkpoint of the 10,000 demons path, the one who appeared out of thin air was naturally Lu Ming. When Huang Ling saw Lu Ming, she was stunned. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with disbelief. She never dreamed that Lu Ming would appear here. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Huang Ling smiled bitterly and whispered, Huang Ling, you're so useless. You're actually hallucinating. Is it because I miss Lu Ming too much? She thought that it was because she missed Lu Ming too much that she was hallucinating. However, the person in front of her was too real. Lu Ming walked toward Huang Ling step by step. His eyes, which were as firm as a sword, were filled with tenderness. Huang Ling, it seems that your hallucination is quite serious. Why would Lu Ming look at you like that? Stop dreaming. Huang Ling continued to whisper. She still firmly believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to appear here. It must be an illusion. Because this was the 10,000 demons path inside the 10,000 demons mountain in the depths of the universe. Lu Ming was far away in the universe's starry sky. There was an endless distance from the depths of the universe, let alone entering the 10,000 demons mountain and stepping into the 10,000 demons path. Even if Lu Ming really entered the 10,000 demons mountain and stepped into the 10,000 demons path, it was impossible for him to see her. In the 10,000 demons path, they did not want to see each other. It was even more impossible for him to step through the void like Lu Ming. This was nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy in her heart. Which woman did not want her beloved man to step through the void to see her from hundreds of millions of miles away? Lu Ming smiled bitterly, although Huang Ling was whispering, with her hearing, how could she not hear it? He heard it clearly. Lu Ming felt very guilty. He had let the phoenix spirit down too much. It caused him to reveal an affectionate expression. Huang Ling did not believe it. Lu Ming still walked towards Huang Ling step by step and soon landed in front of her. Silly girl, I let you down in the past. It's my fault. From now on, I won't let you down again, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Lu Ming said affectionately, his eyes looking straight into Huang Ling's eyes. Why is the hallucination so real this time? It seems that I'm really sick. Huang Ling continued to mumble. Her big eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Ming. She wanted to imprint Lu Ming's appearance deeply in her mind. Afterward, Lu Ming reached out and pulled Huang Ling into his arms. Silly girl, Lu Ming's eyes of the 10,000 demons path. He then lowered his head and tapped Huang Ling's face gently. Huang Ling was stunned. This time, she was truly stunned. Lu Ming's arms were strong and powerful. Lu Ming's chest was filled with warmth. She could even feel Lu Ming's heartbeat. Also, she could clearly feel the warmth from Lu Ming's lips and Lu Ming's breathing. Really, all of this was real. It was not a hallucination. Hallucinations could not be so real. Lu Ming had really come here and stepped through the void to find her. Her delicate body trembled and tears streamed down her face. It was as if she wanted to let out all of her grievances and longing. Lu Ming, is that you? Huang Ling asked in a trembling voice. It's me. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to take you away. Lu Ming said gently. Then, with Huang Ling in his arms, he took a step forward. The void cracked and Lu Ming and Huang Ling disappeared from the place. It was not just because of the Demon King Emperor rune. It was impossible for the Demon King Emperor rune to be so mysterious. It was mainly because Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demon's path. The Myriad Demon's path was no longer an obstacle for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked on the Myriad Demon's path as if he was walking on flat ground. The next moment, Lu Ming left the Myriad Demon's path with Huang Ling and appeared in the Myriad Demon's mountain at the exit of the Myriad Demon's path. This is the entrance of the Myriad Demon's path? Huang Ling looked at the surroundings and was even more confused. She had gone through so much to pass the 54th level. Why was she back now? The point was, how did Lu Ming bring her back? Didn't they say that once one entered the Myriad Demon's path, they could only move forward and could not retreat? Could it be? Huang Ling suddenly thought of a possibility and her heart beat wildly. However, this possibility was too unbelievable. Lu Ming, did you pass through the Myriad Demon's path? In the end, Huang Ling still asked this unbelievable question. Yes, I passed through the Myriad Demon's path. Lu Ming nodded. Passed through. Lu Ming passed through. Sure enough, he is still him. He is still so amazing. No matter where he goes, he will not fall behind others. Huang Ling was shocked at first, but she soon calmed down. Wasn't this Lu Ming's usual behavior? It was normal. Lu Ming. How did you get here? By the way, have you seen Sister Mulan's? Ah, you must have seen Sister Mulan's. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that I am here. Huang Ling asked a few questions in succession. In the end, she answered her own questions. She was a little excited to see Lu Ming. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told her about his experiences over the years. You actually passed through the Myriad Demon's path in just over 100 years. Even though she was full of confidence in Lu Ming, Huang Ling's mouth was still slightly agape when she heard that Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demon's path in just over 100 years. She was deeply shocked. Let's go and see the Fire Phoenix first. Then, Lu Ming brought Huang Ling back into the Myriad Demon's path and appeared at the 19th checkpoint of the Myriad Demon's path, where the Fire Phoenix and Huang Ling were. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, why are you here? As soon as Lu Ming and the others appeared, they heard a shocked voice. It was naturally Zhao Qing. She was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform outside the square, meditating to recover. As soon as Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared, she noticed them and asked subconsciously. Then, she immediately reacted and was extremely excited. How could Lu Ming and Huang Ling appear here? She knew the Myriad Demon's path too well. Once one entered, one could not retreat. It was not just a saying. It was real. No one had ever been special. Entering the Myriad Demon's path and suddenly appearing here, there was only one possibility: they had passed through the Myriad Demon's path. How could she not be excited? This meant that the demons inside the Myriad Demon's mountain could leave. However, who had passed through the Myriad Demon's path? Was it Lu Ming or Huang Ling? Zhao Qing's gaze circled Huang Ling and Lu Ming, and she immediately made a judgment. Huang Ling, it must be Huang Ling. Lu Ming had only entered the Myriad Demon's path for 200 years. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the Myriad Demon's path in 200 years. It was impossible. Moreover, Lu Ming was still a human and not a demon. The difficulty of passing through the Myriad Demon's path was even greater than that of a demon. It was impossible for it to be Lu Ming. As for Huang Ling, she had already entered the Myriad Demon's path for more than 10,000 years. Moreover, the Phoenix bloodline in Huang Ling's body was extremely rich and was not weaker than her own. With such talent and more than 10,000 years, there was still a trace of possibility. In the past, she did not think that Huang Ling could pass through the Myriad Demon's path. Passing through the Myriad Demon's path in more than 10,000 years was also an incredible thing. However, now that the facts were in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. Huang Ling, congratulations on passing through the myriad demons path. As expected of someone with my phoenix bloodline, Huang Ling said. Zhao Qing stared straight at Huang Ling. His eyes were filled with deep admiration and admiration. To be honest, it was already an incredible miracle to be able to pass through the 10,000 demons path in 10,000 years. It was normal for many people to be trapped in a certain level for tens of thousands of years or even longer. What? Huang Ling was a little confused when she heard Zhao Qing's words. Then, she quickly understood that Zhao Qing had misunderstood and thought that she had passed through the 10,000 demons path. Little Qing, you misunderstood. It's not me who passed through the 10,000 demons path. I'm very ashamed. I only passed the 54th level after 10,000 years. Huang Ling quickly explained. It's not you. Then who is it? Where is he? Zhao Qing's eyes darted around as he searched the surroundings. He thought that someone else had passed through the 10,000 demons path and rescued Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He then brought Huang Ling and Lu Ming here and left. He still did not think of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had only entered the 10,000 demons path for 200 years. Moreover, he was a human. This was simply impossible. It was impossible. He's here. The one who passed through the 10,000 demons path is him. Lu Ming, Huang Ling said. Zhao Qing, the fire phoenix, had his mouth wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyes were wide open. What did you say? The one who passed through the 10,000 demons path is him? How is this possible? He has only entered the 10,000 demons path for 200 years. Moreover, he's a human. It's impossible for him to comprehend demonic arts so quickly. How can it be him? Zhao Qing shouted in disbelief and almost collapsed. But it's really him. Huang Ling muttered. She did not know how to explain to Zhao Qing. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was it incredible to pass through the 10,000 demons path in 200 years? Why didn't he think so? In fact, he had only used 130 years to pass through the 10,000 demons path. He wondered what Zhao Qing's expression would be when he found out. Here, this is for you. It's the reward for passing through the 10,000 demons path. Take this formation plate and you can pass through the 10,000 demons path unimpeded and reach the universe of the 10,000 demons mountain. Lu Ming said, handing over the formation plate he had obtained from the myriad demons path to Zhao Qing. Is this true? Zhao Qing said in a daze. If you don't believe me, you can try using the array plate. Lu Ming said. Zhao Qing revealed a bewildered expression. Was what Lu Ming said true? Did Lu Ming really pass the 10,000 demons path? Was the iron plate in Lu Ming's hand really the reward for clearing the 10,000 demons path? With it, one could travel unimpeded on the 10,000 demons path. She still found it hard to believe, but Lu Ming and Huang Ling had clearly broken through the void and appeared here. She had no choice but to believe it. All right. In the end, Zhao Qing's body flashed with light, and she transformed into a young and beautiful girl wearing a fiery red dress. Then, she picked up the array plate and flew into the square. Immediately, the 10,000 demon path in front of her changed. It was different from before, and a path appeared. She stepped out and disappeared in front of Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Lu Ming and Huang Ling didn't have to wait for too long. Only half an hour later, Zhao Qing's figure reappeared. It's true, it's true. I can freely enter and exit the 10,000 demons path. Zhao Qing's face was full of excitement and ecstasy. She was too excited. Since the destruction of the primordial world, the demons of the 10,000 demons mountain had sealed themselves and isolated themselves from the world. It had been countless years, and they couldn't go out. Zhao Qing was born inside the 10,000 demons mountain. She couldn't be more familiar with the small 10,000 demons mountain, and she was tired of it. Her dream was to walk out of the 10,000 demons mountain and go to the legendary primordial world. Now, this dream had finally come true. How could she not be excited? Then, she looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. She didn't expect that it was really Lu Ming who had passed the 10,000 demons path. A human actually spent only 200 years to pass the 10,000 demons path. What kind of talent was this? The reincarnation of a human king? Cough, Lu Ming blushed when Zhao Qing looked at him. He coughed a few times and said, after this array is activated, it can cover many people at the same time, and many people can pass the 10,000 demons path at the same time. Great, great, great. Zhao Qing beamed. But now, there are many forces outside the 10,000 demons mountain. Creatures of the forbidden areas are dominating. You have to be careful. Lu Ming warned. Creatures of the forbidden areas? Creatures of the forbidden areas have appeared? Lu Ming, tell me in detail about the current situation of the universe. Zhao Qing said. Okay, Lu Ming nodded and immediately told her about the current situation of the primordial world. I see. I didn't expect the primordial world to become like this. But now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we grasp it well, maybe the demons can rise again. Zhao Qing whispered. She yearned for the outside world, so she was familiar with all kinds of books about the primordial world and understood a lot of things. Well, you can discuss what to do. Huang Ling and I will leave here first. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll see you another day. Zhao Qing hurriedly nodded and couldn't wait to find the other experts of the demon race to discuss this matter. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and reached out to grab Huang Ling. Their figures flashed and they headed out of the 10,000 demons path. With Lu Ming leading, they were unimpeded and soon returned to the surface of the 10,000 demons mountain. Then they flew out of the 10,000 demons mountain. Now that 200 years had passed, the restrictions around the 10,000 demons mountain had reappeared and become stronger. However, now that Lu Ming had the Demon King Emperor mark, the restrictions of the 10,000 demons mountain were useless to Lu Ming. The formations of other places were difficult for Lu Ming, but the formations of the demon race were really not difficult for Lu Ming. The Demon King Emperor mark could easily see through all the formations and restrictions of the demon race. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling passed through the restrictions of the 10,000 demons mountain and saw a figure waiting anxiously outside. This figure was naturally Mulan's. Mulan's had waited outside the 10,000 demons mountain for 200 years. She was really anxious. Could it be that Lu Ming was also trapped in the 10,000 demons mountain? Otherwise, why would he not come out after 200 years? Just as she was waiting anxiously, she saw Lu Ming and Huang Ling fly out. Lu Ming, Mulan's was overjoyed and flew over. Sister Mulan's, Huang Ling blushed and withdrew her small hand that was held by Lu Ming. She knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Mulan's. She felt a little guilty when Lu Ming grabbed her hand in front of Mulan's. Lu Ming naturally knew what Huang Ling was thinking and smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he would have to spend more effort on getting along with the girls in the future. Huang Ling, it's great that you're fine. By the way, what happened after that? Mulan's asked. Huang Ling immediately told her about her experiences over the years. Her experience was actually very simple. After entering the interior of the 10,000 demons mountain, she entered the 10,000 demons path. She spent most of her time in the 10,000 demons path. After Huang Ling told her, Lu Ming also briefly told her how he rescued Huang Ling. Mulan's was almost numb to the various miracles that Lu Ming had created. Therefore, when she heard that Lu Ming had used 200 years to break through the myriad demon path that the demon race could not break through for countless years, Mulan's heart did not fluctuate at all. She was very calm. The pressure of the origin tribulation has decreased again. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a soft cry of surprise. Originally, peak divine master existences could feel the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation. Lu Ming discovered that the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation had decreased greatly compared to 200 years ago. However, this was normal. After all, there were only about 300 years left until the end of the origin tribulation. The closer it was to the end of the origin tribulation, the weaker the power of the origin tribulation would be. Let's go, let's return to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm first. Lu Ming said. The three of them flew towards the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. After a while, they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As soon as they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming and the others learned two important news. The first was that the early origin realm existences had awakened one after another. The origin tribulation was no longer dangerous to early origin realm existences. Early origin realm existences no longer had to worry about their lives and could move about freely. Of course, the stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the suppression of the origin tribulation. Those above the mid-origin realm could not awaken yet. This was definitely a major event, enough to change the situation of the major forces in the past. In the past, when the origin realm did not appear, the invincible Divine Master was the strongest and could dominate the battle. Now, the invincible Divine Master's role would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong the invincible Divine Master was, he was only a Divine Master. At most, he was equivalent to the most ordinary origin realm existences. However, how many early origin realm experts were there in the Forbidden Grounds? The Forbidden Grounds and the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were not like the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race. There were only a few hundred origins. Their number of origins was astonishing. It was not something that the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race could compare to. There were even geniuses among these early origin realm existences. It could be said that the invincible Divine Master no longer had the right to speak, but the origins. Lu Ming was quite depressed. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate a Genesis technique, and it was very likely that he would be able to break through 5 times. He had thought that he would be invincible under the heavens and that no one would be his match. Who would have thought that an origin realm expert would appear before he could even make a name for himself? Lu Ming was powerful, but he was not arrogant. With his battle prowess, he could deal with regular early reciprocity experts, but he would definitely be done for if he encountered monstrous geniuses of origin. After all, reciprocity cultivators were able to unleash the full power of source-grade divine weapons. The second piece of news was that the peerless prodigy of the Dark Vine clan, Xianxia, would be attempting a breakthrough to reciprocity in a month's time. It's possible to attack origins even under the Great Tribulation of Origins? Lu Ming was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Of course it's possible. Legend has it that once one breaks through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, they will obtain unimaginable benefits. Their talent and potential will greatly increase. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through is also astonishingly high, and it's also extremely dangerous. Legend has it that countless peerless geniuses have tried to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, only to die in the end. It was Han Yu who explained to Lu Ming and the others. So it's possible to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. Lu Ming murmured inside, his eyes filled with astonishment. It's said that Xianxia has long wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, but the Great Tribulation of Origins was too powerful in the past, so he didn't dare to take action. Only recently, when the Great Tribulation of Origins weakened a lot, did he begin to prepare to break through. Now, a large number of people from various major forces have already headed to the Great Tribulation of Origins to witness this once-in-a-lifetime event. Originally, I also planned to set off. You guys came back just in time. Do you want to go together? Asked Han Yu. Of course we're going, said Lu Ming. He was also a person with loftier ambitions. Since he could break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, he would obtain great benefits and raise his upper limit. How could he not be tempted? He naturally wanted to see Xianxia break through to reciprocity to broaden his horizons. If possible, he also wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of a peak godly master. As long as he stabilized for a while, he could begin to break through. Very well then, let's set off together. Han Yu nodded. Great Tribulation of Origins. Great Tribulation of the primeval continent in the last era. It was a famous mountain that was renowned throughout the world. Xianxia had chosen this place for 2 reasons. First, the environment of this famous mountain was excellent, and the primeval qi was extremely rich. Second, it also meant that Xianxia was superior to the heavens. One could see that Xianxia's ambitions were loftier than the heavens. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at Great Tribulation of Origins, there were still 10 days before Xianxia would break through to reciprocity. At this moment, there was already a sea of people around Great Tribulation of Origins. Humans, 9 demonic spiders, extreme evil tribe, heavenly vine, dark heaven warriors, and ice fire tribe. The 6 major forces of the Western universe had all gathered. There were hundreds of thousands of people from each side. There were at least 1 million people present. Now, with the recovery of the primeval universe, there were more and more resources. The number of living beings in the Forbidden Lands also increased. Of course, excluding those in the Origin Realm, the living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later were not particularly powerful. There were not many godly Master Realm experts who had broken through to the extreme tribulation. This was because the living beings in the Forbidden Lands had resources in the past. The first ones to wake up were the extreme tribulation experts. He had to awaken the powerful ones first before he could seize more resources. Although there were many living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later, most of them were ordinary godly emperors and godly masters. Lu Ming glanced through the crowd and saw many familiar faces. For example, Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spiders, Mo Sha and Yichan of the extreme evil tribe, and so on. There were also many existences with terrifying auras in the crowd. Without a doubt, these people were all Origin Realm experts. Lu Ming, Mulans, and the others silently mixed in with the human experts. With the help of these human experts, they blocked the view of Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. If Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others discovered Lu Ming, they would probably go crazy and ask the Origin Realm experts of the 2 races to deal with Lu Ming. Right now, watching Xianxia break through to the Origin Realm was the most important matter. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, Zhu Tian and the others' attention was on the heaven-upholding peak. They did not notice Lu Ming's arrival. A figure sat cross-legged on the heaven-upholding peak. It was Xianxia. There were at least dozens of heavenly Vine experts guarding around Xianxia to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Of course, if he really began to break through to the Origin Realm, outsiders could not interfere. If outsiders interfered while breaking through to the Origin Realm during the Origin Tribulation, they would be courting death. Not only would they harm themselves, but they would also implicate the person breaking through. Not only could outsiders not help, but they could not even use their various weapons. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and listened to the discussions of the people around him. He obtained a lot of useful information. There are 2 main obstacles to breaking through to the Origin Realm under the Great Tribulation of Origin. The first obstacle is how to make the Origin seed sprout and transform into an Origin root under the Great Tribulation of Origin. Not far away, a few old men of the human race were discussing. Just by standing there casually, the old men of the human race gave off a feeling that they were one with the world. This was the Origin Realm. Clearly, these old men of the human race were early Origin Realm cultivators who had recently unsealed themselves and awakened. These people had lived for a long time and knew a lot of secrets. That's right. Under the Great Tribulation of Origin, one will be suppressed by the cosmic sea. It's more than 10 times more difficult to make the Origin seed transform into an Origin root. It's also very dangerous. If you're not careful, the Origin seed will collapse under the pressure of the cosmic sea. At that time, it won't be as simple as the Origin seed collapsing. You'll be completely destroyed, another old man in a silver robe said. This is only the first difficulty. The second difficulty is even more dangerous. Even if you succeed and transform into an Origin root, the cosmic sea will still devour the Origin root. How to stop the devouring of the cosmic sea is the most important thing. If you dare to break through under the Great Tribulation of Origin, the cosmic sea will become violent and the devouring power will be abnormally strong. If you can't stop it, you'll die. The old man in front continued. Some of the young people in the surroundings turned pale. The difficulty was just too great. Originally, under normal circumstances, breaking through to the Origin Realm was shockingly difficult and very dangerous. There was a risk of death if one was not careful. Needless to say, under the Great Tribulation of Origin, it was practically a hellish difficulty. This is the difference between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius. Although this step is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. If you succeed, the gap between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius will be further widened. Even geniuses of the same level who have passed or not will rapidly widen the gap between them. Legend has it that in the primeval continent of the last epoch, there were peerless monstrous geniuses who specifically searched for universes under the Great Tribulation of Origin. They went to those universes to break through to increase their upper limits and enhance their talent and potential. An old man glanced at the young people and said indifferently, "That's right. Legend has it that the human king Xianxia and the ancient queen did this." Another old man said. The young people secretly curled their lips and didn't agree. Human king Xianxia and the ancient queen. Who were they? Were they human monarchs? He was a supreme master who dominated the untainted continent. Even creatures in forbidden lands and other universes were frightened by his name. How could they compare with him? One shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded slightly at the experts of the dark sky vine race. The experts of the dark sky vine race around Xianxia quickly retreated and left the towering sky peak. Boom! After the people of the dark vine race left, a powerful aura burst out from Xianxia's body. He began to break through, the eyes of the millions of people in the surroundings lit up. Xianxia had been adjusting his state before. Now that he had adjusted his state to the peak, he immediately began to break through. Xianxia's aura became stronger and stronger as if there was no end to it. His body was surrounded by red and black lights. One could see a ball of light in his body. It was like a sun that emitted a dazzling light. What a powerful aura. Is this the 4th stage of the extreme break? Some origin realm existences looked solemn. They felt pressured just from the aura without making a move. They were shocked by the terrifying strength of the 4th stage of the extreme break. Of course, these were the more ordinary origin realm existences. The truly powerful origin realm existences didn't change their expressions. Xianxia's aura was still rising. Lu Ming knew that Xianxia was breaking through to the origin realm. It would be crucial when his aura reached the peak. Rumble! Suddenly, the void trembled. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the void. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the place. The pressure of the origin tribulation has increased. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just now, Lu Ming clearly felt that the pressure of the origin tribulation had increased by a lot. He hasn't broken through yet, but he's already caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea. How shocking. Retreat. The origin realm existences retreated rapidly, retreating billions of kilometers away in an instant to distance themselves from Xianxia as soon as possible. The reason why they could break their seal and come out was because the power of the origin tribulation had weakened. It didn't have much effect on early origin realm existences. However, Xianxia's breakthrough had caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea, causing the power of the origin tribulation in this area to increase greatly. How could these origin realm existences dare to stay? If they stayed, they would probably die before Xianxia could break through. The disturbance in the cosmic sea caused the pressure of the origin tribulation to increase greatly. However, it didn't affect those below the origin realm much. Those below the origin realm didn't retreat and continued to watch. Xianxia's aura continued to increase, and the origin seed in his body began to tremble. Everyone knew that it had reached a critical moment. Now, Xianxia must be under tremendous pressure. If he wasn't careful, his origin seed would explode, and his entire body would explode, destroying his body and soul. Rumble! The rumbling in the depths of the void continued and became more and more intense. In the next moment, the space in the void actually continued to spin, forming a vortex. Above Xianxia, the space distorted and collapsed. Through the distorted space, one could even see an ocean. That was the cosmic sea. The cosmic sea was rolling, and the waves were surging violently. It was breathtaking, as if it was furious. From afar, this vortex looked like an eye that was looking down and corroding Xianxia. Crack! A crisp sound spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone saw that a crack had appeared on the origin seed of the celestial vine. A crack has appeared on the origin seed. Is Xianxia going to fail? Nonsense, that's the state of taking root and germinating. Xianxia is going to break through successfully. Many people roared. A crack appeared on Xianxia's origin energy seed, causing many people to lose their composure. In the beginning, many people thought that Xianxia was about to fail, unable to endure any longer. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. Xianxia was about to succeed in his breakthrough. The origin energy seed was about to sprout. Only after the origin energy seed had broken through could it sprout and grow an origin root. As expected, cracking sounds constantly rang out. More and more cracks appeared on Xianxia's origin energy seed. A while later, the cracks were like a spiderweb, densely covering the seed. Afterwards, strands of roots extended from the origin energy seed. These roots spread out, extending to various parts of Xianxia's body. The existence of origin energy, the roots of the origin root, took root in various parts of the body, covering it like veins. Above the origin root was the vast ocean, connecting to the cosmic sea. As for the soul, it would enter the origin root, borrowing the origin energy of the origin root to nourish and strengthen the soul. As a result, the origin root was extremely important to origin realm existences. Once the origin root was destroyed, the consequences would be extremely severe. More and more roots appeared on Xianxia's origin energy seed, extending to every part of his body. Afterwards, the origin energy seed slowly grew upwards, and an origin root slowly appeared. The origin root seemed like a meridian, but it was actually completely condensed from origin energy. It was extremely tough, comparable to divine weapons. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to shatter. Origin realm existences had a way to preserve their lives. Once their origin root was attacked and on the verge of shattering, cultivators could escape into the roots of the origin root to protect their soul. This was because the roots of the origin root were rooted in the body. As long as the body was not completely destroyed, a new origin root could be grown through the roots in the body. As a result, origin realm existences possessed extremely tenacious vitality. Killing them was very difficult, unless the body was reduced to ashes or the soul was destroyed with lightning speed. Although origin realm existences could theoretically survive even if their origin root was destroyed, no one had ever tried it. Firstly, once the origin root was destroyed, you might not be able to grasp the opportunity to escape into the roots with your soul. Many people's souls didn't even have time to escape the instant their origin roots were destroyed. Secondly, even if one's soul managed to escape into the roots and preserve one's life, if one's origin root was destroyed, it would be extremely difficult to regrow it. The amount of resources required would be astonishing, and it might even affect one's future cultivation path. After all, monstrous geniuses who could break through and rebuild themselves were too rare. As time passed, the origin root of the heaven-seeding vine grew longer and longer, thicker and thicker. In the end, it stopped growing when it was an inch long. One could see that the origin root of the heaven-seeding vine was a mixture of white and red. It looked like a beautiful piece of jade. Success! The origin roots that have just broken through are all 1 inch long. The celestial vine has successfully broken through. Impressive! To be able to successfully break through under the great source tribulation, he is truly a monster. I wonder what level the celestial vine's source energy is. It shouldn't be low level, right? Nonsense. With Xianxia's talent, his source energy can't be low level. It's at least mid-level. Many people were discussing this matter. Origin roots were also divided into different grades. They were divided into low level, mid-level, high level, and peak level. Before breaking through to the origin realm, the stronger the power one controlled, the higher the grade would be after it was converted into origin energy. Of course, the majority of cultivators would have low-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. This included many monstrous geniuses, even those who had broken through once or twice, but their origin roots were all low-level. It was simply too difficult to form a mid-level origin root. Only those who had broken through 3 times would have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin world because the power they originally controlled was excessively strong. For example, Xianxia, who had broken through 4 times, would definitely have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. As for high-level origin roots, it was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was basically impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form a high-level origin root. Even 4 times would not be enough. Of course, there were unparalleled monstrous geniuses who had broken through 5 times in the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. As for whether or not they could do it, that was unknown. As for peak-level origin roots, it was simply impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form one. It was simply impossible. However, the grade of the origin root was not completely fixed. After breaking through to the origin realm, it was still possible to continue increasing it if there was a fortuitous encounter. It was just too difficult. The higher the grade of the origin root, the greater the power of the origin realm. There were many factors that affected a person's battle prowess at the origin realm. Their cultivation base, the strength of their genesis arts, their divine weapons and armors, and the grade of their origin roots. Of course, there was also their battle experience, battle awareness, and so on. Their cultivation base was only one aspect. Therefore, Lu Ming smiled bitterly when he heard that those at the early origin realm could move freely. Some existences seemed to only be at the early origin realm, but their battle prowess was unbelievably terrifying. Although Lu Ming might have broken through 5 times, it was still better to keep a low profile. It's too early for you to be happy. Xianxia has only passed the first trial. Forming an origin root under the origin tribulation is the most dangerous part. An old man said coldly. Many people's expressions changed, especially the members of the Yin Vine race on a cloudy day. They were even more worried. When one's origin root was destroyed in a battle, one's soul could still escape into the root hairs, and there was still the possibility of growing a new origin root. However, under the origin tribulation, the cosmic sea would not only devour the origin root, but also the root hairs. It would be truly uprooted without any luck. Rumble, at that moment, the rumbling in the void became louder. The cosmic sea seemed to be furious, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and then a terrifying devouring force acted on Xianxia's body. It had begun, everyone was shocked, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. If Xianxia could not endure it, everything he had done before would be in vain, and he would die. If he could endure it, his future would be bright. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become an immortal. Buzz, one could see that Xianxia's newly grown origin root was shaking violently, as if it was about to leave his body. No one can take away my origin root, not even the cosmic sea. Xianxia roared, and the aura of his entire body erupted. The origin force covered his entire body to resist the devouring force from the cosmic sea. Under Xianxia's full resistance, his origin root temporarily stabilized. However, the rumbling of the cosmic sea became even louder, and it seemed to be even more violent. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted. Puff, Xianxia's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted from the cosmic sea. Xianxia's body trembled, and he coughed up blood. His face turned pale. Many people cried out in alarm. Could it be that Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer? Was Xianxia's genesis root about to be devoured? Puff! Puff, Xianxia coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The origin force that covered his body trembled and began to disperse. Even his body began to slowly decay, and wisps of flesh and blood were slowly dissipating. The cosmic sea was going to devour even his flesh and blood. Xianxia had used his body and origin force to envelop the genesis root to protect it and prevent it from being devoured. The cosmic sea was very domineering, and it wanted to destroy the defensive object first. It wanted to destroy the defensive object first, then devour the genesis root and completely eliminate Xianxia. Not good, the heavenly Yin Vine people were the most worried. Was Xianxia going to fail and die? What a pity. Xianxia had already reached this step and successfully stepped into the origin force. From now on, his achievements would be limitless. There was a broad path in front of him that would lead directly to the immortal Tao. He was destined to have a bright future. His death was an irreparable loss for the heavenly Yin Vine race. Of course, some people were secretly happy. These people were from other forbidden lands. For example, the 9 Yin demonic spider and the extreme evil race. They were competitors with the heavenly Yin Vine race, and they didn't want to see a heaven-defying genius born in the heavenly Yin Vine race. Once he grew, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Xianxia hasn't reached his limit yet. There's still a chance. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the battlefield. He had fought with Xianxia before, and he knew how powerful Xianxia was. It could be said that Shi Tianting wasn't any weaker than him before he comprehended Genesis techniques. He only won because he was born and raised in this universe and had an innate advantage. He didn't believe that Shi Tianting would die just like that. Roar, Shi Tianting roared, and his origin force crazily erupted. His body was covered in divine light, and then his body rapidly transformed into a vine. The vine was pitch black like black iron and filled with yin qi. This was the main body of the celestial vines, a powerful celestial yin vine. After the celestial vines transformed into their original form, they began to grow rapidly. From a few meters long, they quickly grew to millions of meters long. Countless vines extended from them, and these vines took root in the void. The air was grabbed by the vines and gathered toward the celestial seat vine, forming a layer of defense for the celestial seat vine. After reverting to his original form, the origin root in Shi Tianting's body became much more stable. Rumble, the cosmic ocean was roaring, and the void was shaking. The terrifying devouring power kept erupting, and it was in a stalemate with Seat Heaven Vine. Time ticked by. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Everyone knew that every minute and every second was crucial for Shi Tianting. Perhaps in the next moment, Shi Tianting would be unable to withstand the pressure and be defeated. The situation of Celestial Vine was indeed not good. As time passed, he looked very miserable. Many of his vines were rotting, collapsing, and collapsing. The heavenly yin vine, which was originally several million meters long and covered the entire sky, was slowly shrinking. It went from several million meters to hundreds of thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, thousands of meters. 2 hours later, only a few meters long trunk was left of the celestial seat vine's original form. But at this moment, things took a turn for the better. The roaring in the void began to weaken, and the eye-like vortex in the void also began to shrink. Through the vortex, the cosmic ocean was slowly calming down. It was no longer surging and roaring. In the void, the terrifying pressure continued to decrease. It was going to pass. The onlookers had mixed feelings. They knew that Shi Tianting had withstood the origin tribulation and successfully broken through to the origin realm. It was heaven-defying. Among them, the people of the heavenly yin vine race were the most excited. Their race was going to produce an unparalleled powerhouse. He has withstood it. Looks like it's not completely impossible to break through under the origin tribulation. If Shi Tianting can do it, so can I. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with determination. There was another person who was as determined as Lu Ming. This person was from the Dark Heavens warrior race. He was as famous as Shi Tianting. He was one of the only 2 people in the universe who had broken through 4 times. If Shi Tianting could do it, so could he. His eyes were filled with determination. Other than the 2 of them, the other prodigies could only be envious. Shi Tianting had only succeeded in breaking through when he was on the brink of death. They were far inferior to Shi Tianting. Forcefully breaking through under the origin tribulation was courting death. Suddenly, the vortex in the void completely disappeared. But before the vortex disappeared, a beam of energy flew out from the cosmic ocean and shot at Shi Tianting. When this beam of energy landed on Shi Tianting, it quickly sank into his body. It could be seen that Shi Tianting's originally broken body was rapidly cultivating. The vines grew back and looked even tougher. Not only that, but the origin root in Shi Tianting's body was also changing. It was rapidly becoming thicker and longer. The origin root itself became more solid and emitted a dazzling luster. Everyone present, including the origin realm cultivators, was filled with envy. They knew that this was a gift from the cosmic ocean. Only those who succeeded in breaking through under the origin tribulation could receive a gift from the cosmic ocean. The gift from the cosmic ocean was no small matter. This energy could transform Shi Tianting. Not only would his physical body become stronger, but his origin root and soul would also be transformed. It could be said that Shi Tianting's origin root, or the power of the origin, had become stronger. Could it be that Shi Tianting's origin root has reached the advanced level? Someone asked in shock. With Shi Tianting's talent, even if he broke through under normal conditions, his origin root would definitely be at the intermediate level. Now that he had received a gift from the cosmic ocean, his origin root had transformed and become an advanced level? It's hard to say. In history, there are too few examples of successful breakthroughs under the Origin tribulation. Moreover, everyone's talent and potential are different. The gifts they receive will also be different. No one can say for sure. Yes, maybe it has really evolved to the advanced level, or maybe it's still at the intermediate level. Some of the older generation figures were talking. They knew even more secrets. Just because one had broken through 4 times didn't mean that one could successfully break through to the source realm under the great calamity of the source realm. There were too many things involved. One's personal strength was the opposite, but there was also willpower, talent, potential, and so on. In history, there was no lack of existences who had broken through 4 times. They had broken through under the Origin tribulation, but there were very few who succeeded. There were even existences who had broken through 5 times, but they did not succeed and died. Therefore, there was very little information left behind. Xianxia's physical body recovered rapidly. When he was fully recovered, he reverted back to his human form. At the same time, the energy between heaven and earth gathered towards Xianxia in a frenzy. Xianxia's aura rose rapidly. A terrifying pressure radiated from Xianxia's body. Many people in the surroundings constantly retreated. They felt like several hundred planets were pressing down on them. Xianxia's presence skyrocketed. This process lasted for several hours. Finally, Xianxia's presence completely stabilized. However, the pressure was still extremely powerful. It was even stronger than before. The peak of early reciprocity. Not only has he completely stabilized his cultivation after breaking through, he's even reached the peak of early reciprocity. Is this the benefit of breaking through under the Origin crisis? That's not all. His body, soul, and origin root have all transformed. And that's just on the surface. The most important thing is his talent and potential, a few reciprocity experts exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with envy. He had reached the peak of early reciprocity as soon as he broke through. Who knew how much time he had saved compared to ordinary people? His body, soul, and origin root had all transformed, becoming even more powerful. These benefits were enough to make people green with envy. However, these were only on the surface. They could be seen. The most important thing was talent and potential. Even if they increased, others would not be able to see it. For example, if one's comprehension ability increased, others would not be able to see it. These were the most important things. They were related to one's future achievements and limits. The breathing of many young geniuses became ragged. Desire filled their eyes. Breaking through under the Origin crisis would bring just too many benefits. It was difficult for them to remain calm. Swish, at that moment, Xianxia, who had his eyes closed the entire time, finally opened them. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Anyone who met his gaze would feel a great pressure. Even the veteran reciprocity experts did not dare to look him in the eye. It could be said that although Xianxia had just broken through to reciprocity, he basically stood at the peak of early reciprocity. There were not many who could match him. Xianxia had already comprehended Genesis techniques. As for weapons and armors, Xianxia had already possessed them. They were all top origin grade weapons and armors. As for origin roots, Xianxia had to be at least mid-origin grade. Just how many early reciprocity experts possessed them? It could be said that as soon as Xianxia broke through the origin, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Wu Ju, if you can't make a breakthrough under the Origin source tribulation, you will no longer be a match for me. Xianxia's gaze landed on a burly figure in black armor. This figure was called Wu Ju. He was the peerless genius who was as famous as Xianxia in the past. Wu Ju's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that it was pointless to say anything now. The current Xianxia was indeed undefeatable. Before he broke through under the Origin tribulation, it was useless to say anything. Instead, it would be laughable. Moreover, Xianxia was correct. If he could not make a breakthrough before the Origin tribulation, the gap between him and Xianxia would be irreparable. He would never be a match for Xianxia. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was even more determined. He had to break through under the great tribulation of origins. Then, Xianxia's gaze leaped over the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I know you're here. When I just broke through, I merged with the universe and my spiritual perception was sharp. I've already sensed you. Shi Tianting spoke again. Lu Ming is here? Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others looked in Lu Ming's direction with cold gazes. As soon as they observed carefully, Lu Ming couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He was immediately discovered. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. It really is Lu Ming. Immediately, countless gazes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Some were curious, while some were gloating. 200 years ago, Lu Ming defeated Shi Tianting. Would Shi Tianting seek revenge on Lu Ming now? Lu Ming looked straight at Shi Tianting without fear. He understood that with his current combat strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for Shi Tianting, who had broken through. However, if Shi Tianting really wanted to fight, he wouldn't avoid the battle. If he really couldn't win, he could just hide in the great desolate ring. Since he had been discovered, he could only face it. Lu Ming, I have to thank you. To everyone's surprise, Shi Tianting actually said those words. Even Lu Ming was surprised. Being defeated by you has made me realize my shortcomings, allowing me to make up for my weaknesses and strengthen my Tao heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve a breakthrough under the origin tribulation. Shi Tianting continued. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. Shi Tianting was really a terrifying opponent. After being defeated by him, not only did he not suffer a setback, he became even stronger and finally completed his transformation. Lu Ming had never seen such an opponent in his life. Even Lu Ming was impressed. I really want to fight with you again, but now is not the time. You haven't broken through to the origin realm, so you're not a match for me. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. When you break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. I hope you won't disappoint me. Shi Tianting said in a gentle voice, but his gentle tone was filled with strong confidence. Before Lu Ming broke through to the origin realm, he wouldn't bother to fight. He wanted to wait for Lu Ming to break through to the origin realm before fighting with Lu Ming. Alright, when I break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. However, I'll tell you this. If I can beat you once, I can beat you again. Lu Ming replied in a very strong and confident manner. Ha ha ha, good. I hope that day will come soon. Shi Tianting laughed loudly. Senior sister, Huang Ling, let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Mulan's and Huang Ling and quickly retreated. Lu Ming, where do you think you're going? Since you've shown yourself, you still want to leave? Stay. With a few angry roars, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha charged at Lu Ming. Apart from them, several other Origin Realm experts from the two clans also charged at Lu Ming. These people's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Zhu Tian and Mo Sha were especially furious. When they thought of how Lu Ming had suppressed them in the past and even used them to exchange for top-grade source-level divine medicines, their killing intent towards Lu Ming surged. They wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Let's go. Lu Ming retreated with Mulan's and Huang Ling. However, these Origin Realm experts were clearly extraordinary. They were all early Origin Realm experts. Their speed was astonishing. They quickly approached Lu Ming and erupted with their Origin Realm strength. Several terrifying attacks tore through the void and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. The battle prowess of these origins was very strong. The people from the two clans knew beforehand that Lu Ming had the battle prowess of a 4-time Origin Realm expert, so the ones who attacked were naturally not ordinary Origin Realm experts. They were all Origin Realm experts who were confident in suppressing Lu Ming. The 9 demonic spider and several powerful Origin Realm experts of the extreme evil race launched attacks at Lu Ming. Space shattered as violent energy surged towards Lu Ming. It was an astonishing sight. These people were all extremely powerful. They could be regarded as experts among early reciprocity experts. They had all comprehended Genesis techniques and possessed soul-grade weapons. Lu Ming felt a tremendous pressure and was about to use his full strength to block the attacks. At this moment, a streak of black sword light appeared and sliced through space. The attacks of the Origin Realm experts were severed by the black sword light and dispersed in the air. Shi Tianting, what are you doing? Zhu Tian roared. The person who had blocked the attacks for Lu Ming was actually Shi Tianting. Lu Ming was also stunned. He never thought that Shi Tianting would intervene. He was about to use his Genesis techniques to block the attacks, but he stopped. Lu Ming just challenged me to a battle, yet you attacked him. What, are you looking down on me? Shi Tianting said coldly. Shi Tianting, we have no intention of opposing you. Lu Ming has a great enmity with us. We're just taking revenge. Mo Sha explained. I wouldn't care if you attacked somewhere else, but I'm definitely going to interfere today. A bunch of Origin Realm experts working together against a single Divine Master. How shameful. Aren't you ashamed? Shi Tianting sneered mockingly. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others flushed red. They roared inside, you're amazing. Do you think everyone is as amazing as you? If we don't use our Origin Realm experts, how can we deal with Lu Ming? Of course, they could only roar inside. They did not dare to say it out loud. Shi Tianting was just too powerful. He was basically unmatched among early Origin Realm experts. Even if the Origin Realm experts of their two races worked together, they might not be Shi Tianting's opponent. Lu Ming, you can leave, but I can only help you once. If you die at the hands of those rascals in the future, it means you're not worthy of being my opponent. Shi Tianting said to Lu Ming, his tone still arrogant. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although Shi Tianting was arrogant, he had a good character. He would remember Shi Tianting's help. If Shi Tianting did not make a move today, with his strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After that, Lu Ming took Huang Ling and Mulin's and retreated. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others stared coldly at Lu Ming, Mulin's, and Huang Ling. Since Shi Tianting was stopping them here, they would follow him in secret and make their move after leaving this area. Seniors, let's go back to the Azure Divine Realm. Among the crowd, Han Yu said loudly to some of the origins of the human race. Alright, in any case, Shi Tianting has already successfully broken through. It's time to leave. Let's go back together. The origins of the human race were all shrewd people. How could they not understand what Han Yu meant? Han Yu wanted to invite them to go with Lu Ming and the others to avoid being ambushed by the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They had heard of Lu Ming's name a long time ago. With an inferior bloodline, he had the battle strength of a 4-time extreme evil race expert. Such a monster belonged to the human race. How could they watch Lu Ming be killed? All of a sudden, the human experts and Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Songqing Divine Realm. Damn it, Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others roared in their hearts. With so many origins of the human race together, they had no chance to attack. If they attacked by force, would they start a war with the Azure Divine Realm? They could not represent the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They only represented a faction of the two races. They could not make the decision to start a war with the Azure Divine Realm. At the end of the day, they wanted to kill Lu Ming because of a personal grudge. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race would not start a war with the Azure Divine Realm for them. Now that the early-stage Origin Realm had awakened, the various factions had become stronger and had more experts. Once a war broke out, it would involve more people. A war could cause the loss of many origins. This made the various factions even more cautious than before. In the past, no matter how they fought, the ones who died were divine lords and god emperors. For the beings of the Forbidden Lands, it was easy to cultivate god emperors and divine lords. However, it was difficult to cultivate origins. Origins were definitely the backbone of their strength. They could not afford to lose them. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others could only watch as Lu Ming and the others disappeared before their eyes. There will always be a chance in the future. There are still 300 years before the Origin Tribulation ends. There will be plenty of chances. Zhu Tian roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely cold. After Shi Tianting successfully broke through, the surrounding factions also left. The area became peaceful. Lu Ming, Mulin's, and Huang Ling followed the human experts to the Azure Divine Realm. On the way, human origins constantly greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and replied to them. In general, the humans of the Azure Divine Realm were very friendly. They did not look down on Lu Ming because of his inferior bloodline. People like Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were in the minority after all. The current human race was not like the human race of the previous epoch. The human race was not as strong as it had been in the primeval continent. They were also not as arrogant as before. In general, they got along quite well. After more than 20 days, they returned to the Azure Divine Realm. Miss Hanyu, did anything major happen in the universe in the 200 years I was gone? After returning to the Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming invited Hanyu to meet up and ask about what had happened in the years he was gone. The only major thing is that Shi Tianting broke through. There is nothing else, but there is something interesting that you might be interested in. Hanyu said. Interesting? What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The three of you are from the Eastern Universe, right? Recently, there have been quite a number of people from the Eastern Universe. Hanyu said. People from the Eastern Universe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he asked, who are they? What do they look like? Miss Hanyu, can you tell me more about them? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued when he heard that people from the Eastern Universe had come. About 100 years ago, many strange races suddenly appeared in the Western Universe, which attracted the attention of the 6 major forces in the Western Universe. The human race also sent people to investigate. In the end, they concluded that these strange races were also creatures from the Forbidden Lands, but they were not from the Western Universe, but from the Eastern Universe. According to the ancient records, they should be the Yuanguang race, the Balefulin race and the Tsangming race. Hanyu said. They are creatures from the Forbidden Lands in the Eastern Universe. Why would they come to the Western Universe? Lu Ming was puzzled. I'm not sure. 100 years ago, those who came from the Eastern Universe were all below the origin level. In the past few decades, because the early stage of the origin level could move freely, the origin level of the 3 races kept coming to the Western Universe to join those who came before. They became stronger and stronger, but they didn't contact the major forces in the Western Universe, nor did they occupy any resources, so the major forces didn't care. But through observation, the 3 races in the Eastern Universe should be looking for something. Hanyu explained. What are they looking for? Lu Ming murmured with a thoughtful look on his face. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had joined hands to come to the Western Universe. They must have come through the void. What were they looking for after spending so much time and effort to come to the Western Universe? The strange thing is that they have never left the 9 Elements Forbidden Land since more than 10 years ago. Hanyu continued. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land? Is it also a forbidden land? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land was not among the 5 forbidden lands in the Western Universe. Yes, the 9 Elements Forbidden Land is also a terrifying forbidden land. It was as famous as the 9 demonic ruins and the extreme evil land during the Eldritch Continent era. There was also a group of terrifying creatures living there. However, it was destroyed by human King Xianxia during the Eldritch Continent era. Hanyu said. It was destroyed by human King Xianxia. Lu Ming, Mullins, and Huang Ling were shocked. During the Eldritch Continent era, there were actually many similar forbidden lands. There were terrifying creatures living there. Some of these creatures were dormant, but some often caused trouble. Some of the terrible disasters in the history of the Eldritch Continent might have been caused by these creatures. Therefore, some of the peerless experts in the Eldritch Continent had a lot of conflicts with these creatures. There were even peerless experts who directly killed their way into the Forbidden Lands and destroyed them. Legend has it that human King Xianxia once destroyed 2 forbidden lands. Human King Xingxi and the ancient queen had done the same thing. Otherwise, there would be more such forbidden lands. The 9 Elements Forbidden Land is one of the 2 forbidden lands that were destroyed by the human King Xianxia. However, these forbidden lands have astonishing origins and profound foundations. Their strength is also beyond imagination, especially the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. It is said that after the human King Xianxia killed his way into the 9 Elements Forbidden Land, a world-shaking battle broke out. In that battle, the human King Xianxia was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of his heart's blood which turned into a vast ocean. Hanyu was very excited as he talked about these stories. However, Lu Ming's mind was blown. He had a flash of inspiration and grasped the key point. Human King Xianxia killed his way into the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. A great battle broke out there. Human King was injured. His heart was pierced by a sharp sword, leaving behind a drop of blood. The sovereign personage's blood. The three races of the Forbidden Area have not left the Nine Elements Forbidden Area for 10 years. Could it be that they are here for the sovereign personage's blood? What do they want the human monarch's blood for? Could it be for the human king's body? That's right, the human king's heart. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. In the end, he suddenly thought of the human king's heart. Could it be that the three races of the Forbidden Lands were searching for the sovereign personage's heart? By the way, are there any other races other than the three forbidden races? Lu Ming asked. There seems to be. I've heard that someone recorded the appearances of those people using a breath shadow stone from afar. I'll go and find a copy for you to see. After saying that, Han Yu left. Half an hour later, Han Yu returned. While he was at it, he brought back a rest shadow stone. Activating the rest shadow stone, an image immediately appeared in the air. A large group of figures appeared in the image. There were at least 500 of them. It really was the three races of the Forbidden Lands. Lu Ming could tell with a single glance that there were indeed three races of the Forbidden Lands in the image. Moreover, there were many faces that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Origin 4 Extremities, Origin 5 Extremities, Gaishak, Nether Fiend King, and so on. Of course, there were even more unfamiliar faces. There were middle-aged people and old people. However, even through the breath shadow stone, he could sense the powerful auras of these people. Clearly, these people were all existences in the Origin realm. The three races of the Forbidden Lands had mobilized a shocking number of Origin realm experts. It was evident how much importance they attached to this matter. Ye Immortal. Soon after, Lu Ming saw a rather familiar figure in the crowd. It was the strongest ancestor of the celestial race, Ye Immortal. As expected, Ye Immortal is among them. This confirms my thoughts. It must be Ye Immortal who urged the three races of the Forbidden Lands to work together again. Their goal is to find the human monarch's heart so that we don't have to gather the complete body of the human monarch. Lu Ming understood when he saw Ye Immortal. All of this must be prompted by Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had lived for a very long time. His thoughts were mysterious and cunning. They must have grasped some method to find the location of the human monarch's heart using the blood from his heart. No, the human monarch's heart can't fall into their hands. I must get it, Lu Ming murmured. He had already guessed most of the matter. At this moment, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and Ye Immortal's group stood on a mountain peak in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. In front of them was a huge crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers. The crater had clearly dried up. The bottom was blood red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Just what cultivation did human monarch Xianxia possess? Just a drop of his heart's blood was enough to create a crater that spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. It destroyed a large area of primitive mountains and formed a sea of blood. It's just that too much time has passed and the blood has dried up. An origin from the primordial light race sighed in amazement. Human monarch Xianxia was an existence that stood at the apex of the primeval continent. Even across the many universes, he was a peak expert. He's obviously not someone we can imagine. Another person sighed. Didn't an existence like that die too? We're about to succeed. Before long, we'll be able to refine the blood from human monarch Xianxuan's heart and use it as a guide to find the human monarch's heart. A young man from the Balefalene race said coldly and arrogantly. This young man from the Balefalene race was a peak genius of his race. He was not much older than Gaishak, Infernal Fiend King, and the others, but he was already at the early Origin realm. He was arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone. From his words, it was as if he did not even take the human monarch seriously. To the side, Ye Immortal showed a look of disdain. This kind of person had never seen the strength and terror of a human monarch. He had seen it before. If this kind of person really encountered a human monarch, they would be reduced to ashes with just a breath. The three races of the Forbidden Land worked together and set up a formation in the crater before them. They were refining the human monarch's heart's blood that had seeped into it. They had been working on it for almost 10 years. It would not be long before they succeeded. Of course, the human monarch's heart's blood had been here for countless years. They could not refine a complete drop of it. They only needed to refine a portion. The three races of the Forbidden Land had only found this method after rummaging through ancient books. With a portion of the human monarch's heart's blood as a guide, they could find the exact location of the human monarch's heart. They would succeed in a few months or a year at most. The Azure Divine Realm. After Lu Ming learned of this, he immediately decided that he had to stop it. He planned to immediately set off for the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. Lu Ming, there are so many experts in the Forbidden Grounds. It'll be dangerous for you to go alone, said Han Yu. I won't act rashly. I'm only going to investigate the situation first. There's something else I need your help with. Can you help me find some people to spread the news along the way? Asked Lu Ming. Now that so many early reciprocity experts had been mobilized, Lu Ming was not stupid enough to fight them head-on. That would be courting death. Lu Ming only planned to investigate the situation first and ask Han Yu to help him find some people to spread the news along the way. After all, communication jade talismans would not work if they were too far apart. They would need some people to receive them along the way, like a relay station. That way, the news could be spread quickly. Lu Ming planned to hide and observe first. If the three races had really found the location of the human monarch's heart, he would spread the news. He believed that the various large organizations in the Western universe would be interested in the human monarch's heart. When the time came, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take the human monarch's heart in front of the three races with just Mulan's, Huangling, and Qiuqiu. That's easy. Han Yu agreed. With Han Yu's influence in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, finding some people to spread the news along the way was very simple. Soon, all the people were found. Lu Ming immediately set off with them. Mulan's and Huangling were obviously worried. They wanted to go with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned them down sternly. He told them to stay in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and wait for the news. Lu Ming quickly made his way to the Forbidden Grounds of Nine Elements. Along the way, he would leave someone to spread the news. Communication jade talismans could reach him within this distance. Over a dozen days later, Lu Ming approached the Forbidden Grounds of Nine Elements alone. The territory of the Nine Elements Forbidden Land was very large. Although the living beings of the three Forbidden Lands, including the Primordial Light Clan, had sent people to patrol the area, their numbers were limited. It was impossible for them to monitor the entire area. Lu Ming easily found a gap and rushed in. The Nine Elements Forbidden Land was in ruins. The originally solid ground was now full of cracks. The cracks extended forward as if they had been slashed by a battle sword. Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely left behind by human King Xianxia when he killed his way into the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. After that, Lu Ming activated his demonic monarch runes. Mysterious runes appeared on each of his eyeballs. He was checking if there was a formation in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land. The other Forbidden Lands all had a terrifying formation. That kind of formation was far beyond the origin grade, and it was very likely that it was related to the immortal Tao. It was extremely terrifying. As Xiaochen circulated his fake King Emperor mark, veined patterns appeared in front of him. It was an array pattern, however, they were all incomplete. There were both the earth and the void, but they were very damaged. They couldn't form a formation at all. They were no longer a threat. If this formation was intact, it would be extremely terrifying. But it's completely torn apart. Was it done by human King Xianyuan? The power of a human king is so terrifying, Lu Ming exclaimed. The power of a human king was immeasurable. No one knew how strong he was. A forbidden land was flattened just like that. Such forbidden lands were terrifying places even during the Eldritch continent. Countless overlords were terrified when talking about them. They had an extremely deep foundation. The power displayed by the Forbidden Lands was only the tip of the iceberg. The most important thing was that the true power of these Forbidden Lands couldn't appear under the origin source tribulation. Otherwise, the Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race wouldn't have existed. Even in the prosperous Eldritch continent, there were countless experts and immortals. It was enough to imagine that these Forbidden Lands were terrifying. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the human king's body. Legend had it that the human king was killed by an enemy. His body was divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places. Even someone as strong as the human king was killed without a complete corpse. How terrifying was his enemy? What kind of enemy did he encounter in the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming observed for a while and found that there was no danger. His figure flashed and he went deeper into the 9 elements Forbidden Land. There weren't many people from the 3 races in the Forbidden Land. It was impossible for them to monitor the vast 9 elements Forbidden Land. In fact, when Lu Ming came in, he didn't see anyone. However, there were many surveillance formations everywhere. Obviously, they were set up by the 3 races in the Forbidden Land to monitor. However, Lu Ming now had the monarch marks of the monster race. These surveillance formations couldn't hide from Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming easily avoided these formations and went deeper into the 9 elements Forbidden Land. Ye Immortal and the 3 races in the Forbidden Land. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large number of figures. There were no less than 500 of them. Among them were the Ye Immortal, Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, Yuan Siji, and so on. He had arrived. Lu Ming restrained his aura. With a flash of his figure, he hid in a dilapidated mountain peak nearby. He hid among a pile of rocks and carefully observed the situation. It was similar to what he had seen in the Breathing Shadow Stone. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land really did send many experts. Just by standing there, the space around them constantly rippled due to the pressure of a powerful force. Without a doubt, they were all reciprocity experts. Relatively speaking, early reciprocity experts were easy to see because early reciprocity experts didn't have great control over their own origin energy. Some of their energy would leak out and affect the surrounding illusions. After reaching mid-reciprocity, there would be no such problem. Instead, their energy would be withdrawn and they would return to their original state. Lu Ming glanced around. There were actually over 300 origin experts from the 3 races in the Forbidden Land. Yes, over 300 origin experts. That was a terrifying number. These were origin experts. The Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated 49 origin experts after 60 stellar years. The Celestial Clan had sent all their experts, but they only had 100 or so origin experts. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land had casually sent over 300 early reciprocity experts. That was how deep their foundations were. Aside from the 3 races, the Celestial Clan had also sent over a dozen origin experts. They stood beside the Immortal. Further ahead was a huge, deep pit. It was blood-red and covered in inscriptions. They formed a huge formation that was operating at full power. Lu Ming immediately guessed that the pit was very likely the place where the human king's heart blood had dripped. The 3 races in the Forbidden Land were currently using the formation to refine the human king's heart blood. Looks like it's still early. They need to refine the human king's heart blood first and then use it to find the location of the human king's heart. I'll hide in the shadows for now and not alert them. Once they find the location of the human king's heart, I'll spread the news. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming's plan was to follow them secretly and wait for Yi Wuxiu and the people from the 3 forbidden clans to find the location of the human king's heart. He would then spread the news and let all the forces fight for it, taking advantage of the situation. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Suddenly, the formation in the deep pit gave off an intense light. It's about to succeed. Someone from the 3 forbidden races exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. The sovereign personage's heart blood was about to be extracted. The formation lit up, becoming increasingly resplendent. Strands of scarlet blood chi came out of the deep pit and gathered in the air. The boundless blood chi continuously gathered into a point. The core of this point was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from that point. It was like a universe pressing down on everyone's heart. The people of the 3 forbidden races and the Yi Immortal nearly fell to their knees. Even Lu Ming, who was far away, could feel the immense pressure. Horrifying, this was the might of a sovereign personage. It was just a drop of heart blood. Furthermore, countless years had passed. It had already seeped deep into the ground and dried up. Now that a strand of it was extracted, it gave off such a strong pressure. The strength of a peak sovereign personage was unimaginable. It was said that the core of a sovereign personage's physical body was concentrated in the sovereign personage's heart. It looked like it was not just a rumor. More and more blood chi came out of the deep pit. This blood chi continuously gathered, and the pressure in the air intensified. The people of the three forbidden races had no choice but to retreat, putting some distance between them and the sovereign personage's heart blood. Lu Ming also retreated silently. After about half a day, no more blood chi came out of the deep pit. However, a drop of blood the size of a fingertip appeared in the air. This was the sovereign personage's heart blood. Of course, this could not be the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. Too much time had passed. Even if it was the sovereign personage's heart blood, a portion of it would have dissipated. Furthermore, given the strength of the Yi Immortal and the three forbidden races, they could not extract the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. This drop of sovereign personage's heart blood was probably only 1/10 of the complete sovereign personage's heart blood. However, the people of the three forbidden races rejoiced. This was enough, they only needed a bit of the sovereign personage's heart blood to guide them to the sovereign personage's heart. With the sovereign personage's heart, they would have a vast amount of sovereign personage's heart blood. If they could extract the essence of the sovereign personage's heart, it would be an unparalleled tonic, more valuable than any divine medicine. Even a transcendent being would be envious. Lay down the formation and collect this drop of sovereign personage's heart blood. An Origin Realm expert from the Primordial Light clan ordered. Although only 1/10 of the human king's heart blood was complete, and after a long period of time, much of its energy had dissipated, it was still not something they could come into contact with. They had to use special methods to collect it. He needed the assistance of a formation. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That drop of human king's heart blood in the air suddenly erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Then, with a bang, it exploded. The human king's heart blood had actually self-detonated. However, after the human monarch's heart blood exploded, it did not completely disperse. Instead, with the human monarch's heart blood as the core, it split into countless strands of blood. Streaks of blood fell to the ground like a spider web and fell back into the deep pit. Lines of blood appeared on the ground. The bloodlines intertwined with one another to form a strange pattern. From the looks of it, it was a formation. Rumble, then, the ground shook violently. The core of the tremors was at the center of the deep pit. What happened? Where's the human monarch's heart blood? Why did it turn into blood and fall back to the ground? The formation we laid down has also disappeared. Why is the ground suddenly shaking? It's like something deep underground is about to come out. The beings from the three forbidden races cried out in alarm. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even the Yi Immortal's face sank. They had not expected this. Rumble, the ground shook more and more violently, as if some colossus was about to charge out from the depths of the earth. Could it be that the human monarch's heart blood had fallen here and seeped into the depths of the earth, giving birth to some terrifying being? Many people could not help but have such a thought. Crack, suddenly, the deep pit split open. A crack appeared, and as soon as this crack appeared, it rapidly expanded. The crack rapidly extended to both sides, as if it was tearing the earth apart. However, after a while, the crack did not continue to extend and stopped. However, a huge crack had appeared in the ground. Faint blood-red light constantly seeped out from this crack. The strands of blood on the ground gathered together again, forming the shape of a drop of blood. It rushed into the crack and disappeared. Could it be that the human monarch's heart is beneath this crack? Someone cried out in alarm. The eyes of the others flashed, feeling that this was very likely. It's very likely that this region was originally sealed, but when we were refining the human monarch's heart blood, we accidentally opened the seal. The human monarch's heart blood flew in of its own accord. It was probably attracted by the human monarch's heart. What an excellent method. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who could have imagined that the human monarch's heart was sealed beneath his own heart blood? The three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal speculated that the human monarch's heart was probably beneath this crack. Send people in to investigate. In the end, the three forbidden races decided to send people in to investigate. There was no telling what dangers lay within the crack. Those who entered had to be prepared to die. The three races sent a total of 9 people. Each race sent 3 people, each led by an origin. The other 2 were peak god lords. This is very likely the location of the human monarch's heart. Lu Ming also made this judgment. He had participated in several battles for the human monarch's physical body. Based on his past experience, he felt that the human monarch's physical body should be sealed here. Just as the 3 forbidden races were sending people into the crack to investigate, Lu Ming sent out a message. The message he sent was very simple. The human monarch's heart was in the 9 elements forbidden land. He had Hanyu, Mulans, and the others think of a way to send this message to the major factions in the Western universe. Soon, the message reached Hanyu, Mulans, and the others. Then, through their respective networks, they spread the news in an orderly manner. First, it spread through the Azure Divine Realm like a hurricane. Then, it spread to the 9 demonic spider race and the extreme evil race at an even faster speed. The 6 major factions in the Western universe were all alarmed. Human monarch Xuanyuan's heart had appeared, that was the human monarch's heart. How much was it worth? Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly human race couldn't completely estimate the value of the human monarch's heart. But how could the creatures in the Forbidden Lands not know? Human monarch Xianxia was so powerful that he single-handedly flattened 2 forbidden lands. He killed so many of the forbidden lands that they didn't dare to make a sound. He was unparalleled in the world, and all races bowed their heads. The value of the heart left behind by such a person was simply heaven-defying. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Collect button below to record this time, Chapter 5049. You can read the record when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Myriad Dragon Emperor, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The 6 major forces in the Western universe were in an uproar. Countless experts rushed toward the 9 elements forbidden land. Lu Ming continued to hide in the dark and waited after he sent out the news. Not long after, the 9 experts who had entered the crack to investigate came out. They didn't look any different, nor did they have any injuries. Clearly, they hadn't encountered any danger in the crack. Not long after the 9 people came out, the experts of the Yi Immortal and the 3 forbidden races took action and rushed into the crack. Of course, they left behind some experts to guard the outside. If anything happened, they could inform the people in the crack immediately. Just a few days after the Yi Immortal and the others entered the crack, many experts from the 6 major forces in the Western universe arrived in advance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large number of figures appeared in the area. Damn it, why are there so many people here? Have we been discovered? The expressions of the people from the 3 forbidden races changed drastically. Everyone, the Primordial Light race, the Balefulline race, and the Blue Sea race are here for business. Please leave. An early-stage origin expert from the Primordial Light race exuded a powerful aura as he shouted. Ridiculous. Does the 9 elements forbidden land belong to you 3 races? Get lost. If you stop us, we'll send you on your way. The 9 demonic spider, the extreme evil race, and some other experts shouted coldly. As creatures from the Forbidden Lands, they weren't afraid of the Primordial Light race, the Balefulline race, or the Blue Sea race. Moreover, they had come with 6 major forces, while the other party only had 3. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone, please give us some faith so that we can meet again in the future. An origin expert from the Blue Sea race said. You want to take the human monarch's heart for yourselves, right? Ridiculous. Your territory is in the Eastern universe. You came to our Western universe and want to take our treasures for yourselves. Ridiculous. An expert from the human race shouted coldly, directly revealing the human monarch's heart. Of course, he had a motive for doing so. His motive was to provoke a conflict between the Forbidden Lands in the Eastern and Western universes. This would only benefit the human race. Relatively speaking, the strength of these Forbidden Lands was too strong. In the Western universe, there were 5 living beings from the Forbidden Lands. In the Eastern universe, there were 3 living beings from the Forbidden Lands. As for the human clan, there was only one Azure Divine Realm. If these living beings from the Forbidden Lands joined forces, the human clan would be doomed. Fortunately, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were constantly fighting with each other. If they could intensify the conflict between the Forbidden Lands, the human race would have a chance to breathe. Sure enough, the creatures in the Forbidden Lands in the Western universe were in an uproar. Creatures like the nine-eyed demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe were already extremely evil. They were rude and overbearing, and they would do anything for their own benefits. Why would they care about the primordial light tribe? What's the point of talking so much with them? Let's charge in. That's right. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Experts from the nine-eyed demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe shouted as they charged toward the people from the primordial light tribe, the Balefulline tribe, and the Blue Sea tribe. At the same time, the Dark Sky Vine tribe and the Dark Sky warriors also rushed toward the crack. There were at least a few thousand people from the 6 great forces in the Western universe. Among them, there were no less than 200 Origin Realm experts. They were only the first to arrive from the 6 great forces. Who knew how many more people were on their way? The people from the 3 Forbidden Lands in the Eastern universe could not stop so many experts from the Western universe. When they saw so many experts rushing toward them, they knew that they could not stop them. They roared angrily and took the lead to charge into the crack. Even if they attacked, they would only be courting death. They were very straightforward and ran away. Then, they passed the news to those who had entered the crack. Whoosh whoosh, thousands of experts from the 6 great forces in the Western universe also charged into the crack. At this moment, Lu Ming moved as well. He turned into a bolt of lightning and followed the crowd into the crack. The crack was straight down. No one knew how deep it was. Faint red blood chi constantly seeped out from below. The further down he went, the wider the crack became. Before long, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. As expected, there's a world under the crack. Lu Ming muttered. There was indeed a continent sealed under the crack. It was a world of its own. This was very similar to the place where the human monarch's body had been sealed. The human monarch's body had been sealed in the world of rings. It was a continent surrounded by rings of light. As for the world of rings, it had originally been sealed in the 1,000-year battlefield. When the world of rings had appeared, it had forcibly ripped apart the main continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. Now that he saw the human monarch's heart sealed in a continent, he was not surprised. Perhaps the human monarch's body was too extraordinary. Only such a seal could be secure. The person who had sealed the human monarch's body had gone to great lengths. The world under the crack was very large. Lu Ming extended his spiritual sense and discovered that he could not find the end. The people who had charged and all rushed in different directions. Whoever could find the human monarch's heart first would have to depend on their luck. Several thousand people quickly disappeared into this vast world. Lu Ming also chose a direction at random and flew rapidly. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense and observed the surroundings, guarding against danger. However, this world was completely different from the world that sealed the human monarch's body. The world of rings that sealed the human monarch's body was filled with vitality. Large numbers of desolate beasts resided there. There were even many powerful Origin Realm desolate beasts. Now, Lu Ming already understood that desolate beasts were similar to the Fey race. They existed in the Great Desolate Universe as well. Strictly speaking, they were the Fey race that had not developed their intelligence. They possessed great strength but had low intelligence. They were called desolate beasts. However, although the continent before him could not be said to be dead, there were no living creatures. Even if he occasionally encountered a few living creatures, they were just ordinary wild beasts with weak strength. Lu Ming flew for a long time but did not discover any powerful desolate beasts. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, came to a sudden stop. This was because he had sensed a terrifying danger just now. There was a powerful being lurking in the dark, bearing intense hostility towards him. Who is it? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and gave a cold shout. Your spiritual sense is rather sharp. With a sneer, the space rippled and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man in luxurious purple robes. His snow-white hair was combed neatly. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with killing intent. A human, this person was a human, not a creature of the Forbidden Grounds. Moreover, he was an Origin Realm expert. Who are Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao to you? Lu Ming asked. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm were only Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao's relatives who wanted to kill him. As for the others, Lu Ming knew that he had not offended them, so there was no reason for them to harbor such intense killing intent towards him. Peng Xiao is my grandson, said the white-haired old man. His eyes were cold like two swords that wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. It really had something to do with Peng Xiao. He had learned that Peng Xiao's backer was not to be underestimated. There were 5 or 6 Origin Realm cultivators, including one above the Origin Realm. Even in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Peng Xiao's clan was considered powerful. Now that an early Origin Realm cultivator had awakened, someone from Peng Xiao's clan had also awakened. However, he had never thought that they would target Lu Ming so quickly. Lu Ming, how dare you kill Peng Xiao? Die, the white-haired old man shouted coldly. He circulated his origin energy and his body was enveloped by a layer of azure energy. His killing intent became even stronger. In fact, he had been targeting Lu Ming for a long time. When Xianxia broke through, he was at the scene and saw Lu Ming. However, he knew very well that it was not the time to make a move. Later, when Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, it was not the time to make a move. Lu Ming's talent was too great. He had broken through 4 times and was number 1 in the human race. With such talent, those Origin Realm cultivators in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not just watch Lu Ming be killed. He knew very well that it was not a good time to make a move, whether it was at the place where Xianxia had broken through or in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Therefore, he had been waiting secretly and finally had an opportunity. The Land of 9 Elements was an opportunity. As soon as he entered the crack, he had been hiding in the surroundings. When he finally saw Lu Ming enter, he secretly followed him, looking for an opportunity to make a move. However, he did not expect Lu Ming's spiritual sense to be so sharp. He had only leaked a little bit of his aura and Lu Ming had sensed it. Since he had been sensed and his sneak attack had failed, he would attack head-on. So what if he had broken through 4 times? He would still die. Whoosh, the white-haired old man suddenly attacked. He was too fast, like a bolt of green lightning, charging towards Lu Ming. A green palm blasted towards Lu Ming. The void collapsed as the palm energy swept towards Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. On the green hand was a green glove that emitted a metallic luster. Without a doubt, this was a source-level divine weapon. The creatures in the Forbidden Grounds had a deep foundation, so they didn't lack soul-grade weapons. Almost all the Origin Realm existences had soul-grade weapons, unlike the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heaven Destroyer. Most of the Origin Realm existences lacked soul-grade weapons. The source energy of an source-grade divine weapon was the true source energy, and its combat prowess was formidable. Wang, Lu Ming swung his spear of the divine battle god and slammed it against the green palm. Where the two collided, the void exploded, turning into chaos and hazy. Immediately after, the two of them retreated at the same time and quickly began to fight again. Qingluo's ultimate move. The white-haired old man used his ultimate move, and his moves were terrifying. This was his Genesis art, and every move contained terrifying killing intent. He wanted to crush Lu Ming to pieces. The white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary source energy. He had already comprehended his own Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was far inferior to the weakest source energy. Back then, when the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had attacked the Heaven Destroyer, the source energy in the Heaven Destroyer had awakened as the Starfire Source Sovereign. But the Starfire Source Sovereign was the weakest source energy. He hadn't comprehended any Genesis art, nor did he have a soul-grade weapon. In the beginning, he could only fight evenly with an invincible divine master. And source energy like the Starfire Source Sovereign was only equivalent to an invincible divine master. As for the white-haired old man, he had comprehended a Genesis art and possessed a soul-grade weapon. His combat prowess was extremely strong, far surpassing that of an invincible divine master. For a time, Lu Ming was suppressed. No wonder the old man was so confident. No matter how strong a divine master was, even if he had broken through 4 times, so what? His foundation was too weak. Bang, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was hit. His shoulder was hit by a palm, and it almost shattered. His bones were cracked, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Where do you think you're going? Today is the day you die. The white-haired old man roared and chased after Lu Ming at full speed. Today, he was determined to kill Lu Ming. This was because he was also very wary. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would be astonishing. For example, once Xianxia broke through to the source energy realm, he would be almost invincible in the initial origin realm. He did not think that Lu Ming could break through to the source energy realm like Xianxia. However, one should not forget that there were only a few hundred years until the end of the source energy realm. After a few hundred years, with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely break through to the source energy realm. Once Lu Ming broke through to the source energy realm, his combat prowess would crush him. Therefore, if he could kill Lu Ming now, he could not leave it for the future. Lu Ming tried his best to resist and used all his means, but he was still no match. He kept retreating, and after more than 10 moves, he was hit again. Half of his body was split open, and he kept coughing up blood. His aura was weak. Ha ha ha, Peng Luo, don't hide anymore. Lu Ming is already heavily injured and dying. There's no need to launch a sneak attack. Let's attack together and kill him quickly so as not to attract other people. The white-haired old man's voice rang out. Whoosh, a sword light rushed out from the right side of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold and cut open the space. It was very terrifying. Without a doubt, this was another reciprocity expert. Lu Ming sneered. As expected, there were still experts from Peng Zhao's faction hiding in the dark. Peng Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts. Normally, breaking through to reciprocity would become more difficult the further one progressed. As a result, early reciprocity experts were the most numerous in the reciprocity realm. The further one progressed, the fewer there were. Peng Zhao's faction had 5 or 6 reciprocity experts, so there should be more than one early reciprocity expert. Lu Ming had always wondered if there were still people lying in ambush. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was still one more person lying in ambush, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Now that he saw Lu Ming on the verge of death and was about to be killed, there was no need for an ambush at all. He directly charged out and worked with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible. However, Lu Ming did not panic at all. This was all an illusion. He had done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could he be so heavily injured and on the verge of death with his vitality? He could easily recover from such injuries. And now, his vitality was even more terrifying. It could not be measured by common sense. The forbidden origin power circulated, causing every cell in his body to glow. Lu Ming's injuries rapidly healed. At the same time, his body rapidly swelled, turning into a 3-foot-tall giant in an instant. A Genesis technique. Lu Ming had finally used a Genesis technique. He had not used a Genesis technique in the battle with the white-haired old man earlier because he wanted to appear weak and make the old man underestimate him. At the same time, he could lure out the person hiding in the dark. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. The white-haired old man had already begun to underestimate Lu Ming when he saw that Lu Ming was on the verge of death. He believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to counterattack. All of his power had been used on offense. The amount of power he used on defense was basically 0. The white-haired elder poured all of his power into this attack. His azure palm glowed as essence power swirled around it. This was the manifestation of a Genesis technique pushed to the limit. He wanted to join forces with Peng Luo to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. His 3-feet-tall body glowed, forming a thin film that adhered to Lu Ming's skin. This thin film was the ultimate manifestation of Lu Ming's various defensive secret techniques. Lu Ming had already forgotten all of the secret techniques he had mastered in the past. However, he had not completely thrown them away. These secret techniques had seeped into Lu Ming's body and fused with him, creating Lu Ming's Genesis techniques. One could say that Lu Ming's body had grown to 3 feet after using a Genesis technique. His body was the embodiment of countless secret techniques. Every inch of his body was a secret technique. All of his defensive secret techniques had transformed into this thin film. Although it was just a thin film, its defensive power was astonishingly strong. Next, the top source-grade battle armor glowed and enveloped his body. Bang! The white-haired elder's azure palm slammed into Lu Ming's heart, but failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little before blocking the palm. Next, the war god spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out. This spear seemed simple, but divine light swirled around it. This was another manifestation of over 1,000 offensive secret techniques. One could say that although Lu Ming's spear seemed simple, it contained the power of over 1,000 offensive ancient secret techniques. This was Lu Ming's Genesis technique. After transforming into a 3 feet tall body, as long as he could maintain his source power, any one of his attacks would be equivalent to someone else's Genesis technique. The white-haired elder's pupils rapidly widened, revealing a look of horror. It was already too late for him to defend himself. He had not expected Lu Ming to still be able to counterattack when he was already on the verge of death. Moreover, his counterattack was so terrifying. All of his strength had been used to attack. The amount of strength he used to defend was almost zero. How could he block Lu Ming's attack? With a bang, the white-haired old man's body exploded, revealing the Genesis root within. The old man's soul screamed as he tried to escape with the origin root. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? The war god spear trembled slightly, and a terrifying destructive force erupted, bombarding the white-haired old man's origin root. Clang! It was as if he had struck a divine weapon. The sturdiness of the Genesis root was astonishingly high. Unfortunately, it was ultimately unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack. In the next instant, the white-haired old man's Genesis root completely exploded, and the soul residing within was also completely destroyed. Originally, with the white-haired old man's battle strength, it would have been impossible for Lu Ming to kill him so easily even if Lu Ming had used a Genesis technique. After all, the white-haired old man had grasped a Genesis technique, and also possessed an origin-grade weapon. Even amongst the initial origin experts, he could be considered an expert. If Lu Ming went all out, even if he was slightly stronger than the other party, it would still be very difficult to kill him. However, Lu Ming had shown weakness from the very beginning, causing the other party to be careless and underestimate him. As a result, Lu Ming was able to kill him in a single strike. The other middle-aged man was called Peng Luo. He had originally planned on joining forces with the white-haired old man to kill Lu Ming, but when he saw this scene, his guts almost shattered from fright. His entire body turned cold as he rapidly retreated. He had yet to comprehend a Genesis technique, so his battle strength was still a far cry from the white-haired old man's. How could he possibly dare to clash with Lu Ming? It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He had purposely shown weakness earlier to make the white-haired old man underestimate him, and also to draw out the person hiding in the shadows. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. How could he possibly allow them to escape? As the forbidden origin power circulated, a pair of wings grew out of Lu Ming's back. The wings were golden yellow, the embodiment of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques. Combining the essence of all the ancient speed-type secret techniques, just how terrifying was his speed? Swish! With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's body caught up to Peng Luo at a speed several times faster than lightning. It could be said that Lu Ming's overall combat strength had been raised to a terrifying level when he used Genesis techniques. From this, one could see just how terrifying the Genesis technique Lu Ming had comprehended was. This was his one and only Genesis technique, a combination of 3,000 ancient secret techniques, several tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques, and his own forbidden origin power. Even Lu Ming himself did not have much of an idea of how powerful it was. Only through constant battles and constant use would Lu Ming be able to continuously develop the various mysteries and powers of this Genesis technique. In practically a single breath, Lu Ming had caught up to Peng Luo. The war god spear rapidly grew in size as it slammed towards Peng Luo. Let's die together. Peng Luo's eyes turned red when he saw that he could not escape. With a furious roar, he counterattacked with all his strength. After all, he had a source-grade divine weapon and was very powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Lu Ming when he attacked with all his strength. Clang! A single move caused Peng Luo's body to violently tremble as he was sent flying backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. How can he be so strong? He's only a god master, how can he be so strong? The rumors don't match. It's impossible for someone who is broken through 4 times to possess such strength. Could it be that he has broken through 5 times? Pang Luo roared in his heart. He could not be any more shocked. Someone who had broken through 5 times was extremely rare even in the great desolate continent of the previous era. They were the main characters of an era, invincible experts that could sweep away their peers. How could there be such a monster in this era? The great desolate universe and the heart of the universe were shattered. How could there be such a monster? Pang Luo roared in his heart. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he continuously attacked. The war god spear was surrounded by divine light and every strike seemed to be able to pierce through the universe and knock down a bunch of stars. It was too powerful. Pang Luo could not withstand it at all. In just a few moves, his body was penetrated by the war god spear. A terrifying force exploded from within Pang Luo's body, blasting his body into pieces. His body exploded, leaving only his origin source. However, Pang Luo was far inferior to the white-haired elder. Several cracks appeared on his origin source and his origin source energy kept leaking out. Lu Ming's war god spear swept out again. This time, Pang Luo's origin source energy completely exploded and even his soul was annihilated. At this point, both origin source energy had been killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming had killed origin source energy with his own battle prowess. He had killed 2 powerful origin source energy the moment he attacked. The battle prowess of these 2 origin source energy was not something that the Starfire Origin Sovereign could compare to. They were much stronger than the Starfire Origin Sovereign. However, they had both died at Lu Ming's hands. With a wave of his hand, their storage pouches flew into Lu Ming's hand and were put away by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of their origin source weapons either. Little Ball's appetite was very big. Even if he did not give it to Little Ball, he could still take back the Heaven Destroyer. Although the Heaven Destroyer had many origin source energy sources, it still lacked an origin source weapon. My Genesis techniques are stronger than I imagined, muttered Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very satisfied with his own Genesis techniques. They were stronger than he had imagined, and even more mysterious. Combining the strengths of all the ancient secret techniques, it could be said that they were very strong in every aspect, without any shortcomings. Other people's Genesis techniques were either focused on attack, defense, or speed. Being able to possess even 2 of these characteristics was already very astonishing. However, Lu Ming's Genesis techniques were very well-rounded in terms of defense, attack and speed, and even had other support techniques. Moreover, they were also much stronger than the ancient secret techniques he had learned before. They had no shortcomings at all. This was practically heaven-defying. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be dumbstruck. However, Lu Ming estimated that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his Genesis techniques. There was still a lot of potential that had yet to be unearthed. In truth, Genesis techniques that had just been comprehended were all about the same. They all had a lot of potential. How could a person who had just comprehended a Genesis technique be the same as an old monster who had been stuck at the origin stage for several hundred star years? Some talented people might only comprehend the first form of a Genesis technique when they had just comprehended it. Later on, they would comprehend the second form, the third form and so on, pushing the power of the Genesis technique to greater heights. Of course, not every Genesis technique could be continuously improved. In the end, it still depended on the potential of the Genesis technique and the comprehension ability of the user. Some Genesis techniques had limited potential. No matter how much time was spent, they would not be able to improve by much. This was unless the user's comprehension ability was truly heaven-defying, able to turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, such examples were extremely rare, but they were not completely non-existent. Lu Ming reflected on the previous battle, summarizing his experience. His figure then flashed, leaving the area and continuing in his original direction. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not find anything. This world was just too big. Lu Ming did not have any direction. After searching for 2 days, he still did not find anything. There were only some ordinary plants and wild beasts in this world. There was nothing else, and he did not find any clues about the human king's heart. In fact, he did not even come across anyone else. It was obvious that this world was just too big. With several thousand people scattered throughout, it would not be easy to come across them. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were more than a few thousand people who had entered this world. The experts from the 6 great powers in the Western universe were still rushing over. In the past 2 days, even more experts had entered the forbidden land of 9 elements. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. In front of them, there was a red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The red pillar of light illuminated half of the sky. It could be seen even from far away. Vaguely, one could see a stalk of divine medicine dancing in the red pillar of light. A top-notch source-grade divine medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with top-tier source-grade divine herbs. He could tell at a glance that it was a top-tier source-grade divine herb. That pillar of light was most likely emitted by a top-tier source-grade divine herb. The divine herb in the pillar of light was only an illusory image. It was most likely a reflection of a top-tier source-grade divine herb. This world actually had top-notch source-level divine medicines, which made Lu Ming very surprised. Moreover, Lu Ming was a little suspicious. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb emit such a pillar of light? Top-notch source-grade divine herbs had always been very low-key. If they were too high-profile, they would be taken away by other creatures. Why would a top-notch source-grade divine herb that had always been low-key be like this? Was there a problem? However, the temptation of a top-notch source-grade divine herb was too great. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a look first. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed in that direction. Soon, he approached the pillar of light. Kill. Get out of the way. The top-notch source-grade divine herb is mine. Many people had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and were already fighting with each other. Lu Ming saw a basin in front of him. In the middle of the basin, there was a blood-red altar that looked ancient and weathered. Not far from the altar was a stalk of divine medicine. It was also blood-red and half a meter tall. There were 2 fruits on it, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Even though Lu Ming was still a distance away, he could smell the medicinal fragrance. It was a top-notch source-grade divine herb. There was no doubt about it. There were more than a dozen people in the field, mixed together. These people came from 3 different forces. The 9 demonic spider, the extreme evil tribe, and the heavenly vine. However, there were no experts among them, not even a single origin. They were all divine masters. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd break extreme realm. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that there were no experts in this area. There were only a few divine masters. Then, he was determined to get this top-notch source-grade divine herb. Lu Ming no longer concealed himself. He took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The dozen people in the melee were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a monster who could compete with Xianxia. How could they not be afraid? Get out! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The faces of the dozen people at the scene turned ugly. However, they did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. Even if they joined forces, they would not be Lu Ming's match. They would be easily killed by Lu Ming. The difference between the 2nd break extreme realm and the 4th break extreme realm was too big. Let's go. In the end, the Dark Sky Vine tribe was the first to leave. Then, the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe left one after another. Lu Ming did not stop them. If he attacked, he could naturally kill all of them. However, he had no grudge against the Dark Sky Vine tribe. Xianxia had helped him before. He had no reason to kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe. If he did not kill the Dark Sky Vine tribe, the news would spread if he killed the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe. Although he had a grudge against the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe, he only had a grudge against one of the 2 tribes. He did not have a grudge against all of them. However, if he killed the people of the 2 tribes as soon as he saw them, he would really have a grudge against the 2 tribes. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage against the Primordial Light tribe, the Blue Sea tribe, and the Malevolent tribe. He did not want to make more enemies if there was no need. After all, there were only a few hundred years left until the Origin Tribulation. After the people of the 3 tribes left, Lu Ming rushed toward the top source-level divine herb. The strange thing was that the top source-level divine herb did not run away. This puzzled Lu Ming. He could not help but stop and observe carefully. He did not attack immediately. How disappointing. It actually ended without a fight. Brat, you've spoiled my plans. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately located the location of the voice. It came from the blood-red altar. The blood-red light on the altar became even more intense. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. The figure was in the shape of a human, but it was clearly not a physical body. It was illusory, as if it was a soul. The figure that appeared on the blood-red altar was blood-red in color. It wasn't a physical body, but a soul. His blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ming with greed. I can feel that you have a powerful soul. Very well, it's enough to make up for the loss of those people. Die. The blood-red figure let out an ear-piercing cry, like a demon from hell. Then, he pounced on Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Humph, Lu Ming snorted coldly. He circulated his taboo force, and the war god spear suddenly swept out. The void trembled and collapsed as it swept toward the blood-red figure with terrifying power. Boom, the war god spear struck the blood-red figure, causing his body to tremble as he retreated. However, the greed in his eyes grew even more intense. Jiao spoke, what strength, but he still has to die. After saying that, the blood-red figure rushed toward Lu Ming again at an even more astonishing speed. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming attacked continuously, and powerful forces continued to attack his opponent. However, this time, the blood-red figure kept dodging Lu Ming's attacks at an astonishing speed. He quickly approached Lu Ming and slapped out. A palm force whizzed out, rushing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that even Lu Ming couldn't avoid it. With a bang, Lu Ming was hit by the palm, causing him to retreat quickly. What a strange palm force. It can actually ignore the defense of a top-tier source-grade battle armor and directly attack the soul. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. He realized that the blood-red figure's attack wasn't aimed at the physical body, but the soul. The palm force just now directly penetrated Lu Ming's defense and attacked Lu Ming's soul. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's soul was scattered in the cells of his body. The opponent's palm force couldn't focus on Lu Ming's soul at all. It could only attack a small portion of the soul in the cells. It had almost no effect on Lu Ming. However, the blood-red figure didn't know that. He thought that Lu Ming had been hit and that his soul had been severely damaged. He screamed and charged toward Lu Ming, wanting to finish off Lu Ming once and for all. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be injured. When the blood-red figure approached, Lu Ming used a Genesis technique and raised his battle strength to the peak. The war god spear was like a mountain range, suppressing the blood-red figure. This time, the blood-red figure let out a scream as his body was directly scattered. Lu Ming, who had cast the Genesis technique, was too powerful. It had exceeded the limits of what the blood-red figure could withstand. This time, the blood-red figure was severely injured. The blood-red figure's body was torn apart, but it was not dead yet. The torn pieces of its body quickly retreated and gathered together not too far away. However, it was clear that he was severely injured. His body had become much more illusory, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. His aura had also become much weaker. Why isn't your soul? Why isn't it? No, it's not that there's no soul, it's just scattered. What's going on? The blood-red figure roared, unable to figure it out. Generally speaking, the soul of a person below the origin realm resided in the sea of consciousness. Only after reaching the origin realm would the soul reside in the Genesis root and use the origin power in the Genesis root to nourish the soul. Time to send you on your way. Lu Ming coldly shouted as he strode forward. The war god spear once again slammed down, enveloping the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure was already injured and couldn't avoid the attack. It was struck again, and the body that had just reunited was once again shattered into pieces. However, the blood-red figure's vitality was really tenacious. After being shattered again, it still didn't die and reunited not far away. Its aura was even more withered, and its body was even more illusory, as if it could collapse at any time. Die. Lu Ming's killing intent soared into the sky as he continued to attack. No matter how tenacious one's vitality was, it would be completely destroyed under the constant attacks. Don't kill me, let me go, I can help you. The blood-red figure was finally afraid and loudly begged for mercy. However, Lu Ming was unmoved, and the war god's spear continued to press down. I know you're here to find the human king's heart. I can help you find it, the blood-red figure continued to roar. Lu Ming's attack suddenly stopped. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stared at the blood-red figure and said, "You can help me find the human king's heart?" "That's right. I entered this place countless years ago to find the human king's heart. I've already found the location of the human king's heart." The blood-red figure shouted. "Do you think I'll believe you?" How could Lu Ming believe the other party so easily? "I'm telling the truth. I'm also a human. Why would I lie to you?" the blood-red figure shouted. On this point, the other party didn't lie, and there was no need for him to speak. Lu Ming could sense from the other party's soul fluctuation that the other party was indeed a human. "Tell me in detail, what's your origin? Why are you here?" Lu Ming asked. Immediately, the blood-red figure started to explain in detail. The blood-red figure was called Xianxia. He was a human during the era of the prehistoric continent. Later on, the prehistoric continent collapsed and he was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, he and his companions found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. Using a special method, they entered this place and found the place where the human king's heart was sealed. According to Xianxia, they were humans. The human king's heart was a heaven-defying opportunity for them. It could help them continuously transform, evolve, and purify their bloodline. It could even help them break through the immortal Tao and smoothly transcend. Unfortunately, greed blinded their eyes. He was betrayed by his companions. The two of them broke out into a fierce battle. In the end, although Xianxia managed to kill his companions, he himself was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Only a wisp of his remnant soul survived until now. Originally, seeing that Lu Ming was also a human, he wanted to devour Lu Ming's soul to make up for himself. Unexpectedly, although Lu Ming was only a divine master, his combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming carefully thought about Xianxia's words and found that everything was very reasonable and there were no flaws. "Lead the way. Lead me to the human king's heart and I can let you go. Of course, if you want to play any tricks, I will completely obliterate you," Lu Ming said coldly. "Don't worry, I won't play any tricks. I only beg you to let me go. Of course, it would be best if you can take me away from here," Xianxia said. "All right, lead the way," Lu Ming said. Of course, Lu Ming could not completely trust the other party. He was still secretly on guard against the other party. Although Xianxia's attack did not have any effect on him, who knew what kind of strange methods this old monster would have? Naturally, he had to be on guard. "All right, follow me. I will lead you to the human king's heart." After Xianxia finished speaking, he turned around and flew in a direction. The moment he turned around, an extremely cold killing intent flashed across Xianxia's eyes. There was also a mocking smile. It was very obscure and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming did not notice it. The direction that Xianxia was leading was almost the same as the direction that Lu Ming was heading. This meant that Lu Ming's luck was pretty good and he had not gone in the wrong direction. Half a day later, they had already covered a large distance. Suddenly, shwa shwa, a powerful aura burst out as several figures appeared on the horizon and rushed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were still some distance away, the powerful aura had already locked onto Lu Ming. 9 demonic spider, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The newcomers were the experts of the 9 demonic spider race. Among them, there were 2 origins and 3 divine lords. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was Zhu Tian. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that they would meet here. The 2 origins of the 9 demonic spider had already locked onto Lu Ming. Moreover, their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Lu Ming. The 2 origins surrounded Lu Ming, one on the left and one on the right. Then, Zhu Tian and the other 2 divine lords came to a stop not far away. "Lu Ming, you can hide today, but can you hide forever? Today is the day of your death. Letting you sleep in the sealed place of the human king's heart is also your fortune," Zhu Tian said, his face extremely cold and his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Back then, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to wander the universe. Not only that, Lu Ming had also used him and the Nine demonic spider race to exchange for 2 top-grade soul-level divine medicines. He had long become a laughingstock. Over the years, his inner demons had been growing, making it difficult for his cultivation to progress. Only by killing Lu Ming could he get rid of his inner demons. Seniors, don't kill him yet. Cripple him completely. I want to kill him with my own hands. Zhu Tian said. If he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands, he would not be able to get rid of his inner demons. Don't worry, he will definitely die. One of the 9 demonic spiders said coldly, full of confidence. He had the right to be confident. He wasn't an ordinary source. Not only did he possess a source-grade divine weapon, but he had also comprehended Genesis techniques. Even if Lu Ming had broken through 4 times, he was confident that he could suppress him. Furthermore, the other origin was no weaker than him. If the 2 of them joined hands, Lu Ming would definitely die. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack. He blasted out 2 moves and then rushed in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not use any Genesis techniques. Instead, he feigned an attack before breaking through in a certain direction. No one knew that he already had the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times. This was his greatest advantage. First, he would let the other party underestimate him. Then, he would suddenly explode and deal a fatal blow to the other party. Don't even think about leaving. Little thief, you want to break through? Dream on. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted loudly, attacking with all their strength, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Both of them were existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. Coupled with the power of their source-grade divine weapons, their all-out attack was extremely terrifying. Even a monster who had broken through 4 times wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be seriously injured. Puff, Lu Ming was no match for them and was seriously injured. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his figure retreated. A peerless monster is nothing more than this. Cripple him. The 2 source-level cultivators shouted coldly and ruthlessly as they continued to attack. They wanted to completely cripple Lu Ming. My chance is here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 2 source-level cultivators of the 9 demonic spider saw that Lu Ming was seriously injured and regarded Lu Ming as a fish on the chopping block. They no longer took Lu Ming seriously. That's right, they had clearly estimated the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 4 times. Lu Ming was indeed no longer a threat. They would never have dreamed that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times. The main reason was that it was too rare to break through 5 times. Even during the primeval continent era, there weren't many people who could achieve it. Most of the time, there wouldn't be a single person in an era. Only in a great era would there be several people on the same level. That was during the primeval continent era and was far from what the current era could compare to. It was already a miracle for someone to break through 4 times in the current era. In fact, Shi Tianting and Wu Ju weren't people of this era. They had been sealed countless years ago until now. In this era, before Lu Ming appeared, there was no existence of someone who had broken through 4 times. Breaking through 4 times was already a miracle, let alone 5 times. Therefore, they believed that Lu Ming was seriously injured and didn't have the strength to fight back. They had completely calculated Lu Ming's strength. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. This was exactly the same as the white-haired elder of the Pang family. Qiu. Qiu flew out and a beam of light shot towards one of the source-level cultivators. It was Qiu's ultimate move, the illusory light beam. Qiu's cultivation had reached peak Godmaster a long time ago and he had been accumulating over the years. Back in the Violet Heaven, he had devoured a large number of damaged weapons. Some of the damaged weapons were of extremely high grades and were unfathomable. He had also devoured a large number of metal materials. After leaving the Violet Heaven, Lu Ming would feed Qiu whenever he found a damaged weapon that he could no longer use. If it were not for the fact that he was in the midst of a crisis, Qiu would have broken through long ago and reached reciprocity. Qiu's constitution was extremely special. As long as he had enough metal materials or weapons to devour, he could constantly evolve and break through. Although Qiuqiu's cultivation had not broken through after all these years, he had been constantly accumulating and accumulating. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change, and his strength had been constantly increasing. However, Lu Ming had improved even faster in the past few years. Many times, there was no room for Qiuqiu to perform. In reality, Qiuqiu's current battle prowess was extremely impressive. He probably possessed the strength to break through 3 times. In particular, the power of the illusory light being was even more profound. Even origin realm existences would be greatly affected if they were enveloped by it. The origin realm being enveloped by the illusory light being was immediately dazed for a split second. That split second was enough to decide life and death. The moment Qiuqiu attacked, Lu Ming had already used a genesis technique. He grew to 3 feet tall and struck with his spear, turning into a dazzling, eternal and indestructible spear that stabbed towards the origin realm being enveloped by the illusory light beam. The spear directly pierced his opponent's dantian and stabbed into his origin realm. The origin realm being of the Ninein demonic spider had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. As a result, it was already too late for him to send his soul into the roots of his origin realm. Crack, bang, the origin realm being directly blasted apart. Even his soul had been completely destroyed. It seemed like only a hole had been pierced through his opponent's dantian, but in reality, he no longer possessed any signs of life. His soul had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop at all after piercing his soul. He rapidly retreated, charging towards another origin realm being and throwing a punch. Lu Ming's fist was surrounded by rays of divine light. They were all formed from various secret techniques and possessed terrifying power. Even without the war god spear, Lu Ming's punch was enough to shatter space and destroy countless stars. The origin realm being resisted with all his strength, but he was unable to do so. He was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Even his arm had exploded. Kill, Lu Ming roared as he clenched his fist. The war god spear flew back into his hand and swept out. Forbidden origin power poured into the war god spear, causing it to tremble as if a terrifying power was about to awaken. In reality, forbidden origin power was no small matter. Although Lu Ming hadn't broken through the origin power, the forbidden origin power could already make the war god spear erupt with a little power. Boom, the war god spear pressed down and the Ninein demonic spider's second origin power was directly blown apart. Its body was torn to pieces and even its genesis root was covered in cracks. No, the origin power's terrified roar rang out from the genesis root. But it was useless. Lu Ming circulated his forbidden origin power and the war god spear trembled. Violent power rushed out and completely destroyed the origin power of the origin power, causing its soul to dissipate. In the distance, Zhu Tian and the others were stunned. What did they just see? 2 powerful origin powers of the Ninein demonic spider had been killed just like that. They were 2 origin powers that had comprehended genesis techniques and were extremely powerful. They could definitely be considered experts at the initial genesis realm, but they had both died in Lu Ming's hands in an instant. Their eyes widened. At first, they were in disbelief, then endless fear. Swish, Zhu Tian's reaction was the fastest. He turned around and fled. He didn't call out to the other 2. The only thought in his mind was to escape and get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. It would be best if the other 2 couldn't react in time. They could still delay Lu Ming and give him a chance to escape. Zhu Tian raised his speed to the highest level he had ever reached. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. The war god spear rapidly expanded like a pillar of the world. It filled the sky and pressed down on Zhu Tian and the other 2 Ninein demonic spider god masters, enveloping them under the war god spear. Zhu Tian and the others roared and used all their strength to resist. Zhu Tian raised his battle strength to the highest level he had ever reached. In this life and death crisis, Zhu Tian felt like he was about to break through his limit and reach the 4th stage of the extreme break stage. But it was too late. The difference in combat power between them and Lu Ming was too great. Of the 2 almighty, one had broken through the 2nd level of the extreme break stage, and the other had only broken through the 1st level of the extreme break stage. The difference between them and Lu Ming's combat prowess was like night and day. Bang! Bang, the two divine masters exploded one after another, their bodies and souls destroyed. Then came Zhu Tian. His body also exploded, but his soul did not disperse immediately. He let out a mournful roar, "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Zhu Tian was extremely unwilling. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the fourth stage of the extreme break. In time, he would definitely be able to break through to the fourth stage. If he could break through to the fourth stage of the extremity breakthrough, he could learn from Celestial Vine and break through to the essence tribulation. Then, he would be able to transcend and achieve the Tao of immortality. But now, he was about to die. He would be reduced to ashes and nothing would be left. 5 times of extreme break, now, he already knew that Lu Ming had most likely broken through 5 times. He couldn't figure out how Lu Ming could break through the extreme break stage 5 times. How could he be so powerful? He wanted to inform the other members of the Nine-Shade Demonic Spider of this news so that the Nine-Shade Demonic Spider would go all out to kill Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely before Lu Ming rose to power. Unfortunately, he had no chance. Boom, the War God Spear pressed down and Zhu Tian was reduced to ashes. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Zhu Tian and the other storage bags and source-level divine weapons in his hand. After checking, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. Zhu Tian's set of source-level divine weapons were all top source-level divine weapons. There were also 6 ordinary source-level divine weapons. The creatures in the Forbidden Grounds were rich and unbelievably rich. Qiao, here you go. Lu Ming threw a source-level divine weapon to Qiao and Qiao swallowed it. It was just an ordinary source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming didn't care. Moreover, the more Qiao swallowed, the more it accumulated, and its strength would become stronger. It was also very beneficial for Lu Ming. Just now, without Qiao's help, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to defeat the 2 origins so easily. Without Qiao, even if the other party was careless, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to kill one origin in one move. If he spent a few moves to kill a source origin, the other source origin would realize what had happened and stop underestimating him. If the other party wasn't careless and fought Lu Ming with all his strength, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to kill the other party easily. In that case, Zhu Tian and the others could take the opportunity to escape. In the distance, Guqian drilled out of the ground. In fact, before the people of the Nine Demonic Spider arrived, Guqian had drilled into the ground, showing Guqian's amazing senses. The people of the Nine Demonic Spider didn't notice Guqian. Lead the way. Lu Ming said coldly. Okay, come with me. Guqian said and continued to lead the way. However, not long after Lu Ming and the others left, another figure drilled out of the ground. This figure was blood-red, like a soul. It looked exactly like Guqian. The only difference was the soul aura. The aura of this Guqian was very similar to the aura of the Nine Demonic Spider. Judging from the aura of his soul, he seemed to be a member of the Nine Demonic Spider. Kid, no matter how strong your talent is, you're still fooled by the seat. Sooner or later, this seat will devour your soul and extract your blood. He, the Guqian behind him sneered. In the surroundings, strands of invisible energy gathered towards Guqian. This invisible energy was the souls of the Nine Demonic Spider experts that Lu Ming had just killed. These people's souls had already been torn apart by Lu Ming, but the energy of the remnant souls wouldn't dissipate in a short time. At this time, all of them were being devoured by Guqian. Guqian turned the remnant souls into his own nourishment. His body emitted light and slowly became more solid. His aura also became stronger. Kid, continue to hunt for tonics for me, the Guqian sneered, then drilled into the ground and disappeared. The reason why Lu Ming had encountered Zhu Tian and the others before was all because of Guqian. Guqian had purposely led the way so that the two of them would meet and kill each other. He had benefited from this. Not long after, Lu Ming encountered another group of people. They were experts of the Yuanguang clan. Lu Ming, why are you here? Someone from the Yuanguang clan shouted in disbelief. When he saw Lu Ming, it was as if he had seen a ghost. This person was Yuan Siji. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming would appear here. Wasn't Lu Ming in the Eastern Universe? When had he come to the Western Universe? He's Lu Ming. Kill him. Someone beside Yuan Ciji said coldly with a murderous aura. This was an origin source expert. In reality, there were dozens of people beside Yuan Ciji. Among them, there were at least a dozen origin source experts. At this moment, these people all unleashed their auras and stared at Lu Ming. Their murderous auras surged as they charged towards Lu Ming. The origin source experts of the Yuanguang clan had heard of Lu Ming's name as soon as they had awakened. Lu Ming had once killed his way to the primordial light clan and snatched many top-notch source-level divine herbs from them. He had forced the primordial light clan's origin to awaken at the cost of its life in order to stall Lu Ming. A mere divine master had actually made a dignified forbidden land suffer such a huge loss. It could be said that the primordial light tribe's reputation had been tarnished. Even in the primordial desolation continent of the previous era, the primordial light tribe had rarely suffered such a loss. Did he think that he was the human monarch? Therefore, these origin sources had a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. When they heard that this person was Lu Ming, they immediately charged towards Lu Ming. There are so many experts. It's not good to fight them head-on. I'd better run. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His body moved like a bolt of lightning as he rapidly retreated in another direction. There were more than a dozen origin sources in the primordial light clan. The creatures of the Forbidden Land did not lack source-grade divine weapons. Needless to say, most of these origin sources had source-grade divine weapons. Their battle power was not something that the Starfire Origin Venerate could compare to. If a few of them had comprehended Genesis techniques, their battle power would not be much weaker than his. What if there were even stronger existences? Lu Ming was most likely not a match for so many origin sources. If he was really surrounded by them, he would most likely be killed if there were any geniuses among them. Therefore, Lu Ming left without hesitation. He would be a fool not to run in the face of so many unknown experts. Where do you think you're going? Fight me. Coward. The origin sources of the primordial light clan roared from behind. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. Lu Ming's disdainful voice rang out. His body did not stop at all. He was faster than a bolt of lightning as he traversed hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Lu Ming's speed was now astonishing. Although the primordial light clan members were also very fast, they could not catch up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming successfully escaped. Damn it, this kid's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. If there's a chance, we must get rid of him. Yuan Ciji's face darkened. When we obtain the human monarch's heart, it will be his death. One Origin's face darkened. In the end, the members of the primordial light tribe left helplessly. After these people left, another figure drilled out from the ground, and it was precisely Guqian that possessed the same aura as the Nine demonic spider. Damn it, they actually didn't fight. Damn it. Guqian roared, his face gloomy. Needless to say, Lu Ming was able to encounter the primordial light clan because of Guqian. What they hadn't expected was that the fearless Lu Ming would actually run away when he saw the members of the primordial light tribe. This had foiled his plan to devour the remnant souls. You can run for the first time, but can you run for the 15th? Guqian said coldly, then drilled back into the ground. I've been scouting alone for a few days before, but I didn't encounter anyone. Why do I keep bumping into them? Lu Ming pondered. This was somewhat strange. There were only a few thousand people from each faction in total. They were too scattered when they entered this vast place. Lu Ming had scouted for a few days and had not encountered anyone else. Why would he encounter the Nine demonic spider and the primordial light tribe now? Could it be a coincidence? Perhaps it was because he was close to the place where the human sovereign's body was sealed. For a moment, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Under Guqian's guidance, Lu Ming continued to move forward. However, not long after, Lu Ming encountered another group of people. It was the members of the Malevolentine tribe. This time, there weren't many experts from the Malevolentine tribe. There were only 4 or 5 origin source experts. However, Lu Ming didn't fight with them. He also turned around and left, shaking off the Malevolentine tribe. There's really something wrong. I keep bumping into them. Speaking of which, ever since I met Guqian, I've been encountering strong enemies. Lu Ming's mind raced. Could it really be that old man's doing? But he's not far from me. How could he do that? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. However, he was even more wary of Guqian. Later on, he encountered people from other factions again and again. However, Lu Ming didn't care if they were strong or weak. He turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered to fight with them. He vaguely felt that something wasn't right. If he fought with them, he might be tricked. This brat is really as cunning as a fox. However, if you don't fight, there will naturally be others who will. Guqian, who had the aura of the nine demonic spider, looked at the direction Lu Ming left with a cold gaze. In fact, it was indeed so. During this period, the people from various factions had encountered each other and fought. Every time there was a great battle, someone would die. When the great battle ended and the people who fought left, a figure would emerge from the ground and absorb the remnant souls between heaven and earth. This figure was exactly the same as Guqian. However, the aura of their souls was different. Some of the figures had the aura of the extreme evil tribe, some of the origin light tribe and some of the malevolent tribe. He was constantly absorbing the energy of the remnant souls to strengthen his body. Everyone was kept in the dark. This was because Guqian said that he knew the place where the human king's heart was sealed and wanted to take them there to find it. Many powerful experts had a Guqian beside them. Of course, this was because these experts were strong enough that Guqian couldn't deal with them. For those that Guqian could deal with, Guqian directly killed them and devoured their souls. A terrifying conspiracy was slowly unfolding, but no one discovered it. Lu Ming only felt suspicious. Guqian, where is the place where the human king's heart is sealed? When will we arrive? Lu Ming stared at Guqian with an unfriendly gaze. We'll be there soon. It's not far ahead. Although Guqian was cursing Lu Ming in his heart, he still deliberately revealed a smile on his face. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll completely obliterate you. Lu Ming threatened and let Guqian continue to lead the way. Sure enough, not long after, Guqian stopped and said, "We've arrived at the place where the human king's heart is sealed." In front of them was the endless boundless mountain range. Numerous incomparably huge mountains towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all perfectly straight mountain peaks, like numerous divine swords that were stabbed into the ground. This is the place where the human king's heart is sealed. The human king's heart is sealed in the center of this mountain range. However, this mountain range is enveloped by a terrifying sealing formation. This formation not only seals the human king's body but also isolates everything. No living being will be able to enter. Guqian explained. Lu Ming circulated the Fiend King's imperial mark and saw that this vast land was indeed covered in runes. The densely packed runes intertwined and extended forward, covering this land. Guqian was right about this. This land was indeed sealed, isolating everything. No living being would be able to enter. However, due to the passage of too much time, this sealing formation still had a problem. There was a loophole. Lu Ming circulated the Fiend King's imperial mark, and the loophole of this sealing formation appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This sealing formation could not stop him. He could enter through these loopholes. Lu Ming was confident that he could use the Demon King the Arch Rune to find the loopholes and enter the sealing formation. Lu Ming, let me tell you. Countless years ago, my companions and I spent a lot of effort before we finally cracked this sealing formation. It was also because of this that my companions became greedy and attacked me, wanting to take the human monarch's heart for themselves. Sigh, when he spoke up to hear, Guqian let out a long sigh, and then he continued. So, only I will be able to lead you through this sealing formation and obtain the mortal king's heart. The implication was obvious. You have to rely on me. Otherwise, you can forget about obtaining the human monarch's heart. Lu Ming did not point it out. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Guqian had up his sleeve. After all, he had the Demon King the Arch Rune and could see the danger at any time. Moreover, even if they entered the sealing formation, they did not know what they would face later. Guqian might be of use to them. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to kill Guqian yet. He might be of use to him for the time being. Follow me. Guqian glanced at Lu Ming and then flew forward, rushing towards the mountain range ahead. Lu Ming scanned with the Demon King the Arch Rune and found that there was nothing wrong with the path Guqian took. He immediately followed. Just as Lu Ming and the others arrived at the mountain range, many other people had also arrived. The Primordial Light Tribe, the Balefulene Tribe, the Blue Sea Tribe, the Nine-Een Demonic Spider, the Extreme Evil Tribe, almost all the major factions had sent people. These people were not gathered together. They were all scattered. There were groups of 3 to 5 people, 7 to 8 people, and at most a few dozen people. This place was very big. When the various factions entered, they did not know where to go. They did not know where the human monarch's heart was, so they naturally spread out and searched in different directions in groups of 3 to 5. This way, it would be easier to find the human monarch's heart. These people all had one thing in common, and that was that there was a Guqian beside them. Moreover, Guqian's aura was the same as theirs. He seemed to be of the same clan. For example, Guqian, who was standing beside the extreme evil race's experts, had a soul aura that seemed to belong to the extreme evil race. Guqian's explanation of the extreme evil race was very similar to what Lu Ming had told them. He had only changed it a little. He had changed it to say that he was an elder of the extreme evil race who had come here with his companions to search for the human king's heart. In the end, he had been betrayed by his companions, leaving behind only a remnant soul that could lead them to the heart. In front of people from other factions, he naturally changed it slightly and used it the same way. Follow me. I've already thoroughly studied this ceiling formation. Only I can bring you through this ceiling formation and find the human monarch's heart. Each of the Guqians said the same thing. Then, they took the lead and entered the Grand Ceiling Array. The others followed Guqian into the Ceiling Grand Array. For example, a group of people from the extreme evil race followed Guqian into the ceiling formation. There were 6 early reciprocity experts in this group and over a dozen godly lords. They could be regarded as powerful. They followed Guqian and entered the ceiling formation. Of course, they did not dare to be careless and remained vigilant. Guqian, who was leading the way, had a gloomy look in his eyes. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Half an hour later, they had already crossed one mountain after another. Just as they passed by another mountain, a mountain suddenly burst with multicolored light. A few terrifying rays of light shot toward the people of the extreme evil race like divine swords. Not good. Danger. Get out of the way. An origin expert roared and quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The rays of light flashed. They were too fast and contained boundless power. The dozen godly lords were directly cut in half at the waist. Their souls were also severed. They died on the spot. Even among the origin experts, there were 2 origin experts who did not retreat in time and were struck by the rays of light. Even with their strength, it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. The rays of light directly cut them in half and crushed their origin roots. In an instant, 2 origin experts and over a dozen godly lords had died. Only 4 origin experts reacted in time. They retreated from the mountain range by a hair's breadth and avoided this attack. However, they were also covered in cold sweat. Damn it! What's going on? Guqian, didn't you say that you would lead the way and there would be no danger? Why is the formation attacking us? The remaining 4 origin experts of the extreme evil race glared at Guqian. What a pity! What a pity! You actually escaped. However, you've already entered the formation. Even if you're not killed, you won't be able to find your way out. Stay here forever. Guqian sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You're lying to us. You've always been lying to us. An origin expert roared. Now, how could they not understand that they had been tricked? They had been tricked by Guqian. It was obvious that Guqian had purposely led them to a dead end and triggered the ceiling formation's fatal attack. It was obvious that this ceiling formation was not to be underestimated. Not only did it possess peerless sealing power, but it also contained killing power. This was normal. This was a formation that sealed the human king's heart. Its level was shockingly high. Even if it was a pure sealing formation, as long as it had a slight offensive power, it would be incomparably terrifying. It was not something that they could resist. How dare you dream of getting your hands on the human king's heart? You all deserve to die. You should all become my nourishment. Guqian shouted coldly. His face was ferocious. His body glowed. The remnant souls of the extreme evil race that had just died gathered towards Guqian and were absorbed by him. He's absorbing the remnant souls to strengthen himself. Kill him. The remaining 4 origin experts of the extreme evil race roared. Their killing intent was cold as they charged towards Guqian. These 4 origin experts were very powerful. Needless to say, they all had origin-grade divine weapons. Moreover, 3 of them had comprehended origin techniques. When the 4 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. If they were in the universe, they could destroy a galaxy and destroy one star after another. However, Guqian's figure flashed and retreated 10,000 meters. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground. They blocked all the attacks of the 4 extreme evil race experts. This is within the ceiling formation. How dare you dream of killing me? Ridiculous. Guqian sneered and continued to absorb the remnant souls. Wisps of remnant souls were absorbed by Guqian. His body gradually became more solid, and his aura became stronger. Damn it, the 4 extreme evil race experts roared. However, they could not do anything to Guqian. They could not break the ceiling formation. They could not find a loophole in the ceiling formation. They could not move an inch. They were trapped. After a while, Guqian had absorbed all the remnant souls. Ha ha ha, all of you can stay here forever. The human king's heart is mine. I will kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. Back then, that fellow wanted to split it equally with me. Didn't he also die? Ha ha ha. I have thousands of clones. When all of my clones are strong enough to gather together, all of you will die. Guqian laughed. His figure flashed and he left. Guqian left. The 4 origin realm experts of the extreme fiend race were furious, but they couldn't chase after him. They had been trapped. This place was covered in runes. As long as they moved, the runes would flash and trap them. Apart from that mountain, there was no danger anywhere else, but they couldn't move. They knew they had been tricked. Guqian had told them that he was a senior of the extreme fiend race. Not long after the collapse of the Your-Wilds continent, he had come here to search for the human king's heart. In the end, he had been betrayed by his companions. But from what Guqian had said before leaving, it was clear that he had betrayed his companions. They wanted to send the news to the others of the extreme fiend race, but they found that their voice transmission jade talismans were useless here. The same scene was happening all over the ceiling formation. Many people had been brought into the killing zones of the ceiling formation. A large number of experts had been killed. Some people had been careless, and even peak origin realm experts had died to the formation. After these people were killed, a Guqian would devour their soul fragments to strengthen himself. The ceiling formation was like a purgatory for a moment. However, the area of the ceiling formation was very wide. Guqian had purposely led the way, spreading them far apart. Adding on the fact that their spiritual senses were greatly restricted within the ceiling formation, the others didn't know what was going on. Lu Ming and Guqian continued forward. The 2 of them crossed mountain after mountain. Guqian was leading the way. Lu Ming used his demonic king rune to discover that Guqian had indeed broken through the formation. He had gone through the formation's life gate, or loophole. Once we pass through this valley, we'll be halfway there. We'll soon reach the human king's heart. Guqian smiled and pointed at a valley up ahead. Are you sure we'll pass through that valley? Lu Ming didn't bat an eyelid, as if he had just asked casually. However, a sliver of killing intent had already flashed through the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. With his demonic emperor runes, he could clearly see that the canyon ahead was not the life gate, nor was it a loophole in the formation. It was filled with killing intent, and the formation was densely packed. It was clearly a land of death, a death gate of the formation. Fortunately, Lu Ming possessed the Fei King Arch rune. If it were anyone else, unless they were an array grandmaster, they would not be able to tell. Guqian's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He smiled and said, "Of course, the valley ahead is where the weakness of the formation lies." "Oh, I was just asking." "Let's go." Lu Ming's expression didn't change as he strode forward. As he neared Guqian, he suddenly reached out with his 2 hands to grab him. The giant hand rapidly grew in size. Forbidden origin energy revolved around its fingers. It was terrifying beyond compare, capable of piercing through the starry skies. Guqian didn't expect that Lu Ming would suddenly make a move, and was immediately hit. He was pressed down by two large hands and suffered heavy injuries. His body trembled as black smoke spread out and dissipated into the air. His soul dimmed and became somewhat illusory. What are you doing? You're crazy. Guqian roared. Are you still playing dumb? Do you think I can't tell? That valley is clearly a death door, a dangerous place that contains terrifying killing intent. If I step in, I will die without a doubt. Since you want to kill me, I can only kill you first. Lu Ming said coldly. The forbidden origin energy kept circulating, suppressing Guqian, wanting to completely erase him. Guqian didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to see through the truth of this grand ceiling formation. Back then, his cultivation had been extremely profound. Furthermore, he and his companion were both proficient in formations. They were both formation grandmasters. The two of them had worked together and spent a very long time before they were able to understand the grand ceiling formation. But how could Lu Ming see through the truth of this formation so easily? Even a array grandmaster who was proficient in array grandmasters wouldn't be able to see through it so easily. Was it a coincidence or was he trying to trick him? If he was trying to trick him, how could there be such a coincidence? Why would he choose to trick him here? Rumble. Lu Ming's taboo power of origin was too terrifying. It kept suppressing Guqian, obliterating his soul and body, wanting to completely destroy him. Guqian panicked. If this continued, he would really be turned into ashes. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Guqian shouted. You still want to do it again? Lu Ming said coldly. This Guqian was vicious and would be a disaster if he was left alive. Anyway, this grand ceiling formation couldn't stop him. Why should he leave Guqian alive? I still have a use for it. We have only explored half of this grand ceiling formation. I still need to lead the way for the remaining half. Guqian said. I have the Demon King the Archmark. This grand ceiling formation can't hide from me. Why do I need you to lead the way? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming didn't know that Guqian had thousands of clones, and Guqian's life was completely in his hands. Therefore, he didn't hide the fact that he had the Demon King the Archmark. What? You actually have the Demon King the Archmark? Guqian was shocked. He had never thought that Lu Ming would have the Demon King the Archmark, which was a supreme treasure of the ancient desolate era. He finally knew why Lu Ming knew that the canyon was filled with killing intent. It was the Death Gate because of the Demon King the Archmark. He was completely displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. He wanted to use this grand ceiling formation to kill Lu Ming. It was simply wishful thinking. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please spare me. Guqian shouted. Ridiculous. Lu Ming replied coldly. The forbidden origin energy continued to suppress Guqian, trying to destroy him. Guqian screamed miserably. His body became more and more illusory. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be refined. I still have a use for it. Even if we pass through this formation, the human king's heart still has the last seal. That seal can't be broken even if you have the Demon King the Archmark. We have to work together to break it, Guqian roared. Lu Ming couldn't help but pause. He retracted the forbidden energy and stopped refining Guqian. He said seriously, is what you said true? If it's false, I'll turn you into ashes. It's absolutely true. As long as we pass through this grand ceiling formation, we'll know whether it's true or false. If it's false, it won't be too late for you to destroy me then. Guqianzhan said firmly. Lu Ming knew that this was most likely true. As long as he passed through this grand ceiling formation, he would know whether it was true or false. If it was false, Guqian would still die. Let me ask you. Why do you want to kill me? Do you want to devour my soul? Lu Ming asked coldly. That's right. It's true. Guqian didn't hide it. He knew that he couldn't hide it anyway. You're not a human, right? Lu Ming continued to ask, observing Guqian's reaction. Guqian's mind spun rapidly. In his eyes, Lu Ming was unfathomable. This young man gave him an unfathomable feeling. He didn't know if Lu Ming had noticed anything. It's better to tell him some things, lest he becomes suspicious and spoils the matter. Anyway, when the human king's heart is born, he won't be able to escape. There's only death for him. Thinking of this, Guqian said, I'm indeed not a human. Hearing Guqian's words, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. This Guqian was really not a human, but his soul aura was clearly that of a human. What was going on? Lu Ming asked. Because of my special physique and cultivation technique, I've already killed a few humans before you. I devoured their souls and could imitate the soul aura of other clans. Guqian explained. Lu Ming was a little shocked. How could it be like this? Wouldn't Guqian be able to impersonate countless races? As long as he devoured the soul of a certain race, he could impersonate that race. It was really mysterious. However, Lu Ming believed that this physique and cultivation technique were definitely not omnipotent. It was just that his cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was high enough, he would most likely be able to see through the truth. Previously, I kept bumping into other people. Was it your trick? Lu Ming continued to ask. Yes, I've been here for countless years and set up monitoring formations in many places. I know where there are people. That's why I could lure you over and meet those people. Guqian explained. Of course, he would not say that it was because he had thousands of clones that he could lead Lu Ming and the others to meet. He would never say this question even if he was beaten to death. It was related to his future plans. Lu Ming did not doubt it because it was completely reasonable. Let's continue to lead the way. Lu Ming said. The two continued on their way. Next, Guqian did not play any tricks, nor did he dare to play any tricks. Lu Ming had the Demon King Arch rune. Even if he played any tricks, it would be useless. After a period of time, they successfully passed through the ceiling formation. Lu Ming was safe and sound, but the people of other forces were not so lucky. Those who had a Guqian around them were all killed by Guqian. A large number of experts died and their souls were devoured by Guqian. Each Guqian grew stronger and stronger. When Lu Ming passed through the ceiling formation and saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. There were 8 mountains surrounding them, and in the middle of the 8 mountains was a flat land. In the center of this flat land, there was a blood coffin. At the same time, 8 chains wrapped around the blood coffin. The other ends of the 8 chains sank into the 8 surrounding mountains. These 8 chains were neither gold nor silver. They were not even solid. They were completely formed from the interweaving of rune formations. A broken sword floated above the blood coffin. Most of the broken sword was the hilt, and only a small part of the sword blade was left. It looked like it was only 1/5 of the complete sword blade. The other 4/5 of the sword blade had disappeared. The broken sword emitted powerful ripples, and chains made of runes extended from the broken sword, wrapping around the blood coffin. Dong. Dong, vaguely, Lu Ming heard thumping sounds coming from the blood coffin. It sounded like the beating of a war drum or the beating of a heart. Lu Ming's breathing could not help but become heavy. The heart of the human king, he was certain that the human monarch's heart was in this blood coffin. However, it was clear that Guqian was right. The sovereign personage's heart still had a seal. Those chains were the seal. Lu Ming operated the fake King Emperor rune and observed carefully. Those chains changed in Lu Ming's eyes, turning into tiny runes. The size, strength, and energy ripples of these runes were all clearly seen by Lu Ming. How is it? Can you see the flaws and weaknesses of these chains? Guqian asked. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. Let me tell you, these rune chains are very special. You won't be able to break them with just your origin energy. You will need to combine it with your soul energy to break them. Therefore, the two of us have to work together to break them. Guqian said. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Guqian was right. If he wanted to break the seal here, he would have to rely on Guqian. Because Lu Ming had never trained in soul attacks, he had tried it before, but it was not very useful. Tell me where the weakness is. We will work together to attack that weakness. Xianxia said. Okay, there. Let's attack together. Lu Ming pointed out a location and then took out a divine sword. This divine sword was an origin-grade divine weapon. Forbidden origin energy flowed into the divine sword and slashed at a certain location on one of the chains. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. His body glowed as he shot out a beam of soul light. The soul light turned into the shape of a battle sword and slashed at the same location as Lu Ming's divine sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing resounded. The rune chains shook, and Lu Ming's divine sword was sent flying. Xianxia's soul light also collapsed. How is it? Is it effective? Xianxia asked. It's effective. Lu Ming discovered with the fake King Emperor rune that a small gap had appeared at the location of the rune chains. It was difficult for ordinary people to see it, but it could not be hidden from the fake King Emperor rune. Lu Ming's confidence increased greatly. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. Continue, Lu Ming roared as he continued to control the divine sword to slash down. Xianxia also continued to attack. Asterisk clang. Asterisk after another round of attack, Lu Ming discovered that the gap in the chain had become a little bigger. Continue, the two attacked continuously, attacking that weak point. The gap in that weakness was getting bigger and bigger. When the two were tired, they sat down and meditated. After recovering, they continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month of continuous attacks, that gap had become very large. It was as if the rune chains would be cut in half in the next moment. Of course, this was also because too much time had passed, and the rune chain's power was no longer at its peak. Otherwise, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's strength, they would not have been able to break it, no matter how much time they spent. In this month, no one but them had come here. Without Xianxia leading the way, and without the fake King Emperor rune, it would be impossible for them to pass through that ceiling formation in a short time. Even a big shot who was extremely proficient in formations would not be able to pass through that ceiling formation in a short month. Not to mention a month, it would be incredible if they could pass through it within 100 years. And this was only possible because the ceiling formation was not very good at the moment, and a gap had appeared. One must know that Xianxia and his companions had spent 1,000,000 years to understand this formation. Of course, the ceiling formation back then was still at its peak. Without anyone to disturb them, Lu Ming and Xianxia could break the seal in peace. Clang! The two attacked together again. Bam! This time, the sealing chain was completely severed. One part of the seal was severed, and the entire chain shattered with a bang. It turned into a rain of light and dissipated into the air. One of the sealing chains was broken. But there were still 7. They continued to attack the second sealing chain's weak point. Just like that, Lu Ming and Xianxia worked together and used a total of 8 months to finally sever all 8 sealing chains. Dong dong dong, when all 8 sealing chains were severed, the sound coming from the blood coffin became even more intense. It was like the beating of a heavenly drum, shaking the void and the earth. This time, not only could Lu Ming and the others hear it, but the other experts trapped in the ceiling formation could also hear it. Even the experts in other directions heard it as well. This is the sound of a heartbeat? The human king's heart has appeared. Someone has found the human king's heart. Many people exclaimed. The experts trapped in the ceiling formation were incomparably anxious. And the experts in other directions were rapidly rushing in the direction of the heartbeat. However, it was destined to be futile. With the obstruction of the ceiling formation, these people were destined to be blocked. There's still the last seal, Xianxia said. The last seal was the rune chains between the broken sword and the blood coffin. But at this time, Lu Ming's brows furrowed. I can't see the weakness. I can't see the weakness of the last seal, Lu Ming said. He activated the Demon King Emperor marks to the extreme. His pupils contracted and the 2 Demon King Emperor marks on his eyeballs flickered with a demonic light. However, he couldn't see the weakness of the sealing chains between the broken sword and the blood coffin. This broken sword was no small matter. It was as if it contained a frightening amount of energy. That energy was endlessly flowing out from the broken sword and poured into the sealing chain. This allowed the sealing chain to remain in its peak condition. There was no weakness at all. Legend has it that this broken sword is the sword of the human king Xianxia. Its boundless power. It seems that the last seal is not easy to break. Guqian said in a low voice. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. This broken sword actually had such a background. It was actually the sword of the human king Xianxia. It could be seen that the human king Xianxia had experienced a tragic battle back then. Even his sword was broken. Looking carefully, one could see a faint fingerprint on the 1/5 of the sword. Lu Ming's heart thumped wildly, and his eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the human king Xianxuan's sword was broken by someone's fingers? Impossible, Lu Ming shook his head. This idea was too crazy, illusory, and unrealistic. What kind of person was the human sovereign Xianxuan? He was the ruler of the great desolate continent, a supreme peak expert. How could someone break his sword with their bare hands? It was a fantasy. Lu Ming shook his head and threw this unrealistic thought out of his mind. But immediately, another doubt emerged in his heart. According to legend, the human king was suppressed by someone. His body was divided into 7 pieces and sealed in 7 different places. Why would someone who had been suppressed use the human king's sword as a seal? Shouldn't the sovereign personage's sword be sealed as well? Could it be that the human sovereign's sword betrayed the human sovereign? I can't figure it out. Lu Ming had even more doubts in his heart. If we can seal or isolate the human sovereign's sword for a short time, the human sovereign's heart can appear. Once the human sovereign's heart appears, the sealing chains will break on their own. However, we are too weak. It is impossible. If I were at my peak, it might be possible. Guqian sighed. Lu Ming shook his head as well. Seal or isolate the human sovereign's sword, was it possible with them? That was the human sovereign's sword, even if it was just a broken sword. Perhaps I can give it a try. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. It came from Lu Ming's wrist. It was Qiu. Guqian also looked over, looking at Lu Ming's wrist. Qiu, don't be careless. That is the human sovereign's sword. You might explode from it, Lu Ming said, not wanting Qiu to take the risk. Naturally, he knew what Qiu wanted to do. Qiu was very talented. It could swallow and refine any metal or divine weapon, turning them into its own power. The human sovereign's sword was also made of precious metals and was within Qiu's range of absorption. However, no matter how talented Qiu was, there was still a limit. This was the human sovereign's sword. How could Qiu swallow it? I want to give it a try. If I can swallow and refine it, it will bring me endless benefits. I might be able to break through to the source realm or even become stronger. I won't have to fear the source realm tribulation. Qiu flew out from Lu Ming's wrist, his eyes filled with fervor. He looked at the human sovereign's broken sword, his eyes filled with desire and greed. The human sovereign's broken sword was of a very high grade. It was the highest grade weapon he had ever seen. It was definitely an immortal Dao treasure. Once he refined such a treasure, there would be endless benefits. His talent and potential would increase to a shocking level. His battle prowess would be unrivaled, and his cultivation would skyrocket. He would be able to dominate the world. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Qiu, do what you can. Once you find that you can't, immediately give up, Lu Ming instructed. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll give it a try first. With that said, Qiu flew forward. His body grew bigger and bigger until he turned into a huge ball. A huge mouth appeared in the middle of the ball. It had a wide mouth with sharp fangs that looked like 2 rows of sharp swords. Then, Qiu's mouth suddenly opened like a snake swallowing an elephant. He swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword. Lu Ming was extremely nervous. He stared at Qiu, afraid that something would happen to Qiu. When Qiu swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword, his mouth suddenly closed and he floated in the air motionlessly. His body emitted a bright light, as if he was trying his best to refine the human sovereign's broken sword. Did he really succeed? He can even refine the human sovereign's broken sword? Even Lu Ming was very surprised. If that was really the case, Qiu's talent was too terrifying. It could ignore the difference in level. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had a look of disbelief. What kind of race is this? He's only a divine lord, but he can even swallow the human sovereign's broken sword. Unbelievable. When I get the human sovereign's heart, I'll definitely take it and study it, Xianxia thought. Then, his gaze turned towards the blood coffin. His eyes were burning. Dong dong dong. When Xianxia swallowed the human sovereign's broken sword, the connection between it and the blood coffin seemed to have been cut off. The energy emitted by the human sovereign's broken sword also seemed to have been cut off. After the human sovereign's broken sword was cut off, the seal between the broken sword and the blood coffin lost its source of energy and collapsed, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, terrifying tremors came from the blood coffin. With each tremor, the void shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming's face also paled. He retreated as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the blood coffin. A wisp of blood chi surged out of the blood coffin. It was just a wisp, but it seemed to have turned into a blood-colored wave that flooded in all directions. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the Heaven Destroyer's base. Somewhere in the Heaven Destroyer's base, a terrifying aura spread out. What's going on? What's going on? The Heaven Destroyer's base was in chaos. Everyone was alarmed by this aura. This aura was too powerful, as if it was the ruler of everything. It was as brilliant as the might of the heavens, making everyone breathless. In the next moment, a ray of light flew out of the Heaven Destroyer's base and into the depths of the universe at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was countless times faster than the speed of an Origin Realm expert. However, there were still people who saw what that ray of light was. The body of the human king. That's the body of the human king. I saw it too. Wasn't the body of the human king kept by Senior Fei Huang? Why did it fly away? What happened? Even Senior Fei Huang couldn't suppress it? Many people exclaimed, including Lion, Tang Jian, and the others. Their faces were very ugly. They had gone through so much to obtain the body of the human king, but now, it flew away just like that. All their efforts had turned into flowing water. Most importantly, where was the body of the human king flying? If it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a disaster. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, there was a mysterious and eternal unknown place. It seemed that even the Origin Tribulation couldn't affect this place. Inside, two figures were sitting cross-legged. If the Heaven Destroyer's people were here, they would definitely recognize these two figures. They were the immeasurable heavenly demon Fei Huang and the forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng. Suddenly, Fei Huang opened her eyes. There seemed to be two lightning bolts in the void, piercing through the boundless void. Oh no, my clone couldn't suppress the body of the human king and it flew away. It seems that the heart of the human king has been born. Fei Huang's true body whispered with a hint of worry in her eyes. The world is unpredictable. Unfortunately, the heart of the human king was born hundreds of years ago. You and I can't interfere. It's up to them. Tang Feng also opened his eyes and whispered. How's your cultivation? I'm still a little lacking. It's hard to succeed. Fei Huang sighed. 10,000 years, thousands of tribulations, and narrowly escaped death. I'll finally succeed. Tang Feng said. You're going to succeed. Fei Huang was pleasantly surprised. Once the Origin Tribulation is over, it should be about time. I hope they can hold on. Tang Feng sighed slightly. His face that was like an ancient well without ripples revealed a rare trace of worry. It would be difficult for them to take action in the following period of time. However, this period of time was also the most difficult period. Hopefully, the exterminating heavens troop could hold on. In the Western universe, the 9 elements forbidden land, under the crack, where the human king's physical body was sealed. A bloody aura swept across the place like a tide, dyeing the entire place red. This scene shocked everyone. Regardless of whether it was the people inside the Grand Ceiling Formation or those outside the Grand Ceiling Formation, they all saw it. Blood chi surging to the heavens, heartbeat thundering. The sovereign personage's heart is truly born. On. of it. They were mad with hatred. Asterisk crack, asterisk at this moment, more and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin. 1, 2, 3, very soon, the blood coffin was covered in cracks that covered the entire coffin. Ha ha ha, the human king's heart is finally born. I didn't wait in vain after all these years. When I absorb and refine the human king's heart, I'll transcend and become invincible, Guqian laughed. His face was filled with ecstasy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Two big hands pressed down on Guqian like millstones. He wanted to completely obliterate Guqian. Kid, what are you doing? Guqian was furious. I feel that leaving you alive is a disaster. Let's send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The forbidden origin force kept erupting. Guqian's body shook violently and was constantly obliterated. He turned into wisps of light and dissipated. However, Guqian didn't panic at all. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Brat, do you really think that you can kill me? What a joke. Let me tell you, this is just one of my many clones. So what if you kill me? Once my clones merge into one, it will be your death. Guqian laughed. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Guqian's wild laughter came from all directions. Then, blood-red figures rushed out one after another. They were all Guqian. There were more than 100 of them. They looked exactly the same. All of them looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little confused. These Guqian's aura was different. Some of them were like the human race. Some of them were similar to the 9-ene demonic spider. Some of them were like the extreme evil race, ha ha ha, are you confused? Let me tell you, I can create thousands of clones and devour the souls of different physiques at the same time to strengthen myself. You people came in just to give me nourishment. Ha ha ha, the Guqian that was about to be obliterated by Lu Ming laughed. It seems like what you said to me before is all fake. Lu Ming said coldly. It's not all fake. Kid, I'll let you die in peace. After all, you've made a great contribution to the birth of the human king's heart. I'm not from the human race. I'm from the heavenly soul race. Guqian said. At this moment, he was full of confidence. He was just waiting for the human king's heart to be born. As for Lu Ming, he didn't care about him at all. He didn't mind letting Lu Ming know more. The heavenly soul race? The heavenly soul forbidden land? The one that was flattened by the human king Xianxia? Lu Ming said subconsciously. In the Azure Divine Realm, he knew a lot about the chaotic continent. He also knew a lot about the legends of the human king. Legend had it that the human king Xianxia once flattened 2 terrifying forbidden lands alone. One was the 9 elements forbidden land, and the other was the heavenly soul forbidden land. The heavenly soul forbidden land was inhabited by the heavenly soul race. They were extremely powerful, similar to the forbidden lands now. In fact, their strength was even more terrifying. Shut up! Guqian roared as if his sore spot had been poked. Xianxia dared to destroy the forbidden land of Tianhun. Now, I'm going to devour his heart. This is called an eye for an eye. After I devour his heart, I'll kill all the remaining humans in this universe to avenge what happened in the past. Guqian said coldly. You said that your companions betrayed you. In my opinion, it's you who betrayed your companions. Lu Ming said. So what? Is that guy qualified to share the human king's heart with me? Only when I refine the human king's heart can I be invincible. That abominable fellow actually guarded against me at all times, causing my sneak attack to fail. In the end, I could only fight. In the end, he actually wanted to perish together with me. Fortunately, I was lucky. Although I was heavily injured and on the verge of death, I luckily survived. This time, fortunately, so many of you came, allowing me to devour your souls and strengthen myself. Guqian explained casually. Lu Ming more or less understood what was going on. Countless years ago, Guqian and his companions had found this place. After going through untold hardships, they finally found the human monarch's heart and broke the sealing formation. However, Guqian wanted to take the human monarch's heart for himself, so he launched a sneak attack on his companions. Unexpectedly, Guqian was on guard against him, and the sneak attack failed, resulting in a huge battle. In the end, Guqian's companions were no match for him. However, after risking their lives, Guqian also suffered unimaginable injuries. Even after so many years, he still had not recovered. Then, not long ago, the experts of the various large factions entered this place. Guqian targeted the experts of the various large factions, wanting to devour their souls to strengthen himself. He could create 10 million clones, but unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy, and his strength was limited. Those weaker than him were directly killed by him and had their souls devoured. Probably before meeting Lu Ming, there were already humans who had died at his hands. Therefore, Guqian's soul aura was the same as a human's. When encountering those he could not deal with, Guqian would use the condition of finding the human monarch's body as a condition to cooperate with them. Lu Ming also understood why he kept encountering other people. It was not some monitoring formation, but Guqian's clones guiding each other. The goal was to make them kill each other confidently so that he could secretly absorb and refine their soul energy to strengthen himself. In the end, this Guqian, who was with Lu Ming, discovered that Lu Ming had the Fiend King Emperor mark, so he used Lu Ming to break the sealing chains of the human monarch's heart, allowing it to come out. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already raised his guard, but unexpectedly, he was still used by Guqian. However, Guqian's soul aura was that of a human, which made Lu Ming lower his guard. At the same time, Lu Ming also did not expect that Guqian could create 10 million clones. He knew too little, which was why he was used. Guqian was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He was crafty and cunning, and was not easy to deal with. Crack crack, as they spoke, more and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin, and the beating of the heart became louder and louder. The blood qi that spread out became denser and denser. Guqianbai's doppelganger took a deep breath. Traces of blood qi were absorbed by his soul, causing his soul to glow even brighter. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The heavenly soul race was truly terrifying. Not only could they devour the souls of living beings, but they could also devour the blood qi of living beings for their own use. This sort of talent was simply too terrifying and domineering. According to legend, during the era of the Urwild's continent, this race had caused countless disasters for the sake of cultivation. Countless living beings had died at their hands. That was why the human king Xianyuan had acted to flatten them. It's about time. Lu Ming, I'll send you on your way now. Hundreds of Guqian roared at the same time and then charged towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of Guqian attacked together, their power shocking. Moreover, many of these Guqianis had previously devoured the souls of others. They were even stronger than the one who had been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and immediately executed a Genesis technique. His body grew to a height of 3 feet as he raised his battle prowess to the peak. Boom, Lu Ming thrust out his palm, forming a continent that pressed down on the hundreds of Guqian. This was the Urwild style. However, the Urwild style's power was even more terrifying when activated in the Genesis technique state. Esoteric laws filled the air above the continent, as if they were about to transform into a real world. The terrifying power made the hundreds of Guqian's expression turn grave. Dozens of Guqian charged towards the Urwild's continent, while the other dozens continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The continent formed by the Urwild style shook violently and was blasted apart. At the same time, Lu Ming's war god spear swept out and clashed with the dozens of Guqian. Subsequently, Lu Ming shuddered violently and was forced to retreat. In the face of dozens of Guqian, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, but he was unharmed. This was because the majority of Guqian's attacks targeted the soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was scattered across all the cells in his body, making it difficult to target. The attacks of these Guqian could not cause much damage to Lu Ming. Focusing on attacking the soul, very good, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and charged towards the Guqian instead of retreating. He stared at one of the Guqian and launched a fierce attack. With so many Guqian attacking at the same time, the attack power was too scattered and could not cause much damage. However, it was different. If they focused their attacks on the same person, You're courting death, Guqian saw through Lu Ming's goal, but he was not afraid. What did it matter if one or two of his clones were destroyed? He had hundreds of clones, and one or two of them dying was not a big deal. On the contrary, they could take advantage of the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. The other Guqian unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was wearing a top source-grade battle armor, ignored these attacks and focused on one of the Guqian. Bang, the war god spear pressed down, surrounded by divine light and endless power. This Guqian's body was directly shattered. Although it was quickly recovering, its aura had withered a lot and its body had become illusory. It was seriously injured. At the same time, the attacks of the other Guqian also fell on Lu Ming's body. Unfortunately, most of the attacks were aimed at the soul. Although some of the cells were damaged, it did not cause any fatal damage to Lu Ming. One must know that Lu Ming had 60 trillion cells in his body. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of them were destroyed, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was not a big deal. The few attacks that targeted the body were blocked by the top source-grade battle armor and a layer of thin film on the skin. Lu Ming was fine and continued to attack. The war god spear swept out horizontally. Bang, the body of the heavily injured Guqian's clone exploded again, but it was still not dead. It was just that this time, it was even weaker, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He would not let go of such an opportunity and launched a fierce attack. The war god spear continued to attack. Each spear contained the power of destruction. Swish! 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 After a few consecutive spears, this Guqian clone was finally completely destroyed and dissipated in the void. Your soul, what's going on? Why is attacking your soul ineffective? Guqian roared. Kill! How could Lu Ming explain it to the other party? He continued to stare at another Guqian and launched an attack. So what if you have hundreds of clones? I'll just destroy them one by one. Kill! Guqian's clone also roared and attacked Lu Ming again. Unfortunately, the result was the same as before. Their attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other Guqian and focused on one of them. After a while, another Guqian was completely destroyed by Lu Ming. Damn it, his soul seems to be scattered in the cells of his body. Unless all the cells in his body are destroyed, attacking his soul is useless. Guqian finally understood. Guqian was an expert of the Tianhun clan. At his peak, his cultivation was unfathomable and his vision was unique. He was especially skilled in the Tao of the soul, so he could easily see through Lu Ming. After a series of probing, he had already figured out that Lu Ming's soul was not in his sea of consciousness, but was scattered throughout the cells of his body. After figuring it out, Guqian was extremely shocked. What kind of cultivation technique was this to be able to do this? How many cells did a living being have? It was simply unimaginable. To scatter the soul into the cells of the body, this cultivation technique was simply heaven-defying. As long as the cells of the body were not destroyed, it was equivalent to being immortal. A fortuitous opportunity, a heaven-defying opportunity, Guqian's eyes immediately burned with passion. If he could obtain this cultivation technique, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity for him. His life force would skyrocket, and he would be immortal. Perhaps this opportunity would not be any worse than the mortal king's heart. However, if he wanted to obtain this cultivation technique from Lu Ming, he needed to first suppress Lu Ming. Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you scatter your soul into the cells of your body? As long as I use my super strength to destroy your body, you're dead for sure. Guqian coldly said. Afterwards, he did not continue to attack Lu Ming. Instead, he rapidly retreated. Following that, over 100 figures charged towards each other. He was fusing, swish swish swish, 2, 4, 8, 10, as Guqian's figures fused together, his aura constantly skyrocketed. It rose extremely quickly, and a terrifying pressure radiated from Guqian's body. Lu Ming's face became stern. He could sense that Guqian's cultivation was skyrocketing. If the cultivation of the figures at the beginning was only at early reciprocity, then now, he was rapidly charging towards mid-reciprocity, and then towards late reciprocity. Clearly, if Guqian wanted to fuse all his clones, he would need to use his super strength to suppress Lu Ming. Against an enemy that was too strong, even if Lu Ming scattered his soul into the cells of his body, it would be useless. His opponent could use his super strength to suppress all his cells in an instant, or destroy them in an instant. What do I do? Lu Ming rapidly pondered, trying to think of a countermeasure. In the end, the only method he could think of was to retreat. Yes, the difference in strength was too great, and he had no way of resisting. At this moment, Guqian's presence had actually reached late reciprocity, and it was still rapidly increasing. This was because Guqian had only fused with half of his clone. After all the clones had fused, what level could Guqian reach? Does it surpass the origin? Too strong. At that time, Guqian would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one hand. However, just as Lu Ming decided to retreat, an unforeseen event occurred. Guqian, who was fusing with his doppelganger, suddenly trembled as if he had encountered a terrifying pressure. It's the Great Tribulation of Origins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could sense that the pressure of the Great Tribulation of Origin was increasing dramatically in the void. That's right. For now, only early reciprocity existences were allowed to move about freely in the universe. Guqian's clone was too powerful after fusing, so he was suppressed by the Origin Tribulation. This damned Great Tribulation of Origins, Guqian roared. He had never expected that he would be suppressed by the Great Origin Calamity even though he was only a soul without an origin root in his body. It was simply unreasonable. Bang! 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 Guqian, who had fused with more than half of his doppelganger, constantly emitted explosive sounds. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Guqian's body exploded and dozens of figures flew out. Guqian's fusion had failed and he was injured. Because the bodies of these doppelganger were much more illusory than before, he had lost a lot of soul power. Looks like your plan has failed. If you can't fuse, then I'll destroy you one by one. Lu Ming laughed. Holding the war god spear, he stepped forward and was about to launch another attack. Lu Ming was not afraid of Guqian who could not fuse, no matter how many of them there were. As long as he focused on one of them, they would be destroyed by him sooner or later. Damn it! Guqian roared, his expression changing. Kacha, kacha, the cracks on the blood coffin were still increasing. At this moment, the cracks on the blood coffin were densely packed. It was unknown how many of them there were. Bang! Following that, the blood coffin exploded with a bang. Dong dong dong, the thunderous sound became even more intense as a soaring blood light spread out. Lu Ming saw that a heart had appeared where the blood coffin was originally. The heart was the size of a normal person and there was still blood flowing from it. Furthermore, the heart was still beating as if it had just been dug out of a human body. The human monarch's heart was truly born. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't fuse? My means are not something you can imagine. When I devour the human monarch's heart, it will be the time of your death. Seeing the human monarch's heart, Guqian was overjoyed. Following that, Guqian's doppelganger actually charged towards the human monarch's heart. The human monarch's heart did not have any other reaction and allowed Guqian to charge in. Soon, Guqian's doppelganger entered the human monarch's heart. However, there was still one Guqian outside. Guqian was not completely confident. Hence, he left a doppelganger outside just in case. As long as one doppelganger was not destroyed, Guqian would not die and there would be a chance for him to rise again. Brat, do you think that all existences above the origin source will be suppressed by the origin source calamity? Let me tell you, that's because they are not strong to a certain extent. Once they are strong to a certain extent, the origin source calamity will not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, we are nearing the end of the origin source calamity. Once I absorb the human monarch's heart, the origin source calamity will not be able to do anything to me. When that time comes, you will die. Guqian's doppelganger sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Following that, his killing intent exploded as he shouted, "Then, I will stop you before you succeed." Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the battle god spear expanded. Like a mountain range, it pressed down on Guqian. He would first destroy Guqian's doppelganger before finding a way to stop Guqian from refining the human monarch's heart. Guqian's doppelganger's face turned ugly as he retreated. However, he was already enveloped by the battle god spear and was locked down. There was no way for him to retreat. Boom! Under the pressure of the battle god spear, Guqian's doppelganger exploded. Following that, a terrifying force pressed down on Guqian. Soon, Guqian's doppelganger was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming looked at the human monarch's heart. How should he stop Guqian? Should he attack the human monarch's heart? However, this was the human monarch's heart. Would his attack be effective? Lu Ming, do you think that destroying my doppelganger will work? Let me tell you, it's useless. Your ending is already set. You will die in my hands. Guqian's roar came from the human monarch's heart. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that the blood qi that was spreading out from the human king's heart was actually contracting. Could it be that this guy can really refine the human king's heart? Lu Ming was very shocked. He felt that Guqian was definitely not ordinary at his peak. Perhaps he was a top expert of the Tianhan Forbidden Land. Otherwise, how could he have such means? One had to know that this was the human king's heart. Even if it was placed in front of them, not many people could refine it. Guqian actually had such means. He was definitely not ordinary at his peak. Thinking about it, the human king's heart was sealed in this continent and had not appeared. Guqian could actually enter back then. How could his means be ordinary? Lu Ming's heart was heavy. If Guqian really refined the human king's heart, it would really be a disaster. In the current universe, who could stop him? It would be a disaster for all living beings in the universe. One had to know that in the previous era, the Tianhan race had caused a tragic disaster on the Eldritch continent. They devoured the souls of living beings and refined their blood. Who knew how many living beings died, in the end, if they were not destroyed by human King Xianxia? Who knew how great the disaster would be? And now, who could stop Guqian? That is, Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction. Lu Ming felt that there was a terrifying aura surging over from that direction. Then, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened. What did he see? The human king's body. Yes, it was actually the human king's body. Wasn't the human king's body kept by Fei Huang at the Heaven Destroyer station? Why would it appear here? Could it be because the human king's heart was born and they could sense each other? It was very likely. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that when the human king's body was born, the human king's limbs and head also flew out by themselves, breaking the seal and fusing with the human king's body. The human king's heart was the core of the human king's body. It was normal for the human king's body to fly over from a long distance. Boom, the human king's body descended and floated in the air, emitting a powerful aura. It was as if the human king had reappeared and dominated the world. Next, the human monarch's heart flew towards the human monarch's physical body and fused into its chest. At this moment, the aura that was being emitted from the body of the human king was even more horrifying. It was as though the body of the human king had been revived. Blood qi was emanating out repeatedly, as though the human king had been revived. What's going on? Human sovereign corporeal body, a complete human sovereign corporeal body? Guqian's shocked roar came from within the human king's body. Next, a powerful energy erupted from the human king's body. Guqian's clones flew out of the human king's heart. More than 100 Guqians flew out and stared at the human king's heart. Soul, I can feel a soul fluctuation. The human king is not dead. Could it be that the human king is still alive? Guqian found it hard to believe. He kept shouting, his face full of fear. His fear of the human king, Xianxia, came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if he had not been in the heavenly soul forbidden land, he would have been killed by human King Xianxia. Now, he actually felt a trace of soul fluctuation in the human king's body. How could he not be afraid? Lu Ming's heart was also greatly shaken, raging waves rising in it. There were soul fluctuations in the human king's body? Could it be that the human king was really still alive? After countless years, he was about to be revived. This was definitely a major event that would shock the universe. If that was the case, it would be a great blessing for the human race. It would also be great news for the Heaven Destroyer. One had to know that the leader of the Heaven Destroyer was also a human. The Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, was from the human race. With the human king's protection, the human race, or the Heaven Destroyer, would no longer have to fear the various forbidden lands. Lu Ming could not help but feel anticipation in his heart. the aura of the human king's body grew stronger and stronger. There seemed to be a horrifying energy awakening in his body. This time, even Lu Ming could sense that it was the power of the soul. A horrifying soul energy was awakening in the human king's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, the human king's eyes that had been closed for countless years opened again. 2 rainbow-colored lights shot out from the human king's eyes. They were like 2 divine swords, slicing through the void and splitting the sky. Rumble! The sky split open. This world was originally sealed under the 9 elements forbidden land. Above was the vast land of the 9 elements forbidden land. At this moment, the land of the 9 elements forbidden land was split open by the 2 rainbow-colored lights from the human king's eyes. When the human king opened his eyes, heaven and earth collapsed. The power was so strong that it was beyond imagination. What's going on? How terrifying. The sky has been split open. What's happening inside? At this moment, all the experts of the various races who had entered the place where the human king's heart was sealed were stunned. They did not know what was happening. The human king's gaze swept through the surroundings. Then, a deep voice rang out, "Human king, back then, you wanted to use your physical body to seal me forever. You wanted to use the power of time to erase me. Who would have thought that one day, I would break free? Not only that, but I can also fuse with your physical body. With your physical body, not only can I recover to my peak, I might even be able to reach a higher level. Ha ha ha. The formation you left behind, disappear." Following that, the human king raised his arm and grabbed at the air. The surrounding ceiling formation suddenly trembled. Countless runes flew out from the ground like small snakes, flying towards the human king's palm. Finally, they gathered into a ball and were caught by the human king's physical body. Such a method was simply unfathomable and unimaginable. The people who were originally trapped in the ceiling formation all broke free. They all soared into the air and saw the human king's physical body. Immediately, all of them were stunned. Like Lu Ming, they all thought that the human king had come back to life. The humans of the Azure Divine Realm were naturally overjoyed. However, the beings of the various forbidden lands had extremely ugly expressions. Only Lu Ming's heart kept sinking. Previously, Lu Ming had heard the words of the human king's physical body clearly. The words of the human king's physical body had clearly stated that this was not the human king himself. The human king who had awoken was someone else. This person was sealed by the human king's physical body. However, wasn't it said that the human king's physical body was sealed by other experts? Why was it different from what he knew? At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a mess. You are not the human king Xianyuan," Guqian exclaimed. "Of course not." The human king's physical body looked at Guqian and said coldly, "Tianhun, you want to refine the human king's heart? How laughable. Become my nutrients." With that, the human king opened his mouth. A terrifying suction force erupted and instantly enveloped all of Guqian's clones. All of Guqian's clones involuntarily flew into the human king's mouth. Spare me," Guqian roared in horror and struggled frantically. However, it was useless. In the next moment, all of Guqian's clones were swallowed into the human king's mouth silently. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The sovereign personage's physical body swallowed Guqian in one gulp. After entering the sovereign personage's mouth, Guqian disappeared without a sound. Unfortunately, it is only a remnant soul. It is of limited use to me. If it were at its peak, it would still be possible. A voice came from the sovereign personage's physical body. This voice was not the sovereign personage's physical body speaking but the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body sending out soul fluctuations. Lu Ming was not the only one who saw this scene. The surrounding experts of the various races saw it as well. Without the sealing array, these experts soared into the air. Nothing could obstruct their vision. They could clearly see the situation on Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming's expression turned extremely grave. As for the others, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that something extraordinary had happened. Perhaps, a terrifying old monster had awakened. Based on what this person said, he was sealed by the sovereign personage. What kind of terrifying existence could make the sovereign personage personally take action? At this moment, the sovereign personage's physical body looked at Lu Ming. The sovereign personage's physical body's eyes were empty and lifeless, no different from the eyes of a corpse. However, Lu Ming felt like he had been seen through. His body involuntarily tensed up. This was an instinctive reaction. Why does this brat have that kind of blood in his body? Strange, strange, the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body muttered to itself. Of course, Lu Ming could not hear it. It was the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body that was thinking. Then, the soul in the sovereign personage's physical body said, "Little fellow, I have to thank you for being able to break free." Lu Ming understood what the other party meant. At the very least, there were two things that were closely related to Lu Ming for the sovereign personage's physical body being able to break free. One was the sovereign personage's heart. The previous seal was broken by Lu Ming and Guqian working together. The other was the sovereign personage's right hand, which Lu Ming brought out. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Ming shouted. "On account of the fact that you helped me, I can answer some questions. My name is Teak, a great enemy of the sovereign personage Xianxia." The sovereign personage's physical body fluctuated. Everyone in the surroundings felt a chill in their hearts. Wouldn't Xianxuan's great enemy be an expert on the same level as Xianxuan? Now, such an expert had appeared. The human monarch's corporeal body was divided into 7 parts to guard 7 directions. Was it to seal you? Why is it said that the human king's body was divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places? Lu Ming continued to ask. Since the other party would answer a few of his questions, he might as well ask all the questions he had. In the past, there had always been a rumor in the universe that someone had divided the body of the human king into 7 parts and sealed them in 7 different places. However, the current situation did not seem to be the case. Lu Ming was very puzzled as to why there would be such a rumor. "That's because I purposely spread those rumors. If I didn't say that, would you all be so desperate to gather all the sovereign personages' bodies? How can I escape then?" The human king's body spoke. Lu Ming's expression was ugly, and the others were silent. That was indeed the case. If everyone knew that there was an old monster sealed within the sovereign personage's body, who would dare to complete the sovereign personage's body? However, it was different from the other way around. The human king's body was sealed by someone. As long as the sovereign personage's body was gathered and the sovereign personage's body was born, he would be able to sweep through the universe. Only then would everyone be proactive. The reason why those words appeared on the bronze box was also because of you. Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. It was me. Teak's answer was very straightforward. Everything was clear now. From the information he had now, Lu Ming could already deduce the general situation. Back then, the human king Xianxuan and Teak had fought a great battle. Both sides had probably suffered great losses. The human king was on the verge of death, and Teak was also severely injured. Only his soul was left. However, the human king Xianxuan did not have the strength to obliterate Teak's soul. In the end, he had no choice but to divide his body into 7 parts. He also divided Teak's soul into 7 parts and used his body to seal Teak's soul in 7 different places. In the past, he had always thought that those sealing array formations were set up by the person who sealed the human king's body. In fact, it was completely the other way around. It was clearly set up by the human king himself. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a little bitter. Everyone had been led by the nose by Teak, helping Teak release himself. The unification of the human king's body was equivalent to the unification of Teak's soul. I, Teak, have been reborn. I am destined to rule the world. Lu Ming, your talent is not bad. Your future achievements will not be small. I can give you a chance. If you submit to me, I can spare your life. Teak said. I refuse. Lu Ming shook his head. This Teak was a great enemy of the human king Xianxuan. He was definitely a great enemy of the human race, or even the primordial continent. Perhaps, the destruction of the primordial continent was related to this person. How could Lu Ming submit to him? As a man, there were things that he should do and things that he should not do. Even if it meant losing his life. Very good. You have a backbone. Unfortunately, whether you refuse or not, there is only one outcome. Don't worry. You have something that interests me. I will not kill you for the time being. It won't be too late to kill you after I study it thoroughly. After saying that, Teak stretched out a palm and grabbed at Lu Ming. Boom, this palm was the human king's palm. It was too terrifying. The void exploded and turned into chaos. Chaos G surrounded the human king's palm. It was incomparably huge and grabbed at Lu Ming. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long cry. He could not allow himself to be captured. Even if the other party was an invincible expert, he had to resist. He frantically activated the forbidden energy. However, in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart. He discovered that his body was completely motionless. In fact, even the taboo source power in his body had stopped flowing. It was as if it had been frozen. Before the huge palm could grab him, he had already been completely sealed. The gap was too big. It was so big that it was boundless. It was so big that it was beyond his imagination. It was like an ant in the mortal world facing a divine dragon in the divine world. Powerless. At this moment, Lu Ming felt deeply powerless. He had been cultivating hard enough and growing fast enough. However, when faced with such an existence, there was still a huge gap between them. The huge palm pressed down, wanting to suppress Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the human king's palm suddenly stopped. The human king raised his head and looked at the sky. Boom, the sky exploded, and countless boulders crashed down. Then, an ancient warship rushed in. The warship looked extremely old. It was covered with sword marks and the hull was tattered. Moreover, there was a black chi on the warship. It looked eerie and terrifying. It looked like a ghost ship. On the deck of the ship, there was a skeleton sitting there. Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes in shock. This was because he had seen this ancient warship before. That was the first time he ventured into the ruins of the universe. He was chased by a young void beast and encountered a battleship on the way. Fortunately, the battleship blocked the void beast and Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape the calamity. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this warship. It was because of this warship that Lu Ming had escaped from the void beast's mouth. But it was also because of this warship that a wisp of black mist had invaded Lu Ming's body. This wisp of black mist had almost taken Lu Ming's life. Lu Ming had tried everything, but he was unable to dispel it. In the end, he had to rely on the yellow mud road in his body to expel that wisp of black mist. Lu Ming had never expected to see this black warship here. The black warship emitted a terrifying aura. It was many times more terrifying than when Lu Ming had first encountered it. Moreover, the white skeleton on the deck suddenly stood up. Two balls of fire burned fiercely in the skeleton's eye sockets. Teak, get out of my father's body. The white skeleton on the warship actually let out a thunderous voice that caused the void to tremble. In the next moment, the white skeleton rushed out of the warship. Its white skeleton body seemed to transform into a snow-white battle sword, emitting a dazzling light. An incomparably huge sword light slashed towards the human king's body. To be more precise, it was slashing towards Teak. Teak could only withdraw his hand that was grabbing towards Lu Ming. Instead, he changed direction and attacked the sword light formed by the white skeleton. Boom, when the two collided, a pillar of light shot upwards. Above them was the continent of the 9 elements forbidden land. But at this moment, the land of the 9 elements forbidden land was completely torn apart, shattered, and destroyed. The vast land exploded into small pieces and constantly smashed downwards. Fortunately, the two of them seemed to have deliberately controlled their power and did not let the power rush downwards. Otherwise, Lu Ming would definitely have been reduced to ashes. It seemed that Teak did not want Lu Ming to die yet. This also allowed the experts of the various races to escape with their lives. This was because the power that erupted from the collision of the two was too terrifying. If they were swept in, only death would await them. After exchanging a blow, the two of them quickly separated. The white bone also retreated. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it's little King Xianxia. So you're not dead yet. But you're almost there. You're already in this state, and you still want to fight me? Teak laughed. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This skeleton was the son of the human king, Xianxia. His background was starting to be astonishingly huge. Teak, you despicable person, get out of my father's body. I won't allow you to tarnish my father's body. White Bones, also known as the junior human king Xianxia, roared. He landed on the warship. His white bones glowed and merged with the warship. He controlled the warship and rushed towards Teak. Defile? Haha, what a joke. The mortal King Xianxia was merely a defeated opponent of mine. Even until his death, he couldn't do anything to me. In the end, he could only split his own body in order to seal me. Unfortunately, I still came into being. I am eternally indestructible and undying. Teak's cold voice sounded. Back then, if my father hadn't already experienced a fierce battle and his battle sword wasn't broken and his vitality wasn't damaged, how could he have fought with you? He would have completely obliterated you. Xianxia roared. Lu Ming was shocked. He thought of the broken sword. It was the mortal king's sword. Only 1/5 of the sword had a fingerprint on it. Previously, he thought that it was left by Teak, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was someone else. Before the mortal king Xianxia fought with Teak, he had already fought with other terrifying experts. Even his battle sword was broken. It could be seen how fierce that battle was. Humph. Teak snorted coldly. Obviously, he tacitly agreed. He controlled the mortal king's body, took a step forward, rushed towards the warship, and threw out a punch. Boom, the two sides clashed again and completely broke through the sky. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and fought their way out of this place, starting a great battle in the void. Lu Ming and the others felt the pressure on them lessen. They all let out a long sigh of relief. Although the two sides didn't send their power down, the pressure was still very terrifying. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to explode under that pressure. Boom. Boom, boom. A decisive battle erupted in the depths of the void. It was just too terrifying. Terrifying cracks were torn in the endless void, extending into the distance. Nearby, fragments of continents were blown apart, turning into cosmic dust. This kind of scene was simply apocalyptic. Lu Ming had seen peak reciprocity experts fight before, such as the 4 palace masters of the Heavenly Palace. However, compared to this, it was like children playing house. The difference was too great. The power of the immortal Tao, Lu Ming dared to conclude that this was definitely the power of the immortal Tao. However, Lu Ming found it very strange. This was the origin tribulation. Didn't it say that under the origin tribulation, all existences above the origin realm would be suppressed by the origin tribulation? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the effect. Why didn't Teak and Xianxia seem to be affected? Perhaps when a living being's strength reached a certain level, they could ignore the origin tribulation. Or perhaps it was the end of the origin tribulation. The power of the origin tribulation was greatly weakened, so it didn't have much effect on living beings at this level. Lu Ming guessed. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Xianxia was no match for Teak. The warship under him was blown to pieces by a single move from Teak. Only some wreckage was swallowed by the spatial cracks. Ah! Xianxia roared with his soul. His body shone with dazzling light as he charged at Teak, engaging in another fierce battle. Spurt, at this moment, Xiaoqiu, who was beside Lu Ming, opened its mouth and spat out the broken sword. Xiaoqiu, how are you? Lu Ming was shocked. This broken sword is too high level. I can't refine it. I need to rest. After saying that, Xiaoqiu turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's wrist. In just a short while, Xianxia and Teak had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Xianxia was no match for him. He was sent flying and smashed into several fragments of the continent. Lu Ming activated the Fey Monarch mark and saw cracks appear on Xianxuani's white bone body. If this continued, Xianxuani wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. Father, are you really dead? You're invincible and indestructible. Wake up. Xianxuani shouted. Don't waste your time. His soul has completely dissipated. Only his body exists. Don't worry, I'll let his body continue to be awe-inspiring. Teak said coldly and continued to attack Xianxia, wanting to destroy him completely. Xianxia was known as the most outstanding son of King Xianyuan. He was unimaginably talented. Many people thought that with enough time, Xianyuan's achievements would be comparable to his father's. Such an existence was a great threat and had to be eliminated completely. The two exchanged a few more blows and more cracks appeared on Xianyuan's white bone body. Xianyuan's jade-like white bones were covered with cracks, as if they would break at any moment. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Xianyuan's white bone body would break apart. Without the support of his white bone body, Xianyuan was even less of a match for Teak. Lu Ming's face was solemn. He couldn't wait to help Xianyuan. Unfortunately, with his strength, he would be torn to ashes before he could even get close to Xianyuan. The difference was too great. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. In front of an existence like Teak, his strength was too insignificant. Boom! Boom! The battle continued, but Xianyuan's condition was getting worse and worse. The cracks on his white bone body were getting more and more. Xianyuan, you should have died in the last era. Leaving this remnant soul and white bone to wander in this world is also suffering. Today, I'll send you on your way. I'll use your father's body to send you on your way. I wonder if Xianyuan would die from anger if he was still alive. Ha ha ha, Teak laughed. DK was now controlling the body of the human king, Xianyuan. If he killed Xianyuan, from a certain point of view, it was equivalent to killing his own son with his own hands. This was absolutely cruel. My father is immortal. I don't believe that he's completely fallen. Father, today, I'll use my body to wake you up. Xianyuan roared. The soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. Not only that, his white bone body also emitted a dazzling light, as if it was burning. Then, a rain of light rushed out, rushing towards the body of Xianyuan at an astonishing speed, entering his body. Xianyuan was burning his own body and soul, which was equivalent to a sacrifice. He was sacrificing himself, wanting to use his body and soul to wake up Xianyuan. The two of them were father and son, connected by blood. Even Teak couldn't stop this kind of sacrifice. Strands of light rain continuously entered human sovereign Xianyuan's body. Xianyuan has completely fallen. His soul has been extinguished. Not even a trace of imprint is left. It's impossible for him to be revived. Just give up. Well, you sacrificed yourself to save me some effort. Die. Teak sneered. He controlled the body of Xianyuan to step forward, wanting to kill him once and for all. But this time, he stopped in his tracks when he was only halfway out of the room. What's going on? Teak's shocked voice came from the body of Xianyuan. Boom! Suddenly, the human king's body exploded with a terrifying aura. A golden light flowed out from the human king's body, and from afar, it looked as if the human king's body was covered by a layer of golden flames. At the same time, a supreme aura from the body of Xianyuan was emitted from the body of Xianyuan's body. Xianyuan felt a strong pressures body of Xianyuan's ss this pressures ss. Xianyuan, how is that possible? The human king's physical body has recovered? How is this possible? Didn't the human king already fall? I did not sense any trace of remnant soul or imprint in his physical body. Teak's shocked and incredulous voice came from the sovereign personage's body. Boom! Then, an even more shocking aura erupted from the human king's body. This aura was madly rushing out from the inside. Impossible, damn it, Teak's furious voice rang out. Then, he saw a black shadow slowly being expelled from the sovereign personage's body. The black shadow had the shape of a human, and the first thing that came out was its head. This was an elder, his skin dark and shriveled. Of course, this wasn't a body of flesh, but rather a soul. At this moment, the old man's face was filled with shock. Father, Xianyuan cried out in excitement. Human King Xianyuan had been resurrected. At this moment, everyone's heart was pounding madly. Among them, the humans were the most excited. Could it be that the human King Xianyuan really didn't die? This was definitely a major event that would shock the universe. If it was true, the structure of the universe would be completely changed in the future. Even if the human race only had the Azure Divine Realm left, they would be able to develop madly under the protection of the human king. In the future, even if they couldn't restore the glory of the last era, they would definitely be countless times more prosperous than now. Extremely excited, extremely excited. Meanwhile, the creatures of the forbidden areas were pale. The name of human King Xianxia was definitely a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the creatures of the forbidden areas. He might not have really been resurrected. Maybe it's just a trace of imprint that was awakened by Xianxia. Some creatures of the forbidden areas whispered. In just a short while, half of Teek's body had already been exposed. Apparently, the human king's body wanted to expel Teek's soul completely from his body. Teek was unwilling to give up and struggled with all his might. His body had been completely destroyed in the battle with human King Xianxia, leaving only his soul behind. Although his soul was almost immortal, it was still difficult for him to recover to his peak with only his soul left. Moreover, without a body, how could he cultivate in the future? Human King Xianxuan's body was undoubtedly the best body. As long as he merged with the human king's body, not only would he be able to recover to his peak in the future, he would even be able to reach a higher level. Therefore, he didn't want to give up the human king's body. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Behind him, the human king's hand directly grabbed Teek's head. Teek was horrified. If the human king's body really recovered, his soul would be captured, and there was also Xianxia. This was a very dangerous situation. Unable to continue controlling the human king's body, Teek's soul glowed and flew out of the human king's body. Kill! Xianxia arrived and attacked with all his might, forcing Teek to retreat. Quickly! Kill! Xianxia continued to attack Teek, wanting to completely destroy Teek. Don't think that you can do anything to me just because I'm only left with my soul. All spirits of heaven and earth, condense for me. Teek shouted coldly and formed hand seals. Suddenly, the boundless universe and endless energy rushed toward Teek, covering the surroundings of Teek's soul. These energies condensed together and seemed to form a physical body, with Teek's soul hidden inside. A corporeal decay appeared. It looked no different from a living being of flesh and blood. Exuding exuberant vitality, his qi and blood were boiling. Lu Ming and the group were dumbstruck at the sight of such means. In an instant, a physical body was reconstructed. It's just a temporary physical body. What's the use of it? Kill! Xianxia shouted coldly. The white bone body emitted a dazzling light and turned into an eternal sword light, slashing toward Teek. Boom! Teek continued to form hand seals. A huge ferocious beast was formed. It was as big as a star and had 3 heads. This was a 3-headed hellhound, emitting a strong evil aura. Roar! The 3-headed hellhound roared loudly, shaking the universe void. A few continental fragments nearby directly exploded. The 3-headed hellhound was as big as a planet. Its roar shook the universe and shattered a few pieces of land as it charged towards Xianxia. Of course, this 3-headed hellhound wasn't a real creature. It was formed by Teek's Dharma art. Boom! The sword light and the 3-headed hellhound clashed, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The energy surged and swept across the universe. The battle between the two sides was far enough away from Lu Ming and the others. Otherwise, they would have been sucked into it and died. In the explosion, Xianxuan's figure retreated. Obviously, Xianxuan was no match for Lu Ming. Xianxuan was already severely injured. After the sacrifice, his strength wasn't as good as before. Although Teek had been sealed for countless years and only had his soul, his strength was far from his peak. But don't forget that even at his peak, Xianxuan wasn't as strong as Teek. So, Xianxuan was no match for him at all. I'll send you on your way. DK leaped and rapidly approached Xianxuan. His black palm was surrounded by dancing qi and was extremely cold. Wherever it passed, the void of the universe would be frozen. Bang! Xianxuan retreated. There were more cracks on his body. Some of his bones were even broken and flew out. Even the soul fire in his eye sockets dimmed. Roar! The 3-headed hellhound continued to attack. Its 3 heads spewed out 3 kinds of light beams towards Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia was much weaker after the sacrifice. He wasn't a match for Teak at all. At this moment, a tall and burly figure appeared in front of Xianxia. His big hand covered the void and hit the 3-headed hellhound. Boom, the 3-headed hellhound's body was sent flying and it retreated. "Father," Xianxia shouted. His soul fire jumped violently. Apparently, he was very excited. The human monarch really came back to life. Everyone was shocked. Because it was the human monarch body that sent the 3-headed hellhound flying. The human monarch body took the initiative and blocked in front of Xianxia. This was obviously to protect Xianxia. It was a conscious action. Could it be that the human king had really revived? Teak's eyes were as dark as the abyss as he looked at the Renhuang's body, as if he wanted to see through it. He then laughed coldly and said, "I'm sure that you don't have a trace of your soul left behind. It's just that Xianxuan's sacrifice triggered your instincts. Xianxuan, you've completely fallen in the end. There's no possibility of resurrection." How could this be? Xianxuan's body trembled. His soul fire was filled with sorrow. He could also see that the human king's body did not have the slightest trace of a remnant soul left behind by the human king. There was not even a trace of an imprint. Perhaps it was just as Teak had said. Perhaps the reason why the human monarch had acted was because Xianxuan's sacrifice had triggered its instincts. Boom, the qi and blood of the human king's body boiled. His entire body was covered with a layer of resplendent light. That was immortal light. Human kings were clearly figures of the immortal Tao. Moreover, in the immortal Tao, they were all top experts. His palm blotted out the sky, and the sovereign personage physical body charged towards Teak. Wherever the palm passed, the void exploded and turned into chaos. Everything was obliterated. "Even if you only have instincts left and still want to kill me, that's fine. Let me completely seal your body and slowly refine it." Teak's cold voice rang out. His aura was violent and cold, causing the void within hundreds of millions of miles to be sealed in ice. He formed hand seals with both hands, and another 3-headed hellhound was formed. Together with the previous one, they pounced towards the human king's body. At the same time, Teak's hand clenched in the air. A black spear condensed and charged towards the human king's body. The human king's body waved his hand to meet the enemy and began a great battle with Teak. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was constantly torn apart and turned into chaos. Then, the chaos continued to evolve into the void of the universe. The cycle of life and death continued. The fragments of the continents around this area kept exploding. At first, they exploded into small pieces. Then, the small pieces exploded into powder. It was truly the destruction of the world. This scene was too terrifying. Below the 9 elements forbidden land, everyone who was watching the battle trembled. They could not stay calm. Was this the battle prowess of the top experts of the primitive continent? It was too strong. Origin realm cultivators were not even ants in front of such existences. Any strand of energy that leaked out could turn a peak origin realm cultivator to dust. The power of the immortal Tao. Is this the power of the immortal Tao? It's too strong. It's incomparable. Back then, the primitive continent was destroyed by such experts. Lu Ming sighed inside. Teak and the human king's body were clearly far from their peak state. However, the power they displayed was already shocking. One could imagine how terrifying their peak state was. Moreover, during the primitive continent, there was more than one expert like the human king Xianxuan. Once they fought crazily, it was normal for the primitive continent to be destroyed. The two of them were too fast. Lu Ming and the others could only barely see a few afterimages fighting crazily. In a few minutes, the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. Boom, suddenly, the universe exploded. A figure rapidly retreated. Lu Ming's heart sank. Because this figure was actually the human king's body. The human king's body was at a disadvantage. It was not a match for Teak. This was not surprising. After all, Teak had a soul. His consciousness was still intact. He could use all sorts of killing moves. On the other hand, the human king only had his body left. He could only rely on his instincts. He could not use any powerful killing moves. He could only rely on the human king's body. You want to fight me with just your instincts? Die. Teak coldly shouted. He formed a hand seal and attacked. 3 hellhounds roared in the universe. Together with Teak, they pounced on the human king's body. The 2 of them clashed once more. After exchanging dozens of blows, the human king's body became incomparably huge. He grabbed a hellhound and tore it apart, turning it into energy that returned to the universe. However, the human king's body was also struck. Another hellhound grabbed it with its claws. Several deep wounds appeared on its tough body. At the same time, Teak's spear pierced through the human king's shoulder. Bang! The human king's body shook and broke the spear. He threw out a punch to counterattack, but it was blocked by D. Quebec. 2 beams of sword light burst out from his eyes and slashed at the human king's body, forcing him to retreat. The human king's body was completely suppressed. Royal Father, let me help you. Xianxia roared. He transformed into a beam of sword light and rushed over, helping the human king's body to fight against Teak. Both sides engaged in an even more intense battle. However, even though the human king's body joined forces with Xianxia, they were still suppressed. After 100 moves, Xianxuanyi's white bone body was completely destroyed. The white bone body turned into dust that drifted through the air. Xianxuanyi's soul retreated explosively, almost being torn apart by Teak. Your endings are already destined. Xianxuanyi's body will be used by me. Xianxuanyi's soul will be completely destroyed. Teak coldly spoke, his eyes incomparably cold. Teak held the black spear in his hand. His aura shook the universe as he charged towards Xianxuanyi. He wanted to completely obliterate Xianxuanyi's soul. Xianxuanyi's cultivation was far inferior to Teak's. Without the white bone body, he was even less of a match for Teak. Teak's black spear swept past, and Xianxuanyi's soul was shattered. It was almost completely obliterated, and it reassembled with great difficulty. Fortunately, the human king's body arrived in time. Otherwise, Xianxuanyi would be in danger. However, the human king's body was no match for Yi Shiwen. He was at a disadvantage. Father, I don't believe that you have fallen. With my life, I will awaken you. Xianxuanyi roared. His soul emitted a dazzling light. Sacrifice, Xianxuanyi continued to sacrifice. This time, he was sacrificing his soul. His soul was burning, turning into wisps of light rain and entering the human king's body. Boom! When Xianxuanyi's soul entered the human king's body seemed to be ignited. A thick layer of flames rose from his body, like a volcanic eruption. An even more terrifying aura spread out. A bridge seemed to form between the human king's body and Xianxuanyi. Xianxuanyi's soul kept turning into light rain and entering the human king's body. The human king's body became stronger and stronger. Teak's face darkened, and he sped up his attack. The human king's body took the initiative to fight. This void, which had just recovered, exploded again and turned into chaos. In just a few breaths, Xianxuanyi's soul had turned into light rain and entered the human king's body. At this moment, the human king's aura had reached its peak. His originally empty and lifeless eyes seemed to have regained some vigor. They shone brightly like 2 suns. Kill. The human king's body actually opened his mouth. A loud roar shook the universe and caused a great collapse. Then, the human king's body struck out with his palm. His palm was like a divine sword. A dazzling sword light lit up the dark void of the universe and slashed towards Teak. Clang, the sword light and the black spear collided. Then, the 2 figures retreated at the same time. Could the human king really be resurrected? This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They were extremely shocked. The eyes of the human king's physical body had clearly regained their luster, and he could even speak. If it was said to be instinctive before, then it was now conscious. Humph, Xianxuanyi, so it was you who took control of your father's body. I told you, Xianxuan can't be revived. Teak spoke coldly with a hint of mockery in his voice. However, he didn't stop at all. He formed another hand seal and 2 more hellhounds appeared, pouncing towards the human king's body. As for himself, he continued to charge forward with his spear in hand. Sword! The human king's fleshly body roared. He made a grasping motion, and the broken sword that Xianxia had swallowed earlier began to vibrate, as if it were coming back to life. It transformed into a beam of sword light that shot through the air and landed in the fleshly body's hand. Wang, the sword chime resounded through the void of the universe. At this moment, the broken sword emitted a blinding sword light. The terrifying sword chi tore open sword scars that were billions of miles long in the void of the universe. As for the remaining 1/5 of the sword, a ray of light extended forward, forming a complete battle sword. Of course, it wasn't a real sword. It was completely composed of countless tiny sword chi. The human king's fleshly body held the battle sword. His aura reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, a hellhound's head was chopped off. At the same time, countless beams of sword light burst forth, blocking Teek's attack. Then, the human king's fleshly body counterattacked. The sword light was so blinding that everyone couldn't open their eyes. When they could barely see, they saw the two hellhounds being torn apart, turning into energy and disappearing. Moreover, Teek was also hit. There was a sword wound on his chest, and he retreated rapidly. The human king's fleshly body had gained the upper hand. At this moment, everyone knew that it wasn't the human king who had come back to life. It was Xianxia who had taken control of the human king's fleshly body. Xianxia was the son of the human king. He was incomparably compatible with the human king's fleshly body. He could use it freely and was much stronger than Teek. The human king's fleshly body, or rather, Xianxia, gained the upper hand and launched a torrential attack. His sword light was too terrifying. It was peerlessly sharp and could cut through everything. It suppressed Teek, forcing him to retreat step by step. Xianxia, your father's fleshly body is burning. His essence is constantly flowing away. If this continues, the only body Xianxia has left in this world won't be preserved. You're being unfilial. Teek shouted, wanting to use this to stop Xianxia. However, Xianxia was unmoved. He coldly replied, leaving you alive in this world is even more against my father's wishes. If I leave you alone, he will truly blame me. Teek, die. Xianxia attacked like a madman. The current situation was completely reversed from before. Xianxia was completely suppressing Teek. After a dozen or so moves, one of Teek's arms was chopped off. After another dozen or so moves, Teek's body was torn apart by the peerlessly sharp sword light. However, this body was condensed from Teek's energy. Teek abandoned his fleshly body, and his soul retreated. However, it could be seen that Teek's soul was also injured. There was a sword mark on it that Teek was unable to heal. With Teek injured, Xianxuanyi's attacks became even fiercer. He wanted to completely destroy Teek in one fell swoop. Xianxuanyi, do you really think you can kill me? Dream on. My soul is indestructible. Even your father Xianxuan can't kill me, let alone you. Roared Teek. He fought back with all his strength, using all kinds of terrifying killing moves. However, he was still no match. Not long after, he was struck again. Another terrifying wound appeared on his soul, one that was difficult to heal. Teek's expression was especially gloomy because the situation wasn't good. Although he was shouting that his soul was indestructible, he knew the real situation better than anyone. If he was at his peak, he really wouldn't be afraid. However, he had been suppressed for far too long. His soul had been split into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places by the human king's fleshly body. This was both a seal and a process of obliteration. The human king Xianxuanyi had originally wanted to rely on this to completely obliterate Teek's soul. Although he hadn't succeeded, the damage to Teek was extremely great. Teek's soul was the weakest it had ever been. Now, it really was possible that he would be obliterated. In the end, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. His soul, like the human king's fleshly body, also began to emit a resplendent light. Soul ignition, Teek was also burning his soul. Although burning his soul was extremely harmful to him, it was still better than being obliterated. Soul ignition caused Teek's combat power to explosively increase. He once again began an intense battle with Xianxuanyi. This battle was extremely bitter. It was like a continuation of that unfinished battle at the end of the Desolate Era. It was a life and death battle. This battle was too tragic. Both of them were constantly injured. Lu Ming saw that the human monarch's body was pierced many times. Even his entire body was split apart once, but it gathered back together again. Teak wasn't having a good time either. Teak's whole body was completely shattered several times. It was torn into many pieces, but it gathered back together again. Both of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Both of their auras were getting weaker and weaker. At this point in the battle, both of their fighting spirits had clearly changed. Xianxia became braver and braver as the battle went on. He completely disregarded his own life and looked like he was going to die together with Teak. Teak's fighting spirit was weakening. He had been sealed for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to escape. How could he bear to die together with Xianxia? He had the intention to retreat. Boom, after the two of them exchanged another blow, Teak's figure quickly retreated. Xianxia, today's battle ends here. If you don't die, we'll fight another day. Teak's voice sounded. Where are you going? Die. Xianxia roared and chased crazily. Teak was careless and was hit. His whole body was torn apart and turned into more than a dozen fragments. Xianxia slashed out with his battle sword. Countless sword lights condensed into a large cauldron. He wanted to absorb Teak's soul fragments and completely suppress and destroy them. At this critical moment, Teak also went all out. He directly abandoned a few of the soul fragments. These soul fragments were completely burned. They burst into brilliant light and turned into several black spears. They pierced through the large cauldron and pierced the human monarch's body. Even the human monarch's body couldn't block it and was directly pierced. The human monarch's body retreated, blood flowing. That was the human monarch's blood. It spilled into the void and directly tore the space apart. Some of the blood even fell on the continent fragment and directly pierced through it. The human monarch's body was injured. Teak took the opportunity to escape. The remaining soul fragments gathered back together. However, his aura was much weaker than before. Teak's gaze was incomparably cold. He swept his gaze over Lu Ming, then finally returned to Xianxia. It seems like those people sealed the passage to the void universe of the untainted universe back then. They want to isolate the untainted universe from the rest of the world and let it wander in the chaos and slowly recover. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, I won't let them succeed. I'll open the passage to the universe. At that time, the 11th universe of the Young Realm will appear. I believe countless experts will be interested in it. You want the untainted universe to recover? Teak turned into a beam of light and sped off into the distance, his cold voice echoing in the air. The sovereign personage's physical body was severely injured. Even if the sovereign personage wanted to give chase, he could not do so. In the blink of an eye, Teak's figure completely disappeared from the void of the universe. He wants to open the universe passage. Down below, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands looked terrible. But we sealed ourselves here to wait for this opportunity. The destruction of the untainted universe left behind countless treasures. Most of the treasures haven't been opened yet. Once the origin tribulation is over, our race will be able to use our full strength. But if the universe passage is opened, the experts of the other universes will definitely swarm over. This place will be plunged into chaos and we won't have a chance. An origin realm elder of the extreme evil race growled. Isn't it the same for my clan? Damn it. The creatures of the other Forbidden Lands also roared. Now that the untainted universe was separated from the rest of the world, it was a great opportunity for the creatures of the Forbidden Lands who had sealed themselves here. In the past, the void universe of the untainted universe was prosperous. There were countless experts and immortals. How many treasures had been left behind? There were many places that could not be entered at all because of powerful restrictions. They could not obtain the treasures inside at all. Only after the origin tribulation was over could the experts of the various races enter these places and obtain the real treasures. However, if the universe passage was opened, the situation would be completely different. The void universe of the untainted universe was ranked 11th among the countless universes in the world of the living. It had so many treasures that it made countless universes jealous. Now that it had been destroyed and almost all of its experts had died, it was simply a treasure to the people of the other universes. It would attract countless people to come over. How would the other Forbidden Lands have a chance? However, they could not stop it. Teak was too strong. Even if their ancestral patriarchs came, they might not be able to stop him. Cough cough. At this moment, the human king's body coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, but it was sucked back by the human king's body. Then, the human king's body looked towards Lu Ming with a wisp of murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's body could not help but tense up. He felt a chill in his heart. Xianxia would not kill him, would he? After all, he had contributed greatly to the merging of the human king's body and the rebirth of Teak. It was not impossible for Xianxia to kill him. Xianxuanyi's gaze was like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. That pool of blood. Suddenly, Xianxuanyi seemed to have seen something and revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, he revealed a deep pondering look. Perhaps there is hope in despair. Only in chaos can one rise. Forget it. Perhaps all of this is destined. This boy contains the will of the universe. Perhaps he can bring hope. I will fulfill his wish. Xianxuanyi whispered in his heart. Then, he waved his hand and a broken sword flew out towards Lu Ming. It was so fast that no one could see it. Even Lu Ming himself did not see it. He only felt a flash of light and flew into his sea of consciousness. Then, the human king's body tore through the void and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's that broken sword. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that it was the broken sword that flew into his sea of consciousness. The broken sword was floating in his sea of consciousness, simple and unadorned. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. This was the human king's sword. Even if it was broken, it was only a broken sword. Its value was unimaginable. Originally, he thought that Xianxuanyi would take it away. He did not expect that he would leave it to Lu Ming. Not only did Xianxuanyi not kill Lu Ming, but he also left the human king's broken sword to Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not figure out why. Previously, Xianxuanyi clearly showed murderous intent towards him. Lu Ming definitely did not feel it wrong. But why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye? Forget it. Let's not think about it. Although I didn't get the human king's body after so much effort, it's not bad to get the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming comforted himself. Originally, it was rumored that if one could get the human king's body, they would be able to dominate the world and suppress all enemies. Lu Ming was full of expectations for this. He did not expect that all of this was Teak's lies. Even if an ordinary person got the human king's body, they would not be able to control it. The people of the various major factions also sighed, especially the three forbidden clans and the Yi Immortal. It seemed that they had worked for nothing. In the end, it was all for nothing. They did not get anything. This was especially true for the three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal. They had put in so much effort to cross the void and come to the Western universe. After spending hundreds of years, they had finally found the human monarch's heart. However, in the end, all their efforts had been for naught. They hadn't obtained anything. However, the three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal rejoiced at the same time. Although they hadn't obtained the human monarch's heart, Lu Ming, or rather, Heaven Destroyer, had it even worse. They hadn't obtained the human monarch's heart, but Heaven Destroyer had lost the human monarch's body that he had originally obtained. They no longer had to worry about Heaven Destroyer controlling the human monarch's body to deal with them. In the eyes of the three clans of the Forbidden Lands, the Heaven Exterminating Troop was nothing without a human sovereign realm physical body. Once the Source Calamity was over, the experts of the three clans could easily crush the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Lu Ming is there. This is the perfect time to get rid of Lu Ming. Don't let him leave. The Yi Immortal shouted. Now, everyone present knew that the human monarch's heart had been born because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually beaten them to it. The Yi Immortal was even more fearful of Lu Ming now. That's right. This is the perfect time to get rid of him. Yuan Ciji also roared. Previously, when Xianxuanyi and Teak were fighting, the people of the various major forces had already gathered together. The three forbidden races and the Yi Immortal had also gathered together. Every force had suffered significant losses. Naturally, most of them had died because of Guqian. Kill him. We can't let him live. Seniors, please take action. Gaishak also roared and asked the Origin Realm experts of the Balefulline race to take action. There's no need to say more. Just kill him. The Origin Realm experts of the Primordial Light race were very direct. They spoke coldly and attacked immediately. A total of 5 origin sources from the Primordial Light tribe turned into 5 streaks of rainbow light that charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had once killed his way to the Primordial Sacred Mountain and stolen many top-notch source-grade divine herbs from the Primordial Light tribe. He had even forced the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe to awaken prematurely. Therefore, the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. When the origin source of the Primordial Light tribe moved, some origin source of the Balefulline tribe and the Blue Sea tribe also moved and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was very sharp. When the experts of the 3 clans moved, he immediately sensed it. Go. Lu Ming was very straightforward and rushed in another direction. Based on what he had observed earlier, there were more than 300 essences. Although this place wasn't very large, if he got caught up in a fight, the other experts from the 3 races would quickly arrive. That would be troublesome. Even though Lu Ming was powerful, he was still just a divine master. He wasn't confident that he could fight against so many experts at the same time. Lu Ming, don't go. Kill. Someone shouted. More than 10 experts from the 3 races chased after Lu Ming like a dozen bolts of lightning. The origin source of the Primordial Light tribe was especially fast. This scene also alerted the experts of the other forces. That's Lu Ming. The people of the 3 races in the Eastern Universe are chasing after Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming also came from the Eastern Universe. Looks like he has a big grudge against the 3 races. Interesting. The people of the Forbidden Lands in the Western Universe were all watching the show. Very good. I hope the 3 races in the Eastern Universe can kill Lu Ming. Mo Sha and the others of the Extreme Evil race were gloating and even sneered. Some of the experts of the 9 demonic spider were the same. They even wanted to join forces with the Primordial Light tribe to kill Lu Ming. When the humans of the Blue Sea Divine Realm saw this, their faces darkened. Lu Ming's talent is rare. He's the top person among the younger generation of the human race. We can't let anything happen to him. Let's go and chase after him. We'll help Lu Ming if we have the chance. Many Origin Realm experts of the Blue Sea Divine Realm also chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming was extremely fast. The 3 races in the Eastern Universe couldn't catch up to Lu Ming for a moment. The distance between the 2 sides was increasing. Damn it! Someone growled. He was unwilling to accept this. He can't escape. An expert of the Balefulline race looked at him coldly. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of Lu Ming collapsed. A huge Balefulline Ghost King appeared and roared toward Lu Ming. Then, a figure appeared. It was an Origin Realm expert of the Balefulline race. He held a black banner and Balefulline chi surged. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear without thinking. The spear collided with the Balefulline Ghost King like lightning. It directly pierced through the Balefulline Ghost King. Then, the War God's spear twisted and shattered the Balefulline Ghost King. However, Lu Ming's figure was also obstructed for a while. Next, more and more figures appeared in front of him. The Primordial Light race, the Balefulline race, and the Blue Sea race. There were experts from all 3 races. There were more than a dozen of them. Clearly, they were all Origin Realm experts. These people weren't the ones chasing after Lu Ming. Clearly, they had come from another direction. When they saw Lu Ming flee, they rushed in front of Lu Ming to intercept Lu Ming. Kill! The Origin Realm experts of the Primordial Light race yelled. Their bodies shone with resplendent light. The light condensed into swords of light that shot toward Lu Ming. They were astonishingly fast and terrifyingly powerful. They had used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Lu Ming's War God spear vibrated rapidly. He stabbed out a few times in an instant and blocked the swords of light. However, Lu Ming's figure swayed and drifted back. There was no doubt that the Origin Realm experts of the three forbidden races all controlled Origin-grade divine weapons. Moreover, one of the people who had attacked Lu Ming had comprehended Genesis arts and was very powerful. Lu Ming didn't use any Genesis arts and was at a disadvantage for a moment. Lu Ming has been stopped. The experts of the three eastern races have stopped Lu Ming. He's dead for sure. Good. The nine demonic spider and some people from the extreme evil race were overjoyed. They believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming had broken through 4 times. Although his battle prowess was strong, he was no match for those Origin Realm experts who had comprehended Genesis arts. Moreover, there was more than one such expert among the three races. With the other Origin Realm experts attacking together, Lu Ming was dead for sure. Needless to say, there were even stronger existences among them. Kill. After stopping Lu Ming, the Origin Realm experts of the Primordial Light race launched an even fiercer attack. Then, the experts of the Balefulline race and the Blue Sea race also attacked together. More than a dozen Origin Realm experts attacked together. Their power was extremely terrifying. More than a dozen attacks shook the void, giving people a feeling that they were covering the sky and earth. In the face of this attack, Lu Ming had no other choice but to use Genesis arts to resist. Boom, the power of the taboo origin circulated and Lu Ming's body swelled in an instant, turning into a 3 feet tall giant. Subsequently, the war god spear swept out and a huge spear gleam appeared in front of him. The attacks of more than 10 origins collided with the spear gleam. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The spear light shook endlessly and then collapsed. At the same time, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. However, the attacks of more than a dozen Origin Realm experts were also blocked. This scene shocked everyone. Many people were tongue-tied. Their eyes widened as they watched this scene in disbelief. Lu Ming actually blocked the attacks of more than a dozen Origin Source experts. How is that possible? Someone roared in shock. More than a dozen Origin Source experts had joined forces, and there was no lack of existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. They were just too powerful, not something a divine master could withstand. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he didn't die after taking this wave of attacks. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to block this wave of attacks and was only pushed back. It was really unbelievable. This is in Genesis technique, it's in Genesis technique. 5 times the extreme break, this is 5 times the extreme break, Lu Ming has already broken the extreme break 5 times. Many people roared. This time even the Dark Heavens warriors, the Tianyin Vine, and even the humans of the Azure Divine Realm couldn't remain calm. To be able to block the joint attack of so many Origin Realm experts, he definitely surpassed the 4th extreme break. Beyond the 4th extreme break, there was only the 5th extreme break. Lu Ming could actually break the extreme break 5 times. This was simply unbelievable. It was rare to break through the limits 4 times. Including Lu Ming in the past, there were only 3 people who had broken through the limits in the primitive universe. And breaking the extreme break 5 times was just a legend. Even during the primitive universe era, it was extremely rare, and there might not even be one in an era. But now, in this broken primitive universe, there was actually a Origin Source expert who had broken the extreme break 5 times, which shocked everyone. How is this possible? Someone whispered in the crowd. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia had successfully broken through under the Origin Source tribulation and was confident that he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Back then, he had said that if Lu Ming couldn't break through under the Origin Source tribulation, he wouldn't be qualified to be his opponent. But he didn't expect Lu Ming to break the extreme break 5 times. The significance of breaking the extreme break 5 times was too shocking. From another perspective, even if Lu Ming couldn't break through to the Origin Source realm under the Origin Source tribulation, his potential and battle strength wouldn't be weaker than him after reaching the Origin Source realm. This meant that Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. Even without the support of the Origin Source tribulation, he wouldn't be weaker than him. His confidence had suffered a great blow. Impossible. Mo Sha roared, unable to accept all of this. He had a great enmity with Lu Ming, and he couldn't bear to see Lu Ming become strong. Now that he found out that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times, he really couldn't stand it. He's dead. Even if he's a 5-fold extreme break, he's still going to die. With so many experts surrounding him, he's definitely going to die. Then, Mo Sha screamed in his heart as if he saw hope. This kid, Yi Wuxiu's pupils shrank rapidly as he was extremely shocked. The fact that a divine master could break through 5 extreme breakthroughs was simply shocking. He was truly shocked. One had to know that Tang Feng had not even broken through 5 times when he was at the divine master realm. However, after Tang Feng broke through to the source realm, he became stronger and stronger, expanding his own path, reaching an astonishing level. However, not everyone could do that. Generally speaking, the more divine masters broke through, the greater their future achievements would be. The people of the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were also stunned. Their hearts were in turmoil. However, they quickly reacted. Kill him. We must get rid of him, we can't leave him alive. That's right. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must keep him here. The dozen or so Source Realm experts in front roared, and their source power erupted as they charged toward Lu Ming again. At this time, the dozen or so Source Realm experts who were chasing after Lu Ming also arrived. There were a total of 30 Source Realm experts. They attacked from the front and back, and their attacks were like rolling waves, pressing toward Lu Ming as if they were going to crush Lu Ming. Whoosh, a pair of wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. This was the embodiment of all the speed secret techniques, which allowed Lu Ming's speed to increase to the extreme. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, avoiding the attacks from the front and back. Don't even think about leaving. There were already people watching Lu Ming to prevent him from escaping. As soon as Lu Ming soared into the sky, there were at least tens of thousands of beams of light, stabbing toward Lu Ming like tens of thousands of sword lights. Break! Lu Ming roared, and the war god spear slashed out like a saber. The tip of the spear was surrounded by divine light, and an arc-shaped light flashed, slashing at the beams of light. Puff! The beams of light were cut off one by one. However, the other figures also soared into the sky. More than 30 Source Realm experts were scattered in all directions, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Kill! Another wave of attacks broke out. A spear light, a saber, a sword light, and a finger force respectively attacked Lu Ming's 4 vital points. These 4 people were extremely strong, and they were all existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques. In fact, among the more than 30 people, there were more than 4 existences who had comprehended Genesis techniques, but 8. The other 4 were accumulating their strength, ready to give Lu Ming a fatal blow at any time. I must rush out. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. Being besieged by so many experts, he was in a very passive and dangerous situation. 1 or 2 Source Realm experts who had comprehended Genesis techniques were easy to deal with, but there were 8 of them, plus the other experts. It was too difficult to deal with, and Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. Clad in battle armor, he attacked with all his strength. His whole body turned into a spear light, rushing in one direction, trying to break out. However, he was still hit by a Source Realm expert's Genesis technique. Even though he was wearing a top source-grade battle armor and had a thin layer of defense on his skin, it was still almost pierced through. The terrifying power passed through the battle armor, causing his blood and chi to churn. Clang! Lu Ming swung his spear, blocking a battle sword. Then, with a loud roar, his forbidden Source Realm erupted. The war god spear swept out and repelled 5 Source Realm experts. 2 of the Source Realm experts had not comprehended Genesis techniques, and their battle strength was weaker. They vomited blood from Lu Ming's attacks. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were red with killing intent. He began to ignore his defense and attacked fiercely in one direction. His vitality was strong. As long as he could block the attacks for a short period of time, he would be able to break out. If he did not break out of the encirclement and was trapped, he would be in great danger. No matter how strong his vitality was, he would be exhausted to death. This was because there were more experts from the 3 races rushing over. He had to break out of the encirclement before the next wave of experts from the 3 races arrived. Next, Lu Ming ignored his defense and endured more than 10 attacks in a row. He coughed up blood and several of his bones were broken. However, the result of the battle was obvious. He was finally about to break out of the encirclement. Get lost! Lu Ming roared and attacked with all his strength, repelling several Source Realm experts. Just as he was about to break out, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man, or at least he looked like a young man in his 20s. His body emitted a dazzling light. You're Lu Ming. Die. A cold voice sounded. One could see a light in the young man's body. It was a kind of immortal light. It was similar to Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. They were light controllers of the primordial light clan. However, this person's cultivation level was at the early origin realm. Martial Apex Immortal Light. The young man from the primordial light clan shouted. A halo of immortal light surrounded his body as he slashed at Lu Ming. The slash was terrifying and as fast as lightning. End of chapter 5067. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.